Chapter 248, Flowing Flame Blades. Chapter 248, Flowing Flame Blades. Translated by Barry Buns. Edited by XRCO, Earl, Natsuriako, and DeAndre. At the other side of Ink City. Who do you think will win? An imposing middle-aged man with a dignified expression asked. He was the current generation patriarch of the Mo family, Mo Wei Tian. At his side was a somewhat shabbily dressed man wearing dirty shoes, looking like a farmer. He was actually the mechanical grandmaster of the Mo family, Mo Lang. Hard to say. Mo Lang said begrudgingly. Mo Wei Tian had a cold expression. The blood weapons group really isn't good. But I am curious towards that mechanical weapon that can make them feel threatened. Wonder what he is like. He suddenly turned to his butler beside him and asked, "So what did you find out?" The butler respectfully reported, "The blood weapons group organization is extremely strict and extremely covert. Luckily, we found one of them who had a connection to one of the Mo family members. He is a machine engineer, and has been in the group for a long period of time and can be considered important. The group's history can be traced back to over 1,000 years ago. They have operated successfully for generations, and is one of the organizations under the Onyx Soul. The higher-ups are all Onyx Soul members, but inside the Onyx Soul, they are not ranked very high. Roughly around 7 years ago, their Blood Meridian's mechanical weapons technique became perfected, the high-end weapons became even more completed. Up to date, they have currently completed 3 sets of high-end weapons, which are King Kong, Veda, and Yasha." "Oh, doesn't that mean Liu Yaji has a high ranking?" Mo Wei Tian touched his eyebrows. "I remember his Blood Meridian's weapon, it's King Kong, right?" "Yes." The butler replied respectfully. "But these 3 sets of high-end weapons most probably exhausted all of the group's funds, and they are now urgently in need of funds. Mechanical techniques burned money, and no one was clearer than Mo Wei Tian was on this. The blood weapons group found the Mo family, wishing to obtain the necessary funds, and wished that with the Mo family's numerous channels, they would be able to mass-produce Blood Meridian weapons. King Kong is truthfully very strong," Mo Lang suddenly said. "It is stronger than our fearless tower. He was a machine grandmaster engineer, and with one look, he could determine the mechanical weapons standard. To entice the Mo family, Liu Yaji did not hold back any of his abilities, and King Kong's prowess was displayed to its fullest potential to the Mo family." Although these words were painful to hear for Mo Wei Tian, but he knew that Grandmaster Lang was right. Fearless Tower was the Mo family's current strongest mechanical weapon, but it could not compare to King Kong. As a mechanical weapon aristocratic family, the Mo family had never given up on reviving mechanical techniques. On this point, they and the blood weapons group agreed on. When the mechanical techniques declined, whether it be mechanical martial artists or mechanical weapons, they all declined as well. But Mo Wei Tian and his family did not like the blood weapons group. To him, Blood Meridian's weapons were not mechanical weapons anymore. Mo Wei Tian said indifferently, "But looking at their underhanded means, seems like their confidence isn't enough." The butler replied, "I heard that not long ago, when Liu Yaji was using King Kong for a trial, he met a mechanical weapon artist and was thoroughly defeated by him, almost losing his life. A few of the experts from the blood weapons group came together and surrounded the enemy, but the enemy still managed to get rid of them easily, and this caused the higher-ups to be angry." "No wonder." Mo Wei Tian suddenly realized with a flash of light passing through his eyes, and spoke his thoughts, "Never would I think that there would be a mechanical weapon stronger than King Kong. Just that, where did the guy come from? I would pay any price to find out about him." That last sentence, his tone was very serious. Liu Yaji's King Kong was enough to make him feel shocked. If there was a mechanical weapon that was stronger than King Kong, wouldn't that mean that person had the power to enter the Heaven Road list? That was too shocking. Are mechanical techniques really going to be revived? Mo Wei Tian was unsure. The butler immediately agreed. Mo Lang, who never took his gaze off Thundersnow, suddenly said, "That mechanical weapon is definitely not simple." That mechanical weapon that looked broken, in Mo Lang's eyes, was actually as moving as a young lady in her prime. Many would think that it was just ugly, but Mo Lang could tell, its structure was extremely rational, possessing many original designs. Although it was almost beyond recognition, Mo Lang could still tell it originated from the Southern Cross Army. But Mo Lang's emotionless face actually exposed a baffled and unconvinced look, muttering to himself, "How could it run 7.6 seconds? To complete the preliminary Grade A test in 7.6 seconds, that was definitely an astonishing record. Even Liu Yaji's King Kong could not do it." But very quickly, both of them were not interested in talking anymore. Their gazes stuck onto the blue and red figures that suddenly moved. Coral's weapon was a 1.5mm chopper, its blade with a ray of flame mark. Brandishing it up, the red blade beams filled the sky instantly. It was as though Tang Tian was caught in a storm, causing his head pain. The enemy's blade was consistently flying into the air, and the strong sense of danger caused Tang Tian's heart to panic. With his martial spirit strengthened, his intuition had grown to 22 multiplier folds from the initial 18. I cannot drag it further. A cold aura flashed past Tang Tian's eyes. He coughed lightly. Thundersnow, let's go. It was as though the moment he thought about it, Thundersnow immediately understood. It released force and rushed towards the blade. Shio shio shio. Instantly, 7 beams of red fireblade auras entered Tang Tian's vision. Tang Tian's attention instantly peaked, his silver martial spirit shivered, and his 22 multiplier folds of intuition caused his surrounding to become extremely crisp and clear. All the twigs and branches on the floor self-combusted. The scorching hot chi had caused the air around them to distort, causing the dust on the floor to rise. The 7 beams of red fireblade auras crisscrossed and weaved around, like a big net, directly moving towards Tang Tian. There was no gap. No. There was a small space. Tang Tian's eyes were as bright as the star rocks, the true power in his body was continuously flowing into Thundersnow. He bent his upper body forward, shooting out even faster, causing the 7 beams of red fireblade auras to distort, when suddenly his legs became like nails getting hammered to the ground, and fiercely dug into the soil. Due to the inertia, his upper body was overly slanted, with one look people might think he might fall flat on his face, but he suddenly released his palm downwards. Great Monument Palm Print. The blade auras in midair, which were still slicing forward, suddenly changed direction downwards. When the Great Monument Palm Print appeared on the ground, the expected loud bang did not sound out, but only a light pop sound came out. Thundersnow, go go go, dot. Tang Tian bellowed out. Thundersnow's legs, which were deep in the ground, suddenly applied force, and the 2 Great Monument Palm Prints were like 2 glossy boards, sliding Tang Tian forward. Poo poo poo. The 7 blade auras barely brushed past Tang Tian's scalp, and cut into the ground behind him, leaving behind 7 black blade traces. Mozu did not think that Tang Tian would use this sort of method to avoid the blade auras. Thundersnow, who was stepping on the glossy boards, was extremely fast, sliding with it. The speed was to the point that it was difficult to catch with the naked eye. He was like lightning. The distance of the few meters was immediately closed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 249, Victory. Chapter 249, Victory. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by XRCO, Earl, Nitsuriako, and DeAndre. The fire-red blade suddenly enlarged in front of Tang Tian, and he immediately shouted out, Thundersnow. Thundersnow immediately understood Tang Tian's thoughts, spreading out both of his arms and suddenly closing them. The 2 Great Monument Palm boards formed together in front of him, like a stump meant to bang down city gates. It rigidly crashed into the fire-red blade. Mozu's face immediately changed. He could never think that the opponent would use such an outrageous method to attack his blade. Bang! A gigantic force crashed into the blade. The originally properly sustained with true power blade immediately lost control, as layers of the blade auras exploded out in all directions, like when a hornet nest explodes and all the hornets fly out. It was like a big firework. Mozu, who was preparing to initiate a killing technique, cursed out. The true power in his body was in a mess, and his entire being could not move. A snarl suddenly came into his ears. Thundersnow! Without a warning, a blue figure suddenly shot out. Coral's chin received a bang, and the powerful force immediately caused it to fly into the sky. Although Mozu's head was protected by the mechanical weapon, but under the powerful force, his brain was shaken too. Not good. Mozu was more professional at being a mechanical martial artist. Without thinking, he knew what situation he would end up in. But that move from Tang Tian caused all the true power in his body to go in turmoil, and was in a mess currently. Upon losing control of true power, to a mechanical martial artist, that was to lose. Bang! On his back he felt a powerful strike. If not for the protection of the mechanical weapon, Mozu's back would have been gone too. Coral became a streak of red light in the air, ruthlessly penetrating into the ground. Countless amounts of rubble flew out, and inside the shallow hole that was covered in cracks, Coral laid there, not moving. The entire big street was deadly quiet. A gust of wind blew. Thundersnow, who was in the air, all the broken parts on its body made clanking noises with the wind, and on the quiet street, everyone could hear it crisp and clear. Coral Fish was a known personality in the whole Mo family. Other than Fearless Tower, he was the strongest mechanical martial artist. But this so-called strongest martial artist actually lost to a nameless hero. Most of the spectators were disciples of the Mo family, and they clearly knew Mozu's strength. Coral was the strongest mechanical weapon after Fearless Tower, and they had spent an entire 30 million star coins on it. But this mechanical weapon was actually beaten to a pulp by another mechanical weapon that was so broken down, it looked like it would collapse any moment. All the disciples were watching with anger. This was Ink City, and the exchange competition was round the corner. How could the Mo family endure the humiliation here? Some of the more brazen disciples, with their pale faces, stepped out of the crowd, and the previously quiet street quickly had 20 more mechanical weapons on scene. At the distant attic, Mr. Zhang, who was originally shocked by Tang Tian's performance, let out a laugh. That is an aristocratic family. How can they be called one if they are not tyrannical? Lu Yaji watched quietly, his gaze was tightly fixed on the broken-down mechanical weapon. That mechanical weapon, other than its sorry look, and could only sustain 5th level of true power, truthfully, with these functions, it could not compare to King Kong at all. But that succession of outrageous movements earlier caused his heart to tremble. That mechanical weapon was extremely nimble. There was actually such a nimble mechanical weapon in the world. Comparing it, although his King Kong was extremely powerful, but it was also very clumsy. A shiver went down his back, such a terrifying dexterity, and adding on attack styles that came from the sky. If he fought against it, would he have the chance to win? He was not sure. It was different from the mechanical weapon he met previously. That mysterious mechanical weapon functions were unmatched, and the mechanical martial artist's strength was extremely profound, such a perfect combination. That absolute power made Lu Yaji not want to fight him at all. Other than the nimbleness of the mechanical weapon in sight, there were no other good aspects, but that mechanical martial artist was someone who used flight as an advantage as well, a not perfected combination, but was unexpectedly well coordinated, and was unexpectedly hard to deal with. That made Lu Yaji's face to become very ugly. Where did that person come from? Suddenly, a cold voice sounded out from behind the disciples. Everyone retreat. All the disciples of the Mo family shivered, as they turned and saw a farmer-looking middle-aged person with his dark face appearing on the road. Grandmaster Lang. All the disciples instantly greeted. All the people sucked in cold breaths, as they all froze upon seeing this shabby-looking person. In Ink City, to be hailed as Grandmaster Lang, there was only one person. And that was Mo Lang, the Mo family's Machine Grandmaster Engineer. The title of Machine Grandmaster Engineer was not so easily attained. In the entire Heavens Road, those that were hailed as Machine Grandmaster Engineers could be counted on one's fingers, and all of them were the peak people of the mechanic techniques domain. Mo family had the ability to host the biannual Horizon Exchange event because they had a Machine Grandmaster Engineer with them. This was the first time for many people to see Mo Lang. As though Mo Lang did not hear their greetings, giving his cold shoulder to the disciples, he walked straight to Tang Tian and asked, "Who created this mechanic weapon?" Tang Tian pointed to the courtyard door. "She is inside." Without saying anything else, he turned and headed straight inside the courtyard, without caring about Tang Tian. But Tang Tian had already guessed who he was from the greetings, and immediately guessed his identity. His mind was roused. He had fought for so long, wasn't it to attract the higher-ups of the Mo family to appear? A mechanical Grandmaster Engineer, he should have enough power. Tang Tian ran straight to the courtyard. All of the disciples looked at each other for a long time. They did not know what to do. "Bring Ziyu back, see if he has suffered any serious injuries." A cold voice sounded out from behind them. All of their faces turned pale. It was the Patriarch, Mo Tian walked past all of them with a cold expression, causing them to freeze in place, not daring to move 1 inch. The power of the Patriarch, outsiders could never understand it. Mo Tian entered the courtyard, and a few cold martial artists stood guard outside. These few martial artists had a dangerous and strong chi aura. All of them were heaven grade. To a wealthy mechanical aristocratic family, hiring a few strong martial artists was very normal. When Mo Tian appeared, Lu Yaji and Mr. Zhang's face changed immediately. They looked at each other, and ominous premonition rose in their hearts. Especially Mr. Zhang, he boasted of his wisdom, everything that he said was all big words, and gazing down, everything that happened was like a slap in his face, causing his face color to be a mix of red and green. Lu Yaji did not have the heart to mock him. With the incident that happened previously with the mysterious mechanical weapon, it had already made the elders group lose trust in him. If this task had another mistake, then his days in the organization would be numbered. To the organization, this task was extremely important. What do we do now? Lu Yaji asked in a soft voice. He was not an expert with regards to crafty plans. Mr. Zhang quickly calmed down. A fierce look flashed past his face. He replied, "Wait for the people of the Mo family to leave." He did a beheading head-hand gesture, causing Lu Yaji's heart to shiver. Having second thoughts, but feeling that it was the most simple and effective method, as long as they got rid of the two people, the opponent would not be able to stop what was to come. But if the Mo family knew it was them, then they would have no way out. His gaze swept across the few people outside the courtyard. All of them were Heaven Road grade martial artists. He had no fear. Let Mu Zi do it, Mr. Zhang said. His movements are minute. Lu Yaji hesitated for a while and had no reaction. He was right, King Kong was too striking. If they fought, his name would be known. Mu Zi. Lu Yaji thought of the person. His heart could not help but shiver. No one dared to provoke Mu Zi. He was a dangerous person in the organization. He was a strong martial artist on the Heaven Road list, and to defeat a few Heaven Road grade martial artists, it was extremely easy. I'll head over first. A fierce look flashed across Mr. Zhang's eyes. Lu Yaji was shocked. Mo Tian and Mo Lang are still there. What is more intimidating than to kill the two fighters in front of them? Mr. Zhang said coldly. I thought it through. We were previously too gentle with our methods, and that is my mistake. We should not have given the Mo family the time to hesitate. We need them to know, whatever dog-shit aristocratic family they are still just ants. In this world, there are many things bigger than them. We are definitely stronger than them. Lu Yaji could not rebuke after hearing that, as he watched Mr. Zhang disappear down the stairs. Tang Tian stood by the side quietly, with Thundersnow standing there, letting Mo Ling time and time again touch here and there. Sai Lei stood to the side, her expression was anxious. He was a famous figure which was her target in the past. Please don't be like this. Thundersnow weeping in weak protest transmitted to Tang Tian's heart, and he immediately consoled it. Be good, let him touch for a while, you won't lose out. Mo Wei Tian looked at Tang Tian interestingly. Mo Lang was on the mechanical weapon and made him relaxed. He was more interested in Tang Tian. From that battle, he had seen everything. To him, Mo Ziyu did not make any mistakes, on the contrary, he was extremely careful, and did not expose any loopholes. But the fighting style of the opponent was definitely against conventional reasoning, and thus forcibly made an opportunity for himself. To many people, Mo Ziyu lost with injustice. But Mo Wei Tian did not see it that way. This person in front of him was someone who did not follow the conventional ways of fighting, and caused his eyes to light up. He believed that Tang Tian would win even easier if Tang Tian and Mo Ziyu fought again. To him, the chances of a standard mechanical martial artist winning against an opponent like Tang Tian was extremely small. Mo Wei Tian was not as specialized as Mo Lang towards mechanical weapons, but as the Mo family patriarch, he was far-sighted and had foresight, and was able to stand at an even higher angle to attack a problem. This type of fighting style that broke the rules of fighting was extremely outstanding, and required an even higher requirement from mechanical weapons. Ordinary mechanical weapons were not able to become so nimble. Now that the mechanical weapons were bigger and bigger, 3M or 4M tall mechanical weapons were frequently seen. To everyone's knowledge, mechanical weapons were thick and sturdy, clumsy, strong and had good defensive properties. This was his first time encountering such an elaborated mechanical weapon. Just at this time, Mo Lang stopped moving, and frowned. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 250, it is called a mechanical spirit weapon. Chapter 250, it is called a mechanical spirit weapon. Translated by Buns. Edited by XRCO, Earl, Nitsuriako, and DeAndre. Why did you use such terrible materials? Mo Lang's tone of voice was filled with displease. Anger surfaced in his eyes. To him, such an outstanding design, how could it use such terrible materials? Sai Lei explained, consideration of manufacturing costs. Thundersnow's manufacturing cost is 4.5 million star coins, and the most bulk of it, our black gold, is worth 2.5 million, all the other materials cost about 2 million. To protect their secret, Sai Lei termed Corvus gold as black gold, with just a different name. Many people had difficulty guessing it out. 2 million star coins? Mo Lang immediately touched his beard and widened his eyes. You actually used only 2 million star coins to create the body of a mechanical weapon. Mo Wei Tian's attention was attracted to the term black gold Sai Lei used. What is black gold? A metal that can replace the spirit jade. Sai Lei was already waiting for it. Spirit jade. Mo Lang was immediately attracted to Sai Lei's words, a bright essence immediately filling his eyes. Does this mechanical weapon have a martial spirit? Your eyes are powerful. Sai Lei praised Mo Lang in one sentence. She knew how to converse properly with Grandmaster Mo Lang, and spoke frankly with assurance. I have always been thinking, how could I create a real strong mechanical weapon? The current generation of mechanical weapons, compared to the era of the three great armies, has declined for so long. Our current mechanical weapons, compared to the Southern Cross generation's mechanical weapons, are so far apart. Why? These words pierced Mo Lang's heart. He was hailed as a machine grandmaster engineer, and was completely aware of the decline of mechanical weapons, and it was an all-rounded decline. Every machine engineer shouted out that they wanted to revive the mechanical technique, but until now, they had not seen any signs of the revival of mechanical techniques, other than the ugly blood meridian's weapons. Because the era is different. In the era of the three great armies, the martial techniques system were vague and indistinct. The understanding of martial spirits were merely scratching the surface. By borrowing the power of machines, it exponentially increased the power of people. But currently, the growth of martial technique systems is at its peak. The study and research of martial spirits are increasing every day. Everyone is practicing and cultivating, and have become even more capable and have more progress, and are diving deeper into power. What about us machine engineers? We only harp and keep onto old things, but glorious past, we're all in the past, and have no connection to us. Only the future and the present is ours to change. But a passionate fire was burning in Sai Lei's eyes, like a dancing blaze. So for our era, what kind of mechanical weapon do we need? Everyone will say it should be strong, but what kind of mechanical weapon is a strong mechanical weapon? My understanding is, a sufficiently intellectual mechanical weapon, a smart tool, will always be more welcomed by a strong tool. Mechanical weapons are not tools. Mo Lang retorted with displeasure. Sai Lei did not wish to bicker with Mo Lang about that, and directly asked, why? Because the current martial techniques are too strong. With all the different types of martial techniques, they are able to satisfy the demands of the people. If the power is not enough, there are star treasures. So what can our mechanical weapons have to compete? My understanding is to aid in training and cultivation, to aid in fighting. We can increase the power of releasing true power. We can let martial artists use martial techniques they have never learned before, but all of it requires the mechanical weapon to be sufficiently intelligent enough, to be deft enough. If not, in this era that the martial techniques are flourishing, mechanical weapons do not have any space to exist. Pa. Mo Tian could not help but clap his hands, and praise, after so many years, that is the most insightful exposition I have ever heard. With that exposition, you can already be hailed as a grandmaster. Sai Lei was not the least bit modest. She raised her delicate and beautiful face, along with a thread of pride. I already am a grandmaster. Mo Tian and Mo Lang trembled. The meaning those words carried caused the both of them to ponder. Mo Tian's eyes flickered, but laughed. Seems like the two of you came here prepared. I think that the reason you two are here is not to speak to us about your expositions. Sai Lei blatantly replied, that's right, I am here to market the black gold to the Mo family. Mo Tian was taken aback. He did not think that they would actually be here to market the black gold. He muttered, young lady, Sai Lei's exposition is marvelous. Thundersnow is very strong, but our Mo family does not know about this technique. Sai Lei continued generously, of course, I have prepared the Thundersnow design plans to sell to the Mo family as well. Both Mo Tian and Mo Lang shuddered, as they looked at each other. Mo Tian immediately understood Mo Lang's eye language. Do not hesitate to buy it all. But Mo Tian was well versed in doing business, without a change in emotions. Of course, we would wish to have Thundersnow's designs. Sai Lei suddenly cut into Mo Tian's words. In our hands we have roughly 5 billion worth of black gold, and for Thundersnow design plans, we are not stopping at your family. We will be selling it to the Zheng family, the Bronze Tribe, Iron Mist City, Fornex Constellation, and the other families. Mo Tian's eyes twitched. The Zheng family was Zhang Jimo's family, and the other families were also famous powers who dealt with mechanical techniques. We came to the Mo family first, because we have sincerity towards you. If you raise the manufacturing cost of Thundersnow to 6 million star coins, then Thundersnow's battle prowess will greatly increase. The perfect Thundersnow design plan is meant for 6th level martial artists to use. With our black gold, you can create 1,000 sets of Thundersnow. 1,000 sets of Thundersnow, that number caused Mo Tian and Mo Lang to suck in cold air. Mo Tian was firm, and without wavering he instantly said, the 5 billion worth of black gold, we want all of it. Tang, Tian and Sai Lei looked at each other, both of them going wild with joy. For the Thundersnow design plans, I will ask for 200 million. Mo Tian said decisively. Sai Lei was stunned. She initially only wanted 10 million star coins for the Thundersnow design plans. Although her plans were outstanding, the route for the martial spirits was still very new. But as long as her mechanical weapons entered the market, very quickly there would be imitations that would appear. To mechanical grandmaster engineers, those low-end techniques were just a thin layer of competitors. But I have a request. Mo Tian sat upright. I need 1 year of time. In that 1 year, you cannot sell this in any aspect to the other powers. Sai Lei and Tang Tian suddenly realized Mo Tian was thinking of swallowing everything, to seize the moment. Do not look down on the duration of 1 year. Mo Lang, who was a machine grandmaster engineer in the Mo family, if he had Sai Lei's mechanical techniques, they could completely release their own brand new mechanical weapons. 200 million for 1 year of time, even for Sai Lei, she had to admit with respect towards Mo Wei Tian's resolution. Okay. Sai Lei agreed. 5.2 billion star coins. To Tang, Tian and Sai Lei, that was a huge paycheck, enough for them to buy a remote planet. Tang, Tian and Sai Lei were utterly speechless on the Mo family's robust financial resources. 5.2 billion star coins without blinking an eye, it was a huge sum of money. With the agreement, regardless of Tang, Tian and Sai Lei or Mo Wei Tian and Mo Lang, all of them exposed happy smiles. Mo Wei Tian could tell that Sai Lei and Tang Tian were not planning on mass selling when they approached them about the black gold. Mo Lang was revolving around Thundersnow, he was enchanted by Thundersnow. Now knowing that Thundersnow had a martial spirit, he could see more worth in it. In his heart, he was secretly surprised. Sai Lei herself claimed that she was also a grandmaster. He did not believe her initially, but now, he did not doubt it at all. You do not plan to do business in making mechanical weapons? Mo Wei Tian glanced at Sai Lei. If they wanted to start a business on producing mechanical weapons, they definitely would not sell the black gold. Sai Lei shook her head. We are not interested in doing any business. Mo Wei Tian did not ask any further. Many machine grandmaster engineers were all addicted to research and development, and were not interested in the business world. He decided to change the topic. This brand new type of mechanical weapons is completely different from the old mechanical weapons, why not give it a new name too? Sai Lei thought for a while, and said, why not call them mechanical spirit weapons? Mechanical spirit weapons, mechanical spirit weapons. Mo Lang repeated the name, nodding in his head in approval. That name is very fitting. Mo Wei Tian clapped his hands. Good. Mechanical spirit weapons. That is a good name. Suddenly, a few sounds came from outside the door, and everyone's face changed. Tang Tian immediately appeared beside Sai Lei, pushing her to his back for protection. Creak. The door of the warehouse opened. Amidst the strong light that came in, a figure slowly walked towards them. Mo Wei Tian's expression became very bad. The guards outside were hired by using a large sum of money, and in such a short time, they were actually beaten by this one person, whose strength was unknown. Upon seeing the incoming person's appearance, Tang Tian was shocked. The person's entire body had dense grass covering all over him, bundled up tightly, exposing only his ruthless-looking eyes. Scarecrow, Muzi. Mo Wei Tian was shocked, his face exposing panic, face color becoming pale white. Mo family patriarch has good eye. The sharp voice came out from within the grass. The thick abundance of grass, covering his entire body, actually looked like hair. Relax, I won't kill you. Scarecrow's green eyes landed on Tang Tian and Sai Lei, and said casually, I want to kill those two. Mo Wei Tian was stunned, but he was very sharp, and immediately guessed. You're from the blood weapons group? Knowing too much is not good for the patriarch. Scarecrow slowly warned him. This is Ink City. You dare to kill my guests in front of me. Very good, is this how the blood weapons group works? Mo Wei Tian's was very dark. That is right, this is how the blood weapons group works. Scarecrow did not bother, as the dense grass fluttered with the wind. Mo Wei Tian's face changed. Scarecrow was completely ignoring him. This was basically killing the chicken to warn the monkey. You look so weird. Just as Mo Wei Tian was racking his brain thinking of how to protect the two persons, Tang Tian spoke out without thinking, causing him to freeze. Asshole, at this time, you actually dare to aggravate the opponent. Scarecrow Muzi, Heaven Road list ranked 9856, or was it 9853? Tang Tian rubbed his forehead, his face drawing a confused look. Scarecrow was stunned, his steps stopped in place. The opponent knows him. Scarecrow instantly raised his head and looked at Tang Tian. That puzzled look on his face showed no signs of fear. His pupils instantly dilated. Just at this moment, Tang Tian laughed out loud, exposing his straight set of white teeth, and said without thinking. After defeating you, my ranking will probably increase. So badass XD. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 251, Muzi's Shock. Chapter 251, Muzi's Shock. Translated by YX. Edited by XRCO, Earl, Nitsuriako, and DeAndre. Mo Wei Tian and Mo Lang stood dumbfounded. There were very few mechanical martial artists who made it to the Heaven's Road list. Mo Wei Tian knew that everyone on the list came from a strong family background. The list definitely did not include the teenager who stood right in front of him. This scoundrel. What a courageous tone. Scarecrow grinned as his body swayed along with the wind. Scarecrow ranked 9854 on the Heaven Road. He opened his palm, which was covered in thick layers of dry grass. Within a patch of soft dark green foliage, the individual blades of grass straightened, exuding a metallic ring as their tips flickered. Scarecrow stood motionless. Several straightened needle-like grass blades flowed quietly towards Tang Tian. Tang Tian wielded his bleeding cat blade scythe and unleashed a soft slash-like motion. A cold breeze blew across the landscape as the grass blades shattered into finer pieces, slowly drifting till they landed on the floor. Tang Tian heightened his senses further. He was shocked that the seemingly soft grass blades were as hard as steel. So you do have a skill or two. Scarecrow let out a soft smile, no wonder the arrogance. His palms, like the seaweeds dwelling beneath the water, flowed smoothly as more grass blades floated down from his palms. He raised his finger slowly at Tang Tian and whispered, "Go for it." Hiss. 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 The sharp shrill pierced through the air incessantly as a line of fine grass blades launched straight at Tang Tian. Tang Tian was prepared to dodge the oncoming attack. But Sai Lei was standing right behind him and the fire scythe ghost claw he was wielding was not suitable for defense. In the moment of desperation, Tang Tian thought of an idea. A simple and unadorned shield magically appeared in Tang Tian's hand. It was the Blood Rush Shield. Tang Tian waved his shield frantically, trying to shield Sai Lei and him from the grass blades. Though he was not proficient in shield martial techniques, his reflexes were swift. Ding! 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 The grass blades showered onto Tang Tian and thundered into the Blood Rush Shield, giving out an ear-piercing shrill. Tang Tian was astonished at not just the strength of the grass blades, but also their power. Scarecrow was initially worried when he saw Tang Tian holding up the shield, but the feeling soon dissipated. Using a shield to protect yourself against Grass Needle? What wishful thinking! Grass Needle was a 6th-ranked Wood Element martial technique. Wood Element martial techniques were split mainly into two types. The first was the medical martial technique and the other was combat martial technique, which emphasized on killing and injuring the opponents. The Wood medical martial technique required attention to details while the Wood combat martial techniques were an intriguing combination of skills. With a wave of his hand, Scarecrow changed the attack formation using the grass blades. The blades swirled from Tang Tian's side and began to fire at his rear. Tang Tian was caught by the surprise attack. Sai Lei was now in the line of attack. Cover your head and duck down. Tang Tian cried out to Sai Lei as Sai Lei, with a face drained pale due to the initial shock, frantically ducked down. Once Sai Lei ducked down, it reduced Tang Tian's areas to focus on defensively. The grass blades engulfed the sky. Tang Tian, who was wielding the Blood Rush Shield, was so strong defensively that he was able to shield Sai Lei and himself from the onslaught. Ding! 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 The hair-raising metallic screech of needles scrapping onto the Tang Tian's shield was incessant. Scarecrow was surprised. Though the power of the grass blades were not enormous, it was not small either, almost similar to the 5th-ranked Flying Needle's true power. But the combined power of the thousands of grass blades should have felled any opponents. Yet, Tang Tian had the strength to fend off these attacks without ever lowering his shield and without taking a breather. What strength he possessed! Scarecrow's eyes brightened. He was impressed by Tang Tian's enormous strength. Scarecrow secretly twitched his finger. With that motion, his inner strength was quietly transferred and infused with a few grass blades, which created a greenish-blue layer covering their surface. The blades floated down from his body and combined with the other grass blades that were surrounding him. Tang Tian, who was still wielding his shield for protection, suddenly had a feeling in his heart. Before Tang Tian could react, several grass blades that were shot at him were not sticking onto his shield. These grass blades started to break down, releasing a green liquid which stuck onto the surface of the shield. Tang Tian could feel that his shield grew heavy, and it was now much more sluggish when he wielded it. Not good. Suddenly, thousands of fine threads started to stick out from the green liquid that was stuck on Tang Tian's shield and started to link up with the thousands of needle-like grass blades that were floating around. Though the force of the individual flying grass blade was not strong, but its sheer numbers, when combined together, created a much stronger force. If it was not for Tang Tian's natural godlike strength, he would have been beaten by the combined force of the grass blades. Furthermore, these grass blades had minds on their own, launching sneak attacks on Tang Tian when he was not looking. Tang Tian was in peril. Ding ding ding, several of the grass blades managed to slip past Tang Tian's shield defensive parameter, piercing deeply into the floor inches away from Sai Lei's feet. As Sai Lei looked at the tiny holes caused by the grass blades, her face immediately turned pale and her mind turned blank. I have just discovered a sea of star coins. I don't want to die. I must not die. Sai Lei was shivering as she took out from the Aquarius Marshall cabinet 3 metallic spheres that were shaped like walnuts, displaying shiny rays of light. Eh? What is that? The entire warehouse was under the control of Scarecrow. Any details happening inside the warehouse could not escape his view. The 3 spheres caught his attention. The 3 rolling spheres suddenly exploded, turning into 3 mini mechanical beasts. They were a bronze squirrel, a bronze turtle, and a bronze mountain goat. All 3 beasts were very minute, only the size of a person's palm, and their bodies were covered in elaborate and delicate bronze platings. Initially, the 3 beasts were puzzled, looking at each other after being summoned. After getting used to their environment, they all turned their heads towards Scarecrow. Rays of faint light suddenly lit up from the eyes of all 3 beasts. The bronze goat leaned his body forward as the bronze squirrel jumped onto the bronze goat's back. The bronze goat then picked up the bronze turtle, and with rays of light emitting from its eyes, lowered its head and started charging towards Scarecrow. Mechanical beasts? Scarecrow nearly let out a chuckle. Such small mechanical beasts, what use would they be in this fight? It was probably the little lady's toys. Only small kids would spend their time on such flashy but insignificant things. Scarecrow was amused. He pointed his finger at the beasts as a line of grass blades flew towards them with a blaring hissing noise. A ray of light emitted from the mountain goat's eyes as his hoofs started brighten up, shooting out rays of bright lights. Its speed suddenly increased exponentially, dodging the line of grass blades aimed at them. As its hoofs grew brighter, its speed also increased. Scarecrow was caught by surprise. To be able to dodge his rain of grass blades, it seemed like the beasts summoned were more than meets the eye. Scarecrow held up his fingers as if they were bullets. Suddenly, the grass blades floating around in the warehouse started to form into clumps and began launching towards the mountain goat at all angles. The mountain goat did not seem like it was planning to dodge the needle-like grass blades, and it increases its speed even more. So fast. Scarecrow was shocked when he saw the mountain goat. Like a ray of light, it sped even faster towards him while dodging 2 barrages of grass blades. But Scarecrow's grass blades had covered most of the areas in the warehouse. Even with increased swiftness, the mountain goat was not able to dodge the next wave of grass blades. You guys cannot escape. Scarecrow, who was proud of himself for managing to trap the mountain goat in his attack, suddenly froze. The bronze squirrel, which was holding tightly onto the horns of the mountain goat, swung its big tail forward, opening it up to become a bronze umbrella that helped shield them from the grass blades. Ding ding ding. Sparks flew as the grass blades pummeled onto the bronze umbrella. Then, the bronze squirrel opened its mouth wide while staring straight down at Scarecrow. The sound of metals striking metals had dissipated. The beasts managed to power through the rain of grass blades. On the back of the mountain goat, the mouth of the bronze squirrel remained gaping wide. The squirrel stared at its damaged tail and dazed. How was that possible? Scarecrow also looked in daze. The bronze turtle that the mountain goat was holding in its mouth started to emit a faint radiance. The galloping mountain goat then spit the turtle out from its mouth, propelling it upwards as the goat also leaped into the air with its eyes blazing with bright rays of light. In mid-air, the goat's front left hoof started to shimmer as it gave the turtle a forceful kick. Ping! Just like the sound when a metal strikes another metal. The bronze turtle disappeared. In the sea of grass blades that were still floating around, an arrow of light appeared right in front of Scarecrow. Scarecrow was left dumbfounded. He had never seen such a strange mechanical beast in his life before. Out of nowhere, the bronze turtle, who had a green aura surrounding its body, appeared in front of Scarecrow. Scarecrow placed his hands together with a swift force. The grass blades sticking out from his body started to grow rapidly, forming a thick layer of grass patch in front of him like a shield. Boom! The bronze turtle hit the grass patch with a tremendous force. Scarecrow groaned in pain as he took a few steps backwards from absorbing the force. His chest was injured. He nearly underestimated the likes of Sai Lei. Such a mechanical martial artist always seemed to have bizarre weapons hidden under their sleeves. But that was all. The killer instinct could be seen in Scarecrow's eyes. He was determined to thrash the bronze beasts to bits. He suddenly opened up his palms. A storm of grass blades started to envelope the 3 bronze beasts. The gust from the grass blades nearly blew the beasts of their feet. After the initial attack, the beasts seemed to have exhausted most of their energy. Grass blade hurricane. The end was near for the 3 bronze beasts after this attack. At this moment, Scarecrow felt an evil omen transpiring. Tian, which was surrounded by the grass blades, suddenly let out an aura of that Scarecrow felt was of extreme danger to him. Scarecrow skipped a beat as he raised his head up to look at Tian. Beneath the shadow among the grass blades, Tian was smiling at Scarecrow. Could it be? Scarecrow could felt another bad omen, but different from the first. His eyes widened and his face grew pale. Sha 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 sha. Suddenly, four identical Tang Tian appeared right in front of him. The four Tang Tian dispersed and launched themselves towards Scarecrow from every direction. This is... Scarecrow was worried as all four Tang Tian started to charge towards him with ferocity. At this moment, the four identical-looking Tang Tian disappeared into thin air. 1,000 crane clones converging slay. In the blink of an eye, Tang Tian, who turned demon-like, appeared right in front of Scarecrow. Not good. Scarecrow did not have time to react to his attack. Tang Tian wielded his shield and struck straight at Scarecrow with an earth-shattering force. The force felt like a charging star spirit beast, with a tremendous amount of strength and piercing force, striking his body, with pain surging through his entire body. His body was lifted up. Before he lost his consciousness, Scarecrow's last image was of a shadowy figure wielding a shield. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 252, The Gains of Victory. Chapter 252, The Gains of Victory. Translated by YX. Edited by XRCO, Earl, Nitsuriako, and DeAndre. Bang! A flash of a green shadow flew past and crashed into the wall with a loud thud. A countless amount of cracks appeared and were spreading across his body. The impact also caused the walls to shatter. The sight of it was magnificent. The green from the grass liquid and the red from his flesh blood splattered across the entire wall. Tang Tian panted coarsely. The 1,000 crane clones converging slay coupled with the explosive burst was almost more than he could handle, and he could only hold himself there gasping for breath. The warehouse was in a mess. The floor, pillars and walls were all covered by minute needles. The sight of it was terrifying. Even Sai Lei's body was covered in tiny holes. Mo Wei Tian and Mo Lang stood dumbfounded as they saw Scarecrow's body hanging lifelessly among the cracks on the wall. He. Mo Wei Tian felt that his tongue was numb. He is dead. Tang Tian panted coarsely again while keeping his blood rush shield. Fortunately he had the shield on hand, if not, he would have been in deep trouble. The fireside ghost claw was sharp and it was powerful, but this mechanical weapon was not suitable for defense. Tang Tian regretted that he did not strike Scarecrow immediately when he appeared, even allowing Scarecrow to converse with him. Had he struck him early, they would not have ended in such a state. He did not know that the force of impact on Mo Wei Tian and the rest was very powerful. Scarecrow was one of the strongest fighters on the Heaven's Road list. Though the Mo family was hailed as the mechanic aristocratic family, they were nothing but troublemakers and they did not possess a single Heaven's Road list fighter, only members who had similar names to those fighters on the list. Whenever the Mo family needed help, they would seek help from others. Those that would reach out to help them did it as only a sign of respect. The aristocratic clans sounded well regarded. But to the millions and millions of stars on the Heaven Road, there were countless other aristocratic clans. But for the Heaven Road list martial artists, they are the first 10,000 on the Heaven's Road list. In Mo Wei Tian's eyes, fighters on the Heaven Road list were highly regarded. That was why when Scarecrow appeared, one can well imagine that Mo Wei Tian was shocked. But to witness the demise of a Heaven's Road list fighter in front of them, he was left bewildered. As Tang Tian absorbed the experience of what had transpired over the battle, he looked down at Sai Lei and felt at peace since she was not injured. He then remembered the 3 bronze beasts that were summoned. The 3 bronze beasts' credits did not go unnoticed after their victorious win. The bronze mountain goat was there dragging his hoofs and the bronze squirrel looked in amazement at the damage sustained by his big tail. The bronze turtle slowly crawled his way out from a thick pile of grass. Suddenly, Yaha appeared out of the blue and started charging towards the 3 bronze beasts. The mountain goat turned his body around, arched his back, and lowered its horns as it prepared its battle stance. The squirrel shifted its attention towards Yaya. But once he saw Yaya, it then stared in astonishment. And the turtle slowly made his way out of the grass pile. Yaya kept moving the small flag that was placed on his but while letting out squeaking sound repeatedly. Using its small hand, Yaya kept gesticulating. Yaya! Sai Lai shouted in amazement. She had recovered from the shock during the battle with Scarecrow. Hearing Sai Lai shouts, Yaya turned its head towards Sai Lai and began charging towards her. The small flag on her but kept waving back and forth as it ran. Tang Tian pointed at the 3 bronze beasts and asked Sai Lai, "What are these 3 beasts?" "Mechanical beasts." Sai Lai replied as she kept kneading and pinching Yaya's cheeks. "They are mechanical beasts that are infused with martial spirits." "Can't you tell?" Tang Tian was astonished. Even mechanical beast can have martial spirit in them? "Why not?" Sai Lai replied. After witnessing the battle performance of the three beasts, Sai Lei was proud of her creation. How are they? Not too shabby, right? That time I was bored and had the time to come out with these creations. Mountain Goat is the smartest but loves combat. Turtle was the laziest and Squirrel was always bewildered. Since I am alone most of the time, having the companionship of these three beasts could soothe my boredom. Mo Lang listened intently at Sai Lei and could not resist to reply, this type of mechanical beast is far superior to the average mechanical beasts. They are definitely able to beat the current generation of mechanical beasts. Sai Lei replied proudly, of course. Sai Lei's goal is to become the world's greatest machine engineer. She suddenly realized it was Mo Lang Grandmaster who was talking to her. It's all over. How could she have sputtered those claims with such arrogance in front of a Grandmaster? It was all Tang Tian's fault. She blamed it on Tang Tian's influence after being with him for so long. Tang Tian did not know that Sai Lei was secretly berating him for her misstep. He had just brought Scarecrow down from the wall. Scarecrow's silver Aquarius cabinet was smaller than the one Tang Tian had. Inside the cabinet was a mess. Tang Tian did not look closely what was inside the cabinet as his attention was fixated on another item that was on Scarecrow. It was a silver medal that was engraved with the word Pictor. Tang Tian recognized this drawing. It was the Pictor constellation. Tang Tian held onto the silver tightly and infused true power into it. A smile soon appeared on his face. Scrawled silver hand. It was a silver treasure from Pictor constellation. When Tang Tian infused true power into the silver metal, his entire true power seemed much easier to control. It allowed him to use his true power in ways he previously was not able to do. The silver metal seemed to be hiding an invisible hand that allowed for unrestrained control over true power. No wonder Scarecrow was able to control the grass blades and also complicated transformation of the true power. It was all due to the scrawled silver hand. The only weakness was that the metal required true power infused into it before it could work. There's no doubt of the functionality of the scrawled silver hand, but during normal training, it was of no use since it would make one overly reliant on it. Just after wielding it for a short while, Tang Tian was already attracted to its power. But Tang Tian was quick to recover to his senses and was aware of the dangers accompanied with the scrawled silver hand. Never did I think that, little brother is also a Heaven Road grade martial artist. I apologize for disrespecting you. Mo Wei Tian apologized. You are too polite. Tang Tian beamed at the compliment showered on him. Mo Wei Tian felt eased and was amazed as it was his first time meeting a fighter featured in the Heaven Road list. Furthermore, Tang Tian was of such young age. His future was bright. Mo Wei Tian's mind was instantly stirred. Mechanic aristocratic clans had enormous financial resources, their popularity were low, which made them unable to attract fighters from the Heaven Road list. After all, the Mo family mechanical technique did not fall too far behind and were hailed as the aristocratic clan. But when compared to the entire Heaven Road, they were of no match to the more superior fighters that were out there. Mechanics was a small circle. But to be able to control the Mo family, Mo Wei Tian was naturally not a simple man. The mechanical spirit weapon could one day transform the awkward situation that the mechanic technique was suffering from. The combination of a machine grandmaster engineer brimming with talent and a fighter from the Heaven Road list was formidable. Reminiscing the battle just now. Mo Wei Tian was astonished when he realized it was the immature-looking youth that took on the leadership role during the phases of the fights. Sai Lei did not mass-produce mechanic spirits, hence there was no conflict between Mo family and her. Mo Wei Tian was already starting to ponder how to make it up to Sai Lei and Tang Tian. The first thing he thought of was money. Since before the fight with Scarecrow, Mo Wei Tian felt that both of them was lacking in money. Though the Mo family influence was weak due to its presence in the mechanic aristocratic clan, but they had a formidable strength, which was that they had loads of money. Mechanic aristocrat clans had various connections to sources of resources. Even though the combat power of their mechanical beasts was low, they had a knack at mining resources. Though the clan did sell mechanical weapons, they made little money from it since it was mainly used to maintain their reputation in the Heaven Road. The harvest of mineral resources was the actual reason why the mechanic aristocrat clan was wealthy. Mo Wei Tian was more than willing to offer generous amount of money to Tang Tian and Sai Lei as he could see the enormous potential that both of them possessed. But, how should I give it to them? Mo Wei Tian felt awkward even though he had cooperated with them just now and had reached an agreement. Only a little while had passed since then and he had already failed to come out with an excuse to give them the money. Had Tang Tian known what Mo Wei Tian was thinking of, Tang Tian would have dashed out to him with open palms. Unfortunately, Tang Tian did not know. Why did this guy wanted to pick a fight with us? Tang Tian pointed at the lifeless Scarecrow and asked. Mo Wei Tian did not hesitate, because he is one of the Blood Armor clan members. Mo Wei Tian explained to Tang Tian the full details of Blood Armor clan and their clan's objectives. Without a doubt, Mo Wei Tian was now completely siding with Tang Tian. This was because Blood Armor clan had rules that were much harsher than what Tang Tian's group had, and Tang Tian was also a fighter on the Heaven Road list. Losing Scarecrow was a great loss for Blood Armor clan, and the clan will definitely want to seek revenge for his death. For any clan, losing a fighter who was on the Heaven Road list is always a great loss. Mo Wei Tian then told Tang Tian of his concerns. Tang Tian told him that once he had successfully delivered the Corvus Gold, Tang Tian would return to the Three Spirit City. He would then continue his journey towards the Southern Cross Constellation in search of Shangwan Xianhui. Tang Tian believed that throughout their journey, there was no chance for them to cross paths with the Blood Armor clan. Tang Tian reminded Mo Wei Tian, they won't vent their anger on you guys instead, right? Mo Wei Tian let out a loud laughter, don't worry. Although the Mo family does not have Heaven Road list fighters, we are not easily bullied. Unless the Blood Weapons group is willing to risk everything. And their clan is also lacking financial resources. So if they were to pick a fight against us, they are bound to lose. Tang Tian was filled with envy. Listen to that heroic spirit Mo Wei Tian had. It sounds so much more impressive to use money to smash enemies to bits than to hack them to death. When can I reach that level of wealth? Tang Tian's eyes shimmered like star coins. Mo Wei Tian then said, please come to our residence to stay for 2 nights. The situation involving Ziyu and Mo Lu was Mo family's fault. Do allow us to make amends. Mo Lang replied, though we Mo family have some secret techniques used in our mechanical weapons, they are still no match to Miss Sai Lei's. But if Sai Lei is interested, she is welcome to browse over our weapons collection. Mo Wei Tian was surprised since Mo Lang seldom spoke. What an ingenious plan by Mo Lang. Sai Lei, after listening to Mo Lang's offer, was filled with joy. She turned her head slowly to look at Tang Tian, hoping to get his approval. Tang Tian smiled, sorry to disturb you then. No worries. Mo Wei Tian replied hastily as he beamed with happiness. Let's make our way back. Tang Tian lifted the dead scarecrow on his back. As he walked towards the door, he let out a chilling stare as his killer instinct acted up. He wanted to show the Blood Weapons group what he was capable of. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 253, Rich People. Chapter 253, Rich People. Translated by YX. Edited by XRCO, Earl, Nitsuriako, and DeAndre. When Tang Tian dragged the weird-looking freak out with grass all over him, Lu Yaji and Mr. Zhang's face changed, and both of them let out a cry of surprise together. Scarecrow! Senior Scarecrow! Mr. Zhang's face looked like he was dying, his lips kept trembling, like he had suffered a blow to his head. His whole world shifted, his blood surged, and his legs went soft. How could this happen? After a long time, his vision finally stabilized, however, he continued to see black spots, and he felt death lingering in his peripheral vision. His entire being was filled with one thought, I am done for. I am entirely done for. Scarecrow was someone whom the organization went through a lot to get, and he assumed a high-ranking position within the organization. If the mission was not pivotal for the organization, there would be no need to mobilize Scarecrow. The mission was a total failure, and he had a look of dejection while looking at the floor sadly. The mobilization of Scarecrow was raised by him, and he had to assume responsibility for the mission. He had to be responsible, and previous initiations were also raised by him. Similarly, they were failures as well, and instead, it brought Tang Tian and the Mo family closer. He had always been proud, and he thought that his intelligence was above others. Who would have expected this? When he thought about his punishment he was about to receive upon his return to the organization, he shivered, and fear struck him. When Tang Tian and the Mo family walked out of the shed in a row, the spectators in both light and dark quieted. Mo Wei Tian saw the guards who had collapsed at the doors of the shed, and turned livid. The guards were paid a high price, and yet, they were all defeated. To him, it was utter humiliation. Mo Wei Tian's fist was tightly clenched. Tang Tian walked to the wooden bar lined with Mo Lu's men, and with a sweep of his hand, everything dropped. They already saw that the patriarch was there. They were mere hooligans roaming the streets. Now, all their faces were drained of color, they were shaking like a leaf, and they had their heads down. Overhead, Mo Wei Tian laughed and said, how would Mr. Thunder deal with this man? Mo Lu was extremely frightened. You will never know someone unless you fight with him. Give them some credit. Let them go. Tang Tian waved his hand, unconcerned. Mo Wei Tian showed a look of awe and told Mo Lu, since Mr. Thunder has spoken for you, you do not have to die. Now get out of here. The men of Mo Lu who had barely escaped death ran away pathetically. Sai Lei was a little surprised. After all, Tang Tian did not come across as someone who was magnanimous. Wasn't he a vengeful person? At this moment, she saw Tang Tian tying Scarecrow up with a string. Was he trying to suspend Scarecrow with it? Sai Lei's heart skipped a beat. She hurriedly proclaimed, "What you are doing is not nice." Tang Tian did not even flinch. "What is so bad about what I'm doing? Are you trying to be humane? Stop dreaming. He better not appear in front of me, or else I will kill him." Sai Lei stopped talking. She thought, by killing one of their formidable adversaries, the other party will never back down when faced with such a huge loss. As for Tang Tian, he was a lunatic who would never cease to take revenge. Tang Tian turned to Mo Wei Tian suddenly and said, "Are you all scared?" A flash of menace passed in Mo Wei Tian's eye. He said, "Scared? A mere group that cannot even band properly like Blood Weapons Group dared to challenge us? If we were to swallow this, it would be a disgrace to our ancestors." He paused, and his face relaxed. This is a big world we live in. There are a lot of strong opponents and everyone loves star coins. I am prepared to spend 500 million, I am sure that is more than enough to create some trouble for him. 500 million. Tang Tian's eyes opened. How typical of the wealthy man. True enough, family background does go back a long way. Thinking about his spending of 25 million, and comparing that to Mo Wei Tian, it seemed like a meager amount. However, he immediately thought about Wu Guang. He said, "I know of someone who has been in the scene for a long time and his capabilities are undeniable." Mo Tian Wei was enlightened. He was about to spend 500 million to recruit assassins, but with Tang Tian's recommendation, it was obviously the better choice. He was not afraid of spending, but he knew that it would not help him get someone formidable. With Tang Tian's help, he could get his money's worth and at the same time, foster a better relationship with him. His background is indeed astounding. He hurriedly said, "It would be great to have your help, we can always negotiate on the price." Tang Tian said with a nod, "I will ask later." He raised the tied-up Scarecrow high up on a wooden bar. Scarecrow was facing the ground at first, and no one could see him clearly. Now that he was suspended in mid-air, everyone had a clear view of him. There were cries of surprise everywhere. "Scarecrow! It's the Scarecrow Muzi! A Heaven Roads list martial artist!" The spectators broke into a state of confusion. A Heaven Roads list martial artist was actually dead. The news was unsettling. Mechanical martial artists were a small group, but the Heaven Roads list martial artists were the cream of the crop. They were all placed on a pedestal and admired by all. The death of a Heaven Roads list martial artist was actually taking place. Everyone stared at it numbly, all in a state of confusion. When it came to Ink City, something like this happening was too much, the impact was too great. Who killed Scarecrow Muzi? For those who came out from their state of confusion, they were filled with one thought. Whoever had killed the Heaven Roads list martial artist had to be formidable as well. Everyone's attention turned to Tang Tian. Could it be that this 16, 17-year-old teen was a Heaven Roads list martial artist? That was simply unbelievable. Come to think of it, Thundersnow broke the record previously. Everyone then realized that yes, if he was not a Heaven Roads list martial artist, how could he achieve such splendid results? But on the other hand, Mr. Zhang, who had looked defeated, was instead struck dumb by the sight of Tang Tian raising Scarecrow's corpse. Mo Wei Tian stood at the side, without an attempt to stop anything. He was obviously not going to cooperate with anyone as this mission was a failure. He had lost the Heaven Roads list martial artist and had offended another. He had made an enemy out of the organization. He had subjected the organization to such humiliation in front of everyone. Mr. Zhang felt a sharp pain in his chest, coughed blood, and fainted. Lu Yazi let out a cry of surprise, "Mr. Zhang, Mr. Zhang." He shook Mr. Zhang forcefully. However, he was shocked to find that Mr. Zhang was dead. Mo family's highest officials received Tang Tian and Sai Lei. The entire family knew that Tang Tian was a Heaven Roads list martial artist, and everyone was respectful and fearful of him. The moment Sai Lei stepped into Mo family's house, she hurriedly went to view their mechanical weapons. Tang Tian was brought around the house by Mo Wei Tian. The mechanical weapons were not of high standards, but they were very well made. However, what interested Tang Tian was the training grounds. Many of Mo's disciples were trained here on how to use the mechanical weapons, and there were all sorts of innovative training tools. Tang Tian was in awe. Mo Wei Tian saw Tang Tian's interest in the training of mechanical martial artists, and thought of Tang Tian's battle technique. He asked, "Your method of operating the mechanical weapon in a battle is interesting. May I ask where you learned it from?" Tang Tian replied with a nod, "An uncle taught me." Mo Tian replied without losing his composure, "It seems like this uncle is highly capable, or else, how would he be able to teach a Heaven Roads list martial artist like yourself?" Without hesitation, Tang Tian replied, "He should be the strongest mechanical martial artist in this era." With regards to mechanical martial weapons, Tang Tian had never seen anyone better than Bing. Furthermore, in this era where mechanical martial weapon was so developed, and to be head of the Southern Cross Army, it should be befitting for him the strongest within this era. Tang Tian's thinking was so simplistic. Mo Tian's heart pounded wildly. He was shocked by Tang Tian's answer. The strongest mechanical martial artist in this era. If it was not Tang Tian who said it, he would have given the person a tight slap. Who would be so absurd to claim someone as the strongest mechanical martial artist within this era? Nevertheless, it was Tang Tian who said it with such ease and zero hesitation, and this was enough to prove what he really thought. He could not figure it out. What kind of mechanical martial artist would be so brave? However, he did not doubt what Tang Tian had said. He roughly knew the kind of person Tang Tian was, straightforward and honest without exaggeration. Suddenly, an idea struck Mo Tian. With a grave expression, he bowed to Tang Tian. "I have something to ask of you." Tang Tian was shocked by Mo Tian's behavior. "What is it?" Mo Tian said, "Mo family was able to acquire Sai Lei's skills, hence the standard of mechanical martial weapon has increased. However, even with the best weapon, it still required someone to control it. Our disciples are simply not up to it. I would like to ask the uncle you mentioned, to impart his knowledge to my disciples." Well, Tang Tian was hesitant. Mo Tian quickly said, "Rest assured, we would be willingly to pay a price which would befit his status." How does 100 million per person sound? He knew Tang Tian's temperament very well. To move him, star coins were all that matters. Tang Tian froze, and he was filled with one notion: exactly how rich is the Mo family? Does he have too much money to spare? 2 disciples. Mo Tian continued, "If Grandmaster could teach more of them, that would be great." Tang Tian used all of his willpower to stop himself from promising him. He swallowed, and said with difficulty, "Well, I have to consult my uncle first." "No problem, please put in a good word for me." Mo Tian continued, "If the Grandmaster is not satisfied with the price, please feel free to tell me." Seeing Mo Tian's attitude of being open to being taken advantage of, Tang Tian could not help but think he had seen too little of the world. Do all the rich people behave in this way? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 254, Bing's Passion. Chapter 254, Bing's Passion. Translated by YX. Edited by XRCO, Earl, Nitsuriako, and DeAndre. Ink City's Horizon Exchange competition had just started. However, most of the audience had not recovered from the shock yesterday. Even the participants were still dazzled. A Heaven Road list martial artist was killed. In any of the planets in the southern sky's 42 constellations, it was major news. In addition, the fighter that had died was initially registered as a mechanical martial artist in the competition, setting a record that was hard to achieve. For mechanical martial artists, to be listed on the Heaven Road was a far-fetched ambition. It had been a long time since a mechanical martial artist was ranked on the Heaven Road list. Today, those fighters on the Heaven Road list who were termed as mechanical martial artists were in fact not purely mechanical martial artists, but simply had interest in mechanical weapons, hence they named themselves as such. Thunder was similar to them. But compared to the rest of the mechanic martial artists, Thunder had formidable strength in mechanical weapons. After Liu Yaji, who had captured people's attention with his eye-catching performance, announced his withdrawal from the competition, the enthusiasm of the audience died down. Many of them were anticipating whether Liu Yaji would be a threat to Thunder, which made them very upset over his withdrawal. Participants of the competition included not only mechanical martial artists, but also a large number of machine engineers. After repeated research from machine engineers, they came out with a shocking conclusion. Snow, which Thunder was piloting, was a very unique form as compared to the traditional types of mechanical weapons. Snow was extremely nimble. Never was there a mechanical weapon that had reached the level of nimbleness as Snow had. Rumors of the Mo family and Thunder Snow cooperation soon spread across Ink City like wildfire. No one knew that at this moment, Tang Tian and Sai Lei had just left Ink City. The Corvus Gold and the design blueprint were all given to the Mo family. Tang Tian, who was carrying 5.2 billion worth of star coins, was cautious of strangers, constantly looking around to see who might have noticed the large cash he was carrying. On the other hand, Sai Lei dwelled into her fantasy on how to best spend the fortune, while blabbering to herself on what she should do. I want to build a luxurious mechanical weapon. I yearn for a room full of gorgeous dresses. I want. Only after finding Bing did he breathe a sigh of relief. Bing saw Tang Tian's guilty expression and said in astonishment, "You failed?" "I got the money." Tang Tian let out a huge smile. He then realized that he had been smiling from just now, hence his cheeks went numb. Bing was elated. With this fortune, they could improve their weapons enormously. And if they wanted to buy spirit cards, they could afford a lot of good ones as well. Tang Tian as of now required rank 6 spirit cards. These types of cards were abundant, but it was expensive to buy quality ones since rank 6 cards had entered the domain of the Heaven Road list martial artists. Rank 7 spirit cards were even more expensive. And Tang Tian's training required the use of rank 6 star rocks, hence their purchases were going to be very expensive. More star coins signified faster progress in training. Bing understood the benefits that could be garnered from the star coin fortune. That's great. This is a big sum of money, which can last us a long time. They could sense happiness underneath Bing's tone. Tang Tian repeated to Bing the series of events that happened over the 2 days, including the story on Mo family and them seeking mentorship. Tang Tian was surprised that when he told Bing about the transaction made for 100 million star coins for each person, Bing was not excited about it. Bing replied, "The Mo family is a very good ally to have. Since you guys are not going into the business of manufacturing mechanical spirit weapons, then you all will have no economic conflict with the Mo family. Once the mechanical spirit weapon starts to rise in popularity, the status of a mechanical martial artist will rise in tandem. And with a strong foundation, Mo family has the ability to benefit from this event. The future of the mechanical world might be dominated by both mechanical spirit weapons and Blood Meridian's weapon sect. Since this is so, there will be a feud between us and the Blood Weapons group. Hence, we must be ready." Tang Tian was puzzled and did not fully comprehend what Bing had said. "So does that mean you agree?" "Yes." Bing nodded. "But the mentoring price is to be 300 million for each person, limited to 2 people at most." Tang Tian took a big gulp and replied, 300 million for each? Sai Lei, who overheard the conversation, was stunned as well by the price stated by Bing. "That's right." Bing was firm. "If it was during my generation, 300 million would have been too little to hire me as a mentor." "They must be dreaming." Tang Tian glanced Bing and matched him up. "Big uncle, I think I need to get to know you better. I did not expect that you were such a profiteer." Bing ignored him and changed the subject. "You decided to let the Wu Guang and his guys to handle the Blood Weapons group? They are suitable for the job. Have you contacted them?" "I couldn't get a hold of them," Tang Tian replied. "I am not sure why the honorable martial plate couldn't be used to contact them." Sai Lei exclaimed, "It is because of the spirit region. There are too many martial spirit pieces drifting around the spirit region, so those items that utilize martial spirits at their core will have problem functioning. I was already worried before whether mechanical martial weapons will have problem functioning inside the spirit region. So that is why." Tang Tian realized. "It is not just that." Sai Lei explained, "To deliver messages across Southern Sky's 42 constellations is also much easier. That includes Northern Sky's 19 continents. But the wide gulf makes it hard to message between these 2 regions. Then how does one deliver it through to the spirit region?" Tang Tian was puzzled. "Does that mean I have to make another trip down?" "No need. I gave them a spirit sound tube." Sai Lei was delighted. "Although I was not able to come out with something like the Honorable Martial Plate from Honorable Martial Group, delivering messages across the spirit region is still not too hard for me." "Let me see." Tang Tian was curious of the new gadget. A green copper bamboo joint appeared in her palm. "This is one of the findings I obtained from my research of martial spirits. Every martial spirit piece is unique. There is no 2 pieces that are similar, just like how there is no 2 martial spirits that are similar. I took a completed martial spirit and separated it into 2. These 2 had a spiritual connection between them, which allows for the spirit sound tube to work. It is very hard to explain to you how it works." "You are right." Tang Tian agreed. "As long as I do not have to run, I am fine with it." "Shouldn't we be discussing how the money should be spent?" Sai Lei said delightfully. Tang Tian thought, this time round it was mostly Sai Lei's effort. Had she not discovered the value of the Corvus gold, they could not have landed this fortune. Along the way, he could already see that Sai Lei was impatient in wanting to spend the money. When talking on serious matters, Sai Lei's expression grew solemn. First, we need raw materials. Thundersnow's body is in a bad shape, but fortunately its martial spirit was improved by you. I will modify Thundersnow's body, which should cost around 30 million. Sky Tiger also requires an upgrade, which should cost around 20 million. These two mechanical spirit weapons will become the most advanced mechanical spirit weapons in the world. Holding on to 5.2 billion star coins, Tang Tian exclaimed confidently, no problem. My understanding of the body of a mechanic spirit weapon after all my research is now rather profound. Next stop, I will try to research on martial spirit, which should cost around 200 million. Sai Lei was stated grudgingly, anything regarding martial spirits is expensive. I will give you 400 million. Bing replied, however, I hope to see a change in dimension in your research on martial spirit, and not being limited to mechanic spirit weapons. Sai Lei was delighted, as long as the fundings are sufficient, it should not be a problem. She then looked at Tang Tian, who was the real boss managing the fortune. Tang Tian was slightly reluctant, but he also agreed to it. The research into martial spirits will greatly facilitate Tang Tian's future training. The silver martial spirit residing in its body is the key reason he had been victorious in his battles thus far. We need to upgrade the security around our shop front. Since I do not want to remain cautious of my surrounding for my entire life. Sai Lei exclaimed. Can we buy 3 Spirit City? Bing suddenly blurted out. Tang Tian and Sai Lei were stunned by what Bing said. Tang Tian then asked Bing, Uncle, why do you want to buy the 3 Spirit City? Martial Spirit Chamber's entrance. Bing replied, we need to transform the 3 Spirit City into an impenetrable base because the entrance is an important link between the barracks and the outside world. Once 3 Spirit City is blocked up, we will be in deep trouble. Sai Lei said, although 5 billion is a lot of money, it is still not enough to buy 3 Spirit City. We can take it one step at a time. Bing replied, we can first purchase the land then build a camp on it. A part of the land can be used for Sai Lei's experimental lab and mechanic spirit weapon shop. The rest of the area can be used as a training facility for mechanical martial artists. The facility needs to fit the requirements of the military. Sai Lei replied, similar to the military weapon warehouse? That's right. Bing continued, we can then establish an underground network that connects to the military weapon warehouse, protecting the entrance to the martial spirit chamber. Though Bing's tone was solemn, Tang Tian could feel a zealous undertone from the way he explained his plans in details. Could it be that the war-minded Bing wanted to revive the honor of the Southern Cross Army? No matter how Tang Tian looked at it, Bing was seen to be energetic and zealous about his plans. He raised his hand, how much will it cost? Sai Lei calculated and replied, it will cost at least 2 billion. What? Tang Tian's eyes were wide open. Sai Lei counted with her fingers, 1 laboratory, storefront and a training facility. The space required will take up at least 1/5 of the area of 3 Spirit City. Honestly, since we live in the city, it is very difficult for us to buy land near our proximity. Hence, this establishment we plan to build will have to be constructed outside. Tang Tian suddenly had an idea, what about the Lin family? They have a huge place. Why don't we buy the area from them? Sai Lei replied, that's right. I heard that the Lin family wanted to migrate. It might be possible for us to purchase that piece of land. But there are bound to be countless people who are also eyeing that plot. Let me handle this. Bing said confidently and with a killer instinct that caused the two to tremble. If we are successful, 500 million should be enough to buy it. But to have a facility that has similar standards as the military weapon warehouse will require large amounts of bronze. The Lin family were once a mechanic clan, hence they should have stockpile left that we can take over. I estimate that we might need a further 1.2 billion for the bronze. This sum made Tang Tian shudder. The remaining 300 million can be used to replenish weapons and to create a mechanical beast for defensive purpose. Since the area will be huge, we will require a mechanic beast that might cost quite a sum. 300 million might not be enough. Bing looked at Tang Tian. Tang Tian had never seen such passion in Bing's eyes before. The relationship and trust between them was incomparable to others. Without Bing, he wouldn't have been here. Tang Tian gritted his teeth and gave in, okay. I will give you 2.5 billion. Do not save on the laboratory, we need to buy a good one. Sai Lei was stunned. What is wrong with these guys today? Bing was not surprised. He replied solemnly, thank you. Tang Tian had spent roughly 3 billion. What else do you guys need? Just tell me. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 255, Staff Sergeant Tang E. Chapter 255, Staff Sergeant Tang E. Translated by YX. Edited by XRCO, Earl, Nitsuriako, and DeAndre. That will be all for now. Bing was still slightly diffident. After all, he splurged 3 billion on the revival of his Southern Cross Army without blinking. But he knew that Tang Tian was now tight on cash because of this. Yes. Sai Lei also felt diffident. She was expecting to spend only 300 to 400 million at the beginning. The amount of 3 billion had never ever crossed her mind. It was a tough thing to swallow. However, after thinking of the large engineering project that they were about to undertake, she felt excited about it. Military Weapons Warehouse was the creation of a machine engineer inside the Southern Cross Army. Though that was 1,000 years ago, it felt like it was just yesterday. With that much space, Sai Lei could finally realize some of her fantasy projects that she had always wanted to undertake. For any machine engineer, it was an honor to be able to take responsibility in managing the establishment of such a grandiose project. A bronze fort. She was already excited just by thinking of the prospect of building this large bronze fort. To be able to build it to the standard of the military weapons warehouse, this news would traverse across the universe and still be talked about hundreds of years from now. Okay then, we still have 2 billion. Tang Tian breathed a sigh of relief. You need to procure a pile of rank 6 star rocks for your usual training. Considering that you might be using the rank 6 star rocks for quite some time, you will need to consider buying a few rank 6 martial techniques as well. No techniques are comparable to your Fire Scythe Ghost Claw, which is currently very powerful. It will become your main offensive technique. Besides, you are also holding onto the Cryptosword Saints card. Within it might potentially be the technique Swallowing Light Steel Fist. You do not lack offensive technique, but you will require a defensive type martial technique, light body related martial technique as well as the succeeding loop technique. You can go and buy spirit cards with potential. Bing said. Spirit cards with potential? Tang Tian asked. Yes, spirit cards that have the potential to train a unique martial technique. Bing replied, not every martial technique has the potential to reach a unique martial technique level. At the same time, there are those that possess the potential but fail to reach the unique martial technique level too. Just like Little Lady's Monarch Yearning Strike, it just required one step and it would be a unique martial technique. And of course, even if you possess these martial techniques, you might still not be able to obtain the unique martial technique. This requires destiny. Where do I find these types of card? Tang Tian asked. You will need to go to those large card shops. Sai Lei replied, these types of spirit cards are expensive. Their prices are a notch higher than gold-ranked spirit card, and are called the purple gold grade spirit cards. The card shop has a special method to evaluate the cards to determine the potential of these types of martial techniques. The name purple gold grade spirit card sounds expensive. Tang Tian laughed. It is expensive. Sai Lei was previously in the spirit cards business, hence she knew the prices of each type of cards clearly. Rank 6 gold grade spirit cards are priced at 10 to 50 million. The purple gold grade spirit card is 10 times more expensive. 10 times. Tang Tian face grew pale. That means 100 to 500 million? Yeah. More expensive than the purple gold grade spirit card is the unique grade spirit card. Any of these type of cards cost upwards of 1 billion star coins. However, the unique grade spirit card cannot be found in normal stores. Sai Lei replied. 1 billion, Tang Tian eyes grew wide, can the Fire Scythe Ghost Claw sell for 1 billion? Yes, if you can transform it into a spirit card, you can definitely sell it for 1 billion. Sai Lei nodded in agreement. However, to create a unique grade spirit card, your martial spirit will need to be gold ranked. Once you have created the spirit card, the value of your martial spirit will drop 1 rank. This is too steep of a price, isn't it? Tang Tian's mouth was gaping wide. Sai Lei shrugged her shoulder, of course it is. You think that it is easy to obtain 1 billion? The requirement to have a unique martial technique passed on to you is very high. For those who comprehend the unique martial technique but their martial spirits do not reach gold rank before their death, the martial spirit card created from the martial spirit will only be a purple gold grade spirit card. While its descendants, for those who have received its legacy which is incomplete, if they are slightly dumber, the unique martial technique will be lost. Tang Tian immediately discarded his thoughts of selling the Fire Scythe Ghost Claw. Don't even talk about gold grade martial spirit. He was now not even willing to exchange his silver ranked martial spirit for the unique martial card. As compared to real physical training, training of the martial spirit was much harder. After hearing what Sai Lei had to say, Bing also felt that they might not be able to get their hands on the purple gold grade spirit card. He said, "You don't have to worry. Besides the card from Cryptosword Saint, there is another card." "Still have one more card?" Tang Tian asked. "Yep, before Ghost Claw Nong died, he placed an essence of his martial spirit into the card that was hanging on the same martial technique wall as the Fire Scythe Ghost Claw. This card started to behave weirdly and devoured the other martial spirit cards," Bing said. "Till now, it has already devoured 18 pieces of martial spirit cards." Ghost Claw. Tang Tian shuddered after hearing the name. "Why didn't you tell me earlier?" "Because this entire process can fail at any time," Bing explained. "The dead never wish to have the living to suffer from sorrows. That was his final wish before his death. If it succeeds, then it was meant to be; if it doesn't, then he would have no regrets as well." Tang Tian nodded. "Can the martial spirit card ever become a spirit general?" Bing understood what Tang Tian meant. "You wish for it to become a spirit general?" "Of course you can. But let me remind you, new spirit generals will not have the mark of the Ghost Claw. Ghost Claw's memories have since faded, since all he left was an essence of his spirit. Even though a new spirit general is born because of the Ghost Claw, the general will not have any relation to the Ghost Claw." Tang Tian looked afar and asked, "I know. The dead do not wish that the living suffer from sorrows. Just that this isn't sorrow. This is the longing of the living for the relationship. I always had thought that Ghost Claw was now in a faraway land. I don't feel sorrow, I just long for his presence. A new spirit general will have his own destiny and will fight alongside us. But to think of the possibility that Ghost Claw will reincarnate, it does make me feel happy. To live is to be concerned and to feel for others." Sai Lei was stunned by what Tang Tian had to say. It was deep and insightful, which was not expected from him. Is he possessed by someone? To live is to be concerned and to feel for others. Bing had many thoughts racing through his mind. After he had calmed himself down and recollected his thoughts, he let out a long sigh. "What you said is very true." Bing regained his composure. "This card will be set to be a spirit general. I will place Cryptosword Saint's card into the martial spirit chamber, and discover its origin. The Swallowing Light Steel Fist Sanku's power still needs to be evaluated. Where can I find a big card shop to assess this card?" His last sentence was directed at Sai Lei. Sai Lei thought about it. "If we want to buy the purple gold rank spirit card, we can go to a big city to check it out." After planning for the travel arrangement, they swiftly took off to Three Spirit City. Once they reached Sai Lei's shop, they met up with Belle and Pipa. After seeing two similar faces, Tang Tian asked in astonishment, "Twins?" "Boss!" Belle shouted. Pipa, who was standing beside Belle, gave a quick glance at Tang Tian, trying to measure him up. Sister's boss was very young. My old hideout was discovered by strangers. Now I have to depend on you, boss. Belle told Tang Tian while checking on his expressions. "Sure." Tang Tian replied, "It is just nice that we are going to start establishing a base." "A base?" Belle was shocked. "This place will become our permanent stronghold." Bing explained, "We will build a bronze fort over here." "Bronze fort?" Both sisters were stunned by what Bing said. "This is our machine engineer Sai Lei. This is Belle, an Onyx Soul Horse. If you require any information, you can look for her. This is her sister. What is your name?" Tang Tian introduced everyone. "You can call me Pipa," Pipa said with a sweet voice. "How is Pipa's illness?" Tang Tian could hear it from Pipa's lack of breath while speaking. "We did not have enough time. Once we reached home, the gang of strangers had already caught on to us." Belle replied. "From now on you all shall live here." Tang Tian said, "Blind old man is returning soon. I will then gather more people. Our defensive prowess should then be strong enough." Belle agreed, "That was what I thought too." "Sorry to disturb you all," Pipa told everyone. Behind the light door, Tang Tian saw a martial spirit card that was emitting bright rays of light from it behind the light door. It was magical. This card has devoured 18 other martial spirit cards. It has reached the stage where you could try to master it. "Are you sure you want to turn it into a spirit general?" Bing turned to look at Tang Tian. At this time, Magic Flute arrived onto the new base camp. He was also excited about it. "Yep," Tang Tian replied while nodding his head fervently. "Lift out your hand and place it on the martial technique wall." Bing directed Tang Tian, "Then use your martial spirit to call out to it." Tang Tian, without any hesitation, placed his hand onto the martial technique wall. This time round his hand did not pass through the light door. He closed his eyes. Suddenly, his martial spirit shot out a ray of silver flame directed at the martial technique wall which was behind the light door. The light door burst into a radiance. The place shook violently before the light door swallowed Tang Tian. Tang Tian felt like he was sucked into an enormous battlefield. The area was plagued with trenches that intertwined across the field. Smoke filled the air and the land was charred black. It was littered with corpses, body parts, and the bits of mechanical weapons. Fragments of Southern Cross constellation flags were part of the carnage. Suddenly, a badly injured gold-colored mechanical weapon jumped out from one of the trenches. It picked up a Southern Cross constellation flag and started to shout, "Southern Cross Constellation Army! Salute!" The sound came out from every corner of the trenches, converging into a powerful current that swept across the battlefield. The lifeless land suddenly seemed to be awakened by the loud sound. One by one, bronze mechanical weapons started to crawl out from the trenches. Every one of them was littered with scars and was badly injured. The once empty battlefield was now engulfed by bronze mechanical weapons. Everywhere was filled with enemies. The gold-colored mechanical weapon breathed in deeply while holding firmly onto the Southern Cross constellation flag. "Are you all still able to fight? Fight!" All the mechanical weapons shouted in sync. The gold mechanical weapon shouted again, but now at a higher volume, "Are you all still able to fight on?" All the bronze mechanical weapons repeated in sync again, "Fight! Fight! Fight!" The fervent roars echoed across the battlefield. "Kill!" The gold mechanical weapon called out while leading the pact. "Kill!" The bronze mechanical weapons shouted in sync yet again. Countless bronze mechanical weapons started to charge. Their heavy bronze feet emitted loud bangs with every step they took. The earth trembled as the sky turned gray. The war cries grew dim as time went by. An indifferent voice could be heard in the distance. "The spirit of soldiers will never die. We will fight till our death." Southern Cross Army Staff Sergeant Tang E, reporting for duty. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 256, let's go. The next destination, Lupus Constellation. Chapter 256, let's go. The next destination, Lupus Constellation. Translated by YX. Edited by XRCO, Earl, Nitsuriako, and DeAndre. Immortal Marshal. Countless bronze mirrors were placed in the large hall. Every mirror was the size of a basin and was placed on top of a frame with the height of a grown man. Every frame had a number, from 1 to 10,000. Every mirror was facing the center of the hall, forming a circular formation. The tons of mirrors formed into 10,000 dimensions. Right in the middle of the formation, there was a 3-meter-tall large mirror embedded on the dome of the hall. This large mirror was one of the treasure that the immortal marshal possessed, called the reflective martial copper mirror. Spheres of radiance orbited around the surface of reflective martial copper mirror. The mirror radiated rays of bright light. Every ray landed on a bronze mirror that circulated the hall. Then, a name would appear on the surface on the bronze mirror. You could see countless immortal martial disciples drifting back and forth across the mirror formation. The sound of chatter among the immortal martial disciples rose and fell in succession. It was a mess within the hall. Number 9928, Fire Crow Executioner, Guodong, fell to his demise. Number 9736, 5 Hitman Squad Leader, King Qilin, fell to his demise. Number 9814, 5 Hitman Squad Member, Cavalry, fell to his demise. Number 9867, 5 Hitman Squad Member, Python Blade, fell to his demise. Number 9889, 5 Hitman Squad Member, Old Croc, fell to his demise. Number 9903, 5 Hitman Squad Member, Arctic Fox, fell to his demise. Oh my! What is happening? Everyone in the 5 Hitman Squad is now dead? Could it be a war has been waged? Is a war ongoing? Why are so many martial artists on the Heaven Roads list dead? No, I haven't finished saying those who are dead. A member blared out, Number 9854, Scarecrow Muzi, fell to his demise. In 1 month, 7 members of the Heaven Roads list were dead. When was the last time that happened? Suddenly, a member suddenly saw the front of its mirror and was left stunned. Wait a minute. Number 9637, Tang Tian. Where did this guy come from? The hall was now dead silent. The new army camp. The spirit general standing in front of Tang Tian had a masculine structure and was taller than him by the length of a head. The general looked tall and steady, similar to Iamoli, and had a solemn expression. He had a retro bowl-shaped hair that seemed to float in mid-air. He was wielding a scary-looking zanbato. Let be called zanbato, it is a long single-bladed sword with a long handle used to slay cavalries. Tang Tian's mouth was gaping wide as he looked on in amazement at the fierce-looking spirit general. He then said, Tang Yi? Staff Sergeant? Bing replied, you are the owner of this encampment. Hence, all the spirit generals conceived on this encampment are named Tang. Staff Sergeant is his rank. If only he could swallow 3 more cards, that would have been much better. Why? Tang Tian asked. If he had devoured more cards, he would have risen by a rank, to a Master Sergeant. His strength would have been more formidable. Bing explained, however, his current strength is not weak either. He is now a gold-ranked Staff Sergeant. Bing was taken by surprise, the willpower of the Ghost Claw, as expected, he was definitely valiant. Gold-ranked Staff Sergeant? Tang Tian asked. Yes. If you notice his neck, there is an insignia of the Southern Cross constellation, which is gold in color. It is rare to see a gold-ranked Staff Sergeant. They are much stronger than the average Staff Sergeants you see. The encampment has changed drastically. There are a lot of places that I am not familiar with. You can test his strength to see how formidable he is. At the testing ground. He is indeed powerful. Tang Tian's eyes sparkled. With each wave of his weapon, Tang Yi unleashed the sound of thunder. His power is formidable. He is not bad. Bing nodded. His power should be around that of a rank 8. Although he is not very bright, but he has a staunch willpower and also specializes in a formidable Grandmaster grade martial technique. This is why he's a gold-ranked Staff Sergeant. Why is it a sword technique? Tang Tian asked, since I practice claw techniques instead. When the 16 devoured spirit cards combined together, no one could know what the martial technique that will be conceived would be. Bing explained, hence, not a lot of people would have done the way you did it because the chances of obtaining the power of a spirit card that suits you is very low. We do not lack spirit generals and that should be good news to you. To have Tang Yi at your side, I am definitely relaxed. To possess a Grandmaster grade sword technique and in the realms of the rank of 8, he is much more skillful than you. In addition, you will never need to doubt his loyalty to you. That is good. Tang Tian said in excitement. Let's not waste time. We should rush to Southern Cross Constellation, Bing shouted. Leave 3 Spirits City to me. Sure. Tang Tian nodded fervently. Tang Tian discovered that he did not need to go to a shop to find purple gold grade spirit cards. There were people residing in the Honorable Marshal Group that were selling them. They accepted star coins too. Tang Tian bought 2 spirit cards, one was the Air Shield Strike technique, the other was the Wind Concealment technique. These 2 purple gold ranked spirit cards costed Tang Tian 500 million. Both cards were peripheral martial techniques. Shield-type techniques were normally peripheral in nature since only people from the Scutum constellation practiced them. As for the wind concealment, it was an effective technique that helped control your breathing, and its output was extremely good, but it exhausted true power very quickly. It was normally not recommended for those ranked 6 and below to use it. As a person increased in rank, he would be able to master a better and a larger variety of martial techniques. 500 million worth of purple gold grade spirit cards is certainly not cheap. But to Tang Tian, these 2 cards are suited for him. He wielded the Blood Rush Shield, which was a large killing weapon but had no knowledge in shield-type techniques. The Air Shield Strike technique should help him with that. The Wind Concealment technique was also what Tang Tian needed. The seller already treated Tang Tian as the god of fortune, since he was willing to splurge 500 million on 2 spirit cards, he was surely considered wealthy beyond measures. Tang Tian also bought a pile of star rocks. He also intended to buy a gold treasure but decided not to after looking at the price. He only saw a piece of gold treasure. But its price reminded Tang Tian that he was still considered poor despite the fortune he had. Hence, he went in search of a person that was poorer than him. Brother Wu, I got a business idea. Are you interested? Once Wu Gang heard that there was a business opportunity, he blurted out excitedly, yes, Brother Tang's business is my business too. That is without question. Tang Tian explained, no, this is not my business. It is the business of the MO family from the Ink City. The other party is the Blood Weapons Group. The MO family is willing to spend 500 million to defeat the Blood Weapons Group. I just had a fight with the Blood Weapons Group and killed one of their members called Scarecrow. Scarecrow. Wu Guang was shocked, he is a fighter on the Heaven Roads list. You should behave yourself. Having left only a few days ago and you have already killed a Heaven Roads list martial artist. Why do I feel that your killer instinct is so much stronger than mine? Tang Tian replied, there's nothing I can do. It was Scarecrow who wanted to find trouble with me. How did the Blood Weapons Group have a Heaven Roads list martial artist in their ranks? Wu Guang asked solemnly. I think they are related to the Onyx Soul. They invented a new form of mechanical weapon that Uncle Bing said was very powerful. Tang Tian replied. It isn't common for Bing to say something is powerful. Wu Guang agreed, I will do a background check on them. Don't worry, brother Tang. The bad blood between the group and you shall also be my business. However, since it is the Mo family who is giving the bounty, then I shall not charge any less. They are local strongmen. Tang Tian nodded in agreement. Wu Guang laughed, I shall handle the rest. I will send my man to talk to the Mo family. That's great. Tang Tian smiled. He was only responsible to link up the Mo family and Wu Guang. The rest was up to them to decide on the next course of action. After returning to the Xia village, Tang Tian was generous in giving Ling Su and Crane 200 million of star coins each. This is earned from selling the Corvus gold. It is also reward for your hard work. Tang Tian told them. And with a forceful and slightly arrogant tone, he added, if you want any spirit cards or star treasures, don't hesitate and just tell me. Ling Su shook his head, I am not interested in other forms of martial techniques and also in star treasures. Crane replied, I want to propel the Crane sect martial technique to fame, but I do not require any star treasures. Crane was wielding a crane blade, which was a gold-ranked star treasure. Crane was not even able to unleash the full power of the crane blade. That was why he did not want to shift his focus to other star treasures. Mr. Perfect, who held billions of star coins to sleep every day, what was a puny hundreds of millions of star coins to him? I'm assuming this is sarcasm. Tang Tian was disappointed when he saw the lack of reaction from both of them after receiving the money. He expected something more. Hey, what a powerful spirit general you are. Crane smiled while giving a glance at Tang Yi. Ling Su also glanced at Tang Yi, who was wielding the zanbato that was the size of a large wooden door. He had a fearsome aura. Ling Su then said, Tang Tian, why don't you let Tang Yi and I have a sparring match? Are you sure? Tang Yi's strength is formidable. Tang Tian said. I am more scared that he isn't as strong as you said he is. Ling Su licked his lips in gratification. No problem. Tang Yi, you need to teach him a lesson on how formidable you are. Tang Tian smirked. Tang Yi suddenly took a step forward and wielded his long blade. Once Tang Yi unleashed his blade, everyone's expression changed. Crane was stunned beyond disbelief, Grandmaster grade. Tang Yi's blade looked ordinary in appearance beside the slight radiance that it emitted. With just a wave of his blade, the pointed sea spear in the sky disappeared. His bold and tyrannical aura began engulfing the air around them. Within that blade technique, Tang Yi was able to moderate his breath efficiently. This must be a Grandmaster grade blade technique, without a doubt. Tang Yi's blade technique could only be explained in two words, oppressive and tyrannical. It was truly oppressive and tyrannical. Ling Su was completely overwhelmed. His spear technique was normally the unreasonable bully, but he actually met an even more unreasonable power. No matter if it was the rank or attainments in martial techniques, Tang Yi was better than him, causing Ling Su to be pressured entirely. Xia Qing was dumbfounded. It was only a few days since Tang Tian left, and now he possessed such a formidable spirit general. Where did he get him? Xia Qing had never seen a spirit general possessing a Grandmaster grade blade technique. Even though Xia Qing just inherited the Cryptosword current, his skills were still far from what Tang Yi had achieved. Xia Qing, you need to work much harder. Xia Qing clenched his fist tightly. That was the reason why he rejected the invitation from Tang Tian. He knew that the outside world was filled with surprises, but he felt that he was not as smart as the rest of them and hence had always progressed much slower too. He knew that he had to put in much more effort than the rest. Ling Su was defeated in an instance without much surprises. Tang Tian was finally going to bid farewell to Xia Qing. We will make a move now. We will pass the Lupus constellation. If you all have any troubles, Bing will be a three-spirit city. Tang Tian waved goodbye to Xia Qing. Xia Qing looked on at Tang Tian and his gang. He felt a reluctance to part. Without the assistance of Tang Tian and his friends, besides Xia Qing not being able to obtain the Cryptosword current, the village might not have survived. He shouted at Tang Tian, wait for me to master the Cryptosword current. I will find you guys then. Tang Tian let out a bright smile and waved passionately at him as the silver chariot rose up into the sky. Xia Qing looked in a daze as the silver chariot slowly disappeared into the sky. In his heart, he secretly told his inner self. Tang Tian, I am unable to help you guys now due to my lack of skills. But in the future, after mastering my sword technique, I would definitely be able to assist you all. Tang Tian, this is my oath to you. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 257, The Difficult Problem. Chapter 257, The Difficult Problem. Translated by YX. Edited by XRCO, Earl, Nitsuriako, and DeAndre. This is a report regarding the Lupus constellation. Based on our analysis, this is the travel route we have formulated. Peepa said softly. Magic Flute sympathized with how seriously ill Peepa was. His heart was filled with sadness. Recently, Belle's mood had been down. After analyzing and confirming that the drop of blood was of no use, it was a huge blow to Belle while Peepa was indifferent from the start. Everyone was very friendly to the two ladies. After Sai Lei heard of Peepa's condition, she cried profusely. Even Bing, with a heart of steel, had also started to treat Peepa much more courteously. Even though Belle's mood was down, she did not forget her task at hand. She was definitely a professional informant. Every bit of information regarding the Lupus constellation was immediately picked up by Belle. But Belle's actions later caught everyone by surprise. Belle dumped the shockingly large amount of information to Peepa. Only now did people realize this. The already frail Peepa, who seemed to be able to be toppled by a gust of wind, had such a keen analytical ability. All the large chunks of information that were given to her were efficiently analyzed. She was not inundated by them. Instead, she evaluated each of the individual pieces of information and was able to deduce a verbal report on what they should do next. Peepa's shockingly formidable analytical abilities caught the attention of Sai Lei and Bing. Sai Lei immediately passed the Bronze Fort blueprint to Peepa. Within days, Peepa produced a detailed report for Sai Lei. Sai Lei was so delighted that she rushed up to hug Peepa and gave her a kiss on the cheek. Peepa, who was not expecting such a reaction, was embarrassed by it. At the same time, Peepa had become an advisor to Bing. Till now, only the two of them were responsible in advising the group on their plans ahead. Despite not having any relevant experience, Peepa, who had read tons of books, possessed a vast amount of knowledge in her brain and had been analyzing information for long periods of time, was given all the trivial issues by Bing. This enabled Bing to focus his entire attention on establishing his training facility. Within a short period of time, the frail Peepa managed to garner the respect of everyone. To help Peepa recover was now the top priority of the entire group. Now, the top fighters were gathered in the Three-Spirit City. With Blind Cord Old Man, his mute servant, Magic Flute, and Bing all gathered, this group did not just possess ordinary prowess. With 2 billion star coins on hand, a machine grandmaster engineer overseeing the entire operation and a professional informant and analyst, it was a medley formation of powerful people. The Bronze Fort plan was swiftly executed. The least busy among all was Magic Flute, since he was now a messenger between Tang Tian and the Three-Spirit City. Once Tang Tian received information from Magic Flute, he would analyze it with Crane. Ling Su was never patient in these kinds of matter. And since the previous defeat to Tang Yi, Ling Su had never let that go and had been practicing hard every single day since. And his training partner was Tang Yi himself. Tang Yi did not have much intelligence, and it was probably good for them since he would just execute Tang Tian's orders without hesitation. During practice, he did not show any mercy, forcing Ling Su to the brink of exhaustion. It definitely felt different when having professionals such as Tang Tian and Crane to oversee the entire operation, since they were the ones formulating the plans after the analysis of information. Unlike the previous time when Tang Tian was left clueless due to the unreliable information gathered, now the information from the Lupus constellation was both reliable and accurate. The Lupus constellation is in a mess now. Even though Belle had forewarned him about this issue, Tang Tian was still taken aback by the news of it. The Lupus constellation was now termed as the place of all evils. The Lupus people was naturally cold, savage, and cruel. Of all the constellations in Southern Sky's 42 constellations, the Lupus constellation was the most barren of all, with almost no civilization. There were no merchant roads and wars raged constantly, which had left it isolated from the outside world. The Lupus constellation was barren of any resources, which was similar to the Corvus constellation. However, the Corvus constellation was vast but sparsely populated, while the population is much more dense in the Lupus constellation. Another reason why so many people feared the Lupus people was due to their ability to reproduce in short succession. Due to the lack of space in the Lupus constellation, the population was very dense and hence it was much more chaotic than the other constellations. The Lupus constellation had countless evil forces, but the three biggest forces were Silver Moon, Heaven Hook, and Feudal Marshal. Each of the forces were helmed by a Heaven Rhodes list martial artist. Each of the forces were prominent in the constellation and had powerful troops under their command. Because they were constantly waging wars with each other, they managed to suppress each other's prowess in the process. Silver Moon's leader was Kongdi, Heaven Hook's leader was Huai Bai Hua, Feudal Marshal's leader was Wu Taiyu. All three of them were Heaven Road's list martial artists. Kongdi was ranked 9256, Huai was ranked 9278, Wu was ranked 9293. They were ranked extremely close to each other as their strengths were nearly equal. Within each force, there were also Heaven Road's list martial artists. Silver Moon was the strongest, possessing 5 such fighters. The other 2 forces had 4 such fighters. Even though the Lupus constellation is small in size, it possessed 15 Heaven Road's list martial artists, much more than that of the Corvus constellation. Even though Lupus constellation had such powerful fighters, they did not have the desire to expand to other territories. Most of the people in the constellation naturally possessed unique blood meridians that were born within them. This blood meridians require special items to awaken its power. This special item was the awakened blood spring. Every awakened blood spring was precious. The reason why the 3 forces were able to dominate the Lupus constellation was due to their powerful skills and also because they possessed the awakened blood spring. The awakened blood spring only existed on the Lupus constellation. These springs were as red as blood. They were the reasons people in the constellation could activate their inner blood meridians. Very powerful. Crane was shocked. In comparison, the Heavenly Crane constellation is much weaker. Till this day, the Heavenly Crane constellation did not possess any Heaven Road's list martial artist. The 15 fighters that resided in the Lupus constellation were all that was needed to exterminate the entire Heavenly Crane constellation. Crane knew that to restore the Crane sect, he had to restore Heavenly Crane constellation as well. He had already passed down the secret to obtaining the Crane power to the sect, but to restore the sect, it won't be an easy task. Tang Tian was not concerned by Crane's issue, we can just fight our way through. Our aim is to reach the Xiqing village. From there, we can access the Starry Door to reach the Cetus constellation. Crane said, this means that we have to face each of the 3 forces at least once. The people on Lupus constellation are always hostile towards outsiders. They will not show mercy. Hey, little Crane, are you scared now? Tang Tian stared at Crane, disappointed at what he had just said. Crane replied, I just wanted to be prepared for the next battle. Tang Tian clenched his fist and said in a loud voice, whoever dares to block our path will be defeated by us. I might not be very intelligent, but when it comes to a fight, I am not scared of anything. He looked proudly back at Crane, little Crane, I am currently ranked on the Heaven Roads list at 9,637. Besides Tang Tian, Ling Su and Crane were also ranked on the list. Crane was ranked 9771 while Ling Su was ranked 9789. Ling Su was disappointed that he was ranked the last out of the 3 of them, as he had put in a ton of effort in training. It is unfortunate. Crane said, the Lupus constellation has 15 Heaven Roads list martial artists, and 13 of them are ranked higher than you. What's more unfortunate is that out of these 13 people, there are the 3 big powerhouses as well. TSK. Relax. I will definitely be able to defeat them when we battle. Tang Tian said angrily, I am going back to train. Tang Tian entered the new barracks and was concentrated on training. Beside the necessary tasks that were needed to be completed, Tang Tian spent the rest of his time training without much rest. There were a lot of issues that Tang Tian could not help due to his lack of intelligence, but what he could not do, he made up for it with more training. He was not afraid of a fight because he was now putting in much more effort than the others. With the help of the Southern Cross constellation and with such a powerful spirit general, there was no reason to not put in his utmost effort. Training was uninteresting and tedious, especially those high-level trainings. However, Tang Tian got used to all of it. Despite possessing the Heavenly Light Pellet Crane, Tang Tian did not rest on his laurels and continued training hard. After having the Star Rocks, Tang Tian started to pick up significantly on his training. Improvement could be seen in Tang Tian's air shield strike technique and wind concealment technique. Tang Tian practiced his air shield strike technique in a specialized training room. In the room, there were countless rocks that were drifting around, as if it was a sea of rocks. These rocks moved randomly and at very fast speed. Tang Tian had to use the Blood Rush shield to block all of the projectiles that were flying towards him. This training room was called the Heaven of Falling Rocks. It was specially used to train defensive techniques. It offered 3 levels of difficulty. This training room was introduced to Tang Tian by Tang Yi since he was familiar with the grounds of the recruit barracks. The first time Tang Tian entered into the Heaven of Falling Rocks, he was shocked by the oncoming projectiles of large rocks. On the first day, Tang Tian suffered injuries to his entire body, including a bruised nose after coming out of the Heaven of Falling Rocks. According to Tang Yi, the Blade Shield soldiers from Audiobooks constellation, who were in the encampment last time, were able to complete it when the difficulty was 2 ranks higher than what Tang Tian had experienced. Tang Tian knew what he needed to do without Tang Yi needing to say anything more. Tang Tian, who was about to rest, after hearing what Tang Yi said, decided to go back into the heaven of falling rocks to train again. Even though the purple gold grade spirit card was expensive, the power accumulated within the card was much more than that of the gold grade spirit card. With the help of the card, Tang Tian was able to speed up his training progress much faster. Even if Tang Yi did not say those words, Tang Tian would still have gritted his teeth and went back to train even harder. By saying those words, it ignited Tang Tian even more. Tang Tian still felt that he was part of the Southern Cross Army. Every time Bing talked about the Ophiuchus soldiers, it was often derogatory. Tang Tian could not believe that he was not even up to par with the Ophiuchus soldiers. Tang Tian finally managed to complete the easiest difficulty after 3 days. It was almost immediately that the medium difficulty of the training destroyed the initial high hopes of Tang Tian. For the next 5 days, no matter how hard he tried, he was still unable to persevere for more than an hour. It was already the 6th day. Bang! A large rock the size of a tray clashed onto Tang Tian's shield. After that blow, Tang Tian's impenetrable shield defense suddenly had a gap that allowed incoming rocks to attack him. He knew that he was in trouble, but did not have the time to react. Several rocks came flying towards him. Bang bang bang! Tang Tian did not know how many blows he had taken as he burst out from the heaven of falling rocks. His expression turned copper green. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 258, Polar Domain Treasure Weapon. Chapter 258, Polar Domain Treasure Weapon. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by XRCO, Earl, Nitsuriako, and DeAndre. The spacious recruits' barracks were completely empty, with the exception of Tang Tian's presence. He let out a long sigh. His state of mind was extremely bad. The consecutive failures caused him to feel the sense of defeat that he had not felt for a long time. He strolled aimlessly in the recruits' barracks, before being attracted to a thread of black smoke from the spirit marshal chamber. The black smoke had a pair of angry eyes. Tang Tian was stunned. Wasn't that a card? Since when did Bing release a card? The black mist seemed to not see Tang Tian, and did not move at all. Tang Tian looked at it with his head tilted for half a day, but did not notice any developments from it. Forget it, wait for Bing to come back, then I will know what it is. Tang Tian shook his head, threw the feeling of defeat to the back of his mind, took a deep breath, resolution once again appearing in his eyes, his mouth turned into a determined and self-mocking laugh. Failing is the thing I am most familiar with. Wasn't I used to failing in the past? Such a familiar enemy, how can it defeat me? Admit defeat? What a joke! It will definitely not appear on this godlike young man, no matter if it was then or now. Defeat it, dot. Tang Tian fiercely clenched his fist, turning his killing intent towards the heaven of falling rocks. After a long period of time, Tang Tian was called out by Crane, only to realize another 10 days had passed. Only then did Tang Tian realize he had stayed in the recruit barracks for 30 days, completing 40 days of training. The good news is, we have already entered Lupus Constellation, Crane said. Bad news is, we have already been eyed by people, after passing the river. Someone is eyeing us? Tang Tian's mind was in a mess. He had not really recovered from training. Rumble. The carriage was shaken. They had received an attack. Tang Tian's eyes, which were still blank, suddenly had a blood-red light lighting up. If you had to say, previously he was a lion which had not slept, then he was currently a brave lion who had entered the state of battle. This fierce transformation that happened in a short span of time caused Crane, who witnessed it firsthand, to shiver. Tang Tian disappeared from his view. Crane immediately rushed to the side of the carriage. Tang Tian was already a little blacked. He had actually jumped down. Kill! A shout sounded out from below. Shio shio shio. 5 bronze arrows with green auras flew out to form 5 rays of green light beams. Their target was obviously Tang Tian, who was in midair. The 5 bronze arrows flew at different directions towards Tang Tian, even blocking off the directions where he could dodge to. It was all planned to prevent Tang Tian from escaping. Tang Tian, who was dropping in the sky, saw the opponent's arrows flying in an arrangement of a net. He suddenly hugged his body and formed a circle, his body contracting to a smaller surface area, dodging 4 of the arrows. The last arrow struck onto Blood Rush's shield. The anticipated sound of metal clashing did not come out. The powerful arrow actually brushed past the shield. The faces of the vicious people hiding in ambush changed. Bang, dot. Tang Tian, who dodged the sneak attacks, landed on the floor, causing countless debris from beneath his feet to fly upwards. He did not pause, and the moment he landed, he disappeared. Panic-stricken chaotic shouts sounded out, and 8 of the vicious people flew up into the sky, as one young man's figure savagely swept the place. Crane's eyes constricted. The shield with the aura on Tang Tian's hand became like rays of blade aura beams that were sharp and deadly. All these sharp shield auras were not formed by true power condensation, but high-pressured air. 8 of the evil people that were in the air dropped to the ground, only then did the shield aura disappear. In the short span of slightly over 10 seconds, the battle was concluded. Tang Tian held the blood rush shield as he returned to the carriage. His expression was cold, as though he had just completed something that was not worth mentioning. Only the blood-stained shield showed proof of the battle. Such a heavy killing attribute. What martial technique did Tang Tian use just now? Crane's heart was trembling. Tang Tian's display of firmness and fierceness made Crane feel that it was a totally different person standing in front of him. The usual Tang Tian always had the bright and energetic smile. This person was truly unreadable. The bloody light in Tang Tian's eyes quickly disappeared, the coldness on his face also vanished without a trace. So tired, Tang Tian's eyes fluttered heavily, he yawned, and just like that he laid on the floorboards of the carriage and fell into deep sleep. The bloodstain on the blood rush shield was absorbed in, and Crane, who saw it, was instantly terrified. This shield that looked very normal was actually something unnatural. The carriage did not stop moving, and whistled past in the sky. After a few minutes, 3 figures appeared by the side of the 8 bodies, and carefully inspected them. So strong and vicious. One of the men could not resist and exclaimed. There was practically no time for the organization to commence the second wave of attack. All of them have the same type of injury, all of it was inflicted in such a short span of time, they were practically killed at the same time. Another man gasped. As expected of a Heaven Road list martial artist. Seems like he is stronger than we thought. We need to rush ahead of them. 100-meter-tall Lone Mountain Peak had an extremely flat summit, as though it was cut by a large knife. The corners and edges were just cliffs, and had no passage up to the peak. Overlooking it, there were many people below that looked like ants. Countless houses and shops spread across the entire floor, as countless streams of people traveled back and forth. The lonely mountain was actually right at the center of an entire city, and was extremely towering. This was Lupus Constellation's famous feudal martial peak. Feudal Martial Peak was feudal marshal's boss Wu Taiyu's seclusion home. This big place only had one point of interest, other than that, it was empty. At this time, in front of Wu Taiyu, was a man with a mask. The mask had scarlet thick lips, as though it was ridiculing the entire world. I have no interest in this. Wu Taiyu shook his head. He was tall and sturdy, and his entire body so tough and strong like it was as though he was created from metals. Filled with a berserk power, he squinted his eyes, gaze was sharp, as though he was showing off his ability. Coo. A weird sneer sounded out from behind the mask. Don't tell me even Boss Wu is afraid? I have already went to check up on him. He is Tang Tian, newest ranking of 9,637. At his side are another 2 Heaven's Road list strong martial artists. I have no wishes to aggravate such a strong person. Wu Taiyu said blatantly. Unexpectedly, the man in the mask nodded. You're right. This kind of enemy, if we were to aggravate him, that would spell trouble. But what in this world isn't troublesome? The better the profits, the more troublesome it is, isn't it? In his hand suddenly appeared a pair of small and exquisite silver bear paws, and looked to be extremely cute. But upon taking it out, a strong chi instantly enveloped the entire place. Wu Taiyu's eyes widened out, and his breathing instantly became heavy. Seems like even Boss Wu knows this. One of the 7 treasure weapons of Ursa Minor constellation, Earthen Bear Wave. Excluding the star treasures of the 5 polar domains treasures or the 10 equatorial palace halls, they are all only so-so. Compared to them, treasured weapons are still stronger. The 5 constellations of the 5 polar domains only have 33 silver weapons, 11 have gone missing, and there are 22 remaining. This, Earthen Bear Wave, is one of them. Its value, I don't have to say anymore. Boss Wu's eyes immediately became passionate. This, Earthen Bear Wave, was extremely costly, and was definitely a big killing weapon in the southern sky's 42 constellations. Boss Wu was clear on it. Even the number 1 person of Lupus constellation, Kongde, only had a few northern sky's 19 continents silver treasures. Although Wu Taiyu was weaker than Kongde, if he had the help of Earthen Bear Wave, he had absolute confidence that he could defeat Kongde. The difference in might was humongous between each level of treasured weapons. The 5 polar domains silver weapons could not be bought with money. Although this matter is slightly troublesome, but what can be more troublesome than the Earthen Bear Wave? Boss Wu, what do you say? The masked man laughed and asked. That's right. Boss Wu suddenly exposed a smile. Everything has a price, and with your price, I shall accept. Boss Wu really has heroic spirit. The masked man said calmly, but there is something I need to say upright first. Everything that is on Tang Tian will be my spoils of war. A glint shone past Boss Wu's eyes. Deal. Then let us sign the martial spirit contract. The masked man said nonchalantly. Martial spirit contract. Boss Wu's heart jumped. Does Boss Wu still have any doubts? I trust that Boss Wu is not insatiable. A treasure weapon from the 5 polar domains is sufficient to buy a planet worth of lives, the masked man said nonchalantly, but in his voice concealed a trace of ice-cold intent. Boss Wu's face changed, but immediately recovered. Come, martial spirit contract it is. After finishing the signing of the contract, the masked man lightly pushed the earthen bear wave to Boss Wu. This belongs to you. Boss Wu looked at the silver bear paw in front of him, his breathing becoming rapid, but when his fingers touched the cold and soft silver bear paw, the joy on his face could not be held back any longer. When he put on the silver bear paw, a surprising amount of chi immediately erupted from his body. The chi of the bear. The distinctive tyrannical chi of the king of the jungle had a terrifying savage feeling as it undulated out to its surroundings. Even the masked man could not help but to retreat back a few steps. The astonishing power flowed from the bear paw to his entire body. Boss Wu could feel the blood in his body heating up, the intense will to kill rising to his head and the view from his eyes instantly turning red. The warm blood flowed slowly, as the confidence belonging to the chief animal of the jungle entered his body. If any enemy appeared in front of him right now, he had the absolute confidence that he could crush him to pieces. Boss Wu closed his eyes and exposed an expression of pleasure. The feeling of strength was too attractive. A large smile smeared across his entire face, and upon reaching every single corner of his face, he started laughing. Ha 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 ha. Kong De, this time no one will save you. You're dead. The man in the mask reminded him, kill Tang Tian first, then it belongs to you. Boss Wu squinted his eyes, the bloodthirst in his eyes exposing an ice-cold killing intent. Yet, he smiled. Relax, he is already a dead man, none of them will stay alive. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 259, Wama Air. Chapter 259, Wama Air. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by XRCO, Earl, Nitsuriako, and DeAndre. Yushan studied the orders in his hands carefully, his complexion calm like water. His subordinate did not dare to do anything as Master Yushan was someone with true authority in the feudal martial, single-handedly leading an area. Their territory was extremely fertile in Lupus constellation, after all they were near the Corvus constellation. Although the Corvus constellation was not flourishing, their trade route at the very least was unimpeded. They were able to receive some benefits this way, as they regularly went to Corvus constellation to do business. Compared to the interior of Lupus constellation, which was in a mess, their place could be considered the most comfortable. Master Yushan was feudal marshal's second in command, so he had the qualifications to hold the fertile lands. Regarding the orders I have sent previously about the carriage, how many people were sent? Yushan kept the instructions in his hands, and asked suddenly. His subordinate was taken for surprise, and immediately replied, we sent our people to delay them according to Master's orders. But that person was ruthless, and our people were all. How many elites do we still have? Yushan asked. Roughly 40 people. His subordinate counted. Send 10 more. Yushan waved his hand without hesitation. Yes. His subordinate was shocked. Who was on that carriage? No matter what, we need to delay them for 3 days. Yushan said indifferently. Master Shui Chang and Yongqiu, who are commanding 70 elites, will reach in 3 days. His subordinate was completely overwhelmed by shock this time. Master Shui Chang and Master Yongqiu, they were respectively the 3rd and 4th in command, and were both martial artists in the Heaven Road list. In feudal martial, whoever was hailed as an elite was always a Heaven Road grade martial artists. Such a big movement. Yes. He controlled the trembling in his heart and answered. You can go. Yushan waved his hand, and his subordinate quickly left. Yushan's gaze looked far out, his face suddenly revealing worries. Boss had gone to find Kong De. With the help of Earthen Bear Wave, Boss was like a tiger that had grown wings, his power had amplified by maybe 3 times. Shunya knew the boss very well, and after being pressured by Kong De for so many years, there was an inner demon in his heart. Now that his power had grown, naturally he would not hesitate to find Kong De. But Yushan still had worries in his heart. Who could possibly let another person use the Earthen Bear Wave as a reward to defeat his own enemies? Yushan suddenly laughed out loud. Maybe they had been through peaceful days for too long and had lost his own fighting spirit and had become timid. The enemy has 3 Heaven Road list martial artists, but they themselves were also Heaven Road list martial artists. Furthermore, in their hands they had roughly 100 Heaven Road grade martial artist elites, and these 100 elites were considered threats to the 3 of them. Boss had been at ease to find trouble with Kong Di exactly because of this train of thoughts. His own strength was definitely superior to the enemy, but if they succeeded, then Feudal Marshal would become the strongest in Lupus constellation. Thinking about that, Yushan could not help but be overwhelmed with emotions. Tang Tian opened his drowsy eyes. This sleep felt extremely satisfying. He felt extremely comfortable and awake. Wait a minute. Tang Tian suddenly looked around at his surroundings, only to realize he was on Tang Yi's back. Tang Yi took large strides, the scenery quickly flying by. You're awake, Crane said, his body carrying an unspeakable confidence. While he flew, he was like a big crane flying forward quickly. Ling Su sat on Flamingo and mocked, "You make all the pigs in the world feel ashamed. They definitely cannot sleep like you, for 3 full days, Kiki, respect, respect." Tang Tian was at a loss. Where's the carriage? We changed route, Crane said calmly while flying. The carriage is too striking, so we kept it. The carriage was a star treasure, so it could be kept. And for the sake of convenience, Tang Tian did not leave his imprint on the carriage. Tang Tian was confused. Change of route? Was there a problem with Belle's route? No problem at all. Crane's words made Tang Tian even more confused. We are being spied on, Crane said calmly. Other than the wave of attack you cleared last time, we met another 5 sneak attacks. Ah! Tang Tian's eyes immediately widened and exclaimed, "We are being sneak attacked? And I cleared one? Why don't I remember that? That's weird. Maybe you were too tired." Crane gently consoled. Ling Su, who was at the side, sneered. He was extremely pissed. You slept so well for 3 full days. While we are as tired as dogs, even Heaven Road grade martial artists keep coming out. They're so annoying, like houseflies. Wasting my precious time to train. Heaven Road grade martial artist. Tang Tian was stunned again. Although they could handle Heaven Road grade martial artists, but it was not so easy. The problem was, Heaven Road grade martial artists were not weak. His expression congealed. How many were there? There were 5 of them. Crane's voice was still calm like water. I suspect that there is an ambush up ahead. Those 5 waves of sneak attacks, obviously they were collaborated by some group. The opponent wishes to delay our time of advancing. If that is so, the opponent is most likely trying to gain more time to assemble manpower. 5 Heaven Road grade martial artists, that proved that the opponent was not some small powerhouse. The Heavens Road grade martial artists were not opponents for Tang Tian and the rest, but when their numbers grew to a certain number, it would prove threatening for them. To have 6 repeated sneak attacks, it was definitely not normal. Crane's guess was reasonable. Hey! I couldn't tell before, but little Crane, your intellect and wisdom is catching up to mine. Tang Tian's face was surprised. Crane's body immediately became sluggish. Ling Su, who was sitting on Flamingo, erupted into laughter. Ha 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 ha. Crane, so your intellect is equal to this fellow, congrats, congrats. Crane immediately ignored the 2 of them. According to Belle's route, we chose to go eastward and circled around. We have passed the first city Mo Shigan that we planned for, and are directly heading to the second planned city, Baya. I'll leave it to you. Tang Tian waved his hand. These matters were better left for the smarter people to worry about. He did not care as long as they got to the end destination. Suddenly Tang Tian's thoughts was stirred. Someone is coming towards us. He dropped from Tang Yi's back. Crane and Ling Su also exposed a guarded look. Did the enemy catch up? Crane and Ling Su looked at each other. If the enemy was able to track them in such a short span of time, that would be very dangerous. A group of people appeared in their vision. A lady dressed in leather led a group of about 20 men. The lady was attractive and looked pretty, with a pair of blue eyes, high nose bridge, fire red hair and thick lips. Looking extremely sexy, she carried a horsewhip in her hands. They did not seem to think that there would be people aside from them as well, and their faces immediately changed. Chang, their swords and blades were all unsheathed, as though they were looking at their enemy. The red-haired lady's gaze landed on Ling Su's Flamingo, and a surprised look appeared in her eyes. She waved her hand, stopping her people, and urged her horse to move forward, and laughed gently. Greetings, gentlemen, why have you entered the territory of our fire wolf tribe? Her voice was soft, as though it could seep into people's bones. Tang Tian's face was extremely guarded. Seeing the red-haired lady in front of him reminded him of Sai Lei in the past, that terrifying experience. He would rather face a star spirit beast than to be near her, and he retreated a step. Ling Su also quietly took a step back. Women were all terrifying creatures. Better to let Crane handle her. Schwa, everyone's gaze landed on Crane together. The calm and quiet Crane always gave off the vibe of a good person, and the few ladies in the tribe's group were already smitten with him. Crane bowed, his expression honest. We are traveling, destination to Baya, but we lost our way, and have unintentionally intruded into your noble territory. I seek your forgiveness. Baya? The red-haired lady laughed. Your direction is really off your destination. If you continue to head down this direction, you will never reach Baya. Schwa, Tang Tian and Ling Su's gaze immediately landed on Crane. Did this fellow just bring us in the wrong direction? Feeling the unkind gaze from behind him, Crane shuddered. Did he bring them down the wrong road? Crane immediately looked somewhat nervous, and immediately bowed to the red-haired lady. I have to ask young miss to guide us to the right path. Crane's extremely polite gestures made the red-haired lady to smile. Showing you to the right path is out of the question. We are just now heading back as well, why not travel with us? When you reach our tribe, Baya will not be far. Crane was grateful. Thank you, young miss. My name is Hua Air. The red-haired lady said confidently, handsome young man, what is your name? I am Crane. Crane smiled and replied, while pointing to Tang Tian and Ling Su. These are my partners, this is Tang Tian and Ling Su. Tang Tian and Ling Su immediately waved to Hua Air. Everyone quickly got acquainted. Crane, who was brimming with elegance, warmth and honesty, was obviously the choice to infiltrate into enemies' camps. Tang Tian and Ling Su had sufficient taste of what was called benefits of playboy looks. Hua Air, where did all of you come from? Crane was curious. The group of people were extremely fierce and swift. Out of the 20, there were 7 Heaven Road grade martial artists. We went out to buy food rations. Hua Air sighed lightly. Winter is coming, and we must prepare food early, if not, our tribe cannot survive the winter. Are you having food deficiency? Crane was surprised. One look and we can tell that you are not from Lupus constellation. Hua Air laughed. As long as you are from Lupus, you will know how scary the winter of Lupus constellation is, and how expensive food is. For 1 sack of food, some people would slaughter a village. Tang Tian and the other two's hair stood. Lupus constellation doesn't produce food? Ling Su could not resist to ask. Lupus people are good at fighting, but not good at farming. Hua Air sighed. And the land here is too infertile. Our tribe is located in a desert. With that bit of an oasis, how much produce can we have? Then how do you survive? Tang Tian asked. Everyone in the Lupus constellation is born a warrior. Since this place does not produce food, then we will use our own swords and blades to fight for our lives. Life is not worth much here. Have you ever heard of this proverb, Lupus people make the best cannon fodder? Do you know why? Because we are cheap and plenty. He. Saying that, Hua Air also had a trace of sorrow. Tang Tian and friends kept quiet. This situation, all of them knew what it meant and how it felt. Suddenly, Tang Tian's look changed. There are people heading here, and they have many people. They are coming very quickly. Hua Air's face changed. The blue eyes suddenly lit with an ice-cold aura, as she pulled on the horse rein at her waist. She shouted out, prepare to welcome the enemy. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 260, Power of the Crane. Chapter 260, Power of the Crane. Translated by Barry Buns. Edited by XRCO, Earl, Nitsuriako, and DeAndre. The sounds of swords unsheathing rang. Hua Air's subordinates did not look like any regular army, but they displayed the essence of drill trainings. They urged their horses, spacing out between themselves, all of their expressions stern. Seize the hillside in front of us. Hua Air took the lead going forward. In front of them was a hill with a gradual slope, with grass grown all over. The enemy's movements were coming from the other side of the hillside. If the enemies held the high ground, then they would have lost the favorable advantage. Hua Air's subordinates trusted her completely. Hearing the order, all of them shot out like arrows, and rushed to the top of the hillside. Tang Tian and Gang looked at each other. Were they supposed to chase along with them? For the past few days, they had traveled day and night, rushing forward at high speed. As long as martial artists did not care about the exhaustion of true power, and used all their might to rush forward, their speed far exceeded carriages. The strong points of carriages were that they were durable and lasting, and could fly consecutively for months. If the enemies lying in wait and ambush were so fast, which meant they had strong people under them, to Tang, Tian and gang, it was bad news. Tang, Tian, Ling Su and Crane immediately rushed up the hillside. Going up the hillside, the view before them expanded out. They saw a group of roughly 100 horsemen rushing towards them, with the distance between them less than 200 steps. Looking at them, Tang Tian felt that those were not the enemies chasing after them, and the three of them heaved a sigh of relief. Kill! Hua Ma Er's powerful shout sounded out. She was the one in the lead, like a blazing fireball, dauntlessly rushing towards the opposite cavalry. The subordinates by her side all shouted out weird gibberish, and without hesitation, they all assaulted downwards. Such a fierce girl! Ling Su exclaimed. Tang Tian and Crane had the same feeling. The enemies numbered 5 times more than hers, but they did not even frown and directly went to assault. That was too fearsome. Hua Ma Er blazed up with a red light aura, enveloping the horse together with her. Her horse was obviously not a normal horse, its speed was as quick as lightning. Compared to Ling Su's flamingo, it was not inferior in any aspect. Hua Ma Er borrowed the force. Wielding a machete in her hands, a ray of hot red blade aura whistled right into the enemy. 3 enemies did not dodge in time, fresh blood spurting out, their wails screamed out as they dropped off their horses. Both sides were fast. As Hua Ma Er released that blade, she rushed into the enemy. Her machete skills were weird but swift, releasing techniques upon techniques. With crescent blade auras releasing out into the sky, a person would inevitably drop with every blade. So strong. Crane growled, she should be at least as strong as people in the Heavens Road List Reserve. So powerful. Tang Tian was surprised, it was his first time meeting a strong woman. Her blade techniques are strong, and the release of her techniques are so fast. Little Su, are you faster or is she faster? Ling Su snorted, she is not worthy to be my opponent. That arrogant speech was something everyone expected out from Ling Su. Every sweep of Hua Ma Er boosted the morale of her subordinates, making them become more fearless. Seeing that the opponent's formation was being pushed into confusion, Hua Ma Er thought that by adding more power, the opponent would be thoroughly defeated. The enemy troops became very messy, and ownerless horses were rampant everywhere. The horses were expensive and valuable resources, so no one would rashly kill them. Hua Ma Er noticed that the enemy troops had a strong-statured man who used an extremely heavy mace. He had already injured 3 of her men. Killing intent rose in Hua Ma Er's eyes. Urging her horse, leaning forward, the machete in her hand naturally hung down, like a willow leaf drifting in the wind, she ran with an unspeakable rhythm. Her speed was extremely fast, like red-colored lightning. The moment she had rushed to the front of the big-statured man, the machete in her hand trembled. A cold blade aura aimed straight for the big-statured man's face. The mace instantly flew up and welcomed the blade aura, and the big-statured man suddenly exposed a smile. Hua Ma Er's pupils constricted. Not good. Chie. A fine thorn sword had pierced into her horse's belly without a sound, and the deadly sharp sword aura suddenly impaled the horse's body. A short and small vague figure suddenly scuttled out from the big-statured man-horse's stomach, and stuck into Hua Ma Er's horse stomach instead. Hua Ma Er did not make it in time to block. A thick thumb-sized blue sword aura pierced into her left shoulder, bringing forth fresh blood, but disappearing right after it pierced a hole. The mace of the big-statured man swept towards her. Hua Ma Er only felt as if she had banged into a strong wall, groaned once and instantly flew out. Even before she had the chance to land on the ground, a blue cold aura appeared in front of her eyes. It had the shape of some kind of monster, taking the chance to get closer to her. She became like ice, as her blood almost froze. She realized who this assassin was, Yan Jiuji. With Yan Jiuji's strength, she realized that she was going to be defeated, and despair crept into her eyes. Suddenly, a dazzling sparkle that looked like fire arrows suddenly rushed into her vision. This wave of sparkles struck directly onto the blue sword aura and exploded out. Hua Ma Er barely escaped from death, and in a panicked state, she subconsciously pulled back to keep a distance. After retreating a few meters, she then saw clearly that Tang Tian was standing in front of her. This fellow can actually block Yan Jiuji's sword. Tang Tian bellowed, "Hey, you can't kill her, and I don't wish to kill you. Get lost. I don't want to make things difficult for you all." Hua Ma Er's expression froze on her face. She deeply suspected that Tang Tian's brain was fried. How could he say such embarrassing words? At this time she saw Yan Jiuji's figure. Yan Jiuji was very small, roughly about 1.6 m tall, with a gloomy and cold look like a snake. In his hand was a gleaming blue sword. Yan Jiuji's pupils constricted. Who are you? My name is Tang Tian. Tang Tian patted his chest, with a proud look on his face. I am a Heaven's Road list martial artist, and I am very powerful. Everyone looked towards Tang Tian, and their expression became weird. Hua Er's face became red, feeling embarrassed for him. That proud look of his was more like a hoodlum bully. There was not a trace of heroism in him. Heaven Road list martial artist, you must be lying. Ridicule appeared in Yan Jiuji's eyes. Heaven Road list? Ha! He suddenly disappeared, and a dense blue light appeared at Tang Tian's throat. The big-statured man took the chance to make his move. Suddenly rushing forward, brushing past Tang Tian's head, the mace waved at a high angle and exploded out, smashing towards Hua Er. Ding! A black figure arrived on point. A perfectly straight white sword aura held the mace back by its sword tip. The big-statured man carrying the mace only felt an extremely sharp sword aura breaking through his true power, drilling straight to his meridians, and could not help to be overwhelmed with shock. The body that was like an iron tower flew back. Just at this time, Tang Tian moved. The cat blade brought 3 rays of blood traces, blocking Tang Tian's front, interlocking with Yan Jiuji's thorn sword. Tang Tian's body did not budge an inch. A cold aura flashed past Jiu Yanji's eyes. His thorn sword that was stuck suddenly shot out a blue sword beam directly towards Tang Tian's face. As though Tang Tian already predicted this move, he moved his head, and relaxingly dodged. Jiu Yanji's eyes became a small dot. He's an expert. His true power surging out, the fine thorn sword that was locked released a ripple, like a python struggling with all its might. Tang Tian suddenly smiled at Yan Jiuji, causing his heart to jump. The binding on his fine thorn side suddenly disappeared. It was free. Yan Jiuji's became joyous and instantly retreated, but suddenly a sharp and acute true power pierced into his meridians from his thorn sword. Not good. Yan Jiuji felt as if an awl had pierced into his meridians, causing his face to change. The true power in his body almost became chaotic, resulting in him spitting out blood. Unable to suppress the surging qi and blood in his body, he dropped his head and ran. He fell into a trap. This person was powerful and unfathomable. That dumb look and act was to fake him. Tang Tian also forgot to give chase. He stood there blankly, recalling and memorizing the feel of that attack. His power was definitely stronger than Yan Jiuji, but in terms of meeting force with force, without exchanging at least 10 moves, it was hard to determine who won. But his own intuition actually predicted the opponent's reaction, and borrowing the power from his opponent's withdrawal, he took advantage of it and sent in some of his own true power. He did not expect the result to be so good and unusual. So true power can also be used like that. It was as though Tang Tian had opened another window of possibility, by using a small force to overwhelm the big. Instead of forcing out true power, the result was far less than by taking advantage of the opponent. If used perfectly, by using only a bit of true power, it could give rise to extraordinary results. Strong and weak are forever relative in change. A trace of essence blossomed in Tang Tian's eyes. His heart was filled with a powerful excitement, because he had already gained full enlightenment on his martial techniques. He could see so many changes. The true power in his body surged. The crane body energy suddenly relaxed then tightened, becoming faintly discernible. Crane body energy, its true essence was not what he thought of as the shape of a crane body. The true essence was about the changes and variations of the crane body. Changes and variations. That's right, variations. Power from the different variations. Tang Tian could not hold back anymore, looked up to the sky and howled. The crane body inside his body was no longer confined and limited to its crane shape as before as well. It suddenly spread its wings and neck, suddenly standing straight and having a myriad of changes. This was due to the countless minute true power converging into the crane that suddenly became extremely active, as if they were revived from the dead. This crane body was responding to Tang Tian, crying out from its outstretched neck. Tang Tian's body suddenly had an unspeakable grandeur. The cry was clear and melodious, but not at all reverberating. It was extremely clear to the ears within the distance of 5 kilometers. Crane's person, body suddenly trembled, turned to look in disbelief at Tang Tian. That was the power of the crane. Being enlightened on the true essence of the crane body energy, and then learning the power of the crane. Ling Su also looked at Tang Tian in disbelief. This fellow, did he just break through like that? That long cry completely ravaged the enemy's willpower, as Hua Er looked at Tang Tian in shock. That long cry was endless, and completely ignoring her true power, it penetrated into her heart, but she had no idea of how to resist it. Yan Jiuji, who was running for his life, heard that cry, causing the true power in his body to revolt, and he instantly fell from the sky and landed on his face. His face was dumbstruck, without any trace of fighting intent. He struggled back up on his feet and escaped in a panic. Tang Tian slowly opened his eyes. The crane body in his body was changing continuously. His pupils were as clear as water, without the trace of any impurity. Even the air around him slowly became pure and limpid, free from dust and dirt, rising spontaneously. Wah ha ha! I really am a godlike young man. In the dead silence, Tang Tian's abrupt laughter was so lofty, so ear-piercing, stunning everyone else. The atmosphere was broken just like that. Everyone stared blankly at Tang Tian, who had his hands on his waist, laughing wildly while looking up at the sky. This arrogant person had caused everyone's mind to go blank. This change is too sudden. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 261, Blue Poems. Chapter 261, Blue Poems. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by XRCO, Earl, Nitsuriako, and DeAndre. Crane's complexion was ashen. To Crane, who was usually cultured and refined, this expression was hardly seen. Even Ling Su, who was simple-minded, knew how to be tactfully quiet. He hugged his silver spear while sitting on Flamingo, spectating. The troops were also quiet. All their heads were quietly facing Tang Tian. Wah, look at me dog paddle invincibly. Hoo hoo ha hey. Tang Tian was floating in mid-air, executing a dog paddling swimming position, his mouth releasing the hoo hoo hey hey sounds. What was more queer was that he really looked like he was in water, continuing his dog paddle, slowly moving forward. Watch me step on the air. Tang Tian's back faced the sky. As though he was stepping on water, both of his legs stepped on an invisible step in the air, his body being pushed forward. Watch me hop like a spring while doing a handstand. Jump 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 jump. Tang Tian turned upside down, his hand became like a spring, pu, he shot outwards again and again. Tang Tian played by himself weirdly. Once in a while, he would release some weird sounds. Tang Tian's entire body was enveloped by a layer of white cold mist, which somewhat had the feeling of immortal qi. That was the power of the crane. Power of the crane was extremely mystical. Tang Tian's every gesture naturally had a hint of extreme quality. The trembling of Crane's heart was indescribable. Compared to crane body energy, the power of the crane was of a much higher grade. In the history of Crane sect, only the early generations of the Crane sect disciples had people who managed to cultivate the power of the crane. If you had to say, the crane body energy was the fundamental point of Crane sect's martial techniques. If no one had attained the crane body energy, then the majority of the martial techniques of Crane sect were unattainable. But for power of the crane, it was like adding a finishing touch to the puzzle. Martial techniques containing the power of the crane would have their power multiplied several folds. Crane was definitely feeling jealous, but he was a very accomplished young man. Ever since young he was taught to understand not to compare with others and to be at peace. Under jealousy, he should be happier. If it was not for Tang Tian, he would not even be where he was today. Who knew Tang Tian upon finding a new toy would become so spirited? Especially after finding out that power of the crane helped his body to float, he quickly found a new playing method, which was to swim in mid-air or to jump in mid-air. This made him ecstatic. To Crane, the power of the crane was a legendary absolute skill, an unmatched sacred skill. Tang Tian, do you know how hard it is to attain the power of the crane? How lucky you are? Please cherish it more, and incorporate the power of the crane with your martial techniques. Crane's thoughts were like this, but, personally witnessing Tang Tian being so unprofessional, and using the sect's absolute skill to play, it was such a waste. How could he portray a happy expression? This asshole. 1 hour later. Tang Tian was sprawled on a horse, his entire body could not move. He had played too much previously, and actually used up all of his true power. He did not even have the energy to walk, and had no choice but to lie on the horseback. Seeing Tang Tian in a difficult situation, Crane felt happier. His expression was back to normal, and the depressing atmosphere around him had disappeared. Crane turned to smile at Hua Air. Does young Miss Hua Air know these people? The majestic cavalry were all held captive. Only Yen Jiuji managed to escape, and the rest of them had no choice but to be captives. Reporting to young master, all of them are from the Wild Soil tribe. Hua Air said respectfully. The 3 of them in front of her had power which were unfathomable, and were extremely strong. Rules of the world, the strong were the lords, and in the cruel Lupus constellation, this rule set in place was even more vivid. Moreover, the 3 of them had just saved her life. Tang Tian was immersed in the magic of power of the crane. The crane energy in his body continued to change and move like a living animal. Inside the changes of the crane body, the true power in his body circulated endlessly, the true power surging up from everywhere. Whenever it clashed into the crane body, it would be destroyed, and transformed into fine and minute particles of true power. This was what Crane and the rest could see, that Tang Tian's body was constantly emitting a faint mist. This mist of qi that was made up of particles of true power, attached to Tang Tian's body, forming into a layer. Tang Tian felt extremely odd. He felt all the more profound, feeling that this layer of true power brought along many mysteries. If he could understand more of the power of the crane, then the layer of power of the crane could change infinitely. What caused Tang Tian to feel the most surprised was, although his true power was unable to control the power of the crane, his martial spirit was able to do it. Tang Tian's mind was suddenly stirred. He suddenly thought of Crypto Sword Saint, when they were pulled into the spirit domain of the demon sealing sword. Unless, power of the crane was considered a spirit domain? But Tang Tian immediately shook his head. The power of the crane and the spirit domain power in variation was as different as heaven and earth. But it had some peculiarities, and rather fit him. And after being controlled by the martial spirit, it had the chance to become the initial stage of the spirit domain. All these brave guesses were noted down in Tang Tian's mind, and were slowly verified in the days following. Following his increase in power, he relied less and less on Bing. He had to rely on himself to gain more insights, although he was less intellectual and required more time. He could leave the other things to the smarter people. Tang Tian's thoughts continued to be immersed in martial techniques. The other good point of the power of the crane was that it allowed his true power to recover much faster than before. Huoma, you think by relying on those 3 young brats, you can still stay in your broken village? The big-statured man with the mace sneered. Master is already leading 6 tribes. You think you can conquer everything with only your fire wolf tribe? Stop dreaming. Huoma face immediately darkened. Haja, you are actually relying on Xin Li? That's right. Haja stretched his neck, widened his eyes and did not deny it. For so long, our sandwolves have not had a strong head, and thus became like this today. Huoma, you were one who had the qualifications to be one, but sadly you were not willing. Was Yen Jiushi sent by Xin Li? Huoma face was extremely black. Haja sneered. He was not the only one. Only with you dead can the sandwolves form back together, and then truly become one again. At that time, all the sand will be under our command. And you believe him? Huoma shook her head. Haja, have you met anyone who is as cunning and ruthless as him? Whichever tribes that have collaborated with him, which one of them still exists today? Haja's neck quickly became red, fire blazing in his eyes. I do not care about so much, so you don't need to worry. But what about us? If we continue like this, none of us can last through this winter. Huoma was stunned. Huoma, you have lost your chance. Haja's mood calmed down. So what if they are Heaven's Road list martial artists? The power behind Xin Li is much bigger than you think. His wild heart is not kept only in this desert. He wants to go fight for Silver Moon, Heaven Hook and Feudal Marshal. You all will be used as cannon fodder. Huoma said coldly. Ha ha. Haja laughed. Huoma, you dare to say that? Who isn't cannon fodder in the entire Lupus constellation? Huoma was speechless. Huaja continued, let me tell you, the reason the Fire Wolf tribe has not been destroyed yet is because Xin Li does not have absolute confidence to get rid of you. As long as you are gone, and the rest surrender, he will swallow the entire Fire Wolf tribe up. Suddenly Tang Tian stopped, his gaze looked out towards the far hill. There are people incoming. Just at this time, a few black dots appeared at the far hill. Huoma was shocked, she stared at Tang Tian in disbelief. The distance to the hill was more than 5 km, but Tang Tian was able to sense the enemy from so far away. The people were coming very quickly. There were 3 of them. In the lead was a malicious old man, his eyes were terrifyingly blood red. On his left was a man in armor, his entire body was covered within the silver armor. Even his face was completely wrapped up. On his right was a lady holding a bone whip, dressed in black leather. Her figure was curvy as her clothes were tight to her body, showing off her voluptuous shape. The bone whip in her hand was peculiar, as though it was some kind of star spirit beast's spine, with the joints of the bones clearly distinct. Who injured Jiuji? The old man with the bloodshot eyes asked. It's me. Tang Tian giggled and stood up. Are you his teacher? Are you here to fight? Seeking death. The old man snorted, his body disappeared from his original place. Sigh, a blue light flashed past Tang Tian's eyes, as a vague azure claw image suddenly appeared in his vision. Without thinking, he brandished out bleeding cat blade scythe, summoning forth dazzling sparks that welcomed the blue claw. Ding, dot. The collision of chi caused a bang that permeated about, and the two figures separated, both of them flying back 3 meters. Tang Tian stared at the old man viciously. The old man's strength far exceeded Yin Zhouji. In that clash, he knew that the fight would be a long and bitter one. His gaze landed on the old man's hands. Both were actually like a blue ice sculpture, sparkling and dazzling to the eyes, like it had some sort of magical force, attracting people's mind. So strong. The old man's allies exposed surprise as they saw Tang Tian block the old man's claws. The old man squinted. I heard recently there was someone who created a brand new unique martial technique, named the Fire Scythe Ghost Claw. Never did I expect to meet it here. No wonder Zhouji lost to you, so you do indeed have some skills. The two people at the side were emotionally stirred, and looked at Tang Tian in shock. This brat who hasn't even grown hair yet could actually create a unique martial technique? Tian, grown hair at you know. The most surprised was Ha Jia. His mouth was open wide as he stared at Tang Tian blankly. He knew who the old man was, and when he saw him appear, he was secretly happy, as he thought they had one. Never did he think that, with the both of them exchanging a set of moves, and would actually be equal. Your claw techniques are powerful too. Tang Tian's gaze was fixed on the old man's blue sparkling hands. I think you also have a unique martial technique. You do have a sharp eye. The old man said coldly, at such a young age, to be able to master the Fire Scythe Ghost Claw, you have potential. But, for you to meet me, sadly today will be the day of your death. The old man's hands lightly moved, his sleeves moving like butterflies, exposing his palms that looked like they were carved from ice crystals. His blue hands moved, one high and one low, fingers like hooks. Bang! A wave of boundless and dangerous chi exploded out from the old man's body, and the surroundings started to move. As if he was inside a vast body of water without boundaries, a blue whale the size of a mountain appeared on water. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 262, Bing's Request. Chapter 262, Bing's Request. Translated by Barry Buns. Edited by XRCO, Earl, Nitsuriako, and DeAndre. The chi surrounding the old man spread out without boundary, and actually trapped everyone within. With a snort, a tall and sturdy figure appeared and stood in front of Tang Tian. It was actually Tang Yi. Tang Yi had an imposing appearance with a very stable power. With the zanbato in his hands touching the floor, it blended together with his imposing look. The old man's pupils constricted. This martial spirit's movements were very casual, but did not have any loopholes in his body. His own chi, upon nearing the spirit general, felt like it was crashing against a formless wall, and could not move an inch forward. Such a strong spirit general. Huoma Air's face changed, her mind was once again taken for surprise. Tang Yi did not fight previously, so she thought Tang Yi was a normal spirit general. Never did she expect that it would be so strong. Where exactly did this group of people come from? Her thoughts were becoming more and more confused. With their power, Tang Tian and his friends were extremely strong, and with such a powerful spirit general, they were an outstanding group. Why did they appear in Lupus constellation? When the old man released his chi, it resulted in a chain reaction. Crane's eyes congealed, his lanky fair palms had gripped his sword hilt instantly. He stood firmly, rotating the power within him, his entire being was ready to fight. Ling Su had retrieved his spear. The sheep horn wind bell slowly rang to a rhythm, along with the wind. His expression congealed. Inside the orange pupils, fire was blazing. The armored warrior and bone whip lady beside the old man snorted at the same time, and both of them released their chi. Bang! A silver liquid flowed from the armored warrior, and a bright silver mist lingered along his lower body, the body of a horse vaguely seen. In his hands, a long spear appeared. Centaurus constellation? Ling Su snorted, the blaze in his eyes brightening up. The strength between the southern sky's 42 constellations were uneven, the disparity widely spread, but there were a few extremely strong constellations, like the Centaurus constellation, Phoenix constellation, Canis Major constellation and the Corona Australis constellation. Centaurus constellation was southern sky's 42 constellations' strongest constellation. The person in front of him had the armor of the Centaurus constellation, a significantly extraordinary item. Centaurus constellation, wings of the silver spear, Inkong. The armored warrior introduced himself in a low voice. Spear of Justice, Ling Su. As Ling Su said those few words, the fighting intent in his chest soared. The opponent's chi was strong and equal to his, and these kind of opponents were hard to come across. Crane and the bone whip lady had a totally different scene. Oh my, young master, you are so handsome. The Bone Whip lady said charmingly, seeing you, your servant has instantly fallen for you. Young master, why not take me? Don't worry, your servant will take care and love you well. Can I ask if you are Finkulu? Crane asked calmly. Hey, young master knows this servant's name. Is it possible that young master is already moved by this servant? The Bone Whip lady covered her mouth and laughed. You should have told me earlier. Tonight, this servant is young master's person. She charmingly shook her waist, and instantly her face changed, as she rushed towards Crane. A cold aura flashed past Crane's eyes, the Crane sword along with the sheath in his hands instantly pierced out. Chi! The sword Chi was like the Crane's beak. Filled with a white aura, it cut through the air. Young master is so vicious. The Bone Whip lady delicately cried out. The bone whip in her hands was like a bone snake, rising up strangely and attacking the sword Chi. Both of them were extremely fast. While Crane's figure was gracefully and elegantly brandishing out sword moves, the Bone Whip lady's bone whip was full of changes. The fight of Ling Su and the armored warrior was totally different. The centaur warrior was as quick as lightning. Casting their spears out and competing with overwhelming force, their attacks flew everywhere. Ling Su stirred flamingo, and like a red blazing fireball, the pointed sea spears in his hands were endless. As long as the opponent was somewhat affected by it, he would immediately break through. But the centaur warrior recognized Ling Su's power, and was extremely cautious of his pointed sea spears. The most exhilarating one was still the old man in Tang. The old man's claw techniques were extremely fast, and difficult for the naked eye to catch. Every claw contained a powerful cold aura. In between the blue claw afterimages, snowflakes would appear. While Tang Yi's blade techniques were extremely plain and simple, neither too fast nor too slow, when they collided with the blue claw, his outstanding and aggressive strength of the blade was portrayed, and a thunderclap would sound out loudly. They were both locked in a stalemate. Tang Tian was stunned as he realized that there was actually no one paying attention to him. What kind of situation is this? Suddenly, he felt as though someone was spying on them from a very distant place. It seemed to originate from a place 10 kilometers away from Tang Tian. Where did those fellows sprout out from? The middle-aged man who spoke was flustered. His stature was plump, his eyes small, looking very sinister, and filled with an unspeakable killing intent. He was Xian Li. At his side, it was the frail Yin Jiuji. His current face was completely overwhelmed with shock and not a trace of blood on his face. He was terrified, but his heart felt blissful that he managed to escape fast. If he had to face off against the spirit general wielding the Zanbato from the start, his head would have most likely disappeared from his neck. Through Yin Jiuji, Xian Li managed to get the master to fight, and with the three powerful people, Xian Li was full of confidence. First he would wipe out and claim the desert for himself, then he would contend with the three other powerhouses. As long as he killed Huama Air, the biggest obstacle blocking him, then the desert would be his. Never did he expect to meet upon such fierce people along the way, hindering his road to victory. Damn it! Xian Li clenched his teeth, his facial expression fluctuating. Tang Tian, who had nothing to do, was rubbing his head. This is weird, why am I the only one not fighting? This godlike young man should be the first to fight. Tang Tian gazed around, hope filling his eyes, hoping that another enemy reinforcement would suddenly rush forward. The entire surrounding area was completely still and quiet. Just at this moment, Bing's voice suddenly came out, "Little Tang Tang, I need to discuss something with you." Tang Tian, who had nothing to do, was suddenly at attention. "Uncle, what do you need?" Cough. Bing felt that it was hard to speak out, that is, "Are you willing to conquer these tribes?" Conquer the tribes? Tang Tian was stunned. "Uncle, what do you wish to do? Why are you suddenly interested in the Lupus tribe people? Or are you trying to do something with your training camp?" "That's right, the progress of the training camp is very smooth." Bing's tone became inspired, but very quickly he felt embarrassed. "But there is a problem." "What's the problem?" Tang Tian, who still did not understand, and asked. "There is no one." Bing felt helpless. Other than the two brats that the Mo family is sending, there is no one else in the training camp. "No way." Tang Tian cried out in alarm. "Uncle, why are you such a failure? After so long you still did not entice anyone?" Bing's voice was extremely awkward. "It is not me failing. It's just that in the past, we did not have the problem of recruiting people, everyone was just flocking in to join. But now, it is more troublesome. There are a few people who came, but their talents are extremely bad." Tang Tian finally understood. "Uncle, you think that there are people with good talent amongst the Lupus people?" "The Lupus people are honestly quite good. They thrive in a bad environment, they are tough and tenacious, hardworking, and able to endure hardships. Also, these tribes have no leader. If you find it troublesome, then just spend some money, it would not amount to much. They are cannon fodder, so instead of being other people's cannon fodder, why not take them as ours? Bing said shamelessly. Upon hearing spending money, Tian was not willing. Hey, uncle, you already spent a lot of money. I was just saying. Bing said defensively, anyway, as long as you give people to me, I don't care if you swindle or cheat. Tian was shocked at Bing's shamelessness and scoundrelly, uncle, so you're that kind of person, but... Bing coughed, desperate times calls for desperate measures. Also, all those ordinary problems, how can they tire a godlike young man out? Only with problems like these that are with a high degree of difficulty are deserving of you. Tian became elated, that's completely right. For you to think that way, it is a huge improvement. Bing had completely thrown his moral integrity away. For his training camp, he was willing to bootlick Tian all the way. In the past, I was not enlightened enough to realize this point. But trust me, I have already gained enough insight for me to reflect and self-criticize. I have finally understood, only by relying on you, godlike young man, can the honor of the army fully blossom. This mere lupus constellation, this mere desert, to you godlike young man, it is simply too easy, it will be successful, yeah, in any case, who can stop young man Tang? But Tian's smile had reached his earlobes, and he was acting high and mighty. Uncle, your words are a bit too exaggerating. But that is completely right. He hesitated for a while, but that would consume quite a bit of time. I am still thinking of how to rush to Southern Cross constellation. Bing had already anticipated that, and continued flattering, young man, don't worry. We have already prepared the perfect plan, and will definitely not waste any time. His tone suddenly changed, and said seriously, also, we have uncovered some news. Feudal Marshal is currently holding an assembly, and their target is us. Feudal Marshal? Tian could not make out what was happening, but we have never met them before. I do not know the reason. Bing said, but it was Belle who heard about it. Tian thought about the sneak attacks from before. Could they be from Feudal Marshal? After thinking for a while, Tian still did not get it. He simply let it go, and straightforwardly said, okay, it would still be better leaving all these crafty plots and plans to you guys, anyway I am in charge of fighting. Young man, you are wise. Bing regained his flattery. Suddenly, rumbling noises of horse hooves came out from afar, causing a cloud of dust. A group comprising of over 500 people was fiercely rushing over. Those are Xian Li's cavalry. Hua Er's face changed. Tian, who was getting bored to death, was suddenly invigorated, and without hesitation, throw your captives on the ground. Hua Er was stunned, and an unbelievable thought came to her head, unless. The rest of them looked at Hua Er, and she clenched her teeth, discard them. Bang bang bang, all the captives dropped to the ground. Tian turned and looked at Hua Er, can you still fight? As expected. There were still such dauntless people in the world. Hua Er's heart surged. A flush suddenly rising to her face, she nodded her head, yes. Bring your people well, and follow my lead. Tian turned and got up the horse, his left hand wielding the blood rush shield, the right hand holding the dual-headed mace. This was his reward from beating brother Hua Shi, something that he had kept. It was this day that it would draw blood. Pointing the heavy mace forward, his vigorous shout was like thunder, as it echoed out through the skies. Kill. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 263, Irresistible Force. Chapter 263, Irresistible Force. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by XRCO, Earl, Nitsuriako, and DeAndre. Tian's horse riding was bad. At best, he could only not drop off from the horse. But this horse was a trained warhorse, and could run like the wind. When Xian Li saw Tian leading Hua Er and roughly 20 people, and that they were directly rushing towards his army, a feeling was immediately placed in his stomach. Idiot. So what if you're a Heaven Road list martial artist? The 500 people that he brought were the elites of his subordinates, and over 70 of them were Heaven Road grade martial artists. With this power, even a Heaven Road list martial artist would die clashing with them. That was why he brought so many people out. He was not sure that the 3 martial artists currently fighting could gain victory. This fight, no matter what, must be won. Xian Li squinted his small eyes, killing intent rising. His heart becoming resolute, he waved his hand and roared, kill! Kill! Everyone shouted in unison, their faces exposing sinister and fierce expressions. Seeing the distance from the opponent getting closer and closer, Tian's eyes became extremely vicious, and suddenly stepped off the horse. His sudden action caused everyone to be taken aback. The enemy in the front lines did not expect that Tang Tian would suddenly leap from the horse. Borrowing the momentum of the horse, Tang Tian's leap was extremely fast. The various people in the group only felt that Tang Tian was like a shooting star, suddenly rushing to them, becoming an indistinct figure the moment he covered their line of sight. The martial artist leading the charge suddenly turned pale, and lifted up the sword in his hand in panic. A force that could topple mountains penetrated his sword upon arrival, and without being able to wail out, he only felt that he crashed into a giant beast. Bang! His body was like a ball that was being batted away by a strong force, and flew out with astonishing speed. The few martial artists behind him could not dodge in time. Bang bang bang! All of them crashed and spewed blood from their mouths, unable to cry out in pain. They all dropped from their horses. The scene instantly became a mess. Flaunting his powerful mace, Tang Tian's fighting intuition ignited. Borrowing the power of the confusion, Tang Tian tiptoed. He rushed out like a swift horse, conjuring a few afterimages, dragging the mace on the ground, and plowing a straight deep ditch. Earth and soil flew everywhere. The true power in his body surged. If Tang Tian had noticed, he would have realized that the mace he was carrying was being enveloped with a slight white mist, lingering indefinitely. Power of the crane. After finishing the last deep ditch, Tang Tian stopped momentarily, but in the next moment, he disappeared. At the same time, a gloomy sound echoed out from the sky. The power of the crane on the mace was extremely terrifying. Total annihilation. Wherever the mace swept, as long as it touched a bit, as if they were struck by lightning, people would spit out blood. 3 figures wailed out as they fell. Tang Tian could only feel an indescribable sense of elation. His brute force and true power, under the influence of the power of the crane, was actually so compatible and perfectly harmonized. All the ordinary moves in his hands had become extremely bold and powerful. But at this moment, the others finally reacted. As several figures shot out from their horses and rushed towards him. Tang Tian exhaled out loudly, swinging the mace in a circle. Buzz, the mace caused a vibrato as it swept through the air, as a few blade and rod beam auras clashed. Bang! Tang Tian's legs stepped into the ground, but he stood firmly in his place. The other people only felt as if they had clashed into an extremely dense wall. Their chests contracted, their true power in their body turned sluggish. They found it hard to breathe as they were overwhelmed with horror. Tang Tian's fierceness and toughness was beyond their expectations. As their gazes landed on Tang Tian's position, their pupils contracted. The position in which Tang Tian was at actually had nobody. Not good. Their faces instantly changed, but they were not in time to react. A demonic figure flashed past. A few cold rays mixed with a cat's sobbing sounds, followed by bloody violent winds that pierced into them. 4 martial artists clutched their throats, their eyes bulging out like fish eyes, their face showing an unbelievable depth of fear. Tang Tian kept the mace, and had used the bleeding cat blade scythe. The faintly discernible demonic cat sobbing sounds in the air became a swift-moving figure, and like a demon, he was able to predict and attack ahead of time. His attacks were unfathomable and hard to predict, suddenly disappearing by the horse, suddenly appearing from a blind spot. He was extremely fast, and every attack was aimed at the enemy's weak spots. The cold aura on his hands flickered between the crowd. In 15 seconds, Tang Tian's position became very spacious. He had actually killed so many of the enemies that they no longer appeared dense anymore. Both sides facing and assaulting each other at a rapid pace, to Tang Tian, it was undoubtedly a natural place for him. With such a high speed and intense battle, the reaction time for both sides were abrupt. But to Tang Tian and his powerful intuition, he was able to be aware of the dangers and attacks of the enemies a step before. Tang Tian had managed to display his intuition to the extreme. Every single one of the people who were behind him had a dumbstruck look as they could not believe what they were witnessing. They had actually penetrated the enemy formation. How was this possible? Kill! A loud shout suddenly exploded into their eyes, shaking them up from their daydream. Turning around to look, as though the figures suddenly disappeared with the wind, he actually turned back and returned into the enemy's army to fight. See! All of them were gasping for air. There was actually such a terrifying and powerful person like this in the world. Huoma Air was greatly provoked by Tang Tian's actions, and the fighting intent in her chest soared to the extreme. She took a deep breath. Suddenly reining her horse, turning back to rush towards the enemy, waving her whip up high and shouting, "Kill!" The martial artists of the Fire Wolf tribe loudly agreed and followed. Xian Li was surprised and angry. In an instant, he had lost over 20 men. The 500 people were specially picked elites, and all of them were treasures. To lose 20 of them in a blink of an eye, how could he bear the pain? Tang Tian's display of powers had caused him to be dumbstruck, but when Tang Tian turned back and started fighting again, his loathful action actually caused a blood rush in Xian Li's head. How could he, Xian Li, bear to continue watching? A savage look flashed past Xian Li's eyes, and he shouted deeply, "Stop, that!" The army stopped in their places. They were elites, had fearsome power, and as martial artists who had lived in the desert their whole lives, their horse mounting technique was extremely skilled. The rear groups, drop off your horses and meet the enemy. Xian Li displayed an extremely calm and cool demeanor, even when Tang Tian was just 10 feet away from them. The martial artists behind the army dropped off their horses and rushed towards Tang Tian. Xian Li's gaze was like a torch. The extra speed of the horses was unable to handle Tang Tian's threatening moves. Instead, it actually acted as protection with him slipping in and out. With the previous waves of attacks, a number were beaten down by Tang Tian's sneak attacks from below the horse belly. Tang Tian turned and rushed towards the martial artists who were on foot. Although his true power was only at the 6th level, and having no advantage facing these martial artists, but he had attained the power of the crane, and the might of his martial techniques had amplified. Fire Scythe Ghost Claw's polished sparks became like dazzling fireworks, yet brimming with a deathly chi. Fire Scythe Ghost Claw might be ranked at the bottom of the board of unique skills, but it was 100% a unique martial technique. A blade beam as dazzling as snow, sharp and threatening, aimed straight for the back of Tang Tian's head. As though he had eyes behind his head, his body bent down, and the beam brushed past his back. The dense cold of the sword beam caused Tang Tian's hair to stand. It was a Heaven Road grade martial artist. Without thinking, Tang Tian, who was balled up, released power through his toes and suddenly smashed towards his back. The opponent did not think that he would be able to dodge the sneak attack, lest that Tang Tian would even think of using such a method to attack. In that moment of panic, the blade in his hand was used to block his chest. Clang! The sound of the sword and blade clashing sounded out. As the sword was being bashed aside from Tang Tian's blood rush shield, Tang Tian immediately crashed towards his bosom. Bang! An abundant force crashed into his chest, causing his expression to freeze. Pooh, he spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body immediately soared into the air, flying to a distance of 8 feet. Upon landing, he was no longer breathing. That body slam by Tang Tian was filled with crane energy that changed thrice, causing the power release to be substantially strong. Tang Tian suddenly realized his extremely strong fundamental martial techniques, in the midst of the messy battle, were extremely useful. With the power of the crane, all the simple fundamental martial techniques were able to kill and injure. A cold aura was felt as a spear approached like a dragon. Yet another Heaven Road grade martial artist. As the person watched Tang Tian's force disappear, the new force still growing, he decided to attack. But he did not know that the crane body in Tang Tian's body was continuously changing, and the force, since the beginning, was always fluctuating. Zitzi, lightning sound. A ray of sparks appeared in mid-air, and accurately struck the cold spear tip. Tang Tian had Ling Su, a spear expert, by his side. Although he did not learn any spear techniques, but after fighting Ling Su a countless amount of times, he was extremely familiar on handling a spear user. Fire Scythe Ghost Claw struck the spear tip, the exploding true power directly surging into the opponent's spear body. In the next moment, the spear martial artist felt a burning sensation from the spear in his hands. His face showed a shocked expression, and he tried to stir his true power, to push down Tang Tian's true power. The figure in front of him flashed, and Tang Tian appeared like a demon right in front of him. He jumped out in fright, he retreated in a panic, but only to feel a pain in his chest. He lost sight of the person in front of him. He stood in his position in a blank. The next moment, he lowered his head to look at his chest, only to see a hole with blood. His consciousness was leaving him and, plop, he fell to the ground. The people around him were scared out of their wits. Tang Tian had killed 2 Heaven Road grade martial artists in the time taken to raise a hand. How could they have ever met such a terrifying martial artist before? Also, this terrifying martial artist was just a 16-year-old teenager? Tang Tian's face still somewhat possessed the innocent child look, but upon fighting, his face would become extremely shrewd and ruthless. All these old veterans who had been in the field for so many years, felt their eyes twitch in fright. Don't tell me this fellow had been fighting ever since he was in his mother's womb? How can there be such a perverted person in this world? 2 Heaven Road grade martial artists were killed right in front of them. And there was nothing as scary as that. All the other Heaven Road grade martial artists were panicking. Other than the 20 Heaven Road grade martial artists who were loyal to Xian Li, the other 50 were all enlisted from the other various tribes. All these people were old veterans, and knew of self-preservation more than anyone else. At this moment, the right move was to let other people exhaust this pervert's true power. That was the best way. They all voluntarily dodged and avoided Tang Tian, making Tang Tian more of an irresistible force. The Heaven Road grade martial artists were not a threat to Tang Tian, and the other martial artists were not even his opponents. All the martial artists who crossed Tang Tian's path were cut like wheatgrass, and suffered pitiful defeats. Xian Li's face changed. He had only realized that he was underestimating the power of the young man and overestimating the power of his subordinates. All the martial artists who were enlisted from the tribes would definitely not die for battle. They, who were usually arrogant with their strength, upon meeting a stronger opponent, would immediately run away. But Xian Li knew this was not the moment to regret. He resolved his mind, his eyes becoming firm. He bellowed, "Sand Riders of the Iron Guards! Get off your horses and follow me to go up." The 20 guards around Xian Li all dropped down at the same time. They all protected Xian Li, and soundlessly made their way forward. All the other martial artists paved out a way for them. The 20 Sand Riders from the Iron Guards were all Heaven Road grade martial artists, and was Xian Li's power nucleus. Tang Tian squinted his eyes, a jolt of lightning flashing past his eyes. "You finally can't take it anymore, huh? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 264, Peacock's True Power. Chapter 264, Peacock's True Power. Translated by Buns. Edited by XRCO, Nitsuriako, and DeAndre. Tang Tian, in battle mode, was not the least bit stupid. His target from the beginning had been Xian Li. No matter how strong he was definitely unable to decimate the 500-strong army. And the only way of defeating such an army was to aim for the leader. Tang Tian slowly made his way forward. He appeared to be idly strolling, while the surrounding enemies acted like they did not see him. Silver light appeared beneath his feet. As the smear of silver light followed his body, the speed that it was spreading up was observable with the naked eye. The silver light flashed past, and immediately wrapped into an armor around Tang Tian's body. Blue Peacock. When the last part of his skin was covered by the blue peacock's armor, the circling power of the crane, which was like a paper-thin layer of air around his body, was compressed between the armor and Tang Tian's skin. Tang Tian's body shuddered. He felt as if he was being pulled into an endless void. Behind him rose a 3-meter-wide blue figure. It was obviously the appearance of the peacock. Although the figure was vague, but the cool and arrogance of the peacock could clearly be felt. Was this the work of the power of the crane? Tang Tian's heart was astounded. His martial spirit feeling with the peacock was somehow different from the past. Tang Tian's thoughts stirred, and from the silver martial spirit blaze, a silver fire thread flew out, and injected into the blue figure behind him. When the silver fire thread connected with the blue figure, a steady flow of ice-cold and stern true power transmitted from the blue figure behind him, going straight into his body. Tang Tian's body shuddered once again. The ice-cold peacock's true power merged with his crane true power. The sharp ever-changing crane true power was like being contaminated by frost, immediately became extremely cold. Peacock's true power. Tang Tian's heart was completely shocked. He thought his use of peacock was already extremely profound. He never once imagined that he was barely scraping the surface of utilizing peacock. The true power in Tang Tian was becoming unprecedentedly abundant. At this moment, he could profoundly sense the difference between armor and mechanical weapons. The armor contained an extremely powerful force, as they were birthed by the constellation's laws and naturally formed. They contained countless months of accumulated force. Armors naturally were like a gigantic treasure, and the martial artist needed to arouse the treasury to open. Mechanical weapons were different when worn. Although it used star rocks, but the body was still powered by the true power of the martial artist. It was like a true power amplification weapon, resulting in an amplified release of the martial artist's true power. The change in peacock caused Tang Tian's mind to be shaken. Tang Tian decided to find a time to speak to Big Brother Jinghao, as his understanding of the armors and martial spirits were too shallow. But at this moment, Blue Peacock's transformation was undoubtedly a help in an hour of need. The cold crane true power circulated around Tang Tian's body, caused his expression to become more calm. Like bubbles in iced water, all of a sudden, the peacock's indifferent and ice-cold look appeared on Tang Tian's face. Pursing his lips, he became grim and stern. Silver armor. Xian Li's pupils constricted, but the killing intent and will in his heart did not falter. It was as if Xian Li was standing at the edge of the cliff. If he retreated one more step, it would result in his death. Even if Tang Tian had another set of silver armor, even if he had any other things, this fight was unavoidable. Tang Tian suddenly began to speed up. His slow footsteps quietly accelerated, but his upper body stayed stiff. Tang Tian became like a silvery flow, the cat claws hanging down, like a leaf floating with the wind. The sharp claws emitted out blue lights the size of rice grains. It appeared to be the blue from the peacock. Xian Li only felt an omen and dangerous feeling enveloping his heart, causing it to jump. He straightened himself and shouted out to the rest, "Kill!" The 20 sand riders of the Iron Guards all rushed out, aiming to kill Tang Tian. It was like Tang Tian was still not aware of them. He was indifferent as the rays of light on his fingertips brightened up even further. One of the sand riders wielding a rod spun around, whoosh, the deep whistling sound sounded out, along with an earth-yellow rod ray image that swung towards Tang Tian. Another sand rider held long knives that looked like training blades, as fine and minute snow-white blade auras wounded around Tang Tian. Another sand rider carrying a broad axe spun angrily, exhaling with a loud sound, brandishing out a fiery red axe beam aura, straight for Tang Tian. Tang Tian was instantly in the middle of extreme danger. At this moment, from deep within Tang Tian's eyes, a needle-sized light aura lit up, like a star slowly flying out from his pupils. All the changes in the surrounding could not escape Tang Tian's intuition. The danger was not only from those 3 people, but behind the 2 sand riders on his left, there was a sand rider behind them with a bronze bow who had released an arrow. The arrow was beaming with an ice-cold aura, straight for Tang Tian. On his right side, 3 of the sand riders had concealed weapons that could be used at any moment. The whole area had become completely locked down. There was no loophole in this big formation they had trapped Tang Tian in. Tang Tian suddenly sneered, but he did not know that this sneer was completely ice-cold. His figure instantly disappeared. The moment he entered the heavy and forceful rod image, it caused the sand rider to become joyous. His rod technique was called Swallowing Mountains Rod Arts, and was an offensive and heavy type technique. The moment the enemy entered the range of his rod, it was his chance. He suddenly bellowed out. The true power on his body rippled out, the color of the rod congealing into brown, becoming a gigantic mouth, wanting to swallow Tang Tian whole. Swallowing Mountains Rod Arts, killing technique, swallowing the peak. He looked simple, but his mind was meticulous. He did not expect his one move to defeat Tang Tian. When Tang Tian displayed his terrifying power previously, it had caused him to be dumbstruck, and he knew he was not an opponent for Tang Tian. He had planned to use his strongest move to cause some trouble for Tang Tian, and bring victory through the group as a whole. They had power in numbers, and as long as Tang Tian exposed any weakness, they would definitely win. His allies immediately understood his plan, and all of them exposed slight joy in the teamwork. Swallowing the peak was an extremely strong move, and everyone was extremely clear. The surrounding sand riders prepared for their killing techniques. As long as Tang Tian hit one of them, and the momentary break of his true power, that would be their chance to strike. A silver-blue color suddenly lit up from inside the brown rod aura. Chie! The blue aura suddenly penetrated through the rod aura, and directly pierced into the rod sand rider's throat. Disbelief filled the rod sand rider's widened eyes. He could not even block one move of Tang Tian's? Kill! The surrounding sand riders immediately roused. They could not care about the rod sand rider anymore as they all moved towards Tang Tian. Tang Tian's figure disappeared once again. Wind concealment. To be a purple gold ranked card meant that this martial technique had the potential to become a unique martial technique, and was clearly powerful. From its name alone, this light body technique's specialty was that it could borrow the wind and to hide in it. It could use the wind, which was the movement of air to move, and attain an unimaginable situation. The more complicated the terrain, the messier the fights, the more complicated the movements of air will be, and that would mean it would be extremely hard to detect and guess the wind. Tang Tian initially thought this was a light body technique used to hide himself, but it was actually a set of martial techniques specialized in big scale and messy wars. The countless complicated and messy streams of air in the field, all of them were Tang Tian's aid. Tang Tian appeared behind the bowman like a demon, and when the bowman felt it, his face changed. Without being able to react, he felt a pain coming from his back, all of his strength from his body was taken away, and he fell to the ground. The entire place was in a mess. No one could see Tang Tian clearly, and no one could tell what killing technique and escape technique he used. Especially that Tang Tian always maintained a distance from all of them, and while killing them, he would suddenly appear in close range. The blood rush shield in Tang Tian's left hand blocked an attack, causing his shoulder to feel the impact. It was a terrifying force. Under the influence of power of the crane body in his body was ever-changing. The unending flow of true power was extremely rich. Tang Tian suddenly realized that he was actually not taking any breaths. In the past, whenever the crane body circulated the true power, he was required to inhale. But the current crane body that was continuously changing caused the true power to keep flowing into all of his limbs and meridians. It was extremely comfortable. The peacock's true power was extremely ice-cold, flowing from his body, causing his gaze to become icy without a thread of warmth. His mind instead had become even more active. No matter how big the battlefield was, any minute movements were all extremely clear to him. The unprecedented feeling of control surged out from his heart. Borrowing the power of the attack struck onto the shield, Tian slipped forward as though he was on ice. He suddenly bent his body, like there were eyes growing behind his head, and blocked a blade beam from one of the Sand Riders. The bleeding cat blade scythe in his hand quietly swept past the opponent's waist. A wail came out. The Sand Rider supported his waist, the blood from the laceration kept flowing out, pain and fear appearing on his face. Tian did not have the mind to stop, waving the blood rush shield with his left arm. An air blade flew out from the shield, directly towards the Sand Rider. Shocked, he raised his metal fist in a panic. Two-fist aura congealed, and struck the air blade. Pa pa! The air blade was gone, and the Sand Rider relaxed. Suddenly, his face changed, as he could not see Tian. Not good. It was too late for him to retreat, as a blue spark appeared from below him, and struck straight into his chest. Fire Scythe Ghost Claw. Chie! He felt as though he was struck by a heavy punch, his entire person flew out. His chest caved in as he stopped breathing. All the other Sand Riders of the Iron Guards were terrified to the bones. They had never seen a person who was like a killing god. In the blink of an eye he had already killed 8 people. They did not even touch Tian's clothes. His power was too overwhelming. Although they were trained as guards, but that did not mean that they did not fear death. Especially after seeing Tian, all of them knew they had no chance of winning. A few of the Sand Riders looked towards each other, the determination in their eyes growing stronger. They all bellowed out and rushed towards Tian together. Suddenly, several fireflies appeared, causing them to feel as though it was the night of midsummer. All of the killing intent dissipated, and became quiet. Unique martial technique killing technique, Demon King Blazing Firefly. It was as though time froze at this moment. 10 fireflies appeared beneath Tian's fingertips, drawing 16 light lines in the air. It all landed amidst the group. Tian was completely influenced by Peacock's true power, causing him to be extremely calm and have an icy expression. As he jumped, his cold lips suddenly muttered. Blossom, Demon King Blazing Firefly. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 265, Tang's Inquiries. Chapter 265, Tang's Inquiries. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by XRCO, Nitsuriako, and DeAndre. The 10 beautiful and harmless-looking fireflies entered the bodies of 10 Sand Riders of the Iron Guards. In that short quiet moment, fear was exposed in their eyes, their frozen expression looked as though it was drawn on their faces. Bang! The 10 Sand Riders' bodies exploded out, the blue blaze rushed up into the sky, like 10 blue roses. The icy cold to the bones intent released from the blaze pervaded the air, and actually sprinkled snowflakes which floated everywhere. The explosion of the blue flames blossomed and soared to the sky, shaking the ground and mountains, causing snowflakes to float around. Around the silver-colored figure that stood straight in the middle of everything, the battlefield immediately had a touch of sadness and beauty to it. Peacock's true power was still flowing inside his body, but the ice-cold look in Tian's eyes had disappeared, and was instead replaced with the warmth of the sun. This scene held an unspeakable magical force to it, which was embedded into everyone's hearts. In the entire battlefield, there was not a single sound. Even those who were fighting intensely, Ling Su and the rest, all stopped as they stood there dumbstruck. It was as though Ling Su and the martial artist he was fighting saw a ghost. With deep fear in his eyes, he suddenly muttered, Star Treasure. Evolution. Star Treasure Evolution? It was the first time Ling Su heard such a term, and did not know what it meant, but he noted it down. Tian's display of power was extremely immense, and he almost could not believe his own eyes. The heaven-road-grade martial artists in front of him were like vegetables being cut, and that fearsome and dauntless display had caused Ling Su to watch with his mouth wide open. Was this guy always hiding his strength? Ling Su could not help but tighten his grip on the silver spear. Crane's stunned look disappeared faster than Ling's. The look of pondering in his eyes was obvious. Star Treasure Evolution was something Crane knew. But it was something not brought down from the heavenly Crane constellation, but it was from the records that his mother gave him. Star treasures followed the birth of the constellation. These treasures all contained a part of the laws and power of the constellation. To a martial artist, this power was extremely large, like a gigantic treasury. But, only under certain circumstances could this gigantic treasury be opened. And the power of the treasure would go through a complete transformation as though it had evolved, therefore it was termed the Star Treasure Evolution. The evolution of a star treasure could happen more than once, and increases over the processes, so the more evolutions it went through, the more power the treasure could use. After reaching a number of evolutions, the treasure would be able to communicate with its constellation, and the power of the constellation would be able to reach the star treasure. At that time, the power of the treasure would reach a whole new level. But Crane also knew the difficulty of evolving a star treasure. The records did not explain how to let the treasure evolve. Crane shook his head. He knew that his auntie would definitely know. But he did not want to ask her, due to the matter that involved his mother and father in the past. They had quarreled extensively. Currently his mother and the other side had reconciled, but decided to stay at Heavenly Crane constellation. It showed her attitude. Crane was not willing to owe that side of the family a favor. But he was clever. Tang Tian's treasure had just completed one evolution. In this period of time Tang Tian did not have any changes, which meant only three things: attaining the power of the crane, training the wind concealment, and the air shield strike technique. The two martial techniques obviously could not cause a treasure to evolve. That meant one possibility, which was the power of the crane. Knowledge on the power of the crane was too little, but Crane remembered something about it, that the power of the crane could connect to the martial spirit. He also knew that the essence of evolution of the star treasure was the martial spirit inside the star treasure evolving. He quickly made a brave guess. The cause that made Tang Tian's treasure to evolve was the power of the crane. This guess made him feel inspired. Ever since Tang Tian attained the power of the crane, Crane was constantly analyzing. He did not have the talent of Tang Tian, but he was stronger in aspects of the crane sex martial techniques. On how to train the power of the crane, he already had some thoughts. But he did not expect that the power of the crane could cause the star treasure to evolve. Crane's eyes lit up, thinking if it was him in control of that power, his heart was emotionally stirred. Star treasures that have gone through evolutions, their power is simply too strong. Also, the sword in his hands. Crane took a deep breath, his gaze once again becoming dark. Xian Li stared blankly at Tang Tian who walked towards him. There was no one else around him. Just now, with Tang Tian's Demon King blazing firefly, all the targets were the Sand Riders of the Iron Guards beside him. Xian Li's shivering lips could not say anything. He was facing death's door, and despair was in his eyes. A cold light swept past Xian Li's throat. Tang Tian turned to leave. His cold face did not have a trace of warmth, surrender or drop dead. Plop. Xian Li's body dropped to the ground. The remaining few Sand Riders had lost their willpower to fight. All the other martial artists were already frightened out of their wits. All of them started to drop their weapons. Finally awoken from their daydream, Hua and her subordinates all rushed up to restrain Xian Li and his men. Suddenly, three figures flew out. It was the old man and his two allies, who were escaping for their lives. At this moment, no one was interested in chasing them. Everyone had not fully regained their senses from the scene previously. The silver armor flowed down Tang Tian's body, and at the end it became a silver dot and disappeared. Tang Tian, who was standing, instantly fell. Tang Tian! Ling Su and Crane shouted out in unison, and rushed towards Tang Tian, but a figure was faster than them, Tang Yi. With one step, Tang Yi appeared beside Tang Tian, and checked for his pulse. Raising his head, he reassured the rest, nothing much, he is just overly exhausted, after resting a few days he will be fine. Ling Su and Crane heaved a sigh of relief. Both of them looked at each other, then looked at the captives, unsure of what to do. Let us go to the Fire Wolf tribe first. Tang Yi suggested. His voice had the tone of an army person, straightforward and simple. Ling Su and Crane looked at each other, both were taken aback. Tang Yi hardly spoke. And today he was the one to set the decision. It was out of the norm. But Tang Yi's decision was also the best choice, and they both agreed. Hua did not say anything, and immediately led the way. She suddenly had a feeling that the fate of the tribe, which was almost destroyed due to her, has gone through an earth-shaking transformation. The convoy quickly set out, and throughout the entire journey, Tang Yi carried his gigantic Zanbato and protected Tang Tian by the side. On the third day, Tang Tian woke up. Tang Tian opened his sleepy eyes, his voice sounding blank. I slept again? Where is this? We are on the road to Fire Wolf tribe. Tang Yi replied, Master, next time, please do less. As the master of the army, you shouldn't be personally be placed in danger. With that short sentence, Hua-Er's heart jumped when she heard it. Army master. Where did Master Tang Tian come from exactly? She was already convinced of Tang Tian's strong and dauntless power, but hearing Tang Yi's words, she realized, she was still underestimating Master Tang Tian. He could be the master of an army at such a young age. That was entirely out of the world. In this generation, those who had an army were the strong constellations. Lupus did not have a real army. She had realized earlier that Tang Yi's accent was unique. Whatever he did, it was meticulous and decisive. His speech was direct and efficient, until the word army came out, then she realized. That was the sound of someone from the army. How could she not realize? It was as though Hua Er saw a glistening yellow fried chicken thigh. No matter what, she had to grab hold of this fried chicken thigh. Without question, Tang Tian's background was extraordinary. As long as she held onto him, her tribe would be able to escape from the current bad situation. Hua Er secretly set her resolve, no matter how overboard Master Tang Tian's requests were, she would not decline. When Tang Tian sat up, he saw Tang Yi holding onto the zanbato and guarding his side. This made him feel touched. He knew Tang Yi cared for him, and laughed. Hey, don't worry, I was careless, but it was very invigorating. Wah aha! Ling Su and Crane heard the commotion. One who was at the front and one who was at the back rushed over. Seeing that there was no danger, Tang Yi disappeared, and went back to the recruit barracks behind the starry door. Tang Yi's eyes swept across the recruit barracks, and seeing Bing, he rushed forward and shouted, Master Bing. Upon knowing that Tang Yi was looking for him, Bing's poker face became dark, and nodded, Staff Sergeant Tang Yi. Master Bing, please do not be eager and impatient. Tang Yi said, as he looked at Bing without fear, Master Tang Tian is the master of our army, why should he be placed in danger? You are also the subordinate of Master Tang Tian, please treat his safety as your #1 mission. What made Tang Yi surprised was, Bing agreed and nodded, as expected of the gold-rank staff sergeant, courageous and determined. But, Staff Sergeant, you have to know, your knowledge in tactics and strategies is still too low to participate in the discussions of planning. But Staff Sergeant, rest assured, Master's safety is the fundamental priority of the revival of our army, and I will not forget about that. But, I trust that you understand, Master is currently growing and learning, and in that there will come danger. Although I do not need to explain it to you, but you are my very first colleague, and I hope that there are no misunderstandings between us. Although I know that you will still obey and execute, but. Tang Yi kept quiet for a while, and bowed to Bing, I understand it now. Master Bing, thank you for your explanation. Master Bing did not talk nonsense. Tang Yi was clear of his own capabilities. To lead 20 men and obey the orders was his limit. Finished, Tang Yi left the recruit's barack. Bing's poker face exposed a bitter smile as he muttered, until when can we have a major general? As long as we have a slightly powerful major general, then I do not need to use my brains anymore. Heis, it is not realistic to have a major general, a major or colonel is also not realistic. Alright, a staff officer of the warrant officers should have a bit of talent, and can be exploited. The recruit barracks is too small, and cannot produce a warrant officer. Warrant officer, got to find a way. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 266, Testing the Peacock. Chapter 266, Testing the Peacock. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by XRCO, Nitsuriako, and DeAndre. In a small valley near Firewolf tribe, Tang Tian and the other two were huddled together. Tang Tian and the group had been in the Firewolf tribe for 2 days, and all of the people in the tribe looked at Tang Tian as if he was a god. Tang Tian's glorious fighting achievements were spread by Hua Er and her subordinates who had personally witnessed the fight. Lupus Constellation's living environment was extremely cruel. The law where the strong ruled was used very obviously in the constellation. Tang Tian threw the work of selecting the best cannon fodder to Bing. Tang Tian, Crane and Ling Su ran to the valley to test out the evolved peacock. Blue Peacock's physical appearance changed entirely. The most obvious transformation was that the center of every silver feather had azure lines, like the veins of a leaf. But the largest transformation was Peacock's performance. The first test was the nature of its defense. Since the start, Peacock's defense was very ordinary. If it's broken, don't come and find me to compensate you, Ling Su warned Tang Tian. Tang Tian was not happy. Am I that kind of person to you? Yes. Ling Su said without hesitating, and sneered, you are a person who would even find the mosquito who sucked your blood to compensate you, what else can't you do? Tang Tian widened his eyes, as though he heard wrongly. He appeared hurt. Little Su, so I am that kind of person in your heart? You have hurt me greatly. We are brothers with deep connections. Good brothers would speak about loyalty. I always had a righteous spirit for you, as sworn brothers. Crane corrected him, it is having a righteous spirit, taking care of one another. Okay, let us see what the evolution is all about. Ling Su, start with 3% true power, but Tian, it is impossible to make adjustments to Chinese idioms. It is like changing the word extraordinary with maybe 3 letters, causing it to becoming extraordinary, which does not make sense. Ling Su did not bother to quarrel with Tang Tian anymore. He was equally interested in the evolution of the star treasure. He was not interested in other star treasures, but he and Crane were the same. The weapons they held were not ordinary weapons. His teacher had never told him the silver spear was a famous spear and had a rich history behind it. But he could feel that the silver spear was not normal, and had always suspected that it was also a star treasure. Tang Tian, who donned on the peacock armor, opened his arms wide and, with a solemn face, he said, "Come, little Su, I won't hate you." Ling Su's hand shivered, he could not hold it back anymore, and shouted angrily, "Shut up." A cold aura lit up, and the spear flew out like a dragon. Ding, dot. Tang Tian retreated a few steps, then steadied himself. Crane appeared in front of Tang Tian, and checked the place where it was pierced carefully, and said, "The defense is extremely good, there are no traces of the attack." Ling Su's 3% true power pierce should be equally strong as a normal attack of a Heaven Road grade martial artist. That also means that normal martial technique attacks by Heaven Road grade martial artists are unable to break through the defense of Peacock. Crane's evaluation was extremely pertinent. Tang Tian rubbed his chest in pride, "But the power cannot be completely isolated. If I don't use true power to protect my body would suffer the bruise." Crane nodded, "That's reasonable. Peacock is a feathered armor, and not a heavy armor. Let us try with 5% now." "I want to use true power to protect my body," Tang Tian shouted. "Okay." Crane nodded. Ding, dot. A little star that was sharper than the previous attack struck onto Tang Tian, but this time he only shook, and did not retreat. After checking the place of impact, the feather that was struck appeared to have a crack, but the most bizarre thing happened. While looking at the crack with his naked eyes, he saw the crack slowly disappear, and only the blue lines in the middle of the feather change in color. "So it has self-regenerative properties," Crane muttered. Ling Su's face was surprised. Although he was not interested in the star treasure, he still knew quite a bit. The number of star treasure that have self-regenerative properties was sparse, and they were all extremely expensive. "You come and try." Crane told Tang Tian, 3% true power, use Tan 2A blade. "Okay." Tang Tian quietened down, and a ray of Tan 2A blade came out. Shwa! A meter-long blade ray that was as white as snow, bringing along a whistling sound, disappeared after flying for over 10 meters. Sigh, everyone could not help but to suck in cold air. They have seen Tang Tian's Tan 2A blade the most, and they knew of its power. Tang Tian was also shocked by his own Tan 2A blade, "Wah, so strong." He suddenly thought of something, and said, "Let me use the peacock true power and try." A silver fire line came out of his blazing martial spirit, and entered the martial spirit of the peacock. In the next moment, the icy cold peacock true power flowed into his body steadily. The world that Tang Tian saw immediately became extremely crystal clear. Crane and Ling Su only saw a blur, they completely did not see Tang Tian's movements. A 0.5 m silverish blue blade ray beam quietly flew out. The blade ray was as fast as lightning. Before the two of them reacted, the blade ray cut into a 50 m far cliff. Gee, as though it had cut like something soft, the cliff suddenly had a very fine deep mark. Before the cliff, Ling Su and Crane's face became ugly. The blade ray had cut the stone cliff as though it was cutting paper, and went in extremely deep. "I think it is a meter deep." Tang Tian's voice came out from behind them. He had stopped the connection with Peacock, and the icy cold killing intent had disappeared. Crane's expression gradually became calm. "Yes, the increase in power is reasonable, adding the concentration, there would be such a result. Peacock's true power is very terrifying. Such might is even stronger than the silver-ranked weapons of the Northern Sky's 19 continents. Most probably, it might even compare to the silver-ranked weapons of the 5 polar domains. That is just evolving once." Ling Su was dumbstruck. If there was a second, or third, wouldn't it be invincible? Evolution of the star treasure is extremely difficult. The more it evolves, the higher the degree of difficulty for it to evolve. Crane shook his head. How can it be so easy? And, it looks like it would be very difficult for Peacock to evolve a second time. Why is that? Tang Tian and Ling Su asked in unison. Crane said, "Inherent weakness. Peacock's body is a bronze armor. If I were to tell you the silver star treasure potential was a huge treasury, then a bronze treasure's potential would only be a small treasury. When the bronze transforms to silver ranked, it means you are actually already opening its treasury, and realized a bulk of its potential, allowing it to upgrade. And this time, with its evolution, I think it has reached almost its peak potential already." Listening to Crane's explanation, Tang Tian could believe it. When the peacock true power entered his body, his expression became ice cold, and everything around him became crystal clear. Tang Tian felt that all these, and what Crane explained, fit together. Crane does have a good brain. Tang Tian complimented. Crane was very clever, his analyses were all reasonable, and caused people to believe in him. Ling Su, who was at the side, laughed. "You think that everyone is as stupid as you?" Tang Tian roared, "You're the stupid one." "What spear of justice? I think it is more like spear of stupidity." Ling Su was like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, and immediately raged, "Surname Tang, you can humiliate me, but never humiliate my spear. You want to fight? Let me tell you what is really called a man's belief. If you want to humiliate yourself, let me grant your wish." Tang Tian stared at him angrily. "Come. Today it will either be you dying or me." Ling Su's killing intent soared. Crane suddenly had a headache. He rubbed his forehead, "These two brats, why can't they call a truce for a while?" He went in between them and raised both his hands. "We still have another important test. We will test after the fight. Tang Tian and Ling Su shouted together, and realizing they both said the same thing made them even angrier. "Seems like you two are really free, having the time to fight. Kiki, there are people sharpening their blades, preparing to kill you too." Bing's lazy voice came out as Sky Tiger's huge frame appeared before the three of them. "Who's tired of living? They still dare to fight us. Kill them. They want to die. Then we will go and kill all of them." Tang Tian and Ling Su turned their attention to Bing's words, both of them scolding angrily. "The people from Feudal Marshal has found your route," Bing exclaimed. "They are currently coming towards you." "Oh, right, this time they are dispatching full force. Other than the boss Wu Taiyu, the other 3 Heaven Road list martial artists from Feudal Marshal are all moving out. Other than that, there is a huge number of Heaven Road grade martial artists. The number most probably is at 100 people. All these people are not like Xin Li's subordinates. In Feudal Marshal, whoever is chosen as elites, other than having Heaven Road grade martial artist power, they have to be in Feudal Marshal for at least 5 years. All of them are extremely strong." The faces of the 3 of them immediately congealed. Those that had just surrendered, naturally cannot be used. They lack in loyalty, and the possibility of us using them is very low. Bing continued, "The number of people in Firewolf tribe is too little, numbering only 10 Heaven Road grade martial artists, and that is an utterly inadequate measure. So we have to rely on ourselves." Tang Tian knew Bing too well. Seeing that Bing was acting sneakily, he knew that he had an idea already. "Hey, uncle, stop talking nonsense, tell us your plan." Bing decided to flatter him. "As expected of you, godlike young man, you can tell anything from a glance. Bell and I have discussed for a very long time, and have come up with a war plan. Bing had split the plan into 3 and gave it to the 3 of them. Tang Tian, upon finishing reading, felt weird. Why do we need to invite all the other tribes? They won't help us. He wants them to watch our victory. Crane said calmly, "But don't you want to intimidate them? Or to subdue them? Unless you have some interest in this barren land?" As expected of Crane. Bing complimented, and immediately became angry. "No choice, the Firewolf tribe has too little people. I have lowered my standards, and still only picked 20 people. My recruit barracks are being constructed with accordance to the scale of 10,000 people. 10,000 person scale?" Tang Tian's face became as black as a pot. Bing quickly reacted, realized that things were going bad, as he said the wrong thing. As expected, Tang Tian became extremely enraged. "How are you going to get the money for that? You asshole! You dare to tell me about recruiting 10,000 people for your barracks? It's my money. It's my money." The last 2 sentences of "it's my money" were filled with an unspeakable pain and sorrow. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 267, The Enemy Arrives. Chapter 267, The Enemy Arrives. Translated by Barrybuns. Edited by XRCO, Nitsuriako, and DeAndre. If stairs could kill, Tang Tian's gaze would have killed Bing 10,000 times. Bing felt the immense pressure, and feeling like he was no longer welcomed, he calmly waved at them and walked away. "We still have one last important test." Crane waved his hands at Tang Tian. Tang Tian turned his head quickly, the anger on his face had not subsided, and stared fiercely at Crane. Crane said calmly, "It is very important." Tang Tian angrily asked, "What test?" A ray of light shone across Crane's eyes. From the current analysis, the power of the crane is an important factor for the evolution of the star treasure, and we need to confirm if it is the only factor. Tang Tian was attracted by Crane's words. "How do we do that?" "It is very simple." Crane extended out one finger, the light in his eyes becoming brighter. "We will use another star treasure to test it out. If this treasure can evolve too, that proves that the power of the crane is one of the ways to activate the star treasure's evolution." "What if it can't?" Ling Su could not resist to ask. "Then that means there are other reasons." Crane said. "What other reasons can there be?" Ling Su did not understand. Crane glanced at Ling Su and continued without flinching, there are many reasons. For example, after Peacock had been tempered by Tang Tian's martial spirit, then the evolution began. That could also be one of the reasons for the evolution of the star treasure. From there could be two reasons. One is the tempering of the martial spirit, the second is the transformation in level, and that could be the real reason. Or maybe both criterias are needed to be fulfilled simultaneously. After finding out the reason, then we can be clear on whichever criterias need to be fulfilled. For example, the tempering of martial spirit, how much of tempering is needed? We need to be sure on all of these. Tang Tian and Ling Su both looked at Crane with their eyes and mouths wide open, as if they were looking at a weird creature. Now I know how smart people are. Ling Su shook his head. One thing, for your brain to be used for so many questions, how does it grow? But Tang Tian was like a chicken nodding its head. That's right, that's right. He suddenly tilted his head. If only Qianhui was here, she is definitely smarter than all of you. Qianhui is the smartest person in this world. Of course, little Crane, you are also smart. Oh, maybe you are number 2. Whatever, Crane did not care, but for little Crane. After struggling in his heart for 2 seconds, he decided to give up nagging on this problem. If not, the two of them would totally forget about the test. Crane reminded Tang Tian, then let us start the test. Oh, the test. Tang Tian was daydreaming. Yes, test. Ling Su repeated. They were on the verge of forgetting about it. I knew it would be like that. Crane thought in his heart. Suddenly, Tang Tian embarrassingly turned his head. Then, what do we test? After saying so much just now, you didn't get it? Crane looked at Tang Tian seriously. He wanted to make sure Tang Tian was not being mischievous. I heard it. Tang Tian rubbed his forehead. His expression was a bit of a blur, but I did not really understand. You said so many things, it was too complicated. Feeling that what he said was somewhat bad, Tang Tian immediately complimented him, but it sounded really powerful. Crane. As Crane looked at Tang Tian's innocent look, he had already given up on explaining to Tang Tian, and said directly, go and find a star treasure and use the power of the crane on it, and see if it evolves. Ha! Tang Tian's frown became a laugh and he clapped. That's right, I remember. Hey, little kitty, I see you. Tang Tian said to the bleeding cat blade scythe on his hands. He stopped smiling and his expression congealed, as though he changed into an entirely different person. The lingering mist around his body became dense, his body becoming somewhat fuzzy, as a surprising wave of qi enveloped the field in a moment. Surprise appeared in Crane and Ling Su's eyes. Tang Tian's release of qi had somewhat become stronger. This fellow. Once Tang Tian revolved his true power, the crane body in his body became even more lively, and kept on changing. Tang Tian was automatically attracted to the changing crane body, as the details of the fight 2 days ago came vividly into his eyes. All the scattered realizations and memories flooded into his brain like a tide. He forgot his goal, and immersed himself in all the small fragments. All these memories were familiar, yet brought along a distant cold feeling. He forgot about the flow of time. Crane looked at Tang Tian, who became like a wooden doll, and could not believe his eyes. Enlightenment. Ling Su's eyes was filled with undisguised envy, and clenched his teeth. This pervert. Nothing to do and he gains enlightenment. He does something and he gains enlightenment. Asshole. Despicable. Out of the blue, he gains enlightenment. Crane felt his entire body feeling unwell, his face color was extremely ugly, and asked with disgust, this is not his first time in enlightenment? First time? Ling Su's face became sinister, he has gone into it countless times. Crane was speechless. After a while, only one word came out of his ugly expression, pervert. Tang Tian's performance had caused Crane, who was hailed as a genius since young, to feel an immense pressure, and it was simply too difficult for him to take it. Whatever contradiction they had between the two of them gave birth to the pride in his heart. Crane body energy could be said to be accidentally achieved by Tang Tian while training, and after Crane learned it from him, his progress and improvements had been extraordinary, and all the lost martial techniques of the Crane sect had been revived in his hands. But, in the blink of an eye, Tang Tian had instantly gained the power of the 1,000 crane clones converging sleigh, which caused him to be surprised. It was just the beginning. Making the fire scythe ghost claw into a unique martial technique, attaining the power of the crane, star treasure evolution. Now, this guy was once again going into enlightenment. Although Crane had an extraordinary improvement through time, but compared to Tang Tian he was lacking a lot. Although Crane was humble and gentle to other people, he was extremely proud in his heart. If he could not even defeat Tang Tian, how could he complete the revival of the Crane sect? Not only him, Ling Su was equally proud. From the beginning, he was almost as strong as Tang Tian, but as of now, Tang Tian had shot forward and left him behind. How could he admit defeat? If he could not even defeat this crazy young man, how could he defeat that traitor, that? Both of them were straightforward and upright people. The passionate fighting in their hearts was not hidden at all. Who? The mist around Tang Tian's body flickered as though it was blown by the wind, suddenly swirling up. In the mist, a pair of mysteriously lit up pupils shone like the stars. Sadly, his true power was still too weak. Tang Tian's heart felt regret. If his true power was stronger, then the power of the crane would become even more dangerous. But with the state of his current true power, it was unable to bring out the true transformation of the power of the crane. The regret flashed for a second, and Tang Tian's mind was once again lit up like a sun. Opening his eyes fiercely, the true power from his body became like a formless stick that stirred, and he muttered, "Bleeding cat blade scythe." Who? The bleeding cat blade scythe in his hand suddenly had a layer of mist, taking the form of a flame. The cat sobbings exploded out of the entire field. Tang Tian frowned. He felt it was somewhat lacking. He was not sure where, but the feeling was intense. He closed his eyes, and meticulously went to absorb the feeling. Gradually, he could feel a trace. The bleeding cat blade scythe in his hands was like a cat trapped in a cage. The power of the crane caused the cage to weaken, but it was still not enough for the cat to break the cage. He thought for a long time, and still could not grasp the feeling, and had to retreat out. Not possible, just by relying on the power of the crane is not correct. Tang Tian shook his head and muttered. After he finished, he realized that the other two were looking at him strangely, with an extremely weird expression, which caused him to feel weird. Hey, what expression is that? Pervert. Ling Su scolded him angrily, and turned to leave. Pervert. Crane clenched his teeth and forced the word out, then also turned to leave. Tang Tian was stunned, and after a long while did he react. He was enraged, and chased after them. You two assholes. Tell me properly. Why are you guys scolding me? You want to fight? Three Spirits City. Sai Lei watched the buzzing scene in front of her, feeling extremely satisfied. Initially, she was coveting the Lin family's power, but after Bing's decision to take them down, which was scary and threatening, all the other powerful families were scared away. Although the Lin family was defeated, from the mechanic techniques Li family, who stockpiled a huge amount of bronze, Sai Lei bought them with very low prices. Sai Lei, who was filled with cash, hired more manpower without restraint, and what surprised her was that when the Mo family heard she was planning to build a bronze fort, they immediately sent a party consisting 40 machine engineers to help. All these machine engineers were experienced veterans, and with their arrival, Sai Lei became much more relaxed, and the process was quickened by a huge margin. Suddenly, a cold voice sounded out. Miss Sai Lei, seems like you are earning buckets and buckets. Sai Lei was stunned. She turned around and upon seeing the person, her heart beat faster. Standing in front was actually young Master Gu. Tian, Tang Tian stole from him the last time, and all his guards. But Sai Lei reacted quickly, as though she had not seen a good friend for a long time, and her face immediately exposed a wide smile. Hey, young master that bought first snowfall the last time, I haven't seen you for a long time. Young Master Gu did not smile, but his gaze was stuck on Sai Lei and said, the last time this young master left Three Spirits City, I was robbed, and the first snowfall was taken too. What? Sai Lei feigned a shocked look, and immediately said, it is better that young master is alright. In Three Spirits City, the law and order is good every day though. He continued staring at Sai Lei, seemingly finding that she was not suspicious. He snorted, if that thief lands in my hands, I will make sure he regrets living. Hearing young Master Gu spitting venom, Sai Lei shivered. What did Tang Tian do to him? After he finished, he sized up the busy land, and sneered, seems like young lady Sai Lei has found a backer. I wonder who the saint is. After the incident that happened at Three Spirits City, he was fiercely reprimanded by his father. He was not willing to give up, and as it turns out there was an elder who was extremely excited upon hearing about the mechanical weapon shop and decided to tag along. The elder's greatest interest was in mechanic techniques. And after meeting upon that incident the last time, young Master Gu made sure he brought along an expert this time. With these people, he headed to Three Spirits City. The last time, he had not gotten what he wanted, but this time he would not give Sai Lei the chance to escape. His gaze was extremely cold. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 268, The Angry Smoke. Chapter 268, The Angry Smoke. Translated by Barry Buns. Edited by XRCO, Nitsuriako, and DeAndre. Sai Lei's heart was beating fast. He was obviously not here for kind intentions. Just at this time, a voice came out from behind. Hi everybody, what's the matter? A beautiful blue mechanical weapon had quietly appeared behind everybody. His gloomy and stern voice sounded out from inside. Sky Tiger's arrival attracted everybody's gaze, especially the elderly who kept quiet the whole time beside young Master Gu. His eyes sparkled as he stared intently at Sky Tiger. Sky Tiger's build was not the same as ordinary mechanical weapons that were dumb and slow. Sky Tiger was slim and well-proportioned, the contours expressive, with the sky blue metal and the wings on its back. Sky Tiger was brimming with cutting-edge technology. It quietly stood in the sky with its body leaning forward, gaze like a hunter, its killing intent enveloping the entire area instantly. The crowd stirred restlessly. The martial artists around young Master Gu all had a change in facial expressions. The few experts were on the verge of coming out of the crowd as they were unable to hold back. A hoarse and tragic string sound floated from a distant place. The tragic string sound affected the people's hearts, causing young Master Ge's expression to be in a daze. He had extremely normal strength. How could he guard and block against the music? His mind was completely absorbed into the music. The martial artists beside young Master Gu all lost face color. Elderly frowned. He walked to young Master Gu and placed his hand on his shoulder. A wave of true power entered young Master Ge's body, causing him to awaken, his face immediately exposing surprise. Elder Li's gaze landed on the balcony basked in the sun. A blind old man was seated there in his wheelchair, pulling on his arrow. Behind him, a muscular man stared coldly at Elder Li. Elder Li's heart jumped, a name suddenly surfacing out from his mind. He took a deep breath, conjuring up the true power in his body, and asked in a loud voice, "Can I ask if you are the blind court old man?" The old man stopped, his coarse voice sounding out, "It's me." Elder Li's heart was beating quickly. He did not expect himself to meet a Heaven Road list martial artist at Three Spirit City, and even more he was a strange-tempered blind old man. Elder Li reacted quickly, and immediately said, "We did not know it was Senior's business, sorry for the impudence. I am but just a subordinate, taking the master's place to guard this area." Blind court old man said indifferently. Elder Li's face was ugly at this point in time. Every single Heaven's Road list martial artist were all proud and arrogant people. They were the world's strongest group of people, and stood at the peak of humanity. Such strong martial artists always attracted customers. To be able to have the power of a Heaven Road list martial artist was no small powerhouse. I wonder who the noble master. Elder Li wanted to probe out. The master does not like to be known, and regarding all other matters, this old man here is just to guard the door. Work is urgent, I won't ask you to stay. Elder Li immediately replied, "It was us who disturbed. We will take our leave now. We will take our leave now." He pulled young Master Gu away gloomily. Sai Lei heaved a sigh of relief. The glowing gaze of young Master Gu made her hair stand. "Will they come again?" Sai Lei asked worriedly. "Ha, they better not, hee. Bing's killing intent soared. He had just left on bad terms with Tang Tian, his mood was terribly bad. Who knew he would meet until these guys, and could not wait to fight with them. The next time I want to take money from young man Tang, it will not be so easy anymore. I am a scheming and wise grand tactician. To be able to make such a low mistake, as expected, hanging out with that crazy young man had pulled down my wisdom." Bing looked up to the sky tearfully, the sorrow in his heart flowed out. Young Master Gu, who was being pulled along, was curious. Elder Li, who was that blind old man? He is a Heaven Road list martial artist. Elder Li's face congealed. I didn't think that it would be him. Seems like, we need to check carefully who his backer is. Send people to watch carefully. Do not do anything, but just spy on them. That mechanical weapon was definitely not normal. Tian, Heaven Road list martial artist, is the top 10,000. Heaven Road grade martial artists are all the martial artists able to walk in Heaven Road. What's your opinion on changing Heaven Road list martial artist to Heaven Road list grade martial artist? Do let me know. Heaven Road list martial artist. Young Master Ge's face changed. He is actually a listed martial artist. Displease flashed across Elder Li's eyes. Strong martial artists wanted respect, much less Heaven Road list martial artists. The young master's performance made him angry. But he did not say much. Young master, please do not be reckless. The other party has unfathomable background. Without checking and clarifying clearly, we had better not start a feud. Young Master Gu was not satisfied, and snorted, so what if they have a Heaven Road list martial artists? We do too. Elder Li patiently explained, one look and you could tell blind court old man is not the mastermind. To be able to make a Heaven Road list martial artist willingly guard a place, how can an ordinary powerhouse do that? A war that ends delicately involves patience. Young master, you definitely must not be reckless. So we are helpless like that? Young Master Gu was not happy. A cunning look shone in Elder Li's eyes. Young master, don't worry, we are not suitable to make a move, but we can find people to do the work. You are saying? Young Master Ge's eyes lit up. That's right, if they are bluffing, they will immediately expose the real person. Elderly said, "Not all of the Heaven Road list martial artists see money as dirt." Young master's eyes were good. That mechanical weapon was definitely not ordinary. It got close to us without making a sound. Such a strong mechanical weapon, I have never heard of it before. Elder Lee's eyes shone. The moment he saw Sky Tiger, he almost could not shift his gaze away. He had meddled in mechanic techniques for over 10 years, his eyes was sharp, much sharper than young Master Gu knew. Although young Master Gu was rather pretentious, but his insight and wisdom was not lacking. If we could get it, it could definitely add a lot to young Master's assessment. Elderly was afraid that the young Master would make a ruckus, so he planned his words carefully. Young Master Gu was quiet. Their clan treated the second generation as equals. They were sent out to various different places, all of them to find their own business, and would be assessed from it annually. The results of the assessment would become their ability indicator. Not only did he have to compete against his own siblings, but he had to compete with all the descendants of the different lines of descent. Thinking about his father, who was widely known as Iron Blood, his scalp went numb. The competition was tactful, the ironclad law. His father was someone who had loyal supporters. He rose above the 200 people in the clan that year, and therefore gained the position he has today. Every year he only received an average score, and was not really outstanding. Hearing Elder Lee's words, he calmed down. "I will listen to you." Young Master Gu continued, "I have the patience." Elder Lee became satisfied and laughed. Tang Tian found the latest issue of Immortal Martial News. The top had an introduction about him, regarding the fight with the 5 Hitmen squad, and some details that were unexpectedly accurate. But at the same time, they had a few guesses. But for it to be battle-related, it did not attract much attention. The most current news was the fight between Lu's sect and a sword saint. After looking through every corner, he did not find any news regarding Qian Hui. Tang Tian was disappointed, but he quickly raised his head, the determination in his eyes once again shining. Tang Tian was immersed in training. Whatever plans there were, he threw it to Crane. He knew his own intellect, his own mind. All the complicated matters always gave him a headache. Since it is like that, I might as well spend the time training. No matter what strategies they make, in the end it all boils down to fists that can earn the victory. Then let me be the strongest fist. Bing did not have time to ask about his training, so he scheduled it himself. His recent goal was the air shield strike technique. He was still unable to complete the middle difficulty of Pit of Falling Rocks, but that did not make him give up. He simply began practicing waving the shield, the most fundamental move of shield-related martial techniques. Every cycle of practice, he waved the shield 20,000 times. His perspiration dropped like rain. Ling Su and Crane felt differently. Tang Tian had never felt that his talent in training was any outstanding. From young, no one ever called him a genius. On the contrary, they all mocked and laughed at him while he grew up, grinding his heart, which became trained and numbed, forcing himself to be even more determined and tenacious, even more steadfast. Since it was just grinding, 100,000 times or 1,000,000 times, it would still be sharpened. Maybe there were shortcuts. Smart people would always find shortcuts, while he would just keep on training honestly, training till it was enough. Perspiration and hard work does not lie. From the past till now, he always firmly believed in that. There were too many principles in the world, and as long as he understood this, it was sufficient. Every time he finished one cycle of training, he would meditate to recover his true power, at the same time use his martial spirit blaze to temper the bleeding cat blade scythe. The last time he tried it with power of the crane, there was some kind of obstruction. He felt that it was the insufficient tempering on bleeding cat blade scythe, so he began to continuously temper it. It won't work. No matter how much you train, it won't work. An angry shout resonated in the recruit barracks. In front of an aristocratic family, all of your perseverance has no meaning. When you first started, you had already lost. No matter how fast you run, how hard you try, there is no meaning. They all have teachers, countless materials and treasures. From young they had all kinds of blood meridians, training unique martial techniques since young. How could you hold a candle to them? Your perspiration? Ha, stop joking. An angry voice came out from the smoke that kept lingering. The society is unfair. Forever unfair. Moles and ants will forever be moles and ants. Weak people will always be weak. Open your eyes and see. Stop dreaming. Since a few days ago, the pair of angry eyes in the smoke would always have some movements. Then, it became like that. Tang Tian was too lazy to be bothered by it, but it did not seem to have any intention of stopping, continuing its shouts all day. It was overwhelmingly noisy. Tang Tian, who was meditating cross-legged, stood up, walked to the smoke and said, "Hey, do you know how to shut up?" Ha 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 ha. So did I hit the right spot? Actually you already knew, but you were just lying to yourself, ha ha ha. The smoke laughed. Yes, yes. Tang Tian nodded his head. I already knew that you were a terrified bitch. You. The smoke was enraged. As expected of a failure. Tang Tian shook his head. Don't failures always give themselves excuses? What swallowing light steel fist? You're just somebody with a sharp tongue and a weak heart, and you could attain that steel fist? Truthfully, I do not have any interest with you now. Let me tell you this, if you do not keep your mouth shut, I will erase you. You dare. Who says I don't dare? Tang Tian sneered. Have you forgotten whose territory this is? Tang Yi, what methods do we have to erase this brat? Tang Yi replied, we can throw it to the martial technique wall, to the swallowing spirit general card, and create a new spirit general. Tang Tian shook his head. How can this weak-hearted brat produce a good spirit general? Are there any rubbish bins or something around here? The smoke panicked. You don't want the swallowing light steel fist? It is a unique martial technique, alright. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 269, Sneak Attack. Chapter 269, Sneak Attack. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by XRCO, Nitsuriako, and DeAndre. Tang Tian shook his head. I don't want it. The more powerful the martial technique, without the right mentality, it will definitely not be complete. When Ghost Claw taught me the Fire Scythe Ghost Claw, it was not a unique martial technique, but I was really happy. Because from it, I felt Ghost Claw's faith and conviction. That is something even time cannot make. While you're swallowing light steel fist, all I feel is your anger, your weakness, your excuses. I don't want this martial technique of yours. You don't understand. Wait until you know of the world's cruelty. The smoke was spiteful. Tang Tian was becoming annoying, and impatiently cut him off. He stared at him, without the intention of backing down. The world is always cruel to weaklings. Are other people's superior conditions your excuse for giving up and retreating? The world has never been fair, and will never be fair. So what? You're just going to surrender? Other people are armed to the teeth, you only have your bare hands. You feel that is unfair, so you chopped off your arms and legs. Aren't you just someone who was hiding in the corner, scolding the world? Tang Tian did not bother hiding the contempt in his eyes. Not fair? Ha! Do you know what is a martial artist? A martial artist is someone who is willing to take on the world, who cares if the road he walks is covered with thorns, who cares if his life will forever be bumpy. He will just raise his head high and continue walking. He can be someone who is obscured and unknown, he can be someone who suffered hardship and loneliness, he can get mocked, he can kneel on your knees. But when he finally closes your eyes and finally leave this world, he knows that his steel-like faith and conviction has followed him all the way through. That is a martial artist. What kind of martial artist are you? Finished, Tang Tian ignored the smoke and continued training, waving his shield, the extremely tedious and boring waving of the shield. The smoke was speechless. Tang Yi was emotionally moved by Tang Tian's words. He felt that the words spoken out were dug out from deep within his heart, something that had been long kept and fermented inside. What is faith and conviction? What is my faith and conviction? Tang Yi lowered his head. Tang Tian, who was immersed in training, did not notice Tang Yi's strange behavior. He was grasping on whatever time was left, as they were taking action in the night. Huoma Air and the rest had already reconned feudal marshals' locations, as the desert was still their territory. According to Bing's battle plans, the night would be the first wave of sneak attacks. The big battle was near at hand, but Tang Tian's state of mind was not affected in any way. He was as concentrated while training, even if it was the simplest waving of shields. After mastering the power of the crane, Tang Tian was extremely sensitive to even the most minute of changes. This helped him in his training. Time slowly crept by, which Tang Tian did not notice. With his scrupulous attention in completing 2,000 waves, Tang Tian sat cross-legged and started recovering his true power. But when he opened his eyes again, his pupils shot out bright radiance, and only after a while did the radiance slowly retract back. When Tang Tian and Tang Yi walked out of the room, Crane and Ling Su were already prepared. Tang Tian waved his fist and shouted, "Wah wah wah, let's go out and fight." Ling Su rolled his eyes. "We are going to sneak in attack, you don't have to shout so loud." Thinking about the fact that he could fight at night, Tang Tian's morale surged. Even little Su Su, whom he always saw as repulsive, was slightly better currently. Ever since Tang Tian found out that battles helped his attainments and enlightenment on martial techniques by a huge margin, he finally understood why all the legendary martial artists enjoyed going around to challenge others. The more exciting and difficult the battle, the fighter would have a much easier time grasping the profound understanding of the martial technique. This comprehension of the martial technique could not be understood simply by training. Tang Tian loves to fight. The night sky was calm like water. The night sky of the desert was filled with stars. The air carried a trace of chilliness. With Hua Ma Air's lead, they quickly found the barracks of feudal martial. A big bonfire in the center, a group of martial artists' willful laughters resonated out, the smell of barbecue in the air. Yushan sipped on his wine, but did not swallow it as he let it linger in his mouth, with an unhurried and pleasant look on his face. He had an ordinary-looking face, but his appearance was brimming with a calm and unruffled look, giving people the vibe that he was oblivious of everything. He loved the quietness, and lit up a small bonfire for himself, distancing himself away from the rest. Shui Chang had combed bangs, his face was skinny and pointed, a graceful scarlet headscarf wrapped around his neck, with long and narrow eyes, gave off the vibe that he was cold and evil. He lightly snorted, and talked to himself, is this guy a rabbit or what? He really can run, making us stay all the way here in the sand. This dry air is not good for my skin. Yongqiu laughed out loud, actually it is quite good, it's so hard for everyone to gather, I can tell that they are all quite happy. He had a huge stature, roughly 1.9 m tall, and the most striking thing about him was his green pupils. His hands were extremely nimble, with many knives in between his fingers, refracting dazzling lights. They were each manning their own respective areas usually, and for them to get together was definitely not easy. Did you send people to stand guard? Yu Shun suddenly asked. Ha! Brother Shun, you're being too careful. Yongqiu was nonchalant, there are so many people here, and there are even the three of us here, who would dare to come and mess around in the tiger's den. Only people with broken heads would. 3 Heaven Road list martial artists, bringing along 100 Heaven Road grade martial artists. They were a powerful force, and could definitely stroll around Lupus Constellation leisurely. Yushan also felt that he himself was being overly cautious, but he still said, better to be safe than sorry. Boss said those people are good. Brother Shun, what exactly is going on? Shui Chang frowned, his high-pitched voice asked, Boss also did not state clearly, and just asked us to follow your lead, up till now we are completely left in dark. Yes. Brother Shun, tell us about it. Yongqiu was excited. Yushan hesitated for a while, looking around, he said in a low voice, Boss went to challenge Kongdi. What? Shui Chang and Yongqiu jumped up in surprise. Their reactions did not surprise Yushan. Who was Kongde? After so many years, he was the undisputed #1 expert of Lupus Constellation. His power was unfathomable. Silver Moon Kongde, Heaven Hook Huai Bai Hua, Feudal Marshal Wu Taiyu, the 3 heads that dominated Lupus Constellation for so many years, their reputation standing on a large pile of countless bones and bodies. The 3 of them had compared powers among each other for many times, and it was Kongde who was obviously stronger than the other 2. The 3 powerhouses had maintained a mutual understanding, as the 3 of them all clearly knew and recognized each other's power. Boss was actually going to challenge Kongde? The 2 of them could not believe their ears. Yes. Yu Shun replied, Boss got a silver treasure weapon from Ursa Minor Constellation. What? The both of them exclaimed, they finally understood where the confidence came from, to go challenge Kongde. Ursa Minor Constellation, one of the 5 polar domains, to Lupus Constellation, that was a tyrant, a level so high and unapproachable, a divine existence. Lupus Constellation was one of the last few constellation of Southern Sky's 42 constellations. Even the Northern Sky's 19 continents were a dream to them, but 5 polar domains. They roughly knew that it was impossible for them to even interact with such a strong existence in their whole life. For a polar domain silver star treasure, it could be sold at sky-high prices in the Southern Sky's 42 constellations. Moreover, it was a treasure weapon. The 2 of them calmed down slightly. Shui Chang's trembling sharp voice said, then doesn't that mean Boss can unite the entire Lupus Constellation? Yu Shun's state of mind was stirred, but he was wise and knowledgeable. That depends on us. Depends on us? Yongqiu was stunned, his eyes immediately exploding a gleam of light. Don't tell me the target we need to get rid of has something to do with the silver treasure weapon? That's right. Yu Shun's expression congealed and nodded, that Ursa Minor Constellation silver treasure weapon is the reward for our operation this time. We need to kill those few people, and then the treasure will belong to Boss. Yongqiu was taken aback, who are those 3 truthfully? To be worth a Ursa Minor Constellation silver treasure weapon? Shui Chang snorted, who cares where they came from? Even if they have a strong background, to get that treasure, it is definitely worth it. Yongqiu nodded his head, that's right. Who cares? Let us settle this. Suddenly, there was an uproar from the barracks. Yu Shun suddenly squinted his eyes, his expression cold, such audacity, to dare attack the barracks. With that, he threw his alcohol to the side. Shu Wei Chang and Yang Chou also felt it and stood up. With the help of the flames, the three of them looked far out, and their faces immediately became ugly. The whole place was in a mess, screaming and wails lingered in their ears. Around the bonfire, a whirlwind of blood was spurting out from the fearful faces. All the martial artists did not think that there would actually be people who would dare to launch a sneak attack on them. The attackers were extremely fierce, a few of them flew out, and more than 10 of them had their heads separated from their bodies. Yushan and the other two immediately saw red. All these people were elites of feudal martial, who were groomed out by spending many years and a lot of money. But they were all being killed like fat sheep. Without making a sound, the three of them used their true power, and rushed towards the three people in the crowd. The opponent only had 3 people. The one using the blade was a spirit general. His blade aura was extremely tyrannical, as though there was no one who could compare with him. While the black-robed young man using the sword was confident and quick-witted, his sword was sharp and strong, while his body movements were extremely unpredictable. From time to time he would suddenly split into 3 completely identical phantoms. But Yushan's gaze was fixed intently on the person wearing the silver armor and wielding a shield in his left hand. Although his power was not the strongest, his efficiency in killing was the highest, as though he was an emotionless killing machine. His movements were concise and agile, without any unnecessary movements. If he were to compare raw power, the spirit general wielding the Zambato was much stronger than him. But if he were to compare the number of people killed, the silver-armored young man won hands down. The silver-armored young man was skilled in using the surroundings to aid him. He was like a death god from the darkness, relaxingly taking the lives of those around him. Such a scary person. Although they already anticipated that the mission would not be easy, but the silver-armored young man still gave him a tensed feeling. Urgently rushing forward, Yushan, who was in the air, took a deep breath. His rousing true power in the body moved towards his right fist, as he slowly used it to push forward in front of him while his entire body blew out as though he was against a strong hurricane. The surging true power had a terrifying rolling thunder sound as it rushed towards Tang Tian. Extreme Sorrow Thunder Palm. There was no light aura, only the rolling thunder sound and the violently surging true power. A 3M perimeter around Tang Tian was all trapped under the palm. Yushan's calm face suddenly exposed a bloodthirsty light aura. Under the extreme sorrow thunder palm, even the air was compressed. All the bodies who did not train their body well would all fail to move under the effects. That was the extreme sorrow thunder palm. Its power was one that could subdue many people at once. Just at this time, the silver-armored young lad who was locked down by his palm raised his head. His ice-cold pupils lit up with brilliance. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 270, Sheep Horn Wind Bells. Chapter 270, Sheep Horn Wind Bells. Translated by Barry Buns. Edited by XRCO, Nitsuriako, and DeAndre. The ice-cold peacock true power oozed out from his whole body. Tang Tian's heart was like ice and snow. The surrounding air was almost confined, as wave after wave of true power blasted on the 3M perimeter, layers after layers of transparent ripples surging out. The low thunder sound resonated through the ripples. Such vigorous true power. But Tang Tian's face did not have a bit of fear. His right hand, which was at the side of his body, suddenly blossomed sparks around his fingertips. He suddenly stretched his elbows upwards, his 5 hook-like fingers grabbing outwards. The sharp and cold true power shot out from his fingertips, crashing into Yushan's extreme sorrow thunder palm. Chie! Fireside Ghost Claw's finger strength was like 5 sharp lances, penetrating the opponent's palm. But Yushan's palm covered a large area, although it was penetrated through, but the remaining power still rushed towards Tang Tian. In the moment that the palm print was reaching him, Tang Tian's eyes suddenly lit up with a blue light, the prepared blood rush shield erected in front of his chest. Bang! Tang Tian's body submerged slightly into the sand. The sand beneath his feet suddenly exploded out, scattering everywhere. A diameter of 2 m around Tang Tian submerged into a depth of half a meter. Yushan, who approached with momentum, suddenly twisted his body in the air as though he was bitten by a snake, retreating back a few meters before stopping. Yushan's face was black. His palm print was completely broken through by Tang Tian, and the strange power from the fingers had penetrated into his meridians, causing him to spend 3 breaths of time to force the power out of his body. There was such finger power to be able to break holes through my extreme sorrow thunder palm? His heart turned cold. His martial technique was ranked 7th, and was definitely high grade, and he had trained this powerful palm technique to the point of perfection, where any Heaven Road grade martial artist upon taking it would get killed with 1 palm. Heaven Road list martial artist. Yushan squinted his eyes, his true power rippling out. Zzz, an electric aura suddenly appeared on his palms. Who knew that he suddenly lost track of his opponent? Yushan's heart thumped, his whole body in ultimate defense, ready to take the opponent's attack. After 5 to 6 seconds later, there was not a single movement. Not good. I was tricked. Yushun coincidentally saw a figure appearing inside the group of people, coldly taking their lives. Damn it! He flew out without hesitation. Yongqiu's opponent was Tang Yi. His spirit general was also a blade user of the 8th rank, called Fengqiu. Fengqiu was extremely ugly, but was a famous blade user from 60 years ago. Fengqiu was Yongqiu's best assistant, with the power of a 8th rank, was also Yongqiu's limit. Fengqiu's blade techniques attainments were extremely high, amongst people of the same ranks, few could fight him. But, facing another spirit general who also used a blade, Fengqiu was actually being suppressed. It was the first time Yongqiu saw Fengqiu being suppressed. Such a strong spirit general. Light flashed past his eyes, if only that strong spirit general was for his own use. Without saying anything, 5 flying blades around his hand, he commanded them, flying out and making shrilling sounds, forming 5 raised weird arcs that flew straight for Tang Yi. Without looking, Tang Yi casually waved his zanbato as though it was nothing. The 5 flying blades crashed into a seemingly invisible wall, they all ricocheted. Yongqiu's interest became even more concentrated, his 10 fingers flew out, as countless concealed weapons flew along with them, injected with wooden affinity true power, they all looked like green-colored raindrops, covering the sky as they dropped on Tang Yi. Tang Yi was indifferent about the incoming attack, his blade power expanded out, the blade rays became like a screen which was beyond domineering. The concealed weapons crashed against the blade screen like raindrops hitting on an umbrella. Yongqiu's concealed weapons seemed to be endless, as they kept spraying out of his fingers. Even with the team-up of Yongqiu and Fengqiu, they still had problems obstructing Tang Yi. But the other martial artists could not even help, with the overwhelming number of concealed weapons striking on the tyrannical blade screen causing disturbance of qi, prevented anyone from getting close. Crane's and Shui Cheng's battle was an entirely different scene. Both of them were swordsmen, using speed to fight speed, both of them were like lightning, upon contact they would split again. Shui Cheng used a fine long pricking sword, his figure moved swiftly, his sword technique was always changing and hard to predict. While Crane was equally fast, but like a black crane dancing in the sky, he fought freely and easily, his sword technique did not have the least bit of a cunning aura, he displayed strength and discipline. Tang Tian was like a fish, appearing here and there amidst the messy crowd. But all these people, compared to Xin Li's subordinates, were much harder to deal with. After the initial panic, many of them calmed down, Heaven Road grade martial artists posed no threat to Tang Tian, but if he did not manage to kill one of them with 1 or 2 skills, another martial artist would come and support. Tang Tian killed 6 of them consecutively, then got locked down by another 3. From behind him came out a loud shout, where Yushun came over. His surging palm print expanded and exploded out on his back. Tang Tian suddenly let out a whistle. His right palm had Fire Scythe Ghost Claw, the left brandishing out the Blood Rush Shield, a ray of Air Shield Strike broke out, it was the Air Shield Strike technique. Hearing Tang Tian's whistle, Ling Su who was always hiding in ambush quivered, hot blood suddenly rushing to his brain. That was the plan's secret signal. Ling Su's light body technique was ordinary, while the opponent was an expert. If he went too close, he would definitely be exposed. So he always laid in ambush away from the battle, waiting for the signal to attack. That was now. Flamingo cried out and rushed out. The rapid winds in front of him, and the commotion in his vision, caused the fight in Ling Su to explode out, his blood temperature soaring. Flamingo had been through a revamp by Sai Lei, and was much stronger in every aspect. What caused Sai Lei to become surprised was that Flamingo actually bore a martial spirit, although it was still very weak, but that meant that this Flamingo had gone through a change in nature. Flamingo had become a sort of mechanical spirit weapon. Its speed, Flamingo's speed, had increased by 3 times. With speed like a gale, even Ling Su who was crazy, had to spend some time to get adjusted to it. But when he got accustomed to it, Ling Su fell for the feeling of being as fast as lightning. Faster. 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 Flamingo also felt Ling Su's fighting intent, and became faster and faster, its speed breaking through its usual limit. Bang, blazing red fireballs suddenly appeared at its feet as it galloped. Having the blaze in the wind, in a blink of an eye the fire had enveloped Flamingo's entire body. Ling Su was surprised, but upon realizing that the fire did not harm him in any way, but made the true power in his body become even more vivacious, the fire also enveloped Ling Su. Ling Su suddenly felt that he and Flamingo were one body, an unspeakable connection. Flamingo's running sound was loud, it was using all of its energy to run, surprising all the people on the battlefield. But, it was too fast. Everyone only saw a figure that was on fire, like an angry arrow, rushing at them. In the blink of an eye the fire had appeared in front of them. What is that? Suddenly, a crazy face appeared from within the blaze, surprising all the martial artists. They all raised their weapons to block their fronts, as countless amounts of cold light aura exploded out from the fire, enveloping them in a flash. They could not react in time to Ling Su's violent and imposing manner, and could only do their best to defend. The cold light auras attacked their weapons at the same time. A huge force as though it could topple mountains and seas struck them. Bang bang bang. 3 martial artists flew out a few hundred meters as though they were sandbags, bleeding from every possible hole on their body. They stopped breathing. Ling Su's killing nature came out. Flamingo did not lose speed, rushing out dauntlessly, soaring into the air. Ling Su's silver hair was also enveloped by a layer of red flames, the silver hair dancing in the sky, forming a curtain of fire dancing with the wind. Flamingo's leap unexpectedly went beyond 5 meters, causing all the martial artists who were watching turn fearful and became panicked. Ling Su's face became extremely queer. It was not his usual look, as though he had become an ancient blazing cavalry, killing intent pouring everywhere. His silver spear was crying out joyously, as though it was once again tasting something it had not for a very long time. Amidst all these, Ling Su suddenly realized, pointed sea spear was basically an ancient war spear technique. As though he was struck by lightning, all of the various spear techniques of pointed sea spears, the unique power-releasing techniques, all started to surface in his mind. He suddenly had a flash of understanding. Since the last time, he always felt that pointed sea spears was a very useful technique for a battlefield, but he thought that all ancient spear techniques had this trait. But this time, he had always tried war tactics whilst mounting Flamingo, but he absolutely did not think that pointed sea spears was basically a battlefield spear technique used in ancient battlefields. Teacher had never told him pointed sea spears needed a mount. That's right, pointed sea spears needed a mount. As long as the user was mounted, he would be able to use the true pointed sea spears. But this enlightenment flashed past his brain. When he regained his senses, he was already rushing to the enemy lines. Without thinking, the silver spear in his hand started to thrust forward. This thrust was extremely light. His fingers used an extremely light touch to roll the spear. But the silver spear became extremely obedient, as though it slipped along his fingers and rushed out, bringing forth a slight rotation. The sheep horn wind bells tied to the silver spear were suddenly swung. After being given this by Crypto Sword Saint, when Ling Su tied it to the spear, it had never rang. Ding! A casual bell sound came out from the layers and layers, folds and folds of history, penetrating out straight into the present, into the hearts of people. Ling Su's body shuddered. He opened his eyes wide in disbelief. Pooh! The martial artist in front of him became like a lost soul, not moving an inch. The silver light blinked, and the spear tip silently pierced into his chest. Bang! The martial artist suddenly fell, but his face showed no signs of pain. Watching the martial artist's expression as he fell, Ling Su shivered again. Flamingo did not stop. Like a dancing flame, it swept across a few fighters. Ling Su consciously released his spear. Pu. His spear became as fast as lightning that cannot be seen by the naked eyes. The silver light blinked. Another person fell. Everyone who fell showed no signs of pain. When Ling Su regained his senses, he had already rushed through the entire barracks. He had rushed in a straight line. And in that straight line, piled countless bodies. He had the feeling that the true power in his body was not exhausted at all, and felt that he had simply just strolled a few meters previously. Ling Su stared at the bells tied to his silver spear in disbelief. Consciously shaking the spear body, the sound of the bells came out again. The clear and melodious, enchanting sound entered his heart, mutually conforming with the true power in his body. Suddenly hearing Tang Tian's whistle, he regained his senses. Without hesitating he urged Flamingo, and left the battlefield. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 271, Mutation. Chapter 271, Mutation. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by XRCO, Nitsuriako, and DeAndre. Tang Tian regularly retreated, causing Yushan and his men to be enraged, but they did not give chase. Huoma Air only felt that everything that happened tonight was simply too inconceivable. If she did not personally witness it, she would definitely not believe it. Tang Tian and the rest were actually able to kill off feudal martial elites and put them in such a perilous situation. Tang Tian did not lie, he really was a heaven road list martial artist. But not only him, the other two, and Tang Tian's spirit general, were all heaven road list great strong. Because she recognized Yushan, Shui Chang and Yongqiu, all three of them were strong martial artists that were too high for her to reach, but they were helpless against Tang Tian and the gang. Why are they not chasing? Huoma Air could not resist to ask. Crane flew and explained at the same time, although they have many people, they do not dominate in high-end military strength. 3 against 4, we have one more. If they dare to chase, we can hold down 3 of them, and the last one of us can freely kill them. Huoma Air suddenly saw the light, and her heart was in deep respect. These people were truly reckless and daring. Upon battles they would not be lenient, Their individual strength was incomparably powerful, background unfathomable, they had absolute potential. They were definitely golden fat thighs. The figure of Ling Su riding on Flamingo appeared in everyone's sight. They were at their designated meet-up point. Tang Tian noticed Ling Su's expression and was surprised. "Hey, little Su, what's up with you? You were so powerful today, you fought really well." Ling Su quietly kept Flamingo, hugging his silver spear. He sat in the corner, seemingly out of place. Tang Tian and Crane looked at one another. Even the slowest person could tell that something was wrong with Ling Su. Tang Tian walked over, his big face appeared right in front of Ling Su's face. "Hey, are you hurt? Your entire body is perfectly." Ling Su impatiently pushed Tang Tian's face to one side. "Don't disturb me." Tang Tian was like a spring, his head that was pushed aside, immediately shot back. "Or did you become stupid from training? Or did you go berserk? Little Crane, come and take a look." "Shut up." Ling Su quickly exploded, he was enraged. Tang Tian laughed, he totally ignored Ling Su's anger. "If you're not happy then vent it out. Come, let me fight with you. Little Su, treat me as your most hated person, come, and let us have a good fight. As a real man, use your fist to talk. My most hated person." A black figure appeared before Ling Su's eyes. It had appeared in his dreams so many times, pressuring his heart down for so many years, to the point that he could not breathe. The deep hatred, the blood in his body quickly surged to his mind. His orange pupils suddenly had wisps of blood, transforming into a blaze, his hand gripping the silver spear tightly. His breathing suddenly became hurried, the surrounding sound suddenly vanishing, he could only hear his heartbeat. "Come on. Ling Su. Isn't your heart filled with anger and hate? You don't even dare to fight now?" Tang Tian's words caused Ling Su to lose control. Ling Su roared, and pierced towards Tang Tian. The bell sound came out once again. The silver light flickered. All the hair on Tang Tian's body stood erect. When he was battling Yushun, his attention was fully on Yushun, although Ling Su performed extremely valiant, but Tang Tian did not notice it. Ling Su's spear gave him an extremely dangerous feeling. Crane, who was at the side, was stunned. Peacock. The ice-cold peacock true power entered his body, causing Tang Tian's gaze to turn ice-cold immediately. His 5 hook-like fingers crashed onto the spear tip, causing sparks to fly. The indistinct bell sound caused Tang Tian's martial spirit's silver blaze to shiver, causing the connection between him and Peacock to nearly get cut off. Ding! Fire Scythe Ghost Claw and the spear tip struck each other. Tang Tian withdrew a few steps, stabling himself. Ling Su, who completely became violent, was like an enraged beast, taking advantage momentum. The silver spear in his hand burst out a cold aura. Crane's eyes shone with light, his body tensing and leaning forward. "Don't interrupt," Tang Tian's cold voice suddenly said, his bleeding catblade scythe locking the silver spear in place. Crane repositioned his posture, his face congealing. Huoma Air was blankly watching the two of them. Her face was pale, she did not understand why the two of them who were fighting side by side suddenly fought each other. Tang Tian and Ling Su were extremely fast, the both of them becoming two shadows. Crane had a surprised look on his face. Ling Su's pointed sea spears had become extremely weird and hard to fathom. Although his pointed sea spears in the past were released endlessly, but the power was not equal. His current pointed sea spears did not seem different from the past, but in truth it became extremely hard to predict, and the power released would suddenly be light or strong. Tang Tian had some disadvantage at the start, and was consecutively being pushed back by Ling Su. The endless pointed sea spears had changed, its power had increased, and those bells. Crane's eyes stared at the sheep horn wind bells on the silver spear. His heart shivered, it was an object worth worrying about, and definitely had some history to it. It was some sort of bewilderment item, but did not have any trace of evil chi. What made him surprised was that the sound of the sheep horn wind bells was perfectly blending in within Ling Su's pointed sea spears. Pointed sea spears was in front of him. Tang Tian immediately retreated. This was his first time being suppressed by someone after so long. Tang Tian's power had recently soared crazily, attaining the power of the crane, evolution of the peacock, adding on the newly trained purple gold grade, air shield strike technique, and wind concealment. His attack methods had become even more abundant. And adding on the absolute calmness of the peacock's true power, he was able to make the perfect decision in any circumstance. All the recent battles he was completely invincible. But today, he was being suppressed by Ling Su. The peacock true power that he had tried and tested for so many times did not seem to be working. Every time the weird bell rang, the connection between him and Peacock would be affected, causing the true power to be unstable. Tang Tian's cold state would immediately be broken. To continuously be suppressed, Tang Tian's eyes began to grow red. He was someone who did not like to lose, although the Peacock true power caused his head to be as cool as snow, but the unyielding character and the rebellious character that was in his bones was autonomously getting restless. Damn it! I am actually being suppressed. The ice-cold peacock true power led Tang Tian's state of mind to be extremely cool, and his perception on his surroundings was extremely clear. Ling Su's attacks were full of weaknesses in his eyes. But Ling Su was completely ignoring his weaknesses and crazily releasing his spear. Ling Su was like a beast. His spear was like a sea of stars, and the bell was like the wind. Retreat, retreat further, retreat further. The veins in Tang Tian's eyes became more concentrated, and because his heart and state of mind were extremely calm, everything that was happening within his body was within his understanding, and he could feel the boiling fighting intent deep in the depths of his body become more and more ablaze. Such a strange contradictory feeling. As if below the sparkling and pure layer of ice, there was red-hot lava flowing silently. Ice and fire, cold and hot, interweaving. Peacock could somehow feel the restless fighting intent in Tang Tian's body, and Peacock true power was suddenly getting stronger, the bone-piercing cold aura spreading throughout Tang Tian's body. The weird thing was, no matter how strong and violent the chill was, the boiling fighting intent in the depths of his body was not suppressed at all. It was boiling increasingly, burning increasingly, like magma flowing at fast speed. The contradiction and crossover of fire and ice became increasingly intense. Bang! Tang Tian's body shivered, something deep within his body seemed like there was some restriction undone. Bing, who was in Three Spirit City, suddenly had a feeling, and his face changed. Sky Tiger transformed into a ray of light. In a flash he had used his fastest speed to fly to the Martial Spirit Chamber entrance. What just happened? Immortal Martial. Reflective Martial Hall, in the Great Formation, immortal martial disciples were all going around, traveling back and forth through the copper mirrors. Just at this time, the reflective martial copper mirror suddenly lit up with a dazzling light beam, shooting straight into the mirror formation. The dazzling light aura caused all the disciples to be momentarily blind, and the hall became a mess. What happened? What's wrong? The elder in charge of the formation also became blind for a brief moment, but suddenly his ears heard something, causing his face to change, and he bellowed, "Everyone keep quiet." The familiar elder's voice caused everyone to immediately be silent. Buzz. It sounded like the flapping of the wings of bees. The sound was getting lower and lower, stronger and stronger, like a tide of water. Suddenly everyone realized they had regained their eyesight. But upon seeing the scene in front of them clearly, they were all overwhelmed with shock. The 10,000 mirrors were crying simultaneously. The low buzzing sound was actually the vibration of the 10,000 copper mirrors, causing the sound. All the disciples stared with their mouth wide open at the situation. They had never seen the mirror formation do such a thing. The elder's face was as white as paper, as though he had seen a ghost. Suddenly two figures entered from the hall entrance. It was a man and a lady. The man was extremely charismatic, and the lady was as beautiful as a fairy. When the disciples saw the two of them, they stood blankly on the spot, as though they were all struck by lightning. Cepheus King. Cassiopeia Queen. The two of them were immortal martial supreme powers, and at the moment they were looking at the mirror formation in shock. What's happening? Cassiopeia Queen's voice had a trace of panic. I do not know. Cepheus King's voice was anxious. Maybe there is a legendary saint treasure that had just been born, or maybe one of the palaces of the ecliptic plains was heavily burned, or maybe a powerful blood meridian has been awakened, or maybe someone has become a saint. But it must definitely be someone powerful. Cassiopeia Queen shook her head. Becoming a saint does not create such a huge disturbance. All the sword saints that grew in power these few years did not even create a reaction on the mirrors. The reflective martial copper mirror could reflect any omens related to Heaven Road. Don't forget that those few strongest sword saints also made the mirrors cry. Cepheus King reminded. Then what do we do? Cassiopeia Queen looked at him and asked. Quietly watch for changes. He replied, no matter what, this matter must not be leaked. Send all these disciples to the back of the mountain for closed-door hardship training. We will watch carefully. Eventually we are bound to find some clues. Yes. Cassiopeia Queen's face congealed and she nodded. Crane, who was watching intently, quickly noticed Tang Tian being different, and his face immediately congealed. Although Tang Tian was retreating, the feeling he gave Crane was different. Previously, Tang Tian, who was being suppressed by Ling Su's pointed sea spears, was forced to withdraw step by step. But the current Tang Tian, who was still retreating, but was much more calm. Tang Tian's actions became more and more concise. The fire scythe ghost claw in his right hand was barely used, while the blood rush shield in his left hand was smacking away Ling Su's pointed sea spears. The more quiet Tang Tian became, the more Crane felt that something was off, because the dangerous chi around Tang Tian's body was become heavier and heavier. When Crane accidentally looked at Tang Tian's pupils, his body could not help from jolting. Tang Tian's eyes, one was azure blue, one was scarlet red. One is blue as the sea, one is red as fire. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 272, Red Blue Eyes. Chapter 272, Red Blue Eyes. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by XRCO, Nitsuriako, and DeAndre. It was as if Ling Su was pulled into a bizarre world. Jingle. Jingle. The clear and melodious bell sound rang under the clouds. He noticed a snow-white silver spear, and was taken aback. Wasn't that his own spear? Wait. It was slightly different from his spear. The tassels of his spear were red, but the tassels of that spear was silvery white. The rest were the same, even the bells. The silver spear was placed upright, with the bells drifting along with the wind. Yet another identical silver spear was reflected in his eyes, as he stared in shock. And another. When he turned to look around, there were many silver spears, all of them pointing towards the sky. Every spear had the sheep horn wind bells. The sheep horn wind bells rang along with the wind and were extremely sweet sounding. Why, are there so many spears? He felt as if he was looking out from a hole. What was below the spears? As though it noticed his thoughts, the scene before him finally shifted to beneath the spears. A figure covered entirely in silver armor appeared in the scene. Following that, another silver-clad cavalry appeared. A group of silver-armored troops. All of them were seated on special mounts, which were actually rams. The rams were the size of horses, the horns were like swords and their fleeces white as snow. Their expressions were imposing and solemn, not a speck of dust on them. Other than the sounds of the bells and the silver armor cracking in the entire troops, no other sounds were made. Ling Su's gaze landed on the cavalry leading the troops. He was different from the rest, he was actually fuzzy, and could not really be focused on. Silver spears dyed snow, forever not contaminated. Sheep horn wind bells, the cool breeze does not capture your sound. Sun shines but no shadows, for the spear is too straight. Overwhelming my heart, stars guard my soul. Aries constellation, champion of the spears. The distinctive song could be heard from far away. Unknowingly, Ling Su immediately thought of his teacher. Unknowingly, his heart was upset, as though the needles had pierced his heart. Teacher had always been kind and benevolent, but he still had such a terrible fate. Damn it! What overwhelming my heart! What the spear is too straight. So what if you're a good person? If being a good person helps, teacher would not have died. The power of the fist is the most important. That is the most important. Ling Su raged out like a volcano. I want to kill that asshole. Kill that traitor. Kill him. Kill, kill, kill. The world before him turned blood red, as he frantically released his spear, again and again. The clear bell sounds became somewhat ruthless, reeking with killing intent. Ling Su's pointed sea spears immediately became extremely violent. The spear aura that covered the skies was like a raging sea tide, attempting to swallow Tang Tian. Tang Tian emotionlessly watched the pointed sea spears coming from all directions. He was bearing the immense pain. The power in the abyss of his body was growing stronger and stronger. In a short span of time, it became so strong to the point that it made Tang Tian's martial spirit tremble. What power is this? Why is his own body actually accumulating such a terrifying amount of power? Tang Tian's heart was filled with fear. He knew that if this power that was blazing like a volcano broke through Peacock True Power's suppression, then his body would be unable to handle such a terrifying force. The bones and muscles of his body would immediately be incinerated. Just at that time, a surge of ice-cold true power rushed into Tang Tian's body. Peacock. Tang Tian was stumped. Peacock and him had shared thoughts, and he could feel Peacock's determination. Peacock true power quickly filled his meridians. Every tear of his Dantian pools were surging from its true power. But no matter what it did, facing the terrifying power in Tang Tian's body, the cold defense was also facing danger. Just at this time, amidst the hollowness came a proud cry of a peacock. Peacock's martial spirit suddenly brightened up, combusting from the silver. The true power surging into Tang Tian from Peacock suddenly erupted. Peacock. Tang Tian suddenly realized what it was doing. Peacock, who was suddenly brightening up, suddenly threw itself into Tang Tian's silver martial spirit blaze. Bang! Tang Tian's mind jolted. A ray of a silver beam flew down from nowhere, directly entering Tang Tian's martial spirit. Boundless Peacock true power came out from the ray of silver and flowed endlessly into Tang Tian's martial spirit. This was Pavo Constellation's power. Peacock was summoning Pavo Constellation's power. Peacock. Other than Saint Treasures, if a treasure wanted to summon the power from its constellation, there was only one way, and that was combusting its martial spirit. Upon combusting its martial spirit, the treasure would be destroyed. Peacock. Even for Tang Tian, who was currently in a state of ice-cold mentality, was feeling extremely unhappy. With the addition of the vast peacock true power, it immediately stabilized the situation. That was the power of a constellation. Just as Tang Tian thought everything was okay, the terrifying and strange power in his body suddenly became like a caged wild beast, struggling with all its might. It was getting stronger, stronger, and stronger. It suddenly became dangerous again, just as it was stabilizing. Tang Tian could not believe his eyes. There was only one thought in his mind: what was the power in his body? What power could possibly contend against a constellation's power? An unforeseen scene occurred just as he had that thought. Bang! Dot. His entire body jolted, the blazing force that was like a volcano suddenly erupted. In Tang Tian's silver blazing martial spirit, the peacock's shadow had already become very dim. It suddenly began to revolve, spinning faster and faster, becoming a blue vortex. The peacock true power in Tang Tian's body, the peacock true power surging from Pavo constellation, rushed forth into Tang Tian's martial spirit. Tang Tian's martial spirit looked like an ice blue puck. Ice hockey ball. The blazing violent power quickly spread into every part of Tang Tian's body, keeping the ice blue martial spirit surrounded in the center. What was weird was that the red power did not attack Tang Tian's martial spirit at all. At this time, a blue mist of chi suddenly floated out from the red power. This blue mist of chi seemed to be identical to the peacock's true power. It quietly enveloped Tang Tian's martial spirit. The originally close to disappearing peacock suddenly slowly congealed. The blue vortex was slowly getting stronger, while the beam of blue light seemed like it wanted to escape from the vortex. But the blue vortex was like a greedy beast, swallowing with all its might. Tang Tian could feel the panic of the blue beam of light. The blue beam of light was exceptionally dense, and its substance was continuously sucked in by the vortex. The peacock's form was becoming more solid, back to its original state. But for some reason, Tang Tian felt that the peacock had a bit of a demonic feel. Maybe it was a wrong feeling, but no matter what, he did not wish for Peacock to disappear. Seeing Peacock becoming more solid, he was happy. The light slowly dimmed, and Peacock's face expressed satisfaction. What happened next caused Tang Tian to become dumbstruck. Peacock that was wrapped in the ice blue circle suddenly flew into Tang Tian's left eye, while the fiery terrifying exploding power was also attracted and flowed into Tang Tian's right eye. In the blink of an eye, the strange and devastating power that was in his body disappeared. But his eyes were extremely uncomfortable. The left eye was ice cold, with a layer of blue, while his right eye was blazing, with a layer of fiery red. But what was worth celebrating was that he was once again in control of his body. And what was even more inconceivable was that his body did not receive any damage. At the same time, pointed sea spears that filled the sky were violently being released. Tang Tian was not afraid at all, because the scene in front of him was too weird. The pointed sea spears in his left eye, under the ice blue screen, were completely clear. Every detail was so clear that he could see countless loopholes between them. But in his right eye, in the fiery red screen, an indistinct figure appeared in the dark, and that was most probably Ling Su. When he placed his focus on the left eye, his mind was ice cold, and the changes of pointed sea spears would appear in front of him. But when his focus was placed in his right eye, Ling Su's figure would become darker, and in the surrounding redness, there were countless of minute fiery threads floating around. Tang Tian did not have any idea on what the fiery threads were. But, the most troubling thing was, the two different feelings mixed together, he was incapable of concentrating his focus. Suddenly, an idea sprung up into his mind. He used his right hand to cover his right eye, and his vision became ice blue. Since there was a conflict between the eyes, then I will only use one. Tang Tian's heart became more peaceful. The blood rush shield in his left hand was casually lifted, coincidentally blocking Ling Su's spear aura. Bang bang bang. Under the barrage of attacks, Tang Tian's body did not move. Air shield strike technique was skillfully used, as if he was easily lifting weights. All the minute movements under the technique were extremely clear to him. Compared to the Peacock's true power previously, the ice blue left eye had become much stronger. In his ice blue vision, all the dotted lights that were released and extinguished were Ling Su's pointed sea spears. And in the cold blue vision of his, there were some dim regions. All these dim regions were also quickly changing. Those were Ling Su's pointed sea spears' weaknesses. Whether if it was the dotted lights, or the dim regions, they were all quickly changing and difficult to catch. Tang Tian's heart did not have a bit of undulation, and was extremely calm at the moment. When Crane looked, Tang Tian's ice blue eye suddenly produced a blue vortex. Now, dot. A ray of light flashed in Tang Tian's left eye. He suddenly released his power. The blood rush shield on his left hand had consecutively turned in 7 different angles in a few seconds, blocking 7 rays of cold beams from the spear. He was like a demon, breaking through the pointed sea spears and appearing in front of Ling Su. Ling Su, who was in a weird state, felt danger, and his eyes blazed. Without waiting for him to react, the shield appeared. Bang! Ling Su instantly flew out, his head landing into the sand. Tang Tian flew up into the air, his right hand covering his right eye, left hand wielding the blood rush shield. His expression was ice cold, as though he was a killing god. Just at this time, his body suddenly felt weak. He fell to the sand, his legs feeling weak. He struggled to keep himself up. The ice blue color of his left eye slowly dimmed, becoming a dim blue, while the ice-cold expression on Tang Tian's face gradually lifted. He pouted, and laughed bitterly. "Little Crane, I'll need you to dig him up, I have no more strength." Crane shook his head, maintaining his cool. He regained his senses. He felt that with the two perverts together, the pressure was immense. Only after using much of his strength did he manage to pull Ling Su out of the sand. But Ling Su had already fainted. Looking at the two of them, the plan for the second wave of attack in the night was obviously dashed. But compared to the attack, Crane was even more interested in the two of them. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 273, Suspicions. Chapter 273, Suspicions. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by XRCO, Nitsuriako, and DeAndre. Pavo Constellation. Lang Yu watched in shock at the golden peacock feather placed near him. The dazzling golden peacock feather was Pavo Constellation's Saint Treasure, Peacock's Feather. Lang Yu was the undisputed #1 of Pavo Constellation, and held the Peacock's Feather for 15 years. Relying on this gold-ranked Saint Treasure, he ruled Pavo Constellation. In the southern sky's 42 constellations, Pavo Constellation was a middle-tier power, but it was special. Of the star treasures related to Pavo Constellation, it held the highest number of armors in the southern sky's 42 constellations. Because of that, Pavo Constellation held a number of powerful and robust martial artists. But his gaze was filled with shock, because on the golden peacock feather, it was filled with countless minute cracks. Any saint treasure of the constellation possessed a direct relationship in terms of prosperity and decline, weak or strong. If the saint treasure's power is stable, it meant that the power of the constellation was stable. 15 years of tempering, the golden peacock feather and Lang Yu's relationship was extremely close. He could clearly feel the power of the peacock feather had been substantially weakened. What exactly was happening? Lang Yu's mind was filled with fear. He extended his trembling hands, and when his hand touched the peacock feather, a piece of golden fragment dropped from peacock's feather. The fear in Lang Yu's mind grew even heavier. Peacock feather was actually already on the verge of crumbling. When his mind connected to Pavo Constellation through the peacock feather, the blood in his face immediately disappeared, making him as white as paper. He dropped his but on the floor, fear creeping into his eyes. It was night, and the 11 stars of Pavo Constellation were in a huge mess. All the star treasures of Pavo Constellation had a substantial weakening in their powers. Some of them had dropped by 25%, most of them by half. The big Pavo Constellation sunk into unprecedented fear, as everyone immediately thought of the sudden collapse of Immortal Constellation many years ago. Until today they had not recovered their strength. The martial artists of Pavo Constellation were frantically trying to source out the reason. But when they did, everyone had their faces in ashes. For some unknown reason, Pavo Constellation's power had suddenly dropped by 25%. A constellation that suddenly had a huge decline in power was never heard of before. Fear spread throughout the entire Pavo Constellation. In the desert, Ling Su, who had just awoken, was filled with regret and guilt. "Crazy Tang, I am so sorry about going crazy earlier. Are you okay?" Especially seeing Tang Tian's red-blue eyes, the guilt in his heart became even heavier. No matter. Tang Tian exposed an extremely bright smile, and spoke loudly. "Every one of us has something that we care about, but we are not living alone. You have us. Any hatred of yours, we will help you seek vengeance together. Whatever wishes you have, everyone will do it together. All of our strength added together is definitely stronger than one person. Little Crane, am I right? Us brothers should have one heart, to make a lot of money." Although the word Little Crane made the veins on Crane's forehead twitch, yes, we brothers should be together, that benefits all of us. He turned, his expression becoming serious. "Ling Su, whenever you need our help, please don't be afraid to ask." Seeing Tang Tian's simple-minded look and Crane's serious look, Ling Su bit his lips, but did not say anything. After being quiet for a while, Ling Su asked, "What happened to your eyes?" Tang Tian's left eye was now a dim blue, while his right eye was a dim fire-red color. Tang Tian did not try to hide it, and told them everything that happened once, and even he himself could not make sense of the matter. Out of the three, Crane was the smartest and used his brains the most. So Tang Tian always kept asking him. Crane's expression congealed. It seems to me to be some blood meridians awakening. Blood meridians awakening? Ding's voice came out, he had also rushed over. Yes. Crane said, Crazy Tang's surging power came out from within his body, and is most probably his blood meridians. The stronger the blood meridian, the more accumulated power there will be, and the stronger it is. But this power is like a slumbering volcano, and only certain factors can awaken them. It is different from the past now. The other blood meridians are all usually activated under harsh circumstances. Why is that? Tang Tian's eyes opened, he did not understand. Onyx Soul has a long history regarding the use of blood meridians, so all the easily awakened blood meridians have become their main targets of hunts. For those naturally strong fighting blood meridians, most of them are already severed. Crane sighed, there is nothing that can stop a person's desire, only the person himself can do it. Tang Tian and Ling Su were completely dumbfounded listening to him. So in their eyes, humans and star spirit beasts are no different? Ling Su could not believe it. In truth, they aren't. Crane shook his head, the current Onyx Soul has genuinely top-notch blood meridians, all of them practically come from ancient fighting blood meridians. After repeated breeding and purifying, they became even stronger. Their understanding on blood meridians far exceeds our imagination. They have two ways of breeding the blood meridians, to purify higher-grade blood meridians. The new blood meridians will forever be on their target list. This matter can definitely not get leaked out. Crane glanced at Hua Ma Er. Hua Ma Er's face changed, and she immediately raised her hands, swearing a poisonous oath, if I ever leak even a word of this, I, Hua Ma Er, will die and my spirit perish. She just wanted to hug those golden thighs. Tian, golden thighs are like golden eggs. She sees them as money and support. So I have some sort of blood meridians? Tang Tian's face changed. He suddenly thought of his past. His mother looked weak and feeble, one look and anyone could tell she was an ordinary person. But that asshole who threw his wife away. The Southern Cross constellation bronze plate was gifted to his mother by him. Unless he really was some big shot? Tang Tian's gaze became determined, even if that asshole was the world's strongest and most powerful person, I will still beat him up, and pull him to mother's grave to repent. Tang Tian suddenly said, is there any way to find out about my blood meridians? But if he was able to find out about his own blood meridians, then he would have found leads on that asshole. Crane shook his head, if you want to identify your blood meridians, only Onyx Soul is proficient in it. But I do not suggest that, as it is too dangerous. If the blood meridians of your body are extremely strong, you will become like a lamb and get chopped up. The strong martial artists of Onyx Soul are not people we can fight for now. Seeing Tang Tian's determined look, Crane knew he was warning him for nothing, but thinking about it, he was relieved. If it was him who was calm, if there were leads about his history, no matter how dangerous it was, he would not give up on it. He suddenly added on, if you truly want to find out about it, find Belle, she is an Onyx Soul horse, and is the most proficient in intelligence, and has many social connections. Maybe she has a way. Tang Tian noted it in his heart. Crane carried on, regarding your eye, I have some guesses about your left one. Tang Tian's eyes lit up, quickly tell me. Your left eye, obviously had absorbed Pavo Constellation's power. I remember that Pavo Constellation has a martial technique related to the eyes, called King Peacock Eyes, and it can see through all the weaknesses and loopholes of 10,000 Worlds techniques. Crane spoke frankly, he was displaying with great saturation on his knowledge and vast wisdom, along with his warm and handsome face, while Ma Er watched him in infatuation. Of course, to see through 10,000 Worlds techniques is highly doubtful. But it fits with Crazy Tang's description of his eyes usage. This martial technique is extremely low-profiled, and very few people know of it, much less have actually trained it. Crane explained, constellation martial techniques are related to their treasures, and in truth, is a display of the constellation's power. But, to be able to assimilate the martial technique into your eye, I am very curious, how much of Pavo Constellation's power you absorbed? Shouldn't be much. Tang Tian rubbed his forehead with a face of innocence, it was so short. I don't think so. Crane confidently said, King Peacock Eye is a rank 8 martial technique, and your true power is only at rank 6, you definitely cannot use it. And what's more is that it needed to solidify inside your eye. That is like the constellation used its power, to transform your eye into a Pavo star treasure, the consumption of the constellation's power, I am unable to imagine it. Now that you said it, the beam of light seemed like it wanted to escape, but did not succeed, Tang Tian frowned in thought. Crane's mind suddenly shook, you said previously, there was a blue mist that came out from the red power, and after that it mixed into Peacock's true power? Yep. Tang Tian nodded, I remember that clearly. Crazy Tang, I think you need to go find out more about your blood meridians. Crane's face was serious. Blue Peacock is powerful, but after all it is only a silver armor. Compared to the other Pavo treasures, it should only be in the mid-range. For it to summon Pavo Constellation's power after combusting its martial spirit is one thing, but for the power it received to far exceed Blue Peacock's level, it most certainly cannot withstand the power. Also, according to norms, after combusting, it should have completely disappeared, but it still exists. That isn't normal too. Tang Tian nodded. After listening to Crane's share, he felt it was very reasonable. He had another question, then how do I use this fire eye? Crane thought for a while. You said that your eye now has fiery red threads floating in the sky. That's right. Tang Tian was excited. He covered his left eye, and the fiery red whirl from his right eye became more obvious. Now there are much less than before, one thread and another, floating in the sky, but people are dark in color. People are dark? Crane exposed a surprised look. Suddenly he had an idea, and his hand suddenly had a star rock, which he broke. What about now? Wah, so many fiery threads. Tang Tian was surprised. Crane understood, so those fiery threads are energy floating in the air? Tang Tian immediately said, using this eye makes me want to fight. It affects the state of mind? Crane shook his head, use some true power and test it out. Tang Tian activated his true power, and the world before him instantly became even more red. A berserk mood mode akin to a wild beast flooded his mind, causing him to be surprised, as he immediately stopped using true power. The spectators were all shocked. In that moment that Tang Tian activated his true power, it felt like they were facing a wild, fierce beast. Crane's face congealed. Crazy Tang, for the time being don't use your right eye, let us find out more about your blood meridians. Tang Tian immediately nodded, even he did not like that berserk-like state of mind. Just at this time, Ling Su suddenly spoke, Crane. Crane looked at Ling Su in surprise. Ling Su hesitated for a while. Just now during the fight, I heard some song. Crane's facial expression froze, and immediately became serious. What song? Ling Su pondered about it, then slowly repeated the lyrics, Silver spears dyed snow, forever not contaminated. Sheep horn wind bells, the cool breeze does not capture your sound. Sun shines but no shadows, for the spear is too straight. Overwhelming my heart, stars guard my soul. Aries constellation, champion of the spears. Crane's face became distorted. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 274, Silver Frost and Black Feathers. Chapter 274, Silver Frost and Black Feathers. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by XRCO, Nitsuriako, and DeAndre. Ling Su noticed Crane's expression, stared intently at him, his palm involuntarily grasping the silver spear tightly. Crane knew what was that. Crane's expression changed. He took a deep breath and nodded his head slowly. I know this song. Ling Su's heart jumped immediately, hearing Crane's confirmation. This song is from Aries constellation of the 12 ecliptic palaces, Silver Frost Mount's troop song. Crane's expression became dull, exposing a pondering expression. The 12 ecliptic palaces had its ups and downs, prosperity and honor, decline and disgrace. Some disappeared and some were destroyed, but there were those who rose up again. Very few people knew what exactly the 12 ecliptic palaces were. The 12 ecliptic palaces does not only point to 12 constellations, it represents the 12 strongest types of legacy, 12 long-established legacies. Legacy? Is it a martial technique? Tang Tian could not resist to ask. It can be considered to be. Crane knew it was complicated, and Tang Tian would definitely not understand, so he continued, constellations would be destroyed and disappear, but these legacies would be passed down. Even the recently established Leo constellation, although Lion King Leong is famous in the Heaven Road, but in truth very few people know that Lion King Leong succeeded the Leo constellation's legacy. The old Leo constellation was already destroyed for who knows how long, but when the Leo constellation legacy was passed down, it landed in Liang's hands. Leong has great ambitions and high goals. With his own power, he created a brand new constellation in Heaven Road, which is how the strong Leo constellation is one of the current 12 ecliptic palaces today. In this way, any undertaking that is placed in any generation would become the top amongst the rest. But for Aries constellation, it is slightly different. No one would have thought that Crane would start on the topic of history, but they were still deeply absorbed into Crane's stories. I have to say, when I saw the records, I always felt that Aries constellation was a weird constellation. Aries constellation had always been very strong, but they had never been a Heaven Road overlord. This was related to their philosophy. They firmly believed in the axiom of justice, so every generation of the masters in Aries were all righteous and benevolent people. Although the masters of Aries were always the weakest in the 12 ecliptic palaces, the weird thing was weird. No one looked down on Aries constellation, and that was because the guardians of the Aries constellation were the silver frost mounts. Ling Su's breath suddenly quickened. Crane glanced at Ling Su, and continued, silver frost mounts, don silver armor and silver spears, rode on sword-horned snow sheep. They were the strongest army in every generation. The history of the silver frost mounts was as long as the Aries constellation itself, and they should be the true successors of the Aries constellation legacy. Until now, the silver frost mounts had produced 296 spear saints. Spears from Aries, this phrase had been used in every generation, and was never wrong. Tang, Tian and Ling Su's mouth and eyes were wide open. Spear saints were an honored position, whichever generation it was in, the number of them could be counted with one hand. Who knew that the term spear saint would actually be given to over 100 people? An oppressive feeling choked every one of them. Crane exposed a bitter smile, and waved his head, very scary, right? The silver frost mounts ruled that only spear saints had the qualifications to lead the troops. The generation in which the silver frost mounts were the strongest, they actually had 9 spear saints. In the history of Aries constellation, before 300 years ago, they were hailed as the silver frost generation. Everyone were flabbergasted, and could not say anything. But 300 years ago, there was finally a change. What change? Ling Su asked anxiously. Roughly around 300 years ago, 2 spear geniuses appeared in the silver frost mount. Gu Nan and Lian Yu, both of them were outstanding geniuses, and since birth, they were as close as brothers. The future master to wield the power of the silver frost mounts, everyone always thought it would be contested between the two of them. But life is always unfair. In one of the missions, Gu Nan died, and his body was not found. Lian Yu became the master of the silver frost mounts in the end, and 3 years later, the master of Aries constellation Sang Ming Kong died of an illness, and his barely 19 years old son became the master of Aries constellation. Since that went against the tradition of the Aries constellation, it caused many people of the silver frost mounts to be unhappy. 2 years later, Aries constellation had a war with another constellation, and the silver frost mounts were caught in an ambush, resulting in the destruction of their army. Lian Yu was sorrowful, but decided to set up a new army, called the Black Feathers Mount. 46 years later, Lian Yu became sick. 3 months before he passed away, the Sang family place broke out in fire, and no one escaped. 6 months later, Lian Yu's son Lian Yongchang was pushed to be the master of Aries constellation. Lian Yu was very ambitious, and his spear techniques far exceeded ordinary saints. For the sake of weakening Aries constellation's legacy power, he created the Black Feathers Spirit Subduing Spear, which became Black Feathers Mount's legacy, and Silver Frost Mount's legacy slowly disappeared. After him, Aries constellation entered the Black Feathers generation, and the current Aries constellation is under the hands of Lian Yu's descendants. In the Black Feathers generation, Aries constellation became more vicious, with rapid growth, and is currently one of the strongest constellations. Leo, Sagittarius, Aries, it is now ranked 3rd. Seeing Ling Su's pale face, Crane sighed, Ling Su, if I did not guess wrong, you are possibly from Gu Nan's lineage. At that time when I was reading the records, I suspected that Gu Nan did not die. Since this is so, your pointed sea spears could possibly be Aries constellation, Aries spears of stars. Aries spear of stars? Ling Su was stunned, and he suddenly turned to Bing. Bing had said that name before. Bing's voice came out from Sky Tiger, that's right. In my time, the Aries Spear of Stars was the Aries constellation's strongest martial technique. I think your teacher changed its name in hopes that you do not attract the attention of Aries constellation. Crane spoke gently, Lian Yu purged all of Silver Frost generation's scars and traces. And because the damage was too severe, Aries constellation spent a long time recovering. Although it has already been 300 years after Lian Yu, I feel that the Lian family descendants are all guarded against the Aries Spear of Stars, and would never overlook anything. So your teacher changed it to pointed sea spears. But there is also the possibility that your teacher does not know anything. Gu Nan had been gone for so long, Aries Spear of Stars, this name, would only provoke more murders and disasters. Why didn't Gu Nan take revenge? Tang Tian did not understand that Lian Yu definitely did something. Who knows? Crane sighed, maybe he suffered an injury. Lian Yu's was meticulous in his plans, and once he set them in motion, it was difficult to escape from them. Ling Su was shocked. He had never thought that his own pointed sea spears would have such a connection with the current Aries constellation, and with such a deep blood feud and vengeance, his teacher had never spoke to him about it before. Little Su. Tang Tian looked at Ling Su with a worried look. Ling Su regained his senses, the shock on his face disappeared, and he recovered his determined look. I do not know if what I am training is the Aries Spear of Stars. Whatever history it was, it has no connection to me. My goal is to personally destroy that traitor, and seek revenge for teacher. Tang Tian immediately patted his chest. Relax, little Susu, Crane and I will definitely help you, but I know of your good intentions. Ling Su shook his head, but I must be the one to personally finish him off. Using the silver spear in my hands, using the pointed sea spears my teacher taught me, I will destroy him. His expression was determined. Let me be your training partner. Tang Tian raised his hands excitedly. Ling Su's face contracted. After being slammed in the face with Tang Tian's shield, he still had some lingering fear, and awkwardly replied, "It's okay, Tang Yi is enough." Then what do we do now? Crane looked at them, and waved his hand. I am afraid we cannot meet the timing for the second wave of sneak attack. Bing prudently replied, no matter, we will find another chance. Tang Tian's face displayed an excited look. No. We will not do any more sneak attacks. Change it to a direct attack. We have become stronger, and don't need to sneak around anymore. Let us straight go up front to them and fight. That is more fun. What about your eyes? Ling Su was worried about him. He was moved by Tang Tian's brave suggestion, as he could clearly feel himself becoming stronger, but how strong he was, he needed to test it out in a real fight. Tang Tian was extremely pleased. Hey, I thought of something. I will wear an eye patch over my right eye, so I will not be influenced by it. Crane did not object. Everyone sit down and recover your true power. We will move out in 2 hours. Yushan's green expression showed how badly they suffered. In such a short exchange, they had lost 16 men, 7 who were heavily injured. That was roughly 1/5 of their strength. While the opponents did not have any losses. Who exactly were those guys? Shui Cheng's sharp voice asked. A threat of fear could be heard. The black-robed young swordsman who exchanged swords with him did not even unsheath his sword from start to end, and could suppress him to the point he was already gasping for breath. The spirit general who used the blade, his blade technique is most probably Grandmaster grade. Yongqiu's face congealed. Both of them shuddered. Yushan's face changed. You guys did not see wrongly? Yongqiu laughed bitterly. With me and Fengqiu fighting together, we had no way of suppressing it. With this kind of rank 8 spirit general, other than a Grandmaster martial technique, I don't know where else it got its power from. Yushan's heart jumped. For a spirit general to have Grandmaster martial technique, it was the most terrible news to them. A gold spirit card was already extremely expensive, and a Grandmaster spirit card was basically too exorbitant a price which they could never afford. Grandmaster spirit card meant that a martial artist who had a Grandmaster martial technique created the spirit card, and far exceeded the existence of gold-ranked spirit cards. A Grandmaster spirit general card was the most perfect martial technique spirit card. Very few people would actually summon the spirit general from the Grandmaster spirit card as it was too extravagant. The martial technique contained in a Grandmaster spirit card was a Grandmaster grade which was meant to be learnt, so it was extremely expensive. Could it be from the clan union? Shui Cheng asked. From the start, it only used one blade technique. Yongqiu shook his head. Although the spirit generals of the clan union are strong, the spirit general was using another type of strength. They usually have a few different martial techniques. Shui Cheng sighed. Amongst the three, Yongqiu was the most familiar with spirit generals. Yushan decided to call the discussion off. I will take guard tonight. Everyone have a good rest. Shui Cheng shook his head. Let me guard, my hearing power is the best. Yushan nodded. That's good. The three of them realized this fight was bound to be much more difficult than they had imagined. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 275, Storm the Front. Chapter 275, Storm the Front. Translated by Barry Buns. Edited by XRCO, Nitsuriako, and DeAndre. To be one of the 3 powerhouses of Lupus constellation, Feudal Marshal naturally had some originality. The remaining 80 people gathered in the center and all sat cross-legged to meditate. After experiencing the battle earlier, they were already frightened. Who could actually even afford to sleep? Martial artists could go by without sleeping for 4 to 5 days simply by just meditating and recovering their energy. Everyone had their weapons in hand, and did not strip their armor off, as the atmosphere was extremely tense. The fighters who were injured had received simple treatment and bandages and had calmed down. They too knew not to make too much sound, as it would affect the morale of the troops. In Lupus constellation, once you became a burden to somebody else, you would be the first to be taken out. In the vast desert, if they were thrown away, they definitely could not survive. Yushan, Shui Cheng and Yongqiu sat in a triangle position around the barracks with the troops in the center, guarding the entire camp. Shui Cheng's ears lit up with a dim blue light aura that became like a blue banana leaf, water affinity martial technique, listening to the rain. Suddenly, Shui Cheng's lighted ears moved, his face changed and shouted, "They are coming!" Everyone opened their eyes. The group was stirred but quickly calmed down. All their faces displayed anxious looks. Everyone, regardless of whether they used concealed weapon techniques or not, held concealed weapons in their hands. They anxiously watched their surroundings, under the beautiful moonlight. Under the silver moonlight, the scenery around the sand dunes became as bright as snow. 4 figures appeared on the top of the sand dune, casting 4 big jet-black shadows on the sand. The rich killing intent quietly permeated out under the moonlight. Without any thought of covering up, without any plans, the 4 of them stood at the top of the sand dune proudly, overlooking them. Yushan and the other 2 exposed an indescribable anger on their faces. The enemy's intention was completely obvious, to attack. Previously they appeared and disappeared with their sneak attack, causing Yushan and the rest to be beaten black and blue in fright and in surprise. But for them to appear openly now, made them feel so angry. They did not put Yushan and the rest in their eyes. Such audacity. Such contempt. So disdainful. Feudal marshal who stood at the top of the food chain in Lupus constellation, how could they be looked down upon? With only the 4 of them, they dare to do so. Yushan sucked in a deep breath, suppressing the anger in his heart, raised his right hand and bellowed, "Feudal marshal." Yongzhou's frivolous looks disappeared, Shui Cheng's face turned serious. All the fear on every elite martial artist disappeared, and everyone became very respectful. Every one of them had lived in feudal martial for more than 5 years, and had deep feelings for feudal martial. The 2 words had long assimilated into their blood. Pa! All of them patted their choice of weapons on their chests, and all 80 of them shouted together, "Feudal martial." It was only the roar of 80 men, but it gave off the feeling of a roar from a tiger. Every fighter, even the elites who were injured, all possessed indescribable zealot expressions on their faces, their breathing rapid, giving off a fierce look. On the sand dune, Crane's eyes were surprised, and said indifferently, "They have good morale." Tang Yi, who was holding onto his zanbada, was indifferent, and only said, "Handsome exterior but hollow inside." Ling Su was impatient, the red blaze erupted from Flamingo, enveloping even his body, as he began to get restless. Tang Tian was not happy. "Hey, little Su, can you not be so eye-catching?" Tang Tian now looked rather crude. Peacock had entered his eye, the armor was gone, his right eye was covered with a black eye patch. One look and someone would mistake him for a pirate. He decided to show his existence, and waved his arms and shouted loudly, "Godlike young man is invincible." "Ling Su, idiot. Crane, please do not do that, you are making even us get laughed at." Tang Yi. Tang Tian could not hold his laughter back, and said while laughing, "Go." With everyone together, that was the way to make them relax. With that said, he rushed out first. Ling Su was stunned, and then erupted in anger, "You despicable shit, you dare to cheat, that." He immediately rushed out. The 4 figures were like 4 Azuras, rushing towards Yushan's camp. "Kill." Yongzhou's face turned cold, shooting out his concealed weapons from his hands that came out like rain. In a few moments, all kinds of concealed weapons came out. Arrows and beams of auras, all shot out towards Tang Tian and gang. Tang Tian's left blue eye lit up, causing his expression to become cold. The sky filled with concealed weapons became extremely clear to him. In other people's perspective, Tang Tian's figure suddenly became a fuzzy and indistinct mist-like figure, with all the concealed weapons shooting past him but having no reaction. Only the occasional sparks that occurred led people to know that that was not some mist. Tang Tian's figure swayed extremely quickly within the minimal width, using all the small gaps between all the concealed weapons, therefore creating such an image. While those he could not avoid, he would use the blood rush shield to gently block it. Rushing out 10 more meters, 5 arrows, as though they were hidden in the shadows like a snake waiting for ambush, silently appeared in front of him. At the last moment, the chi hidden in the arrows burst forth, and the originally weak-looking arrows suddenly congealed with light auras. During the sudden appearance of the whistling arrows, 5 sharp and fierce chi rays locked all of Tang Tian's possible routes. Yongzhou's eyes lit up, although the arrows did not have any weird variations to them, but their power and might were much bigger compared to other concealed weapons. The 5 arrows could penetrate through 5-inch metal boards. In his hands he had another silver flying knife, his gaze stuck intently on Tang Tian, waiting for him to make a mistake. He was focused on dealing a deadly strike. Tang Tian looked to have no escape, and stood there straight, his arm holding onto the shield. He bent his body, his right leg taking a step back, forming a horse stance, his face perked up. The azure blue of his left eye suddenly increased in intensity sharply. The bone-chilling coldness that pierced into people's hearts grew sharper. That face that did not look normal, had an indifferent and emotionless appearance, but for some reason, upon looking at that, Yongzhou's heart shivered. This fellow, was he hiding his power previously? The last time he did not have that blue eye. Thoughts flashed past Yongzhou's heart. The blood rush shield in Tang Tian's hand rose up, glowing with a dim red light, welcoming the 5 air-ripping arrows. Raising his elbow to his shoulder height, he pushed forward. Bang! The red light on the blood rush shield was like a flower, blossoming outwards with a loud sound. A huge red light shield aura appeared in front of Tang Tian. Condensing chi shield of the air shield strike technique. The 5 surging arrows struck the shield aura. Ding! Just like the breaking of glass, the light shield crumbled in a flash. Yang Xiao exposed a happy expression, and just at that time, his expression froze. The light shield was congealed by air compressed together. After breaking, all the air that was compressed 100 folds lost the force holding them together and exploded out. Bang! All the concealed weapons and arrows in front of Tang Tian were all drawn in and exploded out as well. Yang Xiao's pupils expanded, not good. All the fragments that were exploded followed the ripple and flew out. Suddenly his vision darkened, a figure stood to defend in front of him, Fengqiu. Fengqiu's blade swept across, blocking majority of the fragments. But the surrounding people were all affected. Pu. A few blood trails shot out, the fragments were like concealed weapons, penetrating the martial artists' bodies. Tang Tian took the chance and rushed to Fengqiu, the bleeding cat blade scythe in his hand suddenly releasing sparks, striking down at Fengqiu. The sparks of the bleeding cat blade scythe changed from blue to silver. The peacock true power in Tang Tian's did not waste a single drop. Losing the endless dense true power peacock supplied previously, he was much weaker than before. His true power was once again at the 6th level. Yang Xiao noticed Tang Tian's weakness very quickly, and the confidence in him swelled. He sneered, 6th level true power, he dared to come here to play? He was at the 7th level, Fengqiu was at the 8th, if the two of them combined could not defeat a 6th level martial artist, he would go and commit suicide. Fengqiu's fighting tactic immediately changed, his blade aura congealed, and became extremely tough. Yang Xiao shouted, leave this to me. Hearing that, all the other martial artists had their spirits raised. Their master must have found the opponent's weakness, and secured the victory. They immediately turned to help the others. Keeping his silver blade, a steel hatchet appeared in Yang Xiao's hands. It was a heavy concealed weapon which he rarely used. But that did not mean he did not know how to use it. His true power was the weakest among the three, and he did not expect to meet a person with even lower true power than him. If he did not trample on this opponent, he would be leaving out this golden opportunity. Yang Xiao's face exposed a sneer, he roused the true power in his body, and viciously threw the hatchet in his hand. His movements were extremely fast, in a split second he threw 6 flying hatchets. The hatchet auras was jet black with a gloomy sound lingering behind them. Fengqiu was well coordinated with him, the blade aura in his hand became flexible, the blade aura became like layers and layers of twines. Its true power was much stronger than Tang Tian, the layers of blade aura were like layers of shields, surrounding Tang Tian tightly. Tang Tian did not have any leeway to dodge. Die! Yang Xiao roared in his heart. He poured a lot of power into his 6 flying hatchets, and Tang Tian had no space to dodge. Other than having an external power to aid him, he had no other way. While the true killing technique was actually Fengqiu. The layers of blade aura rose with killing intent. As long as Tang Tian exposed a weak point, Fengqiu would take his life. Just a mere 6th ranked. Yang Xiao completely did not understand how this trash would have such audacity. Suddenly, his eyelids twitched. A dazzling spark appeared in his vision. That was... Yang Xiao's pupils immediately contracted to the size of a needle. The edge of the claw brought out a scarlet light, a weeping sound along with the color of the face of a bashful girl, caused people's hair to stand. But at this time, occupying Yang Xiao's entire vision was actually the dazzling blossoming light from the scarlet claws, dazzling like fireworks. The stars in the sky were like a display of lanterns and fireworks, with Tang Tian's figure completely covered up. Dang dang dang. A compressed and muffled impact sound resonated out. The sparks were like fireflies, dancing up and down, but following that, they merged once again. While Tang Tian, who was in the midst of the sparks, stood there motionlessly, as though he was not affected. Fengqiu's violent blade auras were unable to inch forward. Impossible. Yang Xiao could hardly believe his own eyes, the scene in front of him had completely toppled his common sense. What joke is this? A 7th level martial artist and an 8th level spirit general joining forces but were actually beaten by a 6th level brat, what kind of joke is this? Impossible, that was impossible. Suddenly, Yang Xiao was stunned on the spot. In his brain, the word impossible kept jumping up and down. His pupils that had shrunk to the size of needles, immediately turning into a sea of fear. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 276, Fengqiu, Combustion. Chapter 276, Fengqiu, Combustion. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by XRCO, Nitsuriako, and DeAndre. Unique martial technique. Only with a unique martial technique could this be possible. But those 3 words locked down Young Chio's state of mind like a nightmare, his eyes filling with fear. The scene in front of him only further confirmed his fear. He stared blankly at the sparks that blossomed like fireworks, and Feng Chao's blade aura that was unable to move forward. The aftermath of the berserk force dispersed everywhere, blowing all the sand up. The figure that was within the light was fairly discernible. The surrounding blinking fireflies or stars sparks floated down gently, as though they were not of the same world. Is this a unique martial technique? Yang Qiu forgot about the battle. The fear in his eyes unknowingly disappeared, as he watched the beautiful scene in front of him. It is really beautiful. Suddenly, he was interrupted by a whistling sound of Feng Qiu, and felt a different feeling. He looked towards Feng Qiu's body, and was taken aback. Feng Qiu's body was continuously releasing gray flames. It was actually combusting its martial spirit. Feng Qiu. Yang Qiu was stunned. He was not extremely familiar with Feng Qiu. As a concealed weapon martial artist, spirit generals were his best helpers. As spirit generals had time limitations, they were considered consumables, and he had used many spirit generals before. Feng Qiu was one of the more excellent ones. With 8th level power and outstanding blade techniques, it was able to help Yang Qiu extremely well. Yang Qiu barely knew Feng Qiu, only that he heard that it was a famous blade user in its previous life. Feng Qiu's decision on combusting its martial spirit surprised Yang Qiu. He had summoned many spirit generals before, but there was not one who would voluntarily combust its martial spirit. Spirit generals had intelligence. They knew that after combusting its martial spirit, despite the short gain in power, their life would end. Feng Qiu actually voluntarily chose to combust its martial spirit. Feng Qiu's entire body was releasing gray flames. Within the increased blade aura, its lifeless pupils suddenly seemed to be brimming with life. Once the spirit general combusted its martial spirit, the link between the spirit general and owner would be cut. Combusting the martial spirit, the true power on its entire body boiled. Feng Qiu looked at Tang Tian in front of him, as countless memories in his past life flooded his mind. Unique martial technique. His lifelong goal. He suddenly lowered his head to look at the blade in his hand. Something that was so familiar to him felt so foreign. In his distant memory, which was already very fuzzy, in a place full of snow, a figure of a young man tirelessly training his blade technique was actually very clear. Reminiscing of his goals and ambitions of his youth, his vigorous wild young heart, his mouth exposed a smile. Such a beautiful time. Although his desire never came to fruition, but he did not disappoint that beautiful time. 30 years of being a famous bladesman, he never feasted nor sought pleasure. With his blade as his only companion, he remained lonely till he died. Thinking about his deathbed, his good friend was puzzled and shocked by his decision. His good friend also did not understand his pride on being willing to become a spirit general, being ordered about, being muddle-headed after life. Feng Qiu suddenly raised his head, and looked at Tang Tian's dazzling and sparkling fireworks. Because I have personally witnessed a real unique martial technique. Because that is a dream which I have never fulfilled in my life. Even if I die without peace, even if I have to go so low as to serve others, even if all hope is lost, the dreams of my youth will never fade. Finally I can see it. It was perfect. There are no more regrets. Gazing at the splendid firework like sparks, Feng Qiu's eyes expressed satisfaction. Suddenly, the gray flames on his body increased sharply, his legs becoming so fast that they disappeared, like reaching the limit of a candle. Feng Qiu's eyes became high-spirited. Then, let me show you my blade technique. Waving the blade in his hand slowly, one blade after another was released. The blade aura was like snow, layers upon layers. A shade of indigo in between the layers appeared to be extremely cold and lonely. The snow-like dense layers looked like a painting. This is my blade technique, 1,000 mountains, the evening snow. Feng Qiu's ugly face was filled with immense pride. In the dry desert, snow actually started to float down. Yang Qiu watched blankly at the combusting figure amidst the snow, watched the blade auras that were drawn like a painting, as though he could not believe his own eyes. He suddenly realized he might be missing something important. Tang Tian's ice blue left eye released a ripple for the first time. What he was surprised was not the stunning blade technique of Feng Qiu, but the combusting figure. It was as though a soft part in his heart was gently touched. This feeling was like a ripple that occurred in a lake in Tang Tian's heart, and his state of mind was once again calm. Just that, his heart also felt respect. The beautiful blade auras gave Tang Tian a feeling of danger like never before. Feng Qiu's true power could definitely suppress Tang Tian. If not for Tang Tian's unique martial technique, he was definitely unable to contend against Feng Qiu. Even the concealed wind and air shield strike technique was useless against it. But facing Feng Zhou, who had let go of everything and combusted himself, Tang Tian was forced to a desperate situation. Tang Tian, who was extraordinary calm, used the heavenly light pellet crane without hesitation. A crane cry sounded out inside his body, and the true power of the heavenly light pellet came gushing out like a tide, immediately entering every part of his body. The surging true power entered his body, causing Tang Tian's left eye to become even more pure blue. The abundant true power caused Fire Scythe Ghost Claw's might to increase. Tang Tian's 6th level of true power was currently his biggest shortfall. Fire Scythe Ghost Claw was originally a 7th level martial technique, and he had to use it with difficulty. And by combusting his true power, it had transformed Fire Scythe Ghost Claw into a unique martial technique, but at the same time, the requirement for true power became even higher. After the evolution of the peacock, the endless peacock true power caused Tang Tian's power to increase exponentially. But now that the peacock armor was destroyed, and without the peacock true power, Tang Tian's true power was insufficient, and once again exposed to this weakness, he had no choice but to use the heavenly light pellet crane. The surging true power caused his ice blue vision to become even clearer. The beautiful blade aura, when seen from the ice blue vision, its speed got analyzed. The ice blue eyes showed a trace of admiration. A blade technique crafted with a talented heart, and after being polished and trained 1,000 times, the layers of blade auras piled up generously to a shocking degree. The bit of touch between the layers had instigated a locking reaction. The most miraculous thing was, all these blade auras that looked as though it had many weaknesses and loopholes, was actually a trap. If the opponent was to attack these traps, the layers of blade auras would collapse, and would cause a loud bang. But that did not mean that it had no loopholes. Tang Tian's left eye was able to play down the speed of the blade auras, and in his vision, they became translucent with lines and fulcrums. All the simple lines were like minute poles, balanced layers upon layers, to perfect equilibrium. Tang Tian's gaze landed on all the fulcrums between the blade auras. King Peacock Eyes. Suddenly, Tang Tian had an enlightenment. King Peacock Eyes could pry into methods to break martial techniques below the unique martial technique grade. Under the ice-cold calmness, Tang Tian could make accurate judgments. The blade techniques of Feng Zhou were extremely close to being a unique martial technique, roughly at the standard of concealed wind and air shield strike technique. All these seemingly simple layers of balanced poles took Feng Zhou countless hours of sweat and tears. The fulcrums were the perfect targets, but Feng Zhou had spent so much time on 1,000 mountains, the evening snow, how could he not know the importance of the fulcrums? So he knew that he had to protect them. If Tang Tian's true power was the same as Feng Zhou, then using with just Fire Scythe Ghost Claw, he could directly attack those fulcrum points. Using strength to break through would always be the best way. But sadly, his true power was far from Feng Zhou, and by attacking the fulcrum points, he would be countered by the dense blade auras that would explode on him. Thus his target was the fulcrum points underneath Feng Zhou's left ribs, roughly half an inch of space. He turned his body, and appeared like a demon right at that spot, the sparks of Fire Scythe Ghost Claw piercing through in a flash. Feng Zhou was taken aback. He did not understand why Tang Tian would attack there. He did not believe Tang Tian could see through 1,000 mountains, the evening snow. Why would Tang Tian do this? Although he had his suspicions, the blade in his hand reacted to it. In a flash the blade aura blasted out. The snow-white blade aura was like a bloodthirsty shark, brazenly attacking. It was as though the beautiful snow blade had come alive and quickly flying over. The sparks of the Fire Scythe Ghost Claw clashed into the snow-white blade aura. Just at this time, the fingers on Tang Tian's other hand blossomed rays of light. Demon King Blazing Firefly. 5 fireflies gently flew to the fulcrum point below Feng Zhou's left rib. The blade auras surrounding the point were already attracted to Tang Tian's initial attack, and had become weaker. The 5 fireflies landed on the point and exploded. Just then, Feng Zhou understood what Tang Tian was trying to do. Demon King Blazing Firefly's explosion had caused the fulcrum point to collapse, and all the beautiful blade auras had lost control due to it. The snow-white blade auras scattered with the wind. The grey flames on Feng Zhou had already burnt to his chest. He had not a bit of anger, but laughed instead. I understand it now. I finally understand it now. Ha 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 ha. The sky filled of blade auras disappeared, and Feng Zhou was burnt to the point where he was only left with a head, floating in the sky. He had already combusted neck down. Thank you. Feng Zhou suddenly smiled at Tang Tian. The ugly face actually had a serene and satisfied look. Achieving my dream before burning up all of my martial spirit, I am really happy. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, a figure flashed past. Tang Tian suddenly appeared in front of him, extended out his hand, and grabbed him by his forehead. Feng Zhou was suspicious. What is he trying to do? He did not show any more signs of threat. Suddenly, a wave of bizarre energy enveloped him, and he momentarily went blind, finding himself in a completely foreign place. In the vast hall, a poker-faced spirit general stood there quietly. Spirit general? Suddenly, Feng Chou could sense a difference. The expression on his face immediately turned to shock. The gray flames that had burned to his head had slowly disappeared. How could the combustion of the martial spirit be cut short? Absolutely impossible. Upon combustion, unless it was finished, the martial spirit would not stop burning. But the gray flame was extinguished. Where is this? The poker face exposed a wide smile. Welcome to the Southern Cross Army Recruit Barracks. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 277, Victory. Chapter 277, Victory. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by XRCO, Nitsuriako, and DeAndre. Yongqiu stared at Tang Tian in shock. His hand had turned cold, and not a trace of the will to fight was left in his heart. Was that the power of unique martial technique? His face was ash-gray. Wielding the concealed weapon in his hands, he could not stop himself from shivering. He had heard of unique martial techniques before, but personally witnessing the power of it, he had finally understood, it was much stronger than he had ever thought. Yongqiu was not the only one who suffered defeat. Tang Tian had chosen Yongqiu as his opponent due to proximity, so Ling Su's target landed on Yushan. Amongst the three, Yushan was the strongest. His extreme sorrow thunderpalm was tyrannical and overbearing. Even Tang Tian did not dare directly oppose it, but Ling Su had no fear. Rushing out, the figure on top of the bird was like a spear, the jet-black finger gently twisting. Silver rain that was extremely concentrated exploded out before Yushan. Upon making his move, Ling Su's figure jolted, his face exposing an extremely excited look. Buzz! The whistling of the spear was like a group of hornets flapping their wings. Ling Su's improvements could be heard from the whistling sounds. The previous time when he released his spear, the whistling sound sounded like ripping cloths, but it was now a low gloomy buzzing sound that caused people's heart to shiver. This meant that the power of him releasing his spear had become even more reserved. The sound of the ripping air had been greatly reduced, but the number of times that he could release his spear had greatly increased, therefore causing the sound produced to sound like a group of hornets flapping their wings. But what made Ling Su even more excited was that the frequency in which he released his spear had suddenly broke through a significant point. 100 spears in a second. Breaking through this significant point meant that his pointed sea spear has entered a whole new realm. The cold aura that was filled with explosiveness was like a torrential rain exploding out. The power produced in that moment was terrifying. When Yushan released his palm, his face changed. His vision was completely blinded by the silver lights. His sense of feeling danger was tingling, rising from deep within his heart. He had abundant experience fighting, so without thinking, he withdrew himself. Pu. 10 cold auras pierced through his palm. In the blink of an eye, the densely packed cold aura penetrated through the palm print, and appeared at his original position. Bang! His original position exploded out, causing the entire sky to be filled with scattered sand. Ling Su did not give chase and stood in his original position. Looking down at Yushan, with his silver spear in his hand, he slowly twisted his spear. The faint bell sounds resounded into Ling Su's ears. Suddenly, Ling Su thought of the weird song. Silver spears dyed snow, forever not contaminated. Sheep horn wind bells, the cool breeze does not capture your sound. Sun shines but no shadows, for the spear is too straight. Overwhelming my heart, stars guard my soul. Aries constellation, champion of the spears. For some reason, he had the urge to sing at the top of his voice, but he shook his head and dropped that thought. Whatever silver frost mount, it had no relation to him. Teacher had never spoke to him about it before, so he naturally did not care. Although the silver frost mount had a glorious history, but he was here. The silver spear was Ling Su's spear, pointed sea spears was Ling Su's pointed sea spears. Ling Su, keep moving. The heroic fighting intent manifested in his chest, his fighting intent soaring. He urged Flamingo, and slowly moved closer to Yushan. The pain in his spinal column constantly pricked him and reminded him of his disability, but he continued standing straight. The pressure on Yushan increased several folds. His heart was filled with fear. Where did these people come from? They are actually so young yet so powerful. The flamingo warrior in front of him stood as straight as a spear, like the ancient cavalrymen who were strict to themselves, who were meticulous. Inside the graceful flame, beneath the fluttering silver hair, the heroic face and orange pupils burned. He was like a blaze in full bloom. He was just walking closer, but it caused Yushan to feel as though he was burning. Yushan took a deep breath. He knew that he was in a dangerous situation. If he was not careful, it would be his death day. Under the pressure of dying, Yushun abandoned all distracting thoughts and blocked out all the wailing sounds around him. Yushun's surrounding became extremely quiet. He raised his head, looking at Ling Su, who stopped at around 7 meters away from him. He felt no sorrow or happiness. Both parties stared at each other for 3 seconds. Inside the flames, Ling Su sat still on top of Flamingo. His orange pupils were like fire, his silver hair flowing with the wind. He spoke out, one move to determine victory. Admiration appeared in Yushun's eyes, the battle intent in his body soaring. He exposed a smile, one move to determine victory. The both of them looked at each other and made their moves at the same time. Flamingo took small steps, but in these small steps, Flamingo's speed had raised to an astonishing rate, and at the distance of 3 meters away from Yushun, its claws fiercely clawed into the sand. The gigantic force abruptly broke out and leapt up. Flamingo looked like a fireball in the sky. Yushun did not feel anything, his expression was serene, both his palms were close to his chest. Like embracing a silver ball, countless of electric sparks quickly condensed in between his palms, forming a light electric ball, releasing a terrifying chi. Extreme Sorrow Thunder Palm, Killing Technique, Extreme Sorrow Lightning. Ling Su, who was in the air, soared to his highest point and began to drop, which looked like a meteor. Buzz. Surrounding the meteor were countless cold auras that looked like stars. Extreme Sorrow Lightning was brimming with destructive chi, but not only did it not make Ling Su scared, but made him even more berserk. His fighting intent fired up even more. The young man who sat up straight on the Flamingo, his entire body ignited by a blaze, while holding a silver spear in hand. The surrounding stars were densely packed light auras, which entered the spear in his hands. The silver spear was glaring, the spear body was boiling hot, yet Ling Su did not feel anything. The pain from his spine caused him to be numb, and the flaming handsome face exposed a crazy and reckless face. Teacher, this is Little Su's pointed sea spears. Teacher, this is Little Su's Justice Origin Core Pierce. Teacher, this is Little Su's Justice. Teacher, this is Little Su's Heart. Like a shadow, the enthusiastic yet crazy young man rushed forward and pierced out. The erect congealed silver light aura entered the Extreme Sorrow Lightning. Bang! The dazzling ball of light rose like the sun, and the jet-black darkness momentarily disappeared. In the midst of the messy battlefield, everyone was all shocked by the sudden explosion, and everyone stopped moving. In the silver light, a figure was savagely thrown, with a long stretch of blood smearing out. Old you, dot. Shui Chang screamed in horror. After forcibly suffering a heavy attack by Tang Yi, he spurted out blood, but his body was faster, and immediately grabbed Yushun, who had fainted before he dropped, and used his power in mid-air to run away. Yushun's entire right arm was gone, the terrifying wound was gushing with blood, flowing out wherever he went. The remaining martial artists were all shocked. The two masters had escaped, the morale had dropped to an all-time low. The remaining elites numbered to less than 40, and all of their gaze landed on Yongqiu. Yongqiu's face recovered his calmness, he raised both of his hands and exposed a bitter smile. We surrender. Unknowingly, the other martial artists all exposed a relieved look, they all quietly threw down their weapons. No one doubted the fact that they would be killed if they resisted. When Tang Tian and the line of captive troops appeared in Firewolf tribe, the scene shook the entire tribe. Everyone came out to take a look, and watched in disbelief at the troops that arrived. God! This is Master Yongqiu. I heard that even Master Yushun and Master Shui Chang who escaped suffered severe injuries. Feudal Marshal is finished. Tang Tian and them are all war gods. Hearing the excited and surprised discussions, and meeting all the admiration and worship from every corner, Homa Air, who was on her mount, sat up straight, and proud look appeared on her face. She had witnessed and experienced a legendary battle. Personally experiencing it, she was even more affected. Her heart was filled with happiness. To meet Tang Tian and gang was the most right decision she had made in her life. The people who were surprised were not only the citizens of Firewolf tribe, but even the spies who snuck around the tribe did not believe their eyes. They had completely forgotten about concealing. The last time Firewolf tribe defeated Xianli, all the other tribes of the desert were shaken. They were unclear of Tang Tian group's depth, so all of them sent out spies to gather intelligence. Around the Firewolf tribe, there were many pairs of eyes in the shadows. The legendary battle spread like the wind. Before sunrise, it had spread to every corner of the desert. The entire desert was stirred. Although Xianli was strong, but he was the self-proclaimed overlord of the desert, and was merely an assistant. But Feudal Marshal was one of the 3 powerhouses of Lupus Constellation, and was an undisputed head of Lupus Constellation. Yushun, Shui Chang, Yongqiu were Wu Taiyu's 3 fierce generals. Any one of them were far stronger than the entire desert powers combined. But, out of the 3 fierce generals of Feudal Marshal, 1 had surrendered and 2 were injured. And another setback Feudal Marshal suffered was the number of elites they had lost. Feudal Marshal's elites were Lupus Constellation's strongest elites among the 3. All of them were Heaven Road grade, but the elites were chosen through an extremely stringent process, and all those chosen were far stronger than the average Heaven Road grade martial artists. Compared to the various tribes, they were stronger by a few times. Wu Taiyu spent a large amount of money and manpower to create the feudal martial elites. With the destruction of feudal martial elites, to them, it could be said it was the most devastating thing to happen. Just the night before, no one thought that the strong troops could possibly be defeated. But they were defeated completely, by 3 young men. In other people's eyes, Tang Yi was Tang Tian's spirit general, so Tang Yi's efforts were all placed on Tang Tian. Tang Tian, Crane and Ling Su's reputation spread out far. Previously, everyone could hardly grasp Tang Tian and his group's power, but now, after the legendary battle, no one could even fathom their power. But everyone knew they were extraordinary. The 3 young men were strong, so strong, stronger than they had imagined. Nothing could disprove that fact after the battle results. Nothing could allow people to relax, to gain their trust more than power. Moreover, they were in such a terrifying environment. All the leaders of the tribes in the entire desert brought along their loyal guards, carrying star rocks, ignoring the consumption of true power. They traveled through the night. When the sun came up the next day, at the village entrance of Firewolf tribe, all the leaders of the various tribes arrived. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 278, Feng Chao's Dumb Idea. Chapter 278, Feng Chao's Dumb Idea. Translated by Buns. Edited by XRCO, Nitsuriako, and Andre. The matters with the tribe leaders were all handed to Bing with full authority by Tang Tian. Regarding these matters, if not for Bing's requirements, he would not even interfere with it. Moreover, the people at his side could not care much. Ling Su's goal was vengeance, Crane's goal was the revival of Heavenly Crane Constellation, only Bing was obsessed with such matters. The 3 of them were focused on training. Needless to say, Tang Tian would definitely not waste time on miscellaneous matters and train crazily. After the latest battle, he had found his weakness, in which his true power was too weak. Although the King Peacock Eyes was strong, its might was directly related to true power, while Fire Scythe Ghost Claw consumed lots of true power. But the most important was that his true power had just reached a new crucial point. He had never cut short his training while using star rocks. With the pile of countless star rocks, adding the long duration of training in the recruit barracks, he had attained the peak of the 6th level. But, after probing, the barrier of the peak of the 6th level immediately made him feel the difficulty of breaking through. Feng Chou, who only had his head left, was floating around in the recruit barracks, feeling extremely weird. After being pulled into this weird place where it was only him and a poker face. The poker face welcomed him, then stopped moving. In the corner was Smoke with Eyes, who would complain every day without stopping. Feng Chou was not an extroverted person, so naturally he did not bother. Only after a long time did Tang Tian come in. He had a hurried look as he waved. Without saying a word, he began to train. Feng Chou scrutinized him for a long time, then had to admit, there was no shame in losing to Tang Tian. The extremely dull and boring movements of waving the shield, in one training session he repeated it over 10,000 times. Feng Chou watched in admiration, as there were very few young people who could train to this extent. After the appearance of spirit cards, it had changed the ways of training in martial techniques, and made training even more convenient. All the young people who came from good families had gold cards supplied to them, and they were able to use it for a year. The experience that the ancestors had for martial techniques could be completely passed down with higher efficiency, and at the same time, made the young people extremely lazy. They became even more impatient. Who was willing to go through the suffering of repetitions? In their eyes, there was no need to go through such tedious ways to train. But for Feng Chou, who had spent his life with his blade as his partner, was well aware of the long journey, step by step. By standing on the support of ancestors, naturally you would begin from a higher place. But, this also meant that your fundamentals were not secure, because your fundamentals are your ancestors' fundamentals, and not your own. One martial technique, in the hands of different people, would often have entirely different styles and characteristics, and that is because everyone's understanding is different. If a person skives, and always depends on his predecessors, the route he will walk will become narrower and narrower. A tree with weak roots can never mature strongly and healthily. The higher level of growth of the martial technique did not mean becoming more complicated or complex, but it meant being closer to the laws and essence to the world. So when Feng Chou witnessed Tang Tian patiently practicing his shield, he was very surprised. After that, Tang Tian's extremely crazy way of training made him even more speechless. When Tang Tian sat down to meditate and recover, his face was miserable and frowning. Feng Chou could not help but ask, "Is there something on your mind?" His personality was eccentric and proud, his heart was to his blade. But he was full of admiration for Tang Tian's training attitude, and naturally he felt more familiar with him. Although he was reserved, but he was disconnected with the world, and his heart was like a newborn. Tang Tian's miserably replied, "My 6th level is full, but this time it doesn't seem easy to break through." Feng Zhou understood, so it's like that. He was an honest person, and immediately spoke his feelings. It is more difficult to break through the 6th level, as this is linked to the structure of the 7th level Dantian. The 7th level Dantian wall requires even more pure true power to condense, so the barrier of the 6th level actually has its use. Your true power is being stopped by the barrier of the 6th level. As long as you keep refining, will you have the chance to break through? But I do suggest you not to break through so early to the 7th level. Why? Tang Tian was shocked hearing that. Feng Zhou explained, because, the more condensed and pure your true power essence is, when you break through the barrier and reach the 7th level Dantian, the higher your capacity will be. Feng Zhou felt weird. Tang Tian actually did not know about all these fundamental pieces of training information, then how did he train till this day? Ah! Tang Tian was shocked, it was his first time hearing that. That's right. Bing's voice came out from behind, his heart had some guilt. He was Tang Tian's instructor, and all of Tang Tian's training questions were actually being answered by other people, due to him neglecting his job. To put it simply, from 1st to 6th level, your true power is at the gaseous state. After the 7th level, your true power will need to be compressed into a liquid state. That is why from the 6th to 7th level it is extremely difficult. Of course, it's not like there's no way. For example, some people use pills to aid them, some will use the power of spirit cards to help break the barrier of the 6th level, but I advise not to do that. Bing spoke with assurance, because if you do that, although you break through to the 7th level, but the form of your 7th level Dantian wall will be very small. And your 7th level true power, it will not reach the complete liquid state. Then what do I do? Tang Tian asked. Bing muttered, we used the energy room to resolve this in the past. It is by using an enclosed environment where the energy is extremely dense inside, far denser than the 6th level true power. All of this energy can be absorbed into the body, therefore the concentration will be higher, and would automatically increase the pressure in your meridians. But these kinds of energy rooms cost a lot. Feng Zhou was shocked, the ancient energy rooms? You guys actually know of the ancient energy rooms? Is it very powerful? Hearing Feng Zhou's surprised voice, Tang Tian was curious. Bing's heart was joyous, but his face acted calm and steady. It's a very normal thing, nothing difficult. Sai Lei can make it, just that it would require consuming some star rocks. Tang Tian maintained his cautious attitude. This fellow wants to have a 10,000 person training camp, so he asked, what level star rocks? 7th level. Bing's expression became solemn. He missed the army camp in the past, the warehouse which had mountains of star rocks. It was the most used goods, and never had he had to worry about star rocks in the past, unlike in the present, where they had to live life frugally. He used his fingers to count. First we need a high-intense room, that can be realized easily, the warehouse can be converted, and the energy won't leak out. Choose the smallest room, just nice for one person to meditate in. The density of energy should exceed the 6th level of true power, considering that, one day would require 10 7th level star rocks. 10 7th level star rocks. Tang Tian gasped, he was dumbfounded, and that's only for one day? Actually it is not too bad. Bing's expression was still rigid, you only need to use it when having a breakthrough. I guess, with 20 plus days, your 6th level true power can compress to the most perfect stage. 20 days, that meant 200 7th level star rocks, Do you know how much one 7th level star rock costs? Tang Tian's face became black. I think it is 500,000, Bing replied weakly. 500,000? Tang Tian sneered, 100 rocks, that is 100 million star coins. And that is your method? To break through to the 7th level, I need to spend 100 million? Can't you have any ideas that save money? Bing pouted, but that's the way we trained in the past. Being rich in my past isn't my fault. Feng Zhou was dumbstruck, he had once heard of the ancient energy rooms. Legends say, ancient times people had a form of energy room to help martial artists greatly increase their true power. But he never thought that, the ancient energy room would require exhausting 10 7th level star rocks for one day. How is that training true power? That's basically burning money. 100 million star coins, who knew how many 7th level martial artists could be employed with that money, even Heaven Road grade martial artist could be hired, Then, Feng Zhou hesitated for a while, I have a dumb idea. Shua, both of them turned their gaze at him. With that, Feng Zhou became slightly panicked, and quickly said, but definitely not spending money. Tang Tian's eyes immediately lit up, what idea? This idea was accidentally stumbled upon when I was polishing my skills. Upon speaking of training, Fengqiu entered a serious mood. It was when I was rushing into the 9th level, and I thought of it. There was once, when I was training my blade technique, I suddenly thought that if I could grab the blade aura beam that I produce and once again merge it into my meridians, what would happen? Tang, Tian and Bing were shocked. This idea was definitely different, and rarely would people think of that. I decided to try it out. With blades in both hands, my right hand released a blade aura beam, and my left blade caught it. At the start it was not successful, as when the right hand releases the blade aura beam, it was as though someone else released it, and upon reaching the blade in my left hand, it would attack. Tang, Tian and Bing were enthralled, attracted by Fengqiu's new and alternative thinking. After that I realized, the blade aura beam that I released is more condensed than the true power in my body. Bing nodded. That is a good explanation. The energy concentration is higher, and the more material it is, the stronger it becomes. Fengqiu agreed. That's right. After that, I thought, martial techniques are special techniques to compress true power, and the blade aura beams produced by the martial technique is compressed true power. So if my left hand used an inverse mental cultivation, it should be able to absorb it in. So I decided to use an inverse mental cultivation with my left hand to try. Never did I expect that the blade aura beam actually followed my left blade and entered my meridians. And the true power that was absorbed into my meridians that was congealed did not scatter, and will not transform into the original true power. But the same type of true power can combine. So I spent a lot of time to transform all of my true power. That true power was as sharp as blade aura beams, brimming with destructive force, and highly concentrated. I called it blade true power. Fengqiu's face exposed a regretful face, but sadly, by the time I thought of that, I was already very old, and unable to take another step to verify it. Tang Tian's eyes lit up as bright as the stars. Fengqiu's novel idea had given him a huge revelation. A brazen idea suddenly surfaced from his brain. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 279, To Worry for Your Boss Worries. Chapter 279, To Worry for Your Boss Worries. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by XRCO, Nitsuriako, and DeAndre. Tang Tian decided not to use blade aura beams, because he was not familiar with it. After asking, Fengqiu confirmed his conjecture. Fengqiu had tried other martial techniques, and the results did not apply only for blade aura. This meant that Tang Tian's guess tallied. If martial techniques really were a form of condensing method, then the good and bad of its performance was related to the martial artist's understanding of the martial technique. What am I strongest in? Fist techniques? Palm techniques? Leg techniques? Succeeding loop techniques? No. His strongest was intuition. His intuition had always been his forte. And his intuition originated from his martial spirit. His silver martial spirit was his strongest source, allowing him to greatly exceed martial artists at the same level. So can the martial spirit compress his true power? After thinking about it, the idea greatly attracted him. But from his point of view, for the true power to rise, other than having a higher amount of concentration, it also needed to be more pure, and that meant less impurities. On this point, his silver martial spirit had even greater advantages. He frequently used the martial spirit to temper his treasures, so he was extremely familiar with it. But, how can he use the martial spirit to condense the true power? He tried using the martial spirit to temper his true power. And as expected, the impurities in his true power that got tempered were all refined. After tempering, his true power was more pure. But, he could not find the method to condense the true power. Martial technique. Martial spirit. He sat in the recruit barracks alone, propping his chin by resting on his hand, racking his brains. After meeting the leaders of the tribes, Bing hurriedly rushed back to Three Spirits City to find Sai Lei. Sai Lei was in the midst of discussion with Pipa, when Bing suddenly rushed in wearing Sky Tiger. Sai Lei. Sai Lei. The two of them raised their heads to look at each other, surprise in their eyes. Bing rarely was so urgent and panicky. Hey, little Bing Bing, what happened? Sai Lei patted the bangs on her head, throwing a charming glance and smiled. Bing was used to Sai Lei's acts. If anyone were to be attracted to Sai Lei's seductive eyes, then they would be unlucky. He spoke out, can you make this? Sky Tiger pushed a piece of drawing. Sai Lei received it and showing a surprised look, ancient energy room. Can you make some changes to it? Bing anxiously asked. Sai Lei rolled her eyes, do you think I am a god? Suddenly throwing me an energy room, and then asking if I can make changes? This older sister here has many things on her hands, and even my eye bags are out. Oh no, such a pitiful girl. All of you black-hearted bosses. Hearing that Sai Lei was starting to get annoying, Bing immediately cut in, stop. This affects the expenditure for the rest of our days. Expenditure. Sai Lei suddenly stood up, her hands propped on her waist, her face had doubt. You better tell me clearly, what does this have to do with our expenditure? Bing coughed. Boss thinks, other than burning money, we cannot help him in training. That is a dangerous signal. Although mechanical weapons are powerful, but our boss is not a mechanical martial artist, and he cares more about raising his own power. If we do not help him in this, what do you think will happen to our funds and spending in the future? Bing shamelessly pulled Sai Lei into the same plight as him. Sai Lei thought for a while, and felt that he made sense. She was extremely clear what kind of person Tang Tian was. No matter how good the mechanical weapon was, to Tang Tian it was just decoration. What Tang Tian cared most about was not making money, but training. If they cannot even help and support their boss' most concerning problem, then they were nothing good as well. Although Tang Tian swore to guarantee adequate amount of funds, but Sai Lei knew the importance of holding on to her boss' thighs. Making your boss feel your worth was every subordinate's most important task. To worry for your boss worries, care for your boss needs, and your funds will forever be adequate. Sai Lei did not even place importance on such a crucial problem, and secretly regretted. You wish to use the energy room to help little Tang train? Sai Lei asked. That's right. Bing had got Sai Lei hooked, and his heart immediately hardened. But boss feels that it is too expensive. If we went along with the 7th level Star Rocks price, to break through to the 7th level, we roughly need 200 7th level Star Rocks, and that will exceed 100 million star coins. 100 million star coins. Sai Lei jumped in fright. No wonder boss scolded. Even I want to scold you, even to death. Do you know how much research I can do on mechanical weapons with 100 million? Bing waved his hand. So I came to find you, and see if you have any good ideas. Let me see. Without further ado, Sai Lei took the energy room plans to study, and very quickly got immersed in it. Bing blew off steam at the side. Sai Lei, this is the time where we show our worth. With the training spirit devices the last time, it allowed boss to attain the silver martial spirit. That is why he was willing to invest in you. But once we are able to make the energy room, which would aid boss in training by a real deal, and I too have some plans for the energy room. As long as we resolve boss training problems, then after that, whatever funds we require, boss will definitely not be so stingy. What were people of your time thinking? How could they waste the energy? Sai Lei did not understand him. Bing helplessly replied, in the past, Southern Cross Constellation had high concentrations of energy, and that energy to us was extremely normal. Just like air, who would even think of conserving air? Fine. Don't disturb me. Come and get it 3 days later. All of you get out. Sai Lei, who entered the working mood, was tyrannical. Peepa was already used to it, and quickly left to let Sai Lei work. Hey, Peepa. Bing called out to her, and acted weirdly. Now I have an important job for you. He told Peepa of Tang Tian's battle results, and his own problems. Pitiful Bing, who used to be an instructor, tactics were absolutely of no problems to him, but on strategies of fighting, please forgive this instructor. Tang Tian threw the problem to him, causing him to be hard-pressed. But since he was strongly requested to do it, he naturally did not decline. Peepa slanted her head and asked, Uncle, what do you wish to achieve? That is, I wish to choose some talented and outstanding young men, to fatten up my training camp. Bing felt ashamed, for a training camp to not be able to find qualified recruits, was something not to be proud of. Boss meaning is? People learned from them and called Tang Tian boss. He simply does not care about all this. Bing waved his hand, he only wishes to quickly reach Southern Cross Constellation. I understand, Peepa nodded her head. Are the numbers of candidates supplied by the tribes enough? Not enough, Bing shook his head. I only chose 20-odd from Firewolf tribe, and all the other tribes, totaled up to only 20 or 30 people. To be able to choose up to 300 or 400 people, is already not too bad. All these people that Uncle wishes to have, are they for long-term use or cannon fodder? Peepa continued to ask. Bing immediately answered, of course for the long-term use, the price to nurture and groom qualified mechanical martial artists is very high and expensive. Peepa nodded her head. Since Uncle wishes to have affiliation for them, then Uncle needs to group them well, so that they can maintain their morale. Uncle, why don't you go and ask them, what demands do the individual tribes have? Also, all these tribes are too scattered, Uncle, it is best for you to combine them into one body, the Lupus tribe, and appoint a leader giving him authority. Uncle, your connection and those tribes, is actually like an aristocratic family and a vassal family connection. One aristocratic family will always have a few vassal families. All these vassal families share the same blood as the aristocratic family, and the aristocratic family will protect the vassal families and their benefits. This way everyone will live and work better than other families. Allow them to live and work better than the other families. Bing thought it over. That's right, if they cannot live and work better than other families, then why should they provide more? Pipa explained. I understand. Bing said thoughtfully. He was not stupid, just that regarding these matters, he rarely touched on them in his daily life. Once he was reminded by Pipa, he thought back of the days in the army. There were many different families or outside powers, and he knew what she meant. Thank you, Pipa. Bing earnestly thanked her. He realized he was still looking down on Pipa, the sickly young girl, and always thought he was better than her, but... Pipa smiled sweetly. Uncle, you are welcome. I will go and read my books. Returning back to Fire Wolf tribe, Bing relied on Tang Tian's victory and requested all of the tribes to form the Lupus tribe, and appointed Homa Air as Lupus tribe's leader. There were no objections to the choice, as all of the leaders had already prepared for it. An even stronger and bigger tribe can make everyone live happier. The desert was where the strong ruled the weak, and it was no surprise. Homa Air was one of the strongest martial artists in the desert, and thus no one felt weird about the selection. For the first time, the desert had realized its true unity. Everyone's morale was extremely high, and all of the tribes from all over the desert all traveled over through day and night. The desert was bustling with noise and excitement. But to Lupus Constellation, the desert was just a desolate land, and no one cared much about it. Just at this time, a surprising news swept the entire Lupus Constellation. The number one of Lupus Constellation, Kongde, had lost to Wu Taiyu. The entire constellation immediately became extremely hostile. Of the three big powerhouses, Kongde was in the lead, and it had been like that for over 10 years. For Wu Taiyu to suddenly defeat Kongde, everyone knew that Lupus Constellation was going to change. Just as feudal martial was going with the tide, and even more surprising news exploded and spread throughout the entire constellation in a night. The three great generals of feudal martial who went to fight in the desert, one had died and two were inured. The elites of feudal martial had all died. In a blink of an eye, feudal martial's momentum changed for the worse, and everything became extremely messy, causing everyone to panic and fear. Wu Taiyu, who had just gained success, seeing Yushan, who had his arm lost and had fainted, along with the heavily injured Shui Chang, was enraged. He immediately swore in front of everyone to cleanse the desert, and not even the chickens and dogs will live. Everyone in Lupus Constellation had their eyes set on the desert. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 280, The Spoiled True Power Threads. Chapter 280, The Spoiled True Power Threads. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by XRCO, Nitsuriako, and DeAndre. Tang Tian was in a turmoil. Things were not going as well as he thought, and he was racking his brain, but still had not found the method to use the martial spirit to compress the true power. When purifying the true power on the first time, it was extremely effective. And the true power became much purer, but after a few days, the tempering had no use. He tried many other methods but to no avail. Was it possible that the martial spirit could not compress true power? He came out of his thoughts and took in a deep breath, throwing all thoughts out of his head. He struggled to stand up, as he sat for too long, causing numbness in his legs. But upon knowing of the time, he was shocked. Unknowingly, he had spent the entire day sitting down and thinking. After thinking for the entire day, yet nothing comes to mind, his heart felt extremely dull. Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced onto the slowly revolving planets. Every planet represented a training subject of the recruit barracks. And Tang Tian had only completed up to 1/3 of them. Tang Tian shouted, "Tang Yi! Master!" Tang Yi had been by his side all day. "How much do you understand about the recruit barracks?" Tang Tian suddenly asked. "More or less all of it." Tang Yi prudently answered. "Then introduce everything to me." Tang Tian stretched his back and massaged the temples of his forehead in an attempt to curb the headache he had. "Yes." Tang Yi started elaborating. "The recruit's barracks goal is to supply new soldiers for the army. Qualified soldiers are usually of the 8th level, have attained 3 types of rank 8 martial technique killing techniques. So those who are outstanding in their own fields of subjects can afford to relax. There are a total of 12 subjects on training on essences of tactics. In the 12 subjects, 6 of them are mechanic subjects, and 6 are non-mechanics." "What are the mechanic subjects? What are the non-mechanic subjects?" Tang Tian expressed interest in Tang Yi's explanations. Although he spent most of his time in the recruit barracks, he understood very little of it. All the more he treated it as a training facility. Whatever subjects it was, whenever he hit a problem, Ding would bring him through. Mechanic subjects requires the use of mechanical weapons to complete the subject. And the non-mechanic subjects do not require the use of mechanical weapons to complete. Tang Yi explained. Tang Tian understood, so that the Valley of Starvation is considered a non-mechanic subject? Yes. Although the army grooms various type of talents, but the army's focus is still on mechanical weapons, so the recruit barracks are inclined on mechanical weapons-related training. But, the 6 non-mechanic subjects covers all the other fundamentals. True power, martial techniques, martial spirit etc., they all have their respective subjects. Tang Yi said. Martial spirit? Tang Tian's heart jumped. The recruit barracks has a training subject for the martial spirit? Yes, Tang Yi nodded his head. The one that Master had completed before, the intuition training, that is the martial spirit-related subject. For any martial artist, the body, true power, martial technique, and martial spirit are the 4 fundamental essences. There is no need to doubt the importance of martial spirit, especially when in the middle of training. The importance of the martial spirit will gradually be exposed, so the army values it very heavily. But to a new recruit, to congeal out the martial spirit is the most important goal. So for the martial spirit subject, it revolves around that goal. Tang Tian was slightly disappointed. He was thinking of taking a look at the martial spirit-related subject, to see if it could give him any new stimulant. The goal of the recruit barracks martial spirit subject was just to congeal the martial spirit, which he had already done. Tang Yi saw Tang Tian's disappointment, and said, in the recruit barracks, we rarely see martial artists who already have martial spirits. Before the 8th level, to be able to congeal the martial spirit is not an easy thing. Even for those outstanding gifted and talented recruits, to be able to train out a true power thread is already not easy. True power thread? It was the first time Tang Tian heard of that. Tang Yi explained, it is a method for using the martial spirit to control the true power. It is by using the martial spirit to pull true power into threads. That is for the preparation of spirit techniques. Spirit techniques directly control the true power, and is an extremely high level of technique. But in the recruit phase, the martial spirits of the recruits are very weak, and can only control a little of their true power, and completely unable to train their spirit techniques. True power threads are relatively more basic, and the early stages don't have much power. So the people who trained in it were not many, but after a certain period, especially for those who wish to train their spirit techniques, they will usually start from there. Spirit techniques? Tang Tian exposed a surprised look. Is that a martial technique related to the martial spirit? Yes. When martial techniques reach a high level, they will be inevitably linked to the martial spirit. Tang Yi continued, but those are for experts to use. To an ordinary new recruit, they just have to understand it. How do you train the true power threads? Tang Tian asked straight away. Tang Yi pointed to the rainbow-colored planets. The planets were spinning and turning very quickly, and one small black planet stopped in front of Tang Yi. He said, this. True power threads is a subsidiary subject, and people who train it are very few, and people who master it are even lesser. Let me go in and take a look. Without waiting, Tang Tian entered the training room. The scene before him went dark, as his body was enveloped by pitch black. Just at this moment, the martial spirit in him suddenly lit up, and the light shone out of his body. His silver spirit flame ragingly flamed up. What caused Tang Tian to be taken aback was, the true power in his body followed along the silver flame movements. Suddenly, a strand of information entered his brain. Tang Tian felt as if he was using a spirit card to practice a martial technique, but the information was simple, and did not contain as much information as a spirit card. Very quickly, Tang Tian understood what the true power thread was. During the tempering of true power, it was like heating metal into a red-hot state that becomes soft. Then by suddenly applying a martial technique, the originally slow-moving true power will suddenly increase in speed, and thus pulling out the true power thread. Tang Tian found it interesting. He had tempered his true power so many times but never thought of something like this. He immediately started trying. Compared to the recruits of the army, Tang Tian's silver martial spirit was much stronger by multiple folds. He used the martial spirit to temper the true power, causing it to quickly become soft. He knew of this a long time ago. When the true power enters the martial spirit, it will become soft. Upon leaving, it returns to its original state. Tang Tian suddenly activated a martial technique. Suddenly he saw the true power flow in the martial spirit's silver flame pulling out a silver thread. It really was interesting. Tang Tian found it fun, and started to pull one after another of true power thread. But after half an hour, Tang Tian suddenly realized, the silver true power thread did not vanish. Following what the information had said earlier, the true power thread that was pulled out, upon leaving the martial spirit, should disappear and assimilate into his true power. Unless, Tang Tian looked at the silver of the true power thread, thinking, his own silver martial spirit, could it have a different reaction? As expected, the spider web-like true power had a layer of extremely thin martial spirit attached to them. Tang Tian's silver flame became slightly smaller. Interesting. Tang Tian played without a care, and the true power in his body continued to get pulled one thread by one thread. Needless to say, this playing style needed a technique, and whenever he urged a technique, whatever martial technique that he urged, the true power thread pulled out was different. After trying for the last time, he urged the Fire Scythe Ghost Claw and tested it out, and realized the true power thread he pulled out was the most fine and bright one. After an unknown period of time, Tang Tian suddenly realized the true power in his body was completely pulled into true power threads. In his meridians, there were countless threads. There won't be any side effects, right? Tang Tian became slightly worried. Just at that moment, he suddenly realized all the hair-like true power threads were like a messed-up hairball, bundled together, and he was unable to urge it. Is this the consequence of spoiling it? Young man Tang was dumbfounded. After a while, he began to have the sense of vomiting. It was the sign of his meridians getting blocked. It really was broken. Young man Tang started to panic, but he forced himself to calm down, and started to think of a way. All these true power traces are too fine, and too many. By winding them together, it blocks the meridians. What can I do? To unclog the meridians, he had to untangle all the true power threads, but all these true power threads were completely not listening to his orders. After staring for half a day, Tang Tian suddenly thought of a stupid idea. He thought of Qian Hui, who used to weave the red rope every year to change for the old red rope on his plate. Then I will weave all these true power threads. With that, Tang Tian immediately became livelier, and he actually thought that it was a genius idea. Ha, as expected of a godlike young man. Very quickly, he realized that although he could not control the true power, but by weaving all of them together, some of them were blocked, but some of the true power threads could be controlled. Tang Tian then started from the true power threads that he could control, and patiently started to weave all the true power threads together. He used the most basic weaving technique, the triple cross method, which was what Qian Hui taught him by hand. From the start he was very clumsy, and the true power threads were not as obedient as in the past. But after that, Tang Tian realized, if he used the martial spirit to control them, the results were much better. After thinking for half a day, he felt that it was because the fine layers of martial spirit on top of the true power threads were the reason. The true power threads in his body were countless. Lucky Tang Tian was patient enough, and burrowed his head to bitterly weave. This was the best idea he could think of, and once he set his mind to it, he had fantastic concentration. He became more adept at controlling and weaving, especially using the martial spirit to control the true power threads. That became extremely smooth and easy. His efficiency therefore increased. 3 strands of true power threads, weaved together to form a medium true power thread. After that, 3 strands of medium true power threads were weaved to form a bigger true power thread, then he would use 3 of the bigger true power thread. It was simplistic and boring. 3 days later, Tang Tian finally heaved a sigh of relief. All of the true power threads were gone, and what was left was a thick silver whip, like a silver snake, flowing in his meridians. The silver whip layers were extremely rich, the silvery light flowing was beautiful, and exceptionally lively, much more flexible than his true power previously. When it entered Tang Tian's dantian, it was like a silver snake that coiled up and formed a ball. Its body was much smaller than the dantian pool. The next moment, Tang Tian could not open his eyes. He was overly exhausted, and had no energy left to check on it. Without saying anything, he fell asleep. The depressed-looking young man Tang could not know that what he constructed from the true power that he spoilt would one day possess a reputation so frightening and glorious that caused countless people to revere him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 281, Silver Spirit Spiraling Energy. Chapter 281, Silver Spirit Spiraling Energy. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by XRCO, Nitsuriako, and DeAndre. Hey! Godlike young man. Godlike young man. Uncle Bing's voice woke Tang Tian up from his slumber. Tang Tian opened his sleepy eyes and slowly sat up. Upon seeing Bing, his expression became extremely unkind as he started yapping, "I hate it the most when people disturb my sleep, but..." Bing then reacted. He mumbled in his mind that things were not looking good for him, but he understood young man Tang relatively well, and acted as though he did not hear him, and changed the topic. "Godlike young man. I have brought you something good, a brand new edition of training clothes." With the energy room as the base, Sai Lei completely recreated, the world's strongest edition, the #1 most advocated, definitely the #1 creation of this generation, completely suited for low energy density planets, with extremely high efficiency, completely attaining the highest standard of history. Tang Tian was immediately swayed by Bing's words, and being confused, he stopped him. Stop. Tell me the main point. You only require 1/7 level star rock a day. Bing raised up one finger with an earnest face. Real or fake? Tang Tian looked doubtfully at Bing, who was extremely excited. When have I ever lied to anyone? Bing's eyes had anger in them, his face looking cold. Tang Tian would not be made fun of by Bing, and sneered, then let us account for the debt of the training barracks? Bing immediately went soft, his poker face filled with a flattering smile. Godlike young man, you can go and personally test it out, it definitely is 1/7 level star rock a day. Sai Lei is definitely a genius, the energy room is so small, but won't be as small as an armor. It can completely remove wastage, and Sai Lei had optimized the design so much, that every trace of energy in the star rock will not be wasted. Sai Lei called it the training clothes. Tang Tian, unconvinced, put on the training clothes Bing brought. The training clothes looked exactly like an armor, tightly wrapped around the person. Upon wearing it, Tang Tian immediately felt a dense energy permeating out of the training clothes and surrounding his entire body. Tang Tian's state of mind was roused. After a few days and night, his body was extremely tired. To be completely wrapped in energy, the feeling made him feel as though he was in a hot spring, with an extreme comfort. His body greedily absorbed the dense energy. Like a dried-up riverbed being moistened by rainwater, all the cells in his body were soaked in an indescribable, joyous feeling. He felt that his body was like a vortex, frantically absorbing every drop of energy. After experiencing the Valley of Starvation, the efficiency of Tang Tian absorption rate of energy was much stronger than the past, but after the true power threads, he was like a whale swallowing food. The feeling was unprecedentedly to his heart's content. Feels so good. Tang Tian, who was suddenly filled with vigor, carefully checked his body, and was shocked to the point that he let out an S sound. The silvery shining true power whip was like a lively silver snake, quickly flowing in his meridians. It was too lively, causing his meridians to be like a big river, where it could casually travel around and change directions. Wherever it swam, the energy in the meridians were all absorbed. Its speed was so fast that the time it took to complete one cycle required only 1/3 of the time from before. No wonder the rate at which he was absorbing the energy was so terrifyingly fast. Tang Tian was extremely taken aback. Ka! The sound of the star rock cracking came out, and Tang Tian felt the energy from the clothes suddenly disappear. Tang Tian opened the helmet of the training clothes and turned to ask Bing, didn't you say it can maintain for a day? Bing was dumbfounded. He looked at the broken star rock on the training clothes in a daze. Sai Lei had swore and promised that 1/7 level star rock can maintain a days of training, that's why he ran over so excitedly. No one would think that it would actually result in this. His face turned red. After staring into space for half a day, without saying a word, he rushed out towards the martial spirit chamber. Ha 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 ha. The smoke suddenly laughed out as if he took joy in the calamity of others. Bing stopped in his tracks, turned his dark face. I see that you are tired of living. Your martial spirit is actually a very good fertilizer. The smoke's laughter stopped abruptly. It froze without moving. It was terrified by Bing's threat. Tang Tian ignored the two of them. His attention was fully on the silver snake in his body. After having the supplements of the 7th level star rock, the silver snake had grown larger. What caused Tang Tian to be taken aback was that, after every cycle, the current silver snake would pass through the martial spirit's silver flames and come out through it. That meant that in every cycle, the silver snake would be tempered by the martial spirit once. To his amazement, when Tang Tian urged his true power, he found out that it was different than before. When the silver snake travels, it does not really travel forward, but it revolves at a high speed and spins forward, especially after passing through the meridians in his arms. It was like a spinning silver arrow shooting forward at a very high speed. His martial technique became extremely fierce. The sparks ignited from Fire Scythe Ghost Claw became even more silvery bright. The light was extremely piercing, the might doubled in abundance. All of his other martial techniques also grew in power. And the silver snake true power that could change was extremely compatible with wind concealment. The silver snake true power could suddenly change in opposite directions in his meridians. If it was in the past, he would definitely had spat blood. But now, Tang Tian's wind concealment was even more unpredictable, where his body movements could fluctuate and change in all kinds of motions that went against common sense. With Tang Tian's display, it caused Feng Zhou and Tang Yi to be dumbstruck. But after a while, Tang Tian had to stop. The new true power was extremely strong, but it was consumed extremely fast. In the short span of 15 minutes, the true power in his body was almost empty. In other words, if there was an all-out fight, he could only last 15 minutes, and that was not good. But what caused him to be even more surprised was that Tang Tian realized he could not use the crane body energy. The true power in his body that had been weaved one after another, naturally could not change into the crane form. Tang Tian tried for half a day, but in the end he could only expose a bitter smile. To him, the crane body energy was extremely important, for the might of the 1,000 crane clones converging slay was also very powerful. He now had one less killing technique. But Tang Tian quickly threw the dispirited mood to the back of his mind. No matter how stupid he was, he knew that he had made a brand new thing. The true power in his body that had turned into a much smaller silver snake, wasn't it another form of compression? To quicken his recovery, after hesitating, Tang Tian used the training clothes again. The time it took for him to meditate and recover his true power was much shorter than before, as the efficiency of absorbing true power of the silver snake was scarily high. 1/7 level star rock could recover it to normal. Tang Tian was slightly surprised. The silver snake was small, considerably so since it was in the meridians, and wondered if it could still become bigger. He continued to add another 7th level star rock in the training clothes. The silver snake became larger. He added up till 10 7th level star rocks, causing its body to become almost as big as his meridians. Tang Tian then realized that he did not need to rush it, as long as there was the continuous rotation of cycle. The silver snake that was in his meridians kept flowing rounds and rounds, and after every round, it became slightly smaller, but the silver light deepened by a bit. As expected. Tang Tian nodded his head. It was as he thought, the martial spirit could continuously temper his true power. The tempering was much more efficient than before. Also, between his true power and martial spirit, there was another mysterious connection. When the silver snake entered the narrow meridians, its body stretched and became thinner, but its speed did not change and was still extremely fast. The speed of the true power moving became faster and faster, meaning that Tang Tian could change techniques faster, and his martial technique's release of power would be stronger. But Tang Tian did not have the mood to confirm. The silver snake in his body was continuously being tempered, was already showing off its ability where its body could expand multiple times. He had a feeling that it was unable to increase anymore. He decided to give it a name. Let's call you Silver Spirit Spiraling Energy. Tang Tian suddenly removed the training clothes and called for Tang Yi. He threw a pile of star rocks and ordered, "You help me to change the star rocks. As long as the star rocks on the training clothes crack, you are to immediately help me change one." Tang Yi did not ask why, but awkwardly received the order, "Yes." Tang Tian took a deep breath, and without hesitation he donned on the training clothes. He wanted to rush into the 7th level. The desert was extremely rowdy and noisy, as countless people started to come into the desert from all corners of Lupus constellation. Ever since Wu Taiyu swore that he would devastate the tribes of the desert, all of Lupus constellation was flared up. Wu Taiyu did not hide his journey, with a large amount of martial artists who followed behind him. He acted as if he did not see them, and took a steady pace towards the Fire Wolf tribe location. Wu Taiyu, who had just defeated Kongde, had rose to the rank of 9102 on the Heaven Road list. In all of Lupus constellation history, there was never one who had reached such a rank, causing Wu Taiyu's name to soar. If not for Yushan and his group's failure, feudal martial would have become the undisputed #1 power. But who would have anticipated that halfway through the journey, Tang Tian would appear? List martial artists, and Tang Tian's rank was at 9637. Very quickly, the reports on Tang Tian and his group were all investigated by people. No one could have thought that Tang Tian's group would also be Heaven Road. Without question, after defeating Yushan, Tang Tian's group rankings all rose. Just that the latest edition of Immortal Martial News had not come out, so the current ranking of Tang Tian and his group was unknown. But the martial artists all guessed that Tang Tian's rank would roughly be at the 9,500 mark. Tang Tian held an absolute disadvantage, being 400 ranks lower on the Heaven Road list, and his level of power that might be even weaker. No one felt that Tang Tian and his group could win, but everyone was still extremely excited about the upcoming battle. Everyone wanted to see how strong Wu Taiyu, who was the current #1 of Lupus constellation, had grown. Everyone also wanted to see how did Wu Taiyu defeat Kongde. Also, for Wu Taiyu to take initiative action, it was a rare occurrence. Many martial artists came because of the name. Because for them, Wu Taiyu was someone already unreachable, and they could only see his back view. But to see such a strong martial artist fight, how they made their moves, to them it was valuable experiences. Especially since Wu Taiyu did not drive away the martial artists who were spreading the news, thus more and more martial artists gathered. Countless martial artists traveled day and night just to personally witness the fight. Wu Taiyu's speed was not fast. He did not sit in a carriage, instead he brought along Shu Wei Chang, as though they were going for a stroll on the desert. The tall and sturdy figure, with his calm and deep gaze, revealing his endless self-confidence. All the martial artists behind, upon seeing such a broad figure, could not help but have a deep respect and reverence for him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 282, A Bet. Chapter 282, A Bet. Translated by Buns. Edited by XRCO and DeAndre. Martial artists were seen everywhere on the usually vacant desert. A middle-aged martial artist, wearing a large cape, had a few bodyguards beside him who scanned the surroundings on high alert. Relax. The middle-aged martial artist chuckled, no one here would recognize us. Master, do you reckon that Wu Taiyu really defeated Kong did based on his own abilities? A young man in green uniform beside him asked in disbelief. The young man had red lips and white teeth, he looked chic and playful, and fanned his paper fan lightly. What is based on his abilities? What can it be if not for his abilities? The middle-aged martial artist was unassuming. A win's a win, a defeat is a defeat. The winner rules on this earth, who would care how you won? How would Kong did that old fox be so easily defeated? The green-shirt lad gritted his teeth. A defeat is a defeat, don't be a sore loser. The middle-aged martial artist chuckled, just that it was a waste of this perfect opportunity. If not for Yushun and company's defeat, and feudal marshal seizing the chance to attack, the first place of feudal marshal was almost a given. The lad was aroused. Luckily Yushun and company did not live up to expectations, and became the tipping stone. Still as frivolous. The middle-aged martial artist was slightly reproachful. After so many fights, how are Yushun those three like, do you still not know? The three of them, plus 100 feudal martial elites, such a lineup, would you even stand a chance? The green-shirt lad was slightly embarrassed, and shook his head. Nope, I would run as far as I can. I reckon even running away would be a problem. Glad you know that. The middle-aged martial artist chuckled, and instantly switched to a serious tone. The trio plus a sole general, Yushun's broken arm, Shui Chang was gravely injured, Yang Qiu was captured, the feudal martial elites were all wiped out. Such a record, who could do that in all these years? None. The green-shirt lad's face flushed even redder. Exactly. None. The middle-aged martial artist gave a small sigh. These days, even I would sometimes wonder, if it was me, would I be able to complete that? After much thinking, I still don't have the confidence. Yushun, Shui Chang, Yang Qiu, just two of them, might be tricky. Even if it was three of them I could still win, but probably with a hefty price to pay. Besides, if there was another 100 feudal martial elites, I would choose to leave. But, from the ranking, Tang Tian that trio did not seem too powerful either. The green-shirt lad was confused. Ranking does not mean everything. The middle-aged martial artist shook his head. If we judge based on the ranking, Kong Di and us used to be quite on par. But in real battle situations, Kong Di would beat us by a wide margin. The green-shirt lad seemed deep in thought, and spoke in a low voice. I checked their background. These three suddenly appeared, and entered the Heaven Road list, thus gaining much attention from long ago. Amongst the trio, Crane is the heavenly Crane constellation. Among the Crane sect disciples, he is the most outstanding young disciple. Ling Su's origins are unknown, no one knew where he came from, his spear techniques are outstanding, his mechanical beast is a flamingo, or its entire body can burst into flames, extremely quickly. And Tang Tian is even more interesting, he came from a borderline planet called Wuan Star. But borderline planet? The middle-aged artist was stunned. Borderline planets were the most lowly recognized planets. The energy concentration there was the lowest out of all the stars. That was the most remote deserted star in the Heavens Road. Yup, his origins were simple and easy to trace. The green-shirt lad continued. He was brought up by his mother, but a few years ago, his mother had passed away. He studied in a school called Andrew Academy. Coincidentally, immortal constellation Shangguan Xianhui was his classmate, as well as childhood sweetheart. Immortal constellation Shangguan Xianhui? The middle-aged martial artist was slightly shocked. Immortal constellation had fallen long ago, and was almost kicked out from the northern sky's 19 continents. These years, immortal constellation's sole famous character was only Shangguan Xianhui alone. Rumors has it that the immortal constellation crown was in Shangguan Xianhui's hands. The fall of immortal constellation was all because of the sudden fall in rank of the immortal constellation crown. The fall in rank of the saint caused the treasures of immortal constellation to all lower in rank, greatly diminishing their powers. Besides, Shangguan Xianhui seemed to have found a way to recover the power of immortal constellation's crown. The power of the treasures of immortal constellation had been gaining rapid recovery. The power of immortal constellation had been rising rapidly as well. Some people who were more sharp even noticed that the energy concentration of immortal constellation had been quietly recovering. The rate of reviving of Immortal Constellation was unstoppable. Too big to fail, no matter how weak and powerless Immortal Constellation became, it was still a northern sky continent. Now that its recovery was evident, it was definitely not anything that a small, low-ranking constellation like Lupus Constellation of Southern Skies constellations could compare with. That was why when the middle-aged martial artist was extremely shocked when he heard the mention of Shangguan Qianhui. Yes. Tang Tian and Shangguan Qianhui's relationship is not normal. The Shangguan clan has already regarded Tang Tian as their son-in-law. Some time back, Tang Tian went to Immortal Constellation to find Shangguan Qianhui, but she wasn't in. Yet Tang Tian still helped the Shangguan clan and averted a crisis. Now Shangguan clan has become the most prestigious clan in Immortal Constellation. It was rumored that the crisis at that time was directed by a clan union. This infuriated Tang Tian, and before he left he pleaded his good friend Heaven Showerblade's Wu Guang, and spent 3 months' time to completely eradicate all the clan unions in Immortal Constellation. The clan union forces were fully eradicated, and Tang Tian became the most influential and prestigious person in Immortal Constellation. Tang Tian had some background in Honorable Martial Group. Tang Tian was the leader of the trio, thus the green shirt lad was even more detailed in his background check of Tang Tian. What a powerful character, though he had a lowly origin, he could still have such astounding achievements. The middle-aged martial artist was filled with emotions. Yup, very powerful. The green shirt lad had a more admirable tone now. This person has low IQ and poor talents, but extremely tenacious. He practiced fundamental martial techniques for a full 5 years, and was a famous repeater locally, and suffered ridicule. Even Andrew Academy expelled him. To think that he was scouted by Caramel Academy, and suddenly gained enlightenment, his abilities suddenly improved by leaps and bounds, and he rapidly grew to become an expert locally. Ignorant. The middle-aged martial artist snorted, "My underlings, who has the patience to spend 5 years training in fundamental martial techniques, I will definitely accept you as my disciple, and give you pointers personally." You guys, let's not mention 5 years, just who could endure even 1 year? All of you have eyes on top of your head, and think you are geniuses. Now then you know what true geniuses are like. The surrounding people all revealed looks of embarrassment, especially the green shirt lad, who looked most embarrassed. Actually, when his underlings gave him the information, he also could not believe his eyes. Trained fundamental martial techniques for 5 years, was that a joke? 5 precious years, all wasted on fundamental martial techniques, what a waste. But Tang Tian's capabilities now made him dumbfounded. The green shirt lad changed the topic. The problem now is, why did Wu Taiyu want to deal with Tang Tian and gang? Did Tang Tian step on their toes? Wu Taiyu has people behind him. The middle-aged martial artist was very certain, I have crossed paths with him for so long, I know him well. This person may look brainless, but he's actually very shrewd. He's definitely no reckless person. The people behind Wu Taiyu, why would they target Tang Tian at all? What's his aim? The green shirt lad was bewildered. That's none of our business. The middle-aged martial artist was adamant, no matter what his aims are, there can never be 2 leaders. Wu Taiyu trounced Kong De. The domineering ambition of the Lupus constellation has been fully revealed. Would he let me off? Then what should we do? The green shirt lad hurriedly asked. We bet on Tang Tian. Beneath the large cloak, a cold wave flashed across the middle-aged martial artist. He scoffed, "Don't be alarmed. Think about it, the people behind Wu Taiyu, why wouldn't they attack personally, but let Wu Taiyu do so instead?" Obviously this meant that Tang Tian and gang are not so simple, thus the mastermind behind this has his considerations. Since this is so, then we'll let them have a showdown. Are they finally going to fight? The green shirt lad was filled with excitement and extremely hyped. The other bodyguards started to become excited as well, having heard about Wu Taiyu repeatedly for the past few days, as though the entire Lupus constellation would fall into Wu Taiyu's hands the very next day, and everyone was rather unconvinced. He. The middle-aged martial artist chuckled under his cape. Wu Taiyu's last desperate attempt. If he won this battle, then all's well. If he loses, then he would be left with nothing. Don't be fooled by his relaxed behavior, he must be up to something behind our backs. The eyes of the green shirt lad lit up. You mean the mastermind behind him? The middle-aged martial artist just smiled, without a reply. Because Wu Taiyu had vowed to make a killing in the city, all the tribes in the desert, all gathered at the Firewolf tribe. But now this place is called the Lupus tribe. Houses are built up continuously, bustling with activity. 44 tribes, the smallest, had 40 over people, while the larger ones had around 6,000 people, and most were just 600 to 700 people. With everyone gathered, the Lupus tribe now had a population of almost 5 million. To Lupus constellation, this was just an insignificant strength, but this was already the entire strength of the desert. Bing had been kept busy. In his eyes, the Lupus tribe were worse than thieves. Anything that involved military issues, his occupational disease would cause him to have a strong compulsion disorder. Revamp the lupus tribe, to allow it to at least be a passable aid. Compared to those aides of the army back then, the lupus tribe was a far cry. Although he knew that doing such things were useless, but because of his occupational habits, Bing still could not help but carry them out. Compared to the other's feeling of anxiety, Bing was rather at ease. In his eyes, Tang Tian was a freak born to battle. As long as the difference in standards were not too far off, it would not be too easy to win against Tang Tian. The only regret for Bing was, Tang Tian was not born for wars. Those large-scale war battles were the type of battlefields that Bing loved. Now such a battle between the experts, in his eyes, was not any different from a street fight of two hooligans on the street. However, looking at those out-of-form fellows before him, his head throbbed. Bing picked out all the Heaven Roads level martial artists in the Lupus tribe to form the Lupus army. He did not expect these fellows to be of much use, but at least look like an army. The talented lads that he chose were already quietly brought into Three Spirits City by Huoma Air. After practicing for 3 days, these fellows were still a face of bewilderment, full of loopholes, and Bing could not bear to look at them. Small group of soldiers, motley crowd, these descriptions were no longer apt descriptions of this bunch of useless bums. Many times those ridiculous mistakes made him riled up in anger. He has never led such a stupid, dumb, low-quality army. Never. Sometimes, he even doubted if his decision was a mistake. Deep breath, stay calm, stay calm. Suddenly, his body froze, his poker face flashed a look of surprise and glee. A shocking news came from the recruit camp. Tang Tian has broken through to level 7, If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 283, Bing's Expectations. Chapter 283, Bing's Expectations. Translated by Tang. Edited by XRCO and DeAndre. Numerous tiny airflows surrounded Tang Tian continuously, and relentless chi-chi sounds were heard. This was the scattering of his energy, as he still could not control it fully. However, the true power that swelled to the maximum inside his body, the silver spirit spiraling energy, changed it completely. Not only was the silver snake multiple times stronger than before, its length was even twice that of previous. The thing was, the speed of the snake continued to become faster and faster. It was almost at the whim of Tang Tian's thoughts. It would be like a fired arrow, rapidly advancing in his meridians. The liquefying of 7th level true power was somewhat reasonable, as the true power that was absorbed into the meridians was much less concentrated than before. No wonder the 7th level was a barrier. The efficiency between level 6 and 7 were almost 10 times different. Tang Tian's level 7 Dantian pool was like a small lake. The silver spirit spiraling energy was like a large water snake, moving in the lake. The silver spirit spiraling energy was rapidly ingesting the liquefied true power in the meridians and Dantian. Its size expanded continuously, but the speed of ingestion was obviously not as fast as that of the replenishment of his true power. The water level in the Dantian was continuously rising. Tang Tian discovered a very serious problem. As the silver spirit spiraling energy expanded continuously, it could no longer enter the meridians easily. Tang Tian soon thought of a good idea, that is to turn the big snake into many small snakes. But he recalled the previous experience of clogging, thus he decided that the quantity of small snakes must be minimal, 6 for now. His martial spirit moved, and the shockingly massive silver spirit spiraling energy continuously vibrated. Those threads of true power escaped, slipping away. As they continuously escaped, the initially massive silver spirit spiraling energy turned into 6 smaller silver spirit spiraling energy snakes. Just like the huge gluttonous snake, the 6 smaller snakes were gluttonous. What pleased Tang Tian was that the 6 silver spirit spiraling energy were fully within his control. The martial spirit was directly connected to them, just like having 6 tame small snakes. 6 silver spirit spiraling energy started to ingest the true power with all their might. Their sizes grew rapidly. In the blink of an eye, the water level of the level 7 Dantian true power lowered at a noticeable speed and rapidly dried up. 6 silver spirits, as though 6 silver rays, circulated around inside Tang Tian's body at an astonishing speed. If one could see through his body, one will notice the 6 silver rays were zooming around in Tang Tian's body with an indescribable order. Tang Tian's martial spirit's silver flame was like a hub, in control of everything. Tang Tian stood up. Congratulations! Fengqiu flashed a weird look, with a tinge of amazement, to think that you could actually break through to the 7th level so soon. And your true power seems somewhat different from previous. Yup, very different. I call it silver spirit spiraling energy. Tang Tian's face surfaced a look of joy too. Let's try. Fengqiu revealed a look of interest. Tang Tian was quiet for a moment and suddenly threw a punch. Feng Chao's expression froze, swoosh, the head floating in midair, suddenly vanished. Piak, dot. A loud crisp explosion, the air before Tang Tian's punch, suddenly exploded, a strong airflow gushed within the recruit camp. Feng Chao was dumbfounded, luckily he avoided in time, or else, he would have definitely been caught in the fist energy. Such a strong energy. Feng Chao was secretly alarmed, he saw an extremely thin silver ray just now, flashing under the skin of Tang Tian's elbow, and entering his punch. Tang Tian's punch only had true power channeled into it, a normal punch, and the might was already so horrific. Bing came back to the recruit camp just in time, the strong airflow almost made him lose his footing. What's that? Bing's quivering voice made Tang Tian extremely pleased, he guffawed, how is that, awesome right, this is the silver spirit spiraling energy that I created, Although Bing was greatly shocked, he did not admit defeat. Don't think that just because you were lucky after fooling around means that is a creation of martial technique, you still need to let the professionals evaluate. The uniform matter previously, he had went with a head of steam to question Sai Lei, and ended up getting a ton lashing from Sai Lei. Sai Lei threw out 2 sets of uniforms, and got him to find someone else to try. After getting a ton lashing, Bing found Crane and Ling Su to try, but to his surprise, Sai Lei was right after all. He was fooled by Tang Tian. He went to have Tang Tian to prove that he did not botch up, but Tang Tian had started his retreat, thus he had to bring a whole stomach of anger to the Lupus tribe, and vent it by assembling an army. But obviously, he found a group of wrong targets. Not only did he not manage to vent his anger, he was even almost angered to death by those useless fools at the Lupus tribe. Could he be even more foolish? But his attention now was completely attracted by Tang Tian's newly invented silver spirit spiraling energy. He had an eye for such valuables. It was a normal punch, yet the might of the silver spirit spiraling energy had already made him astounded. What, you said these are true power threads? After listening to Tang Tian's descriptions and explanations, Bing almost thought he had heard wrong, but after much thinking, he still did not realize that Tang Tian's such savage and domineering silver spirit spiraling energy was actually derived from one of the fundamental subjects of the recruit camp. In his hands, there were many new and old soldiers who trained with true power threads, but none were able to derive a new martial technique from it. This fellow, was his foolishness all along faked? Bing eyed Tang Tian suspiciously, but he soon shook his head silently. If this fellow was any evil and deep, wow, when he met the domineering master, how would he be dog-tired? Bing's change of thoughts were all expressed on his face, and his eyes involuntarily had a look of mockery. Hey, what's with that expression? Tang Tian's eyes thinned, and stared at Bing unfriendly, as though he would throw a punch once he spoke something wrong. Ahem. Bing, who recovered his senses, covered up his expression, and pretended, if so, you sure had put in much effort. Your silver spirit spiraling energy is already close to that of spirit techniques. Of course, it is still lacking, but your luck is really good. What do you mean luck? This is true ability, understand? Uncle. Tang Tian was rather displeased. Ha ha. Bing guffawed, let me tell you, why I said it was luck. In the realm of level 6, normally people would not have a silver martial spirit. Silver martial spirit. You have a silver martial spirit? Feng Chao, who was floating aside, had a face of disbelief. The Tang Tian before his eyes seemed like a freak who was here to screw up his common sense. No matter whenever and wherever, he would always have a crazy impulse. That's right. Bing's poker-faced grinned. Usually, fellows who have silver martial spirits, given their level of true power, they could just directly practice the spirit techniques, and they would never use half-completed products like you. Why I said that it was half-completed product, was that although your martial spirit has true power incorporated, but the martial spirit itself has no attacking power. When you encounter spirit techniques in future, you would know, in spirit martial techniques, the fatality of the martial spirit is much stronger than true power. True power is just like a container containing the martial spirit. While you now are just the exact opposite, martial spirit only has a connection use, its fatality still has to depend on your true power. But your mindset is right, you have the silver martial spirit, if you don't put it to good use, then you are an idiot. Tang Tian seemed lost in thoughts. Actually, many people use the spiraling energy. Bing continued, but the band of true power that is woven up like yours is actually more improvised, stronger and concentrated, thus mightier. But it's still that sentence, if not for the silver martial spirit, you wouldn't be able to weave it either. What you should do next is to increase the quantity of the true power bands, and not pursue the size of the true power bands, thus you have chose the correct path as well. Bing looked serene. Last time, there was an expert, he practiced a unique mental cultivation arts. It was the martial technique of Ursa Major Constellation, called Ursa Major Umbrella. This is an extremely complicated technique. It involves 36 energies, circulating in the body, as one. Once he strikes, it was terribly frightening, 36 energies, that would be a cascade, without loopholes. The 36 energies would erupt at the same instant, extremely savage. But this is very difficult to practice, few have achieved it, but its flawed version is very popular, called Big Dipper. Big Dipper. Fengqiu exclaimed once again, that is a non-transferable secret from Ursa Major constellation. How would it be the flawed version? Bing grinned. Ursa Major constellation used to be extremely mighty, but now it's no longer. The most famous icon of Ursa Major constellation would be the Big Dipper, the strongest 7-starred constellation. The Big Dipper army used to be a rather strong army as well, though they are still lacking behind us. The Big Dipper has always wanted to escape from the Ursa Major constellation and be an independent constellation. I have no idea how the situation is now. Now that you have 6 energies in your body, this Ursa Major umbrella is not a bad model for you to work towards. Of course, I don't have the exact techniques, I'm only giving you an idea. Tang Tian felt that Bing was right. If he could really cultivate 36 silver spirit spiraling energies, then that would be awesome. But these are techniques meant to be slowly polished and cannot be rushed. How's it outside? Tang Tian suddenly asked. The situation isn't looking good. Bing's face turned grim. Wu Taiyu has already entered the desert, now everyone is more worried, you better go and pacify them. I don't know how to pacify them, you go, I only know how to fight. Tang Tian shook his head. Everything would be settled if I defeat Wu Taiyu then. When he's about to reach, remember to call me. Oh right, is Bell in 3 Spirits City? Bing could do nothing towards Tang Tian's heck-care attitude, but when he heard Tang Tian asking about Bell, he understood. You wanted to ask her about the blood meridians? She has been out for some days, and yet to return. She's out to source for information, she can't possibly stay in 3 Spirits City all the time. No rush either. Tang Tian nodded, and rubbed his fists together. Then I'm going to practice all the other subjects of the recruit camp in these few days. Other subjects? Bing was confused. These subjects are already of not much use to you. After saying so, he felt extremely weird. Based on the old standards, only at the 8th level could someone complete the recruit training, but Tang Tian, who just entered level 7, in Bing's eyes, already had the criteria to leave the recruit camp. Although this fellow's mechanical weapons standard were still normal, but his original martial technique standards were already quite high. Fire Scythe Ghost Claw, Silver Spirit Spiraling Energy, supported by Wind Concealment, and Air Shield Strike Technique, this fellow is definitely a psycho. However, after this battle, it's time for him to leave the recruit camp and wander out to deeper places. Bing's eyes flashed a look of expectancy. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 284, Kong de Court's Death. Chapter 284, Kong de Court's Death. Translated by Tang. Edited by XRCO and DeAndre. Xiao Wu, why did you follow me? Kong de sat on the peak of the sand dune. The dry air caressed his face, his expression dark. A silver full moon hung silently behind him. Threads of blood red surfaced on the silver full moon, and was exceptionally violent and bloody. Before him stood a wooden and honest lad in cloth, with extremely ordinary looks. Kong de had suffered a defeat and was gravely injured. The silver moon, which was once in full bloom, instantly broke into pieces. Beside Kong de, only Xiao Wu was left. Xiao Wu has been with him for a long time, but he was never liked by Kong de, for he had normal talents, and was stoic and quiet. Among the many experts that Kong de had, he did not stand out at all. Kong de did not have much of an impression of Xiao Wu, except that he was loyal and down-to-earth. Although his abilities were normal, he was courageous, and the most heartening of all, was that things that he was instructed to do, he would dutifully finish everything. Xiao Wu shook his head. Master will not have a single soul at your funeral. Kong de snorted. This life was enough. After death, who cares what happened? To be able to end my life after a good tough battle, I have no regrets. Xiao Wu shook his head obstinately. There are many vultures in the desert. Kong de's eyes surfaced a trace of warmth. His hands had a silver Aquarius cabinet, and tossed it to Xiao Wu. Since all this will go to others after my death, you can keep this. Xiao Wu stuttered. I didn't stay because of this. I know. Kong de glanced at the full moon at the end of the sky. I just didn't want the inheritance of Silver Moon to end with me. It was almost dusk, and the moon was already clearly visible in the sky. The 3 big inheritances of Lupus constellation, Heaven Hook, Silver Moon, Feudal Marshal, are actually from one family. Surprising, right? Lupus constellation inherited the Heavenly Marshal werewolf print. It split into 3 around 1,000 years ago. The 3 families fought and struggled for 1,000 years, been through fall and rise, but the fight never ended. The inheritance of Silver Moon cannot end in my hands. You train well, but even if you can't master it, it's alright. Some things are fated. Kang De looked at the full moon at the far end of the sky and seemed to be lost in thoughts, not knowing if the full moon 1,000 years back was similar like today. Xiao Wu, whose eyes reddened, picked up the silver Aquarius cabinet in the sand and clutched it tightly in his hands, without a word. If Wu Taiyu loses to Tang Tian and his group, you must leave Lupus Constellation with them. Kang De beseeched. If others knew that Silver Moon was in Xiao Wu's hands, those people would definitely stoop to unscrupulous methods to get their hands on it, and Xiao Wu might even lose his life. If Tang Tian and gang lost as well, you must still leave Lupus Constellation immediately. Suddenly, Kang De's expression changed. With a wave of his hands, a shapeless energy pushed Xiao Wu and sent him flying out far. Take a good look at Silver Moon. Kang De commanded without turning his head, but instantly laughed silently. He actually placed the Silver Moon inheritance in the hands of Xiao Wu. Was this what they meant by it dead ends? Far away, a haughty figure appeared on a sand dune. It was Wu Taiyu. Wu Taiyu instantly noticed Kang De, and his pupils constricted. Shui Chang followed Wu Taiyu's gaze and looked over. His expression changed, and he exclaimed, Kang De. Wu Taiyu's expression turned back to normal, and haughtily said, seems like old Kong hasn't give up yet, humph. I can win against him once, so I can beat him another time. This time I must make him convinced. After the initial shock, he was now extremely pleased deep inside. The last battle with Kang De, no one knew. Today he had numerous martial artists behind him. The victory under everyone's scrutiny must spread to every corner of Lupus Constellation. By then everyone would be intimidated, and he can create a stronger feudal marshal. Kang De's injuries, without a year or so, he would definitely be unable to recover fully. This battle, victory is his. Following his flying figure, very soon, figures could be seen crowding around the sand dunes. In the midst of flying, Wu Taiyu's light sigh, not even a shout, could be heard clearly from far away, hanging in the air of the desert. Brother Kong, why did you bother to come? You are making me troubled, for walking into your doom. Brother Kong? The crowd was abuzz, to be greeted as Brother Kong by Wu Taiyu. There was only one person, Silver Moon Kang De. Kang De came. The martial artists all instantly revealed looks of excitement. The green-shirt lad looked dazedly at Kang De far away, and was dumbfounded. Has Weasel Kong hurt his head? Isn't he courting death? The middle-aged martial artist under the cape sighed lightly, with a tinge of respect and sadness. Kang De has already lost his will to live. He came just to court death. Came to court his death? The young lad was stunned. Lupus Constellations number 1 will forever have the pride of Lupus Constellations number 1. The middle-aged martial artist lightly said. But, why not bite the bullet and make a comeback? The green-shirt lad hesitated for a while, before asking. The middle-aged martial artist seemed a little downcast and sad, because Kang De knows that he doesn't stand a chance of winning. Bite the bullet, not to linger on, only when there's hope would one bite the bullet. We are wolves, to linger on is a shame. The green-shirt lad was traumatized, and blurted, has Wu Taiyu become so strong that Kang De has lost all hopes? But the middle-aged martial artist was silent. Upon seeing the downcast face of the green-shirt lad, the middle-aged martial artist lightly said, observe this battle closely. Everyone raised their heads, and looked at the black figure on the highest sand dune. Kang De slowly got up, the silver full moon behind him quietly rose. By now the sky had darkened. With the silver full moon behind him, Kang De was even more glaring. He looked at Wu Taiyu's light agile figure below, and an eerie smile curled up at the corner of his lips. He had no intention of opening his mouth, for he has no intention of wasting even a drop of energy. The silver full moon floated above his head. The wisps of fresh blood on the full moon were exceptionally freaky. Kang De's body defied gravity and slowly floated from the ground. The full moon above his head glowed brightly. Even the full moon at the far end of the sky paled in comparison. Kang De raised both his arms up high, raised his head, and his face surfaced a look of fanaticism. Piak! His body suddenly erupted a bloody fog. The bloody fog seemed as though it was attracted, and dissolved into the full moon. The silver full moon instantly became smothered in a layer of light red color. Piak, piak, piak. One by one the bloody fogs erupted, and eerily dissolved into the full moon. The silver pure full moon just now became blood red. Kang De's face had no trace of pain. Instead, he revealed a smile. Everyone was shocked by such a scene. Wu Taiyu's expression instantly changed. He did not imagine that Kang De would instantly put his life at stake. His palms suddenly surged with silver rays, and a deadly and savage air suddenly erupted. A blood-red color covered his eyes, and the surrounding aura changed as well. In the eyes of the surrounding observing martial artists, Wu Taiyu suddenly gave off a vibe of trepidation. Even from behind, he seemed like the king of the forest, mighty and unstoppable. The middle-aged martial artist under the cape exclaimed, Ursa Minor Constellation. Silver treasure. So this was it. He finally understood how Wu Taiyu defeated Kong De. It was all because of the silver treasure of the Ursa Minor constellation. Wu Taiyu's feudal martial was initially that of a domineering and ferocious style. The domineering air of a bear was just a perfect fit. Although he still did not know which silver treasure of the Ursa Minor constellation it was, but this treasure, coupled with the might of Wu Taiyu, was terrifying. Under normal circumstances, Wu Taiyu would definitely emerge victorious. However, one must never underestimate the determination of a martial artist who is determined to fight to death. Kong De, who suffered massive blood loss, raised his head. The burning fanaticism was similar to that of a werewolf howling at the moon. Formed by fresh blood, sacrifice of a werewolf, without a breath, the embers of a body. An almost undetectable light hum seemed to travel up from down below. Wah! The moon that hung low in the sky suddenly surged in brightness. A ray of pure light directly entered the blood moon above his head. The glow of the blood moon surged. The awe-inspiring moment captivated the entire place. The martial artists all went weak at the knees. The figure floating in midair at the peak of the sand dune was almost godly in their eyes. Wu Taiyu's ferocious roar was loud as thunder. His expression was savage, and his body swelled with true power. Kong De's eyes flashed, and roared honestly. Slay! The blood moon vibrated slightly, and sounded up from all sides. It evolved into a smother of blurry moonlight and freaky red flowing light, and headed straight for Wu Taiyu. Wu Taiyu knew that this was a matter of life and death, and roared, "Kill!" A palm was sent out. Boom, dot. A massive mountain-like blurry figure appeared behind Wu Taiyu. It was a bear. The massive size, dark red eyes, the might of the master of the forest was apparent. The bear figure sent out a paw. The savage aura already sent some weaker martial artists keeling at the knees, and plopped onto the ground. The blood moon was blocked by the bear's paw, but the blood moon was like a spiral razor boomerang spinning at top speed, and rapidly sank into the bear's paw at an observable speed. In the blink of an eye, it sank nearly halfway through the paw. The injured bear figure was riled, and roared continuously, while its other paw clawed at the blood moon. Poof! The blood moon cut through the bear's paw, but was blocked by the other paw. The blood moon sank into the paw once more, but by now the color of the blood moon was nearly faded. A pity, he was still too heavily injured. Kong De's heart flashed a tinge of regret, as his body disintegrated into ashes in the air like dust, and vanished completely. The blood moon wailed sadly and erupted without warning. The pool of blood-red blood moon disappeared, together with a bear's paw. The bear figure slowly vanished. Wu Taiyu did not bother about the excruciating pain in his palms, and burst into laughter. Kong De, you fought with your life, but that was all. That was all. Everyone was intimated. Even the middle-aged martial artist in the cape was shocked beyond words. Xiao Wu stared dazedly at where Kong De disintegrated in the sky. His stoic face trickled down 2 columns of tears. He suddenly kneeled down, and kowtowed 3 times towards where Kong De stood just now. Amidst the crowd, a few martial artists glanced at each other, and smiled. This Wu Taiyu was indeed powerful. Maybe he might not need our help this time. A martial artist airily said. Earthen Bear Wave. If we have this, we would be able to rid Tang, Tian and gang as well. Another martial artist was somewhat jealous. Wu Taiyu was now meditating to recover. That savage bear figure kept vigil beside him, although it was maimed, but that fearful savage aura caused everyone to remain still. The eyes of the martial artist who just spoke suddenly lit up. That is Kong De's subordinate? Maybe we could get something out of him. Kong De has been number 1 for so long, he must have something stashed up. You both go on, I'll watch over here. The leader spoke. After personally witnessing Wu Taiyu's abilities, he also felt that the mission this time was extremely easy. To be able to win against Wu Taiyu, such experts would never appear in Lupus constellation. The two were overjoyed, and hurriedly gave chase. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 285, Open Bets. Chapter 285, Open Bets. Translated by Tang. Edited by XRCO and DeAndre. Bell stealthily glanced at the surroundings. There were no abnormalities. Yong'an City was a blood soul city, where onyx souls used their blood meridians and martial spirits to set up strongholds in the spirit region, and was also one of Bell's most active strongholds. Just spending some contribution points would allow one the right to enter Yong'an City. A drop of Yong'an blood. Once the Yong'an blood was injected into the body, the martial artists could arrive at Yong'an City from any star door of a spirit region anywhere. The Honorable Martial Group had the Honorable Martial Plate, while the Onyx Souls have the Blood Soul City. Each had their merits. Yong'an City has rather good security, for it was Onyx Soul's territory after all. However, not only were Onyx Soul's people in the city, there were many other martial artists from other areas. For a blood soul city of a scale like Yong'an City to be able to produce around 300,000 drops of Yong'an blood, it meant that Yong'an City can house 300,000 people. Reselling Yong'an blood was also a profitable thing to do, however, it was tough to do. Belle had no interest in reselling the Yong'an blood, as she was here more to seek information. As it was the stronghold of Onyx Soul, many Onyx Soul horses would appear in Yong'an City and exchange information. Iron Horns Tavern, a pair of large iron horns, hung on the door. The size of the tavern was shockingly massive, 3,000 tables lined up in rows, and was as spectacular as some large-scale academies. The tavern was not full, but was crowded with people, scattered around, and bustled with activity. The backing of Iron Horns Tavern was an elder of Onyx Soul, along with experts stationed for the whole year. No one dared to create trouble here. This was the exact reason why this was the safest place in Yong'an City. Sales of information, sales of items, business meetings, etc., almost everything one could think of would be available here. Belle skillfully asked for a glass of plum juice, casually found a corner and sat down. Fishing for information was a job that required patience. She had been in this job for years. The qualifications for Silver Onyx Horse this time was not easily obtained. Suddenly, dang dang dang, rolls of gongs sounded in the tavern. The tavern quietened down instantly. Belle continued to sip her plum juice, without raising an eyelid, for the tavern would always open bets every day. This was an information hub, information spread far and wide, the bets placed were all strange as well. For example, if someone wanted to assault the Sword Saint, they would open bets to bet on whether it would be a success. Another example, if an aristocratic clan held a wedding, they would bet if someone would gatecrash and cause a ruckus. Belle has long been used to it. A thick voice echoed in the tavern. Today's bet is on the Battle of Lupus Constellation. There are two parties to bet on, one would be Tang Tian, the other Wu Taiyu. There's no limit of star coins. May everyone show their powers, and boost the market, may everyone earn more. At the same time, words of Tang Tian versus Wu Taiyu appeared on the walls of the tavern. Belle was instantly stunned. Interested customers bought a set of information from the waiter for 5 star coins, which was quite informative. While those customers with background started to move close to each other and discussed. Before Belle could react, the numbers behind the name Wu Taiyu on the walls started to increase rapidly. In the blink of an eye, the numbers behind Wu Taiyu jumped to 2 million, while the numbers behind Tang Tian only had 150,000. Belle's heart sank. This meant that the bets on Wu Taiyu's victory already had 2 million star coins, while the bets on Tang Tian's victory only had 150,000 star coins. The well-versed Belle had a sense of ill-boding. She was an expert, with much experience. Usually, the ones who bet first are usually people with the most information. These people were totally not optimistic about Tang Tian. She tried her best to calm down, called the waiter, and bought a set of information. Then she could no longer hold it in, and her expression changed drastically. Fire Wolf Tribe. Ling Su gritted his teeth. The power of the medicinal liquid seeped into his body continuously. The pinprick pain attacked his entire body, and beads of perspiration rolled down his cheeks, into the medical barrel. The black medicinal liquid tossed and turned like a monster. His body trembled almost inconspicuously, his eyes shut tight, as he bared with the tremendous pain. Moments later, the medicinal liquid in the barrel slowly calmed down, and the black medicinal liquid turned clear. The expression of pain on Ling Su's face gradually disappeared as well. Who? He gently blew out a long breath. A bead of sweat rolled down the bridge of his nose. The silverish eyelashes tremored as his eyes slowly opened. The orangey-red pupils were unusually calm, without the fury and intensity of his past. He felt as though he had been given a new lease on life. He stood in front of the mirror, his skin glowed silvery gold on his odd-shaped body, which presented a form of a distorted but oddly beautiful feeling. Other than the face, which was a tad too white, there were no abnormalities. Ling Su raised his palms. The palms, which used to be black as iron, were now beautifully long and slender like a girl's hand. The eye-catching silver color made this palm seem as though a work of art. The 5 silver fingers were clasped together, and gently waved his palms. Poof! A sharp sound pierced through the air, an almost undetectable trace flashed. Was this silverization? Ling Su felt an extremely fine silver liquid surged into his silver palm. This was the power of silverization. The silverization process had started to erode his bones. Previously, sheep horn wind bells enhanced his pointed sea spear, and the rate of silverization was greatly increased. His skin, flesh, blood and tendons had already silverized, even the surface of his bones had spots of silver appearing. His hair was like strands of finely polished silver strands, even his eyelashes had become silver. Coming out from the medical barrel, his spine had already started to hurt, for the pain brought by silverization was extremely intense. If not for Ling Su's current willpower, which was much stronger than before, he would be extremely uncomfortable. He stretched out his fingers. Moments later, a drop of silver rolled off of his silver fingertips. Ling Su's orange pupils were fixed on this silver drop. After silverization, the body will produce a silver liquid, and this silver liquid can flow easily in his body, unlike true power, which can only flow along the meridians. Now, his body could only produce just one drop of silver liquid. The silver liquid was akin to a droplet of melted silver. From the silver liquid, he could sense an unspeakable air of danger. The silver liquid suddenly dissolved into his finger, and remained in the index finger. From the corner of his eyes, Ling Su saw a gold shield at the side. This was a common shield of the desert armies. The shield was not large, around half a meter wide, which can be easily tied to the arm. It was made entirely with steel, and the front of the shield had a carving of a camel. Ling Su did not summon any true power, but lightly tapped his index finger on the surface of the shield. Poof, as though cutting a tofu, his index finger completely sank into the shield. Ling Su was stunned, and his eyes glinted. So powerful. This shield was known for its sturdiness, and he used to channel more than 50% of his true power, before he could achieve the same effect with his finger. He raised his finger, poof poof poof, in the blink of an eye, the shield was filled with holes, like a beehive. Yet the silver liquid was not in the least damaged. Ling Su's expression turned grim. After much hesitation, he channeled 50% of his true power, and rammed his index finger into the shield. Bang! Dot! The shield suddenly exploded before him, into steel scraps and powder. Ling Su stared dazedly at the floor of steel scraps and powder, his heart overturning like waves. What exactly is this silver liquid? He obviously knew the prowess of it. If he was good at fists, palms and claws, with a finger and palm, his opponent would crumble into powder. Suddenly, Ling Su had a thought, and grabbed his silver spear. He recalled, his silver spear was continuously silverized as well. In the beginning, silverization seemed to be a tenacious virus to him, continuously eroding all that he came into contact with. However, after that, he realized, besides spreading in his body, silverization could also occur in his spear as well. The rate of silverization of the silver spear was very low, only the surface was thinly silverized. Even so, the silver spear seemed to glow even more than before. Ling Su attempted to channel the silver liquid into his silver spear, but was soon met with resistance, for the silver liquid was unable to penetrate below the surface of the spear. The silver liquid could only flow in areas that were silverized. Ling Su seemed to understand, but he suddenly developed an audacious thought. Since the silver spear was only silverized on the surface, then he would spread his silver liquid thinly and flatly, to wrap the silver spear. The silver liquid rapidly spread itself flat and thin following Ling Su's thoughts, and wrapped around the silver spear in the blink of an eye. Ling Su's gaze swept across the room, and finally landed in the corner upon a gigantic hammer over 240 kilograms. It seemed to be used by martial artists in the past for strength training, but it seemed like it has not been used for a long time, for it was covered in dust. He rubbed his silver finger. A spot of cold aura hit the hammer. Bang! Dot! The giant hammer instantly exploded into a heap of metal scraps and powder before Ling Su. Even the pieces of metal scraps that rebounded on the walls left numerous tiny holes. Ling Su was also stunned by such amazing power, and was dumbfounded. A hammer of over 240 kilograms, it was not difficult to put a hole through, or smash it to pieces, but to instantly crumble it like this, must require a horrendous strength. This was just a drop of silver liquid. This was just the spear surface that was silverized. If the entire silver spear was silverized, with numerous drops of silver liquid channeled into the spear tip, Ling Su did not even dare to imagine the prowess. He suddenly realized that this silver spear might actually be an ancient treasure left behind by the silver frost mounts, which was made just for silverization. So silverization not only brought about pain, but such benefits as well. Ling Su was suddenly enlightened. However, after the most initial shock, Ling Su recovered his senses, and understood that he was just dreaming, for the rate of silverization of the spear was much slower than that of his body. After his entire body was fully silverized, the silver spear might not even be completely silverized yet. He would not have died of pain by then, right? Ling Su in the mirror suddenly broke into laughter. He was amused by his ridiculous thought. After spending a long time with the crazy lad, it really lowered his IQ. He started to use the bandage, and carefully wrapped himself. He used a lot of strength, for many times, the bandage could help to secure his spine, and soothe the pain. Only when the bandage completely covered his body did he then stop. The eerie image portrayed by the silver metallic glow and odd-shaped body vanished, and the lad in the mirror resumed his usual good looks and cheerfulness. The calm orange pupils gradually warmed up, and set ablaze. Ling Su, fight! Dot. Ling Su wielded his spear and stood up, softly speaking to the lad into the mirror. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 286, To Each His Own. Chapter 286, To Each His Own. Translated by Tang. Edited by XRCO and Andre. The middle-aged martial artist looked at the person approaching. Half his face was covered by the cape, and no one could tell the change in his expression. The person approaching was a male of around age 45, plain-looking, and seemed extremely normal. His face was smiley, and respectfully bowed in respect. "Mr. Huai, I'm extremely pleased to be able to meet you." A chuckle came from under the cape. "I'm very curious, how did you manage to find me?" Heaven Hook Huai by Hua, one of the three powerhouse of Lupus constellation, a prestigious reputation. No matter where you are, the glow can't be hidden. The male respectfully replied. Huai by Hua knew that the person would never say the truth, and did not mind. He continued breezily, "I suppose, after spending so much effort to locate me, you wouldn't be here just to exchange some niceties. You're indeed wise." The male continued respectfully. The purpose of this meeting was to make a deal with Mr. Huai. A deal? A chuckle came from under the cape. "Let's hear about it. Wu Taiyu is now so overbearing, how can Mr. Huai tolerate it?" The male was a face of respect, but his words stung. Wu Taiyu is narrow-minded, while Mr. Huai is of a noble generation, definitely not one to depend on others. There must be a showdown. Huai by Hua was not moved. "Don't beat around the bush, just be direct." The male smiled. "We are willing to lend a hand to Mr. Huai. It's a win-win situation for both our parties." "Your party? Who are you guys?" Huai by Hua looked like he had long anticipated it, and asked coolly. "I'm from Onyx Soul." The male replied. "Then why did you guys come? I don't believe that a mere Wu Taiyu would be of much interest to you." Huai by Hua chuckled. The male was secretly amazed. People who can dominate with their words are no simple character. Just a few words, without any warning, Huai by Hua has domineered. His face remained respectful. "We came for Tang Tian." Huai by Hua had roughly guessed it, but to hear the other party confess, the eyes underneath the cape still squinted involuntarily, and said, "To think that Tang Tian actually has connections with Onyx Soul." The male's expression was calm. "We just need Mr. Huai to hand Tang Tian over to us by then. In exchange, we are willing to gift Mr. Huai a star treasure that does not pale in comparison to Earthern Bear Wave. In addition, we will send experts to reinforce." Huai by Hua sank into deep thoughts. Suddenly, he asked, "Who's behind Wu Taiyu?" "The clan union." The male replied honestly. Huai by Hua was extremely shocked. It was the first time that he lost control of his emotions. Suddenly, he recalled Tang Tian's background from the Honorable Martial Group, and finally realized that he was embroiled into the conflict of the three big powers. A suffocating feel of the calm before a storm made him extremely depressed. Lupus constellation, which has been calm for a long while, had become the place of conflict between the three big powers. It was imaginable the upcoming conflict would be extraordinarily tragic. Although the male's face was filled with respect, Huai by Hua knew that he was powerless to reject. Belle looked at the information in her hands and scrutinized it. She was exceptionally sensitive towards information and intel. At her age, without any background or powers, to be able to become a silver onyx horse, it was no easy feat. There was not much content in the information, but she still found some clues. Lupus constellation was just a small constellation, and ranked last in the southern sky's 42 constellations. Besides Lupus constellation, there were not any newly developed constellations. It has had a long history. Resources or minerals had long been explored. The barrenness of Lupus constellation was well known. Besides, the meridians of the Lupus people had been researched by numerous people in Onyx Soul, and had been found to be of not much value. Such a place, to Onyx Soul, was worthless. Not only Onyx Soul, even the Honorable Martial Group and the Clan Union were all not in the least interested in Lupus constellation. For a long time, Lupus constellation had always been the land of the Lupus people. Tian Zishi, Heaven Road ranking number 9370. And Bai, Heaven Road ranking number 9503. Mao Jun, Heaven Road ranking number 9632. Belle was very familiar with these three names. She even had connections with Tian Zishi. All three of them were famous bounty hunters, who did not belong to any powers. The difference between bounty hunters and hitmen were that as long as they were paid sufficiently, they would take on any case. All three of them were extremely valiant, and were experienced bounty hunters, with rich experiences. To think that these three all appeared in Lupus constellation, beside Wu Taiyu, it was obviously to target Tang Tian and gang. Belle understood the market. To be able to invite all three of them, a hefty price must be paid. Heaven Road's level martial artists were usually paid 300,000 star coins a day, so one could attract a few. Thus when Wu Guang heard that Tang Tian asked for 1 million a day, he agreed without second thoughts. While for Heaven List experts, it would be another price. Mao Jun's price was at least 2 million star coins a day, and Bai required 3 million, while Tian Zishi was priced at least 5 million per day. The price of the trio was at least 10 million star coins per day. The trio had been to Lupus constellation for more than 10 days, meaning 100 million star coins have been spent. Belle's expression was grim, for it meant that the other party was not only rich, but was also no simple person. She could not be sure for others, but for Tian Zishi, she had some understanding of her. If it was not someone influential, she could never be hired. The determination of the mastermind was plain to see. By now Belle is calmed down. She got up and scanned the surroundings, eventually fixing on a middle-aged uncle in the corner. Her eyes lit up, walked to the uncle's table, and sat down. The uncle had gray hair, around age 40, his clothes rather old and tattered, and drank a cup of cheap beer, looking somewhat laid back. "Hey, Uncle Yu, let me inquire something." Belle had a face of slackness. "Yo, the lass is here, I knew those people couldn't satisfy you." Uncle Yu cheerily replied, his face already filled with wrinkles, and looked rather disheveled. Belle glared at him. "Uncle Yu, our years of friendship, how could you not let me in on even a bit of information?" Uncle Yu had a look of helplessness. "You weren't around during that time, and just those small fries, how could they be worthy opponents for you?" Belle and Uncle Yu were talking about the matter of her being followed back then, but both of them did not mind this matter. Belle had long obtained her information, and had already gotten rid those people. Belle now was no longer poor and stupid. Tang Tian may look carefree, but placed information at high level of importance, thus Belle has a rather grand sum in her hands. To such an experienced person like her, as long as she was paid, silencing someone or setting up traps, would all be done without a trace. Humph. I won't dispute over this matter anymore. But what I'm going to inquire today, you better not give me false information. Belle said. Uncle Yu nodded cheerily, definitely true. Belle pointed to the bets on the wall. I want to inquire about this. Uncle Yu revealed a look of surprise, and sized Belle up. You're actually interested in this matter? Belle revealed her snow-white teeth. My dear Uncle Yu, I have already prepared 1 million star coins for you. It's up to you for the real deal. A fellow called Di Han. Uncle Yu blurted, a small fry in our organization back then, who vanished after Star Wind City. To think that he actually went to the clan union. Rumors has it that the Southern Cross Constellation Saint Treasure was in Tang Tian's hands. Belle's expression was calm, but her heart was already in a frenzy. Tang Tian had never covered his purpose for going to Southern Cross Constellation. Although she had never seen the Saint Treasure before, she guessed that this information should be highly accurate, for she had the same conjecture as well. You should have heard of the legend of Southern Cross Constellation, right? This has been circulating for a long time. The treasure of Southern Cross Constellation amassed a large secret. Uncle Yu laughed. Belle pretended not to understand. You meant the treasure of the Southern Cross Army? Ha, there has to be a spark for a fire to form. The Southern Cross Army was so valiant back then, they wouldn't have not left any treasures. Uncle Yu guffawed. Seems justifiable. Belle nodded approvingly, but was sneering in her heart. The Southern Cross Army has long fell into the hands of Boss. The history of Southern Cross Army of Uncle Bing, everyone knew it well. Tang Tian has the background from Honorable Marshal Group, thus the clan union is still wary, and does not wish to develop conflict with the Honorable Marshal Group. Uncle Yu snorted, a pity, clan union, this group of upstarts, they don't know that they have long been deeply infiltrated by our organization and Honorable Marshal Group. They thought that they were doing a good job of keeping it secret, but they have no idea that everyone has long known about it. How would Honorable Marshal Group sit back and not help? Tang Tian's people are no softies. Just then, suddenly, the gong sounded, and another name appeared on the wall. Huai Bai Hua. The tavern broke into outcry. Everyone was debating hotly. Uncle Yu meaningfully said, seems like someone from our Onyx Soul could not stand it anymore. Honorable Marshal Group. Jinghao sat prim and proper before an elder. This elder with white hairs was his teacher. Relax, we would not turn a blind eye. The elder smiled kindly. Since Tang Tian has joined us, we must not let him be bullied. However, the Marshal Group has no strongholds in Lupus Constellation. It's impossible to send help over en masse. However, I have asked Elder Gu for 4 people. Jinghao was overjoyed. Awesome. I'll go. Bringing glory to the group was an extremely strong feature of Honorable Marshal Group, just that it was extremely pricey to do so, thus the slots were limited. Teacher has really gone all out to fight for the chance this time. You can't. The elder was firm. Lyra Treasury is almost activated, how could you leave? Jinghao was worried, but... The elder raised his hands, and was extremely firm, no negotiations. Seeing that his favorite disciple was unhappy, the elder laughed. Don't you worry, I am Oli and the rest have improved tremendously during this time. It's time for them to get some real practice. Jinghao had just met the 4 of them. Their improvements were indeed far more than their peers. With the 4 of them for assistants, he was much more at ease. The elder saw that Jinghao's expression relaxed. You better look after yourself, Tang Tian is talented, his progress is much faster than you guys, he has even created the unique martial technique, his ranking has also jumped a lot, don't be outshined by him. Jinghao was high-spirited and confident. Relax teacher, I already have some ideas regarding the sword, I will definitely be able to create something unique. The elder nodded in pleasure, you have always been practical, I can rest assured. But the Lyra treasury matter this time concerns the destiny of the next 20 years of our group, you must be prudent. A pity the old fellows like them could not enter the Lyra treasury this time, which made him somewhat worried. Jinghao was respectful, I will do my best. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 287, Gold-Ranked Staff Sergeant. Chapter 287, Gold-Ranked Staff Sergeant. Translated by Tang. Edited by XRCO and DeAndre. Wu Taiyu stopped? Tang Tian had a shocked expression, is he injured? Nope. Hua Tianhai was Huama Air's little brother. After Huama Air left, he was in charge of seeking information. Wu Taiyu had no intention of hiding himself, although Kong Di had made him suffer some setbacks, he seemed to have some breakthrough, thus he did not advance, but stopped. Huama Air is the Fire Wolf tribe's #1 warrior, for those who don't remember. Another breakthrough. Tang Tian fondled his chin, deep in thoughts. Lingsu said frustratedly, regardless of whether he broke through or not, I'll stab him to death in one shot. That's right. Tang Tian clapped his hands, stab him to death, stab him to death. Indeed, little Su knows me best. Hua Tianhai spluttered, and dared not speak up, although both of them were extremely powerful, but their brains seemed to be a tad too simple-minded. While the only wise person, Master Crane, was in closed meditation. Hua Tianhai's attention was attracted by the shouts from afar, he looked enviously at the practicing martial artists. Those martial artists were the tribe's elites, now they were gathered together to receive proper training. The formation of the troops unknowingly had another indescribable aura. Hua Tianhai was somewhat peeved, if not for his elder sister being out on duty, he would have been one of those training there too. These lazy, useless, poor-quality cannon fodder, in the eyes of Bing, were receiving Tang Yi's training. Tang Yi was a gold-ranked staff sergeant, who had solid foundations in basic battle techniques. Bing went to rearrange these cannon fodder not just because of his compulsive occupational disease, for he has no intention of wasting his time on these cannon fodder, his hopes were pinned on the future mechanical army. After a few attempts of grooming, he would be like a picky customer, and throw the poor-tasting food aside, to Tang Yi. He had never thought that the results would be unexpectedly good. Although Tang Yi was not as experienced as Bing, he was not in the least negligent in his orders of duties. This fellow was impartial and incorruptible, second to none, all the soldiers in the tribe were extremely fearful of him. His low intelligence made him an exceptional stick in the mud, but he was the most ideal to deal with these greenhorns with no training. In just a few days, they seemed to have already grown a lot. Suddenly, a scout sprinted towards this side, Hua Tianhai bolted up, and grimly asked, what's the situation? Kong Di's underling is escaping towards us, he's being chased by 2 people. The scout hurriedly reported, Kong Di's Silver Moon should be in the hands of this person. Hua Tianhai was instantly moved. Silver Moon was the most prized inheritance of Lupus constellation, but he did not act boldly. What's the background of the chasers? I don't know. The scout shook his head, but they are powerful. Suddenly, there was a rush of hooves clattering. Another scout ran in, carrying an unconscious and injured lad. The scout was covered in perspiration, but he looked extremely excited, and shouted from afar, he collapsed near me, so I just picked him up. Mao Jun and Enbai were depressed, they had never imagined that they would lose their prized possession so narrowly. The lad had actually lost consciousness at the foot of the scout of the Firewolf tribe, and they had underestimated the speed of the scout's horse. Both of them had never been to the desert, and knew little about the desert tribes. The desert tribes were good at training horses, their speed was amazing, and they have outstanding stamina. The horses given to the scouts were the cream of the crop. The Firewolf tribe trained a horse species called Flaming Steps horse, level 6-star spirit beasts, which were extremely great at sprints. Especially when they sprinted with all their might, they were like a dash of angry flame. Seems like we have reached their base. Mao Jun was extremely upset, he saw tents built up everywhere, and the scout just now had slipped in there. And Bai was extremely annoyed too, these fellows are too much. How dare they abduct the person right under our noses? Let's go. Mao Jun shouted, upon seeing Enbai's face of unwillingness, don't tell me you still want to abduct the person? Enbai had an idea, let's sneak in tonight. If we run into Tang Tian and gang, then we'll escape. Mao Jun thought that it was a great idea, both of them were extremely confident in their abilities. If they slipped in tonight, even if they did not manage to abduct the person, they could still scout for information. None of them realized that Tang Yi, who was training far away, had spotted them. Tang Yi was simple-minded. Upon seeing those two, he realized that they were enemies, and without hesitation, he directed his troops to move stealthily towards them. After these days of training, these soldiers had already understood teamwork. Two troops, outlining two arcs, quietly closed in towards the two from their backs. When they were around 600 m away from them, Mao Jun and Enbai were instantly alerted. At the change of situation, without hesitation, Tang Yi bellowed, "Kill! Charge!" The two troops charged towards the two of them like two arcs of flame. The flaming steppes horse instantly entered the sprint mode. The soft sand dunes did not have any impact on the horses. These martial artists have grown up on the desert, and they were very familiar with the terrain. But such sudden attacks made everyone hyped up. Tang Yi waved the zanbato in his hands. Assault! The martial artists behind him deftly adjusted their positions. Luckily they did not forget the training they had received these days. In the blink of an eye, a perfect triangular formation appeared behind Tang Yi. About 15 m behind them, there were also two other similar triangular formations, layering and changing. When Tang Yi rushed to about 150 m away from the enemies, the entire troops had already completed their formations. Although Bing did not care about these cannon fodder, but due to his perfectionism and occupational disease, he still created a few simple battle formations for the cannon fodder. These formations were based on the blueprints of Southern Cross Army's fundamental battle formations. After some alterations, they became more suited for these desert-grown martial artists. Tang Yi had no doubts about Bing's orders, and thoroughly carried out these formations. And Bai and Mao Jun's expressions changed. Army! Damn, in this unholy place, they actually faced an army. The wave of impact was overpowering, and the two were scared out of their wits. Such structure, such training, other than armies, what are they? Both their first thoughts were, they were duped. Who said that this task would be easy, like a leisure trip? Who said that this task was a given? When they received their task, their master had not mentioned a word about an army. If they had known of the army's existence, they would never have accepted the task, regardless of the money. When armies are involved, even the strongest bounty hunters would exercise caution. Tang Yi's face was stern without wrinkles, his squinted eyes flashed. As a golden staff sergeant, he was the cream of the crop in the entire army's sergeants. Although the battle methods changed, but the recruit camp has given him the same feeling. In the process of sprinting, he continuously used his breathing and positioning to guide these greenhorns. Without him, these greenhorns who just started training would never be able to create such a big impact. The zanbato, which was as big as a door, was raised up high, like a battle flag waved in the air. Kill! Tang Yi bellowed, and struck with his zanbato. The martial artists behind him echoed with gusto, kill! The escaping Enbai suddenly felt that a brilliant flash lit up behind him, and was drained of color. Without thinking, he bolted out sideways. A brilliant cold flash grazed past his body, and disappeared into the sand dunes about 9 m away. Behind it was an oddly colored flash, raining like droplets into the sand dunes. Boom! Enbai felt his vision blacked out. Half the sand dune exploded into the sky, like a sandstorm. Even the sun was obscured. The rain of yellow sand struck him, and it was peculiarly painful. The color was drained from Enbai's face. He had only one thought in his mind. Oh my god, run! Another flash came howling from behind, but this time, there was no giant flash, no terrifying aura. He did not dare to stop. Armed with a small silver shield, he threw it backwards. Scutum Constellation Silver Treasure, Silver Ray Shield. The small shield evolved into a nearly 9 m tall silver ray shield, and shielded behind Enbai. Bang bang bang! The rays from the blade rained down on the shield shook violently, but it did not shatter right away. A continuous 3 streams of attack rained down, before the shield shattered. Another troop waved the flash of blade towards Mao Jun, and he dodged around madly. The flashes of blade rained down towards him, and Mao Jun was in an utterly embarrassed state, with his clothes torn and tattered. He did not dare to stop, for once the enemy got hold of him, he would surely die. Tang Yi on the horseback was expressionless. Such an ending, in his viewpoint, was too horrible to look at. According to Southern Cross Army standards, this lupus army was obviously a failure. In Southern Cross Army, each of these battle units would have a commander leading the main attack and guide others to attack. While his position now should have been taken by a more ferocious and stronger commander. Tang Yi bellowed, follow close. The small troop behind him instantly stuck to him like superglue and followed closely. Enbai and Mao Jun were both escaping wildly, faces ashen, and wished they had more legs. They were the heaven lists experts no doubt, but when faced with armies with professional tactical units, they had no chance of winning. Just that, when did Lupus Constellation have an army? An army has high expenses, a bottomless pit. The key is, even if there's money, it is difficult to form an army. Because tactical people are rare, these few years, the tactical experts in excellent mercenary armies were all deemed as treasures. To be able to organize a 30-people tactic, such tacticians were highly expensive. To think that there was actually an army here, and they even seemed well trained. The duo who were escaping wildly did not notice that they were unknowingly headed towards a direction. They were scared out of their wits, thinking that enemies are everywhere, but Tang Yi's gaze was fixated on them. In his eyes, the fleeing duo gradually formed two lines and crossed at a point. The zanbato which was dragged behind him trembled and whined. The blurry rays of blades started lighting up. The martial artists behind Tang Yi unanimously felt the cold battle will transmitted by the captain, and they unanimously followed in Tang Yi's rhythm to muster their true power, and unanimously dragged their blades behind. The reason why tacticians were precious was because tacticians could use their breathing and martial spirit to guide the attacking rhythm of the troops, to amass the troops' power. Tang Yi was a golden staff sergeant. His face cold and stoic, his long eyes squinted, the intersection point became clearer in his eyes, the gently trembling and humming zanbato seemed to thirst, his wrists gently shook, and the master-level blade technique was executed, but the martial artists behind, their true power already, as though gently flicked, without thinking, they all executed the blade techniques together. All the rays unite as one, the blade shone like the moon, and there was dead silence. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 288, Tang Tian's Judgment. Chapter 288, Tang Tian's Judgment. Translated by Barry Buns. Edited by XRCO and Andre. The blade light reached them, and the two people who were frantically escaping felt it, and were overwhelmed with shock. The two of them had plentiful experience in fights, and knew when was the time to fight for their lives. The aura on Anbai's body flickered, and he split in 6. The 6 exact replicas suddenly split into 6 different directions and ran. Mao Jun cried out, a blood-red swallow print appeared on his back, causing his face to flush red, as though blood was seeping out, and 2 blood-red light wings suddenly appeared on his back, his speed exponentially increasing, become like a ray of light. The two of them knew that they could not hold back, and without hesitation they used their fleeing techniques. However, that deep cold blade aura was much faster than they thought. The 6 Anbai who had just stepped out 3 steps, 3 of them on the right were sliced across at their necks, without the least bit of obstruction. Mao Jun who was fleeing like lightning was cut across, and wailed out in pain, as a stream of blood spurted out across in the air, but he did not stop. He increased his speed, and in a flash he had disappeared from their vision. Just at this time, a dropping sound came out. Anbai's body had fallen onto the sand, and his head flew out. His luck was too bad, he was one of the 3 figures that was sliced across at the neck. All of the other Anbais gradually disappeared. Tang Yi remained emotionless, the horse below him slowed down, wielding his blade in a horizontal pose, he looked powerful. The disturbance had caused surprise in many people in the tribe. And when they all came out, they were just in time to watch Tang Yi's blade, and were overwhelmed with shock. From the silence, Tang Yi's indifference voice came out, continue training. Tang Tian and Ling Su were also surprised by Tang Yi's blade. His blade converged the power of the 20 martial artists' strength behind him, it was extremely powerful, far beyond what the two of them could imagine. 2 Heaven Road grade martial artists who faced his blade, one had died and one was injured. Tang Tian's eyes lit with a passionate light, he did not know what the outcome would be, his fire scythe ghost claw against Tang Yi's blade aura. Ling Su's heart was stirred, for some reason, he thought of the silver frostmounts, and the weird song that came from the clouds. He shook his head, emptying those thoughts out, straightened his body, with his spear in hand he turned and walked away, at the same time snorting, using so many to fight, what's so strange about it? Tang Tian did not agree with him, scratching his head, I thought it was powerful. Ling Su walked away by himself, ignoring Tang Tian. Tang Tian's eyes suddenly lit up, and shouted while jumping, spoils of war. Disappearing like smoke, he had pounced to the place where the enemy had fallen. Heaven Road grade martial artists were all generous. Other than the miscellaneous things, the most important gain was a silver armor, Swell of Muska, from Muska constellation. Anbai's conjuring of the 6 replicas was the martial technique of the armor, Muska doppelganger. Seeing the armor, Tang Tian immediately thought of Imoli. Mosquito Cow, thinking of the names, they fit so well. After breaking through to the 7th level, Tang Tian's power had taken a huge leap, and the silver spirit spiraling energy in his body was overbearing and tyrannical, and silver armor from southern sky constellations could no longer bear his true power. Seems like it is best to buy a silver armor of the northern skies constellations. Thinking about it, Tang Tian became somewhat restless. Honorable Martial Group sold armors from the northern sky constellations, but all of them were extremely expensive, with starting prices of at least 100 million star coins. After looking at them for a while, his heart felt weak. Such expensive objects, buying it was not a problem, but he had to buy one that was suitable for him. He decided to go to Three Spirits City first to ask Belle first, and just nice he was also curious of his own blood meridians. Returning back to Three Spirits City, Sai Lei saw Tang Tian's eye patch and was surprised. What happened to your eyes? Something came up. Upon talking about the eyes, Tang Tian will feel bitter about it. He did not understand it either, what was happening to his own eyes, so he pulled the eye patch down. Take a look. Sai Lei went closer, and was mystified. Wow, interesting. One red, one blue, as expected. You really are a weird person. What weird person? Tang Tian was not happy. I clearly am very normal. Sai Lei scoffed. Do normal people have red and blue eyes? Tang Tian replied meekly, maybe it is my blood meridians problem. Blood meridians? Sai Lei's eyes exposed a bizarre look. Thinking about all the weird things that happens on Tang Tian's body, she pondered, you must get it checked clearly. That's why I came to find Belle. Tang Tian helplessly replied. Belle isn't back yet. Just at the right time, people walked in. Hearing Tang Tian's voice, she was somewhat apologetic, but she should be coming back soon. Your eye patch is too ugly. Sai Lei slammed the table. I am going to get you something. Finished, she went into her workshop, and after 15 seconds, she took something out. Glasses? Tang Tian was surprised. He accepted the glasses from Sai Lei and wore it. The dull gray lenses covered the abnormality of his eyes. But what made Tang Tian surprised was that this dull gray lenses allowed his vision to be normal again. The lenses are made from gray crystals. Many people who train eye-related martial techniques will have abnormalities in their eyes, so most of them would use the gray crystal glasses. Sai Lei looked happy. Compared to your eye patch, the glasses are much prettier. Seems like it is. Tang Tian looked at himself in the mirror. It was his first time wearing glasses, and the image of him in the mirror made him feel foreign. His stature looked well proportioned, his jawlines and edges were defined, normally giving off a healthy and robust look. But with the glasses, he looked to be more gentle, and looked somewhat more refined and intellectual. Not only him, Sai Lei and Pipa were surprised. Boss looks more refined now. Pipa was very surprised. Sai Lei rubbed her chin. She was taken aback. Yes, it seems so. Never did I think that this dirty body of yours would still have such essence. With Sai Lei's and Pipa's surprise and astonishment, Tang Tian was extremely happy. Refined, that word sounds so cultured and full of wisdom. Tang Tian, who was like a country bumpkin, raised his chest and head, and worked hard to make himself look even more cultured and intellectual. I'm back. Belle's voice came from outside the door. Tang Tian forgot about his refined look, and joyously shouted out, Belle. Belle. Belle looked at Tang Tian, although she was shocked by Tang Tian's dress up, but she could not be bothered and sighed. Boss, I need to report to you two pieces of not very good news. Behind Wu Taiyu is the powerful clan union. They received some information from some person called Dihan, that the Southern Cross Saint treasure is in your hands, that implicates the hidden treasure of Southern Cross. The other bad news is, Onyx Soul also have people moving out. They chose Hui Bai Hua, and their target is also the Southern Cross Constellation Saint treasure. Dihan? That Dihan? Tang Tian was surprised. He is actually still alive? And he seemed to have joined the clan union. Belle added. Oh. Tang Tian understood, but he still acted confident. Southern Cross Constellation hidden treasure? Put. I have never even seen a piece of star coin before. Bing, this asshole still spent so much of my money. Humph. He better not have any treasures. If not, I will make him spit everything out. Bing, who was just entering the door, heard Tang Tian's angry speech. His heart shuddered, and quietly left. Clan Union and Onyx Soul, they are both very powerful. Belle could not resist to remind Tang Tian. Was Boss brain fried or something? Tang Tian waved his hand. Who cares, I will kill them with one attack. Belle did not know what to say. She did not understand this young man in front of her. How could he just sweep everything under the rug? Does he not know what situation he was in? Does he not understand the power of Onyx Soul and Clan Union, how powerful they are? Her heart raced impatiently, but Tang Tian did not care. I came here this time, for two things. Tang Tian directly said, Number 1, I want to get it clear, what kind of blood meridians I have in my body. The other is, I wish to buy a Northern Sky grade armor. Belle, do you have any connections? Belle was taken aback. Blood meridians? Boss, your blood meridians? Tang Tian took off the glasses and exposed his red and blue eyes. Belle was shocked. Boss, what happened to your eyes? That is what I wish to find out. Tang Tian said solemnly, Onyx Soul has done a lot of research on blood meridians. I think they can find out for me what kind of blood meridians are flowing in my body. I understand. Bell nodded. Once everything is over, we will go. It is not very far, maybe 3 days of travel is sufficient. I know of one powerful blood meridian specialist. We will go now. Tang Tian replied. At this time, Bell felt that she was going crazy. Can't her boss see how dangerous it was right now? Boss, please can you be more serious? It is Onyx Soul and the clan union. Tang Tian unexpectedly shook his head. Since you said it was Onyx Soul and the clan union who are coming, then this matter won't have much happen temporarily. Why? Bell blurted out. Because they are worried about each other. Since there is only one prey and 2 hunters, the hunting won't start so quickly. Tang Tian spoke with assurance. He did not know the current him was like a totally different person with a more calm feel. Bell and Sai Lei were both shocked by Tang Tian's demeanor. Pipa's eyes had a splendor. Boss speaks reasonably. Being complimented by the smart Pipa, Tang Tian's heart was raging with happiness. It was too much. With both hands on his hips, his nose was facing the sky, he laughed out loud. Ha! Of course. This godlike young man is actually very clever. Bell, who was shocked by Tang Tian's previous bearing, completely could not understand which boss was the real boss. But if even Pipa agreed it was reasonable, then it definitely had to be reasonable, as Bell trusted Pipa's judgments. Bell retrieved out a crystal tube, and inside it appeared a drop of blood. This is the Yong'an blood. Bell explained, Boss, once you absorb this blood, you can enter the Yong'an city. The blood meridian specialist stays in seclusion there. Bell took out the cap of the crystal tube, and gave the blood to Tang Tian's palm. The Yong'an blood immediately sipped into Tang Tian's skin, and Tang Tian felt a connection that flickered in and out. Entering an Onyx Soul city like Yong'an requires reaching out to the spirit region. Boss, gather your focus, and grab onto that connection, and then mutter the word Yong'an in your heart. That drop of Yong'an blood requires about 800,000 star coins. Boss, you have to reimburse me. Without completing her sentence, Tang Tian, who was in front of her, disappeared. Bell was dumbstruck. That is not so bad, right? I was just asking for a reimbursement. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 289, Sima Xiao. Chapter 289, Sima Xiao. Translated by Barry Buns. Edited by XRCO and DeAndre. Army? Are you joking? How can the Lupus constellation have an army? The brown short-haired young man touched his chin, sneering while looking at his underling at the bottom of the stairs, the sneer lingering on his mouth. Don't find all these stupid excuses. Now I highly doubt your powers. After so long, you still have not obtained what I asked you to get. Now that Onyx Soul has also mingled in, can't you see that the matter is going to be blown up way too large? For this entire period, this young master has been laughed at by others, but... The man in the mask at the bottom of the stairs bowed. He kept quiet out of fear. His back was drenched with perspiration. I will give you 1 more month. If this matter is not settled, then you can go home and wait. This young master doesn't want such thrash. He rolled the band on his head. His delicate and neutral-looking face seemed harmless, but his tone of speech was full of ridicule and cheekiness. The masked man's heart shuddered. He knew that the young master may sound like he was joking, but his heart was sinister and extremely cold. He did not dare to defend himself or plea for leniency, so he hardened his skin and answered, yes. Go, go. The young master waved his head, smiling, you better fight well. Upon leaving the big chamber, a gust of cool wind blew over, and feeling all the cold sweat on his body, he could feel his whole body drenched. He did not lie. From the back of a screen, a pale-faced young man walked out. He looked weak, dressed in white, extremely casual, with jet-black long hair, but his eyes was filled with faint melancholy. Xiao Zhijun, even in the clan union, hardly anyone knew of him. I know. The short-haired young man laughed, and casually took a small bite from the table and put it in his mouth, mumbling, I'm just using him to test the Onyx Soul and Honorable Marshal Group's finest. Second uncle worries too much, and decided to put him in. Even if he died, that would save second uncle's energy. Being so old yet worrying so much will lead to premature death. Clan Union was a group comprised of various clans, while the Sima family was one of the 7 aristocratic families. Sima Xiao was Sima family's 3rd branch. Sima Tao's son, Sima Tao, died young, so Sima Xiao and his mum supported each other. Within the 3 branches, it was the weakest on power. With a single parent, he naturally was bullied. But even in the midst of it, he always laughed it off. Until Sima Xiao was 14 years of old, and went through a huge transformation. The usually low-profile Sima Xiao suddenly emerged as 3rd in their clan's competition. Sima Xiao was then pulled and dispatched to Yaoguang Star, and who could have thought that in a mere 3 years, Yaoguang Star suddenly increased in power, their tax and finance gained triple in profits. Not only that, in 3 years, he sent out more than 7 veins of ores, so the clan elders of the clan union all had a good impression of him. His sudden emergence caused jealousy in the first and second branch, and after much consideration, the clan union sent him to investigate Lacerta constellation. Lacerta constellation was one of Northern Sky's 19 continents. Their local powers were tangled and complicated, causing the situation to be extremely complex, where the clan union had absolutely no influence. No one could have thought that Sima Xiao would overturn the entire constellation. After much pulling and fighting, in a short span of 3 years, the clan union not only had places to live in Lacerta constellation, but also firmly occupied 3/4 of Lacerta constellation's territories. Sima Xiao's outstanding performance caused the higher-ups of the clan union to look at him, but at the same time, it caused panic and wariness amongst the other branches. He was about to attack the entire Lacerta constellation, but was urgently summoned back home in the glorified name of entrusting a heavy responsibility to him, but it was the first and second branch, who thought to take the opportunity of his. Returning back to the union, Sima Xiao apparently had plans on his own. Other than frequently visiting the powerless clan elders, he would only stay at home, and rarely went out. But, no one knew that, in the midst of the quietness, he was plotting. Xiao Zhijun was his senior brother. But, Tang Tian's side actually has such a strong tactics genius, causing me to be jealous. The inside information of Honorable Marshal Group is much more profound than ours. Sima Xiao had crumbs all over his face, and spoke unclearly. Xiao Zhijun shook his head, and said indifferently, "It isn't Honorable Marshal Group's people. This person of Tang Tian, his personality is rather calm. It should be his own person. If what the rumors say is true, then the thing about Southern Cross Army leaving some things might just be true. That's reasonable." Sima Xiao licked the crumbs off his fingers, without a care for image. If we had our own army, then things would be much easier. Aren't you making one now? Xiao Zhijun was motionless, even when talking. Hey. Sima Xiao did not have the least bit embarrassment upon being discovered, and continued smiling. "Oh well, senior brother, your physique is too weak. Worrying too much can cause death. If that happens, then who will help me take care of all these trivial matters?" Xiao Zhijun acted like he did not hear him. The 2 branches have lost a lot at Lacerta constellation. Sima Hong had died in war. Sima Yuguang is injured. Sima Xiao had a look of grief while laughing. Outstanding talents that die early, that is the great loss of our Sima family. Send 2 gifts to the 2 branches later. Hopefully the 2 uncles won't be too sad. They hate your bones now. Xiao Zhijun was too lazy to care about Sima Xiao's acting. Sima Xiao had purposely left 1/4 of Lacerta constellation, cause he knew the 2 branches would want to come and steal the show. In the 3 years, he did not kill off the powerful figures of Lacerta constellation, but forced them all to gather in a corner, but did not attack. He gave them a living chance to breathe, and even wanted to know how many starry doors were in the region that connected to Hercules constellation. How could Hercules constellation tolerate the clan union's feelers from stretching in? Lacerta constellation's powerful elites were gathered, adding on Hercules constellation's secret support. It was absolutely a powerful force. Upon attacking, the first and second branches naturally received major injuries. What does that matter to me? Sima Xiao laughed. His face was of ignorance. They called me back, so here I am. To let them do the attack, I agreed to it. I am a good model, don't smear my name. This time the 2 branches had really received too much damage. Xiao Zhijun calmly analyzed the powers. How do you plan to use the clan elders? It's not the right time yet. Sima Xiao's head shook like a rattle drum. My reputation isn't enough yet. Xiao Zhijun was clear on all of Sima Xiao's preparations. After thinking a while, then he understood. Your goal is Onyx Soul and Honorable Marshal Group? Senior brother is smart. How much of contribution was Lacerta constellation? Sima Xiao exposed an unnatural smile. His tone of voice was leisure. Our clan union does not have many youths, but have always put importance in rich people. Compared to Onyx Soul and Honorable Marshal Group, we are still lacking, and that is the problem of the higher-ups. But, they are extremely afraid of both of them, and in truth, they are not confident enough. At this time, whoever can oppose Onyx Soul and Honorable Marshal Group, as long as there is no defeat, the higher-ups will not ignore him. You're not afraid of losing? Xiao Zhijun was shocked by his junior brother's plan, for his sight did not stop at just the Sima family. How can I lose? The short-haired young man laughed. How does it implicate us? Cheesy is second uncle's man. Onyx Soul's target is Tang Tian. Honorable Marshal Group wants to protect Tang Tian. With thousands of eyes watching, the loser will lose face, and how can Honorable Marshal Group or Onyx Soul swallow such a thing? Relax, we are such a small fart, no one will put us in their eyes. Who do you plan on pitting us against? Xiao Zhijun restrained the shock in his heart and asked. Hey, senior brother, don't use that word pitting. It is so disgusting. Sima Xiao had a robe look. So many seniors, whoever is willing to support this junior like me, is considered a virtue. Just that whichever senior would be kind enough to, only time will tell. Xiao Jun looked at his smiling junior brother, his heart slowly thinking ahead. Junior brother's plan might actually succeed. Looking at it, especially with Sima Xiao pointing the crucial points out, very quickly the main leads will turn to Onyx Soul and Honorable Martial Group. At that time, in the state of messiness, Junior brother's intent was extremely clear, to take advantage of the crisis. Tang Tian has an army, and that is an unstable variable. Xiao Jun pointed out. Sima Xiao sneered, how easy is it to conjure the army? Just by relying on those small tribes, they created a so-called army? Also, even if they did have the army, then the one who should be worrying is Onyx Soul. He had secretly built his army, and it was not easy to find out, so he did not care much about Tang Tian's army. On one hand, Bai had died, Mao Jun broke an arm. This result caused the spectators to turn into an uproar. Army. Lupus Constellation actually had an army. Bai and Mao Jun were both Heaven Road list martial artists. For one to be dead and another injured was not an easy task. But the news of Tang Tian having an army came out from Mao Jun and was spread. No one doubted Mao Jun. A skinny old man voiced out, what do you see? This old man was named Tu, and was an elder of Onyx Soul. In Onyx Soul, the clan elder's position was highly revered. When the news of Southern Cross Army came to him, he was excited. He knew much more than normal people. They should not fear the army. In front of him was a female martial artist with armor. If it was a real army, Mao Jun would not have escaped. I think it was just made not long ago, so their power is highly doubtful. In their position, the army to them was not something to be feared. No matter how strong the army was, to an expert, it was nothing. In a contest of strength, there was no absolute strong or weak. If I hand this to you, can you secure it? Elder Tu voiced out. I need the 6 guards. The female martial artist replied. Elder Tu was surprised, you feel the need of 6 guards, The 6 guards were his most outstanding martial artists, she was the leader of them, and all of them had special blood meridians, and were extremely strong. Elder Tu did not think that she would immediately require the use of his strongest force. Use the lion to seize the rabbit, we shall use all our forces. The female martial artist replied. After thinking for a while, Elder Tu raised his head and answered, good. You will bring them along, and bring Tang Tian to me. Yes. The female martial artist answered, and turned to leave. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 290, Old Man Fei. Chapter 290, Old Man Fei. Translated by Buns. Edited by XRCO and DeAndre. Tang Tian looked around curiously. The gigantic warehouse had rows after rows of iron-covered frames, with many different types of star spirit beast specimens arranged neatly on them. The number of them were countless, causing Tang Tian to see stars, and there were many transparent crystal vessels with different drops of blood floating. Other than the commonly seen red color, there was silver, blue, black, etc. So powerful. Tang Tian, being a country bumpkin, was like a villager entering the city for his first time. Upon entering, his mouth was wide open. But for safety, Belle had him wear a mask. Tang Tian took out the orangutan mask. She, who hated it so much, immediately bought him a new one. So ugly. Especially that the mask had a set of glasses on it, it looked extremely weird. Little Belle, I don't have any good blood meridians recently. An old voice came out from behind an iron-covered frame nearby. Tang Tian and Belle rushed towards the sound, to see an old white-haired man wearing a gray apron, using a lot of effort in an attempt to put a crystal vase the size of a pail on the cupboard. The crystal vase was filled with transparent and colorless liquid, with 10 silver fish swimming here and there, being extremely lively. Upon seeing them, Tang Tian immediately extended out his hand and reached out. Without any effort he placed the crystal vase on the frame. He then saw clearly, the silver fish were actually 10 drops of silver drops of blood. Sensing Tang Tian, they all suddenly stopped, and retreated. Thank you. The old man wiped his sweat, and laughed. This is the silver mole blood meridians, so we have to be careful. Little brat, you are very strong. What strength type blood meridians are you using? The old man took a glance at the old man's mask, but was not taken aback. There were many people who did not want to expose their identity. Blood meridians, I used the dwarf blood meridians and angel blood meridians. Tang Tian exposed a thinking expression. Double blood meridians? Old Man Fei was taken aback. Old Man Fei, this is my boss. Belle introduced. This time, I am not here for Pipa. My boss wanted to clarify what the blood meridians are in his body. So it's like that, to be able to accommodate double blood meridians, for your body to be able to bear it, your ability is special. Follow. Hearing that Tang Tian was Belle's boss, he became even more welcoming, and was secretly joyous. Belle had frequently come to his shop to purchase different new blood meridians to treat Pipa, and was very close to her. Although she was young, but she had plenty of experiences, with a good attitude, to be willing to accept a boss, he must be financially robust. The research on blood meridians was equivalent to burning money, which he was very hard-pressed for now. Following Old Man Fei, they reached a workplace, many instruments spread across the place. The place is slightly messy, please don't mind it. Old Man Fei felt slightly awkward, with so much junk all over the place, it felt that there was not even enough space to step. He immediately cleaned the place up for everyone to stand. How do you identify blood meridians? Tang Tian was curious. There are many ways. Upon touching on his work, Old Man Fei immediately became more lively, more glib, and talked non-stop. For example, the Kusher evaluation method, or the set valuation method. Every blood meridian specialist researcher will have their own methods. For example, I like to use the wave valuation method. Wave valuation method? That's right, any type of blood meridian contains different forms of energy waves, which are actually not chaotic or mixed up, but they follow a set of rules. The strength of the wave, the range of the wave, the changes of the wave, etc. All of these blood meridians are all different and unique. Like there are no two tree leaves that are exactly the same in the world, this world does not have blood meridians which are the same in any form. Old Man Fei said with confidence. Sounds reasonable. Tang Tian nodded. Without waiting around, he straightforwardly said, then let's begin. Okay, the fee is 500,000 star coins. Old Man Fei informed. No problem. At this time, Tang Tian was very generous. His mind was filled with only one thought, and that was to find out if it was possible that his body contained some special blood meridians. Old Man Fei took out a needle set and drew about half a tube of blood. Seeing the blood drop that looked ordinary, Old Man Fei heaved a sigh of relief. The more abnormal the blood meridian, there would be different characteristics, and the most easily seen was the color. It should not be too high grade, Old Man Fei thought in his heart. He took the test tube and put it in a triangle silver plate. The three corners of the triangle suddenly became alive, extending like a lotus root. It covered the test tube. The first step, we will test its energy wave strength. Old Man Fei explained, this triangle energy plate is something that I have spent a huge sum of money to purchase. The Triangulum constellation silver treasure is northern sky grade, and it has seen a lot of use with so many years of research. In the midst of speaking, he was somewhat proud of himself. The triangle energy plate was a powerful and useful treasure. Actually, the price of it was not expensive, if not he would not have been able to purchase it. For him to use the wave valuation method was because he was completely forced to do it. Due to the treasure's usage of waves, all his research were started from it. All of the uses of the triangle energy plate were all dug up by him, and the wave valuation method was one of them. But, you had to say that Old Man Fei still had some skills to be able to use the wave valuation method with outstanding results. But Old Man Fei did not have the talent of doing business, although he had countless results, but he was unable to sell. 500,000 star coins, that was just a price he had blurted out to probe Tang Tian, for in his heart, 200,000 was enough. But never did he expect Belle's boss would instantly agree, and not even haggle. This caused Old Man Fei to have other thoughts, and laughed, for this time it would take a while. Let us have some tea and chat. Belle glanced at Old Man Fei. You have tea here? Old Man Fei was immediately stunned, but he had lived for so many years, and his skin had grown thick. He naturally laughed. Sorry. Then why don't we go take a look at this old man's collections? Belle immediately understood Old Man Fei's thoughts, but she did not have any objection. Old Man Fei's standards were good. If not for him being weird with his research, he would have been extremely rich. Good. Tang Tian said out loud excitedly. Old Man Fei was overjoyed. He had wanted to market a few blood meridians, and immediately brought Tang Tian and Belle to view his precious collections room. Upon entering his collection room, Tang Tian felt 10 types of different chi welcoming him. The surprising feeling came from the collect room that was not big. All the cabinets around had different types of test tubes all neatly packed, all of them held different colored blood. All of these drops of blood were obviously and definitely much more outstanding than those outside. All of them emitted special chi which Tang Tian could feel. Anyone else would ignore it, but Tang Tian's intuition was extremely sharp, and he could feel all the minute differences between the drops of blood. These are all my achievements after all these years. Old Man Fei had a mysterious look. He looked proudly at the test tubes on the cabinets. Without any shame he said, I am different from other people. All the blood meridian specialists have the same goal, to create the strongest blood meridian. Out of all of them, some of them merge different blood meridians to test and create an even stronger blood meridian. The rest rely on grooming out even purer blood meridians. They believe that the purer the blood meridians, the more accumulation of power there is. But my achievements belong to the third group, which is definitely different from them. I believe that all the type of blood meridians are like some kind of huge mineral resource, as their compositions are extremely complicated. Any type of blood meridian there is now are all impure, but there will always have some bits of ancient blood meridians. And I like to constantly separate them, and through this process, I achieved many special blood meridians. If you want to know, out of the many blood meridians now, many of them have composition of ancient blood meridians. Old Man Fei pointed to one of the test tube. See that blue blood there, isn't it pretty like a blue gem? That is the blue ice lizard blood meridian. That ancient race has already disappeared for more than 60,000 years. Their blood consists of extremely strong water affinity power. Upon absorbing it, your body can even become like water. Tang Tian jumped in surprise. So powerful? Bell snorted by the side. Boss, don't listen to his nonsense. His blood meridians, all of them are severely defected. Until now, he has not groomed out one without defects. So no one would buy it. Being exposed in the face, Old Man Fei could not do anything but laugh. What can I do? For such a blood meridian, you can only find a little bit in a few blood meridians, but they are extremely thin. But, even if it's so, it is still very powerful. Those people are all cowards. If they used all these blood meridians, they will definitely know how bad their own ones are. Although absorbing the blood meridians could increase the power of the body, but Tang Tian still kept a cautious attitude. The digesting of the blood meridian power was also not easy. He suddenly thought of something. I have the lupus race people. What kind of blood meridians are suited for them? Old Man Fei's expression swayed. The lupus race are descendants from the ancient heavenly martial werewolf race, but, in their blood meridians, all the accumulated heavenly martial werewolf blood meridians are extremely thin. The current lupus race blood meridians are descendants of the ancient wolves race. While the ancient wolves have the highest composition, that's why all of them are extremely chaotic and heterogeneous. They have difficulty awakening their own blood meridians. They require the awakened blood spring to activate their blood meridians. I have once researched the blood meridians of Lupus constellation, and the heavenly martial werewolf blood meridians. I have managed to only touch a little bit of it. He took out a test tube from the cabinet, and inside it floated a moon-colored drop of blood. It was not only the same color, but the shape was also like the moon, but a waning moon that was bitten. It quietly floated in the test tube. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 291, The Tyrant and the Black Flame. Chapter 291, The Tyrant and the Black Flame. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by XRCO and DeAndre. Sadly, there were insufficient lupus blood samples. I had extracted about 3,000 portions of lupus blood. To be able to get this amount, although I might sell it for a good price, the completion of this is only 30%. Old Man Fei felt regretful. In theory, extracting more of the lupus blood samples could allow me to get closer to the completion of the heavenly martial werewolf print. But in truth, it is already very difficult to get 50 or 60%, as the amount of samples I need is too big. That also means, if I am able to produce enough lupus blood samples, you are able to produce a completely perfect heavenly martial werewolf print blood meridian? Tang Tian was excited and asked. Not perfect, it's complete. Also, that is just in theory. Old Man Fei corrected Tang Tian's mistake. If there are 30,000 portions, I should be able to reach 80% and above. After 60%, every percent increase requires even harder work than before. To complete it, I need to have roughly 1 million portions. Tang Tian thought for a while. Lupus tribe had a few 10,000 people, he should be able to gather 30,000 of them. How much money is that? Tang Tian was prudent. How much percentage of completion do you want? Old Man Fei asked him back. Naturally, the higher the better. Tang Tian spoke as a matter of factly. Tyrant. Old Man Fei was tearing. I have finally met a tyrant. He wanted to pounce over and shout with all his might, Tyrant, let us be friends. After a while, he suppressed the excitement in his body, and then gave a price. If you are able to supply the samples, 50% would be at 5 million star coins. 60%, 10 million star coins. 70%, 30 million star coins. If you want 80% completed, that would be 65 million star coins. To dare say the higher completion rate the better. If he was not a tyrant, then what was he? Seeing that he had many types of blood meridians, all of them being long-established blood meridians but with very low completion rate. For blood meridians that have a completion rate of less than 50%, they could not be sold on the market. For those 50% and above, for every increase in 5% would be considered a rank up. Tang Tian sucked in a cold breath behind the mask. So expensive. 65 million star coins. If it was Ling Su, Crane, or Bing, he would not feel any pain. But he wanted to give it to Huoma Air, as the Lupus tribe did not have any outstanding expert, and was not considered stable. Huoma Air was considered strong, but compared to Wu Taiyu and the rest, she was lacking. 80% completion rate of the blood meridian, how powerful is that? Tang Tian's tone of voice was filled with pain. Old Man Fei shook his head. That is an unknown. The market does not have such a high completion rate of heavenly martial werewolf blood. How much it can improve a martial artist's body and soul is an unknown. There is plenty research on the wolf blood meridians, but for specialists who have placed their target at the heavenly martial werewolf blood are very few. But since it belongs to ancient blood meridians, for it to be at a completion rate of 80%, it must be very terrifying. Thinking for a bit, Tang Tian then decided, then I'll buy it. Huoma Air was a good person, and when she has to command the entire Lupus tribe in the future, she needed power. Without power she could not convince everyone. But Tang Tian finally realized the worth of blood meridians, and finally had a direct outlook of it. An 80% completion heavenly martial werewolf blood meridian, just by paying Old Man Fei, it had reached a sum of 65 million star coins. Tang Tian secretly asked Bell. A normal wolf blood sample was roughly 500 star coins, 30,000 samples mean it was 15 million. Nearly the cost would be over 80 million. Just for a drop of the heavenly martial werewolf blood, to be placed in a store, how much would it sell for? 300 to 500 million, and that was already being lenient. If the market was more hard-hearted, it would be a billion. You two have no choice. Old Man Fei was ecstatic. The bill of 65 million was his biggest paycheck ever. All the blood meridians in his collection room had low completion rate, the lowest of all was 0.5%. He did not let anyone know. There was an important reason why he was unable to take out any blood meridian with completion rate of over 70%. It was not that he could not produce one out, it was that he had no money. Even for the triangle energy plate, he had gathered all of his courage to throw in all his savings to buy it. Light grew in Old Man Fei's small eyes. He was already looking forward to the 65 million star coins. It was 65 million star coins. Are there any small ways to raise the power of the wolf blood meridians? Tang Tian suddenly asked, and then he added, it must be cheap. Must be cheap? Old Man Fei looked at Tang Tian worriedly. Did the 65 million star coins spoil the soup? Tian, spoil the friendship due to the high price. That is another transaction. Belle guessed Old Man Fei's thoughts, and Old Man Fei treated her quite well. He was poor, she too did not have much, but all these years, it was Old Man Fei who had produced all the weird blood meridians and given it to Pipa to help her with her illness. The old man was nice, and she did not want him to offend the boss, so she reminded him. Tang Tian reiterated, that's right, that is another transaction, it must be cheap. Tang Tian thought of Bing's filtering of the recruits and cannon fodder. They were all of the Lupus constellation. If they could all raise their power, if it meant spending some money, he would consider it. Tian, Lupus constellation holds the wolf meridians. Lupus is basically wolf or jackal constellation. The Chinese term is the same. Another transaction. Old Man Fei relaxed. He could confirm that Tang Tian was a rich tyrant now, and used everything to showcase himself. The Lupus tribe all have to use the awakened blood spring, but I have a better idea. In the Lupus blood meridians, the largest proportion is the ancient wolf race blood meridians. Many people think that it is a completely useless blood meridian. That is because the ancient wolves have only average fighting ability, and was in no way special. But the ancient wolves were tenacious and lasted, thus becoming the wolf race of the Lupus constellation. That is not without reason. The wolf race have a strong reproductive ability, and the reason is that they are able to live in the harshest environment. The other reason is because they work together very well. The wolf race are basically the best at team coordination. They are sharp and crafty, cool and calm. Tang Tian and Belle were sucked into Old Man Fei's story. They had never heard of such a story before. As long as they can awaken the ancient wolf blood meridians in them, then they will have that ability. Old Man Fei said, their awakened blood spring also raises that point. I have studied the awakened blood spring before. It only aggravates the wolf blood meridian inside their mixed up blood meridians. For example, the ancient sand wolf blood meridian allows their all-rounded power to increase. But from what I see, this had never happened and is not an efficient method. That's why the Lupus constellation had dropped to this extent. Old Man Fei sighed with sorrow, but very quickly, he realized he was off topic, and immediately said, because the sand wolf blood meridian is too mixed up, to activate it, it is slightly harder than other race. The ancient wolf blood meridian, though it is easy to train, it is rather completed. As of today in the lupus blood meridians, it holds roughly 70% composition. To activate it, I should be able to grant that request of yours. I can supply you a medicine, one person only, for 30,000 star coins. If you have the awakened blood spring, then one person only requires 5,000 star coins. Tang Tian was surprised. The awakened blood spring is so powerful? He completely ignored what the awakened blood spring was previously. But after hearing what Old Man Fei said, for him to be able to save a large sum of star coins per person with the awakened blood spring, he instantly viewed it with importance. One person 30,000 star coins, 1,000 people meant 30 million. If he used the awakened blood spring, he only needed 5 million, that was savings of 25 million star coin. 25 million star coins, that was enough to start a war. The awakened blood spring is naturally paired with the lupus people. Honestly, the awakened blood spring has been gradually changing the wolf blood meridians through the generations, and this change is long and slow. Every generation of martial artists of lupus who use the awakened blood spring would quietly be changed. And that is the power of nature. You cannot experience it on a normal basis, but as time passes, it leaves people in awe. Old Man Fei explained. I need some samples to try and see the result. Tang Tian thought for a while. Give me 10 portions. No problem, that will take only half an hour. Old Man Fei straightened his back and turned into his workshop. Tang Tian and Bell did not follow him, as the workshop did not have any place to stand. Suddenly, Old Man Fei's surprise shout came out from the workshop. Oh! Oh my god! Tang Tian reacted extremely fast, his figure disappeared, and Bell followed in immediately. As Bell ran in, she was stunned upon seeing what happened. Not only her, Tang Tian and Old Man Fei were stunned. A dim black flame enveloped the triangle energy plate and burned quietly. The silver triangle energy plate inside of the dim black flame was having a transformation. Tang Tian's heart felt surprised, but at the same time, he felt a sense of familiarity with the dim black flame. But just now he did not feel anything at all, and to him, he did not believe the feeling. His intuition was extremely strong, everything that Old Man Fei did, he could feel. But he did not feel the dim black flame burning. What was going on? The triangle energy plate dissolved into a silver liquid, continuously becoming smaller in the black flame, gradually becoming a droplet, and disappeared. The black flame also gradually disappeared, leaving a blood drop floating in the air. Pa! The blood flew towards Tang Tian, where he did not have time to dodge, and it attacked right into his arm, transforming into a wrap that covered Tang Tian's arm. In a blink of an eye, the blood was like water that dropped onto sand, and quickly went into his body. Tang Tian's arm did not have any trace of the blood. A warm flow entered Tang Tian's body, but Tang Tian did not feel uncomfortable at all. Witnessing everything, Belle's mind was in a blank. To treat Pipa, her understanding on blood meridians was much more in depth than other people. But she had never witnessed such a bizarre scene before. Old Man Fei recovered from his shock, and a hot burning passion blazed in his eyes. God! This world still has such a peculiar blood meridian. Tang Tian's hair stood, upon seeing Old Man Fei's bright gaze, staring at him as though he wanted to swallow Tang Tian whole. Your triangle energy plate is gone. Tang Tian changed the topic. What is it worth? Old Man Fei's gaze did not turn, passionately saying, your blood meridian is extremely peculiar. It has a black flame. What blood meridians have a black flame? Even the triangle energy plate can get burned to nothing. The level of that black flame is extremely high. I need to research it well. Draw your blood, quickly draw blood. Tang Tian was worried. This old man wasn't going to dissect him, was he? Just at that moment, he suddenly had a feeling, and turned his head to look outside. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 292, The Three People. Chapter 292, The Three People. Translated by Barry Buns. Edited by XRCO and DeAndre. Can I ask if Mr. Fei is in? A man's voice came from outside. Old Man Fei was startled, and recovered from his craze, and shouted out, please enter. What was up with today? Usually there wouldn't even be a shadow here, but continuously 2 and then 3 people? The place he stayed in Yong'an City was extremely remote, because he could not rent a shop facing the street, and could not produce high completion blood meridians, so very few people knew of his existence. The 3 people who entered did not expect that there would be other people inside. The man who just spoke looked ordinary, without any outstanding features on him. If he went into a crowd, he would immediately disappear. Upon entering, he squinted his eyes, and swept Tang Tian and Bell. Belle too also judged the three people, and upon meeting gazes, both of them flashed a surprised look at the same time. Belle lowered her voice, and told Tang Tian that person is an onyx soul horse, his ranking is not low, should be a silver rank, but... The man also did the same thing, but the one he reported to was the lady in the middle. The lady looked over, coincidentally meeting Tang Tian's gaze, and the two of them stared at each other. The lady was roughly 1.7 m, wearing skin-tight clothes, and wearing glasses that covered half her face, only exposing her nose and lips. She retracted her gaze, and her expression was normal. Compared to her, the muscular man beside her was more attractive. He was over 2.5 m tall, with an iron-built body, all the muscles bulging out. He had a bald head, and his eyes were staring intently, filled with oppression. "Mr. Fei, can I ask if you can produce gray swan blood meridians?" The lady asked calmly. "Gray swan blood meridians?" Old man Fei was taken aback, and shook his head. The gray swan race has been long gone since 10,000 years ago. And at that time, their population was already numbered, their blood meridians were not pure either. Their extinction was not related to the impurity of the blood meridian. In the civil war of Cygnus constellation, the gray swan race fought with the black and white swan race, and did not even leave their blood meridians. Also, why the gray swan? The blood meridians of the swan race with completion rate of 70% and above, whether if it's the black swan blood meridians, or white swan blood meridians, they are all quite good. The lady's eyes showed admiration, and nodded. "Mr. Fei is definitely knowledgeable. For the ancient gray swan blood meridian sample, how many do I need, to be able to get at least a 70% completion rate gray swan blood meridians?" "Ancient gray swan blood meridians?" Old man Fei was surprised, his eyes shining with light. "You have samples of the ancient gray swan blood meridians? That's impossible. The gray swan race had already been gone for 10,000 years, how can you have samples of their blood?" The lady laughed. "We have 5 samples, I believe it is enough for Mr. Fei to produce a gray swan blood meridians of over 70% completion rate. Of course, for the price, we will not take advantage of Mr. Fei, and are willing to pay 30 million star coins as remuneration." The lady was extremely confident of her price, as her subordinates had investigated on Old Man Fei for very long, and she was extremely clear of his situation. Although Old Man Fei was not poor to the point of wretched poverty, but he was still hard-pressed for money. His standards were usually outstanding, but was always lacking of funds, so he was unable to have good products, so his name was not known. The condition she gave, regardless of what angle she looked at, she thought it was hard for Old Man Fei to resist. Samples of the gray swan blood meridians were extremely rare. If not for chance of fate, she would not have procured it. As long as she could complete this, Old Man Fei's name will definitely rise to fame, and still have 30 million star coins. But what she did not expect was that Old Man Fei remained silent. She was taken aback, but was not in a rush. She patiently waited, but Old Man Fei did not have reason to reject. Old Man Fei was struggling in his heart. He knew the value of the gray swan blood meridian sample, and it even had 5 samples. With his standard, if he was slightly luckier, he would be able to achieve 80% completion rate. He had profound knowledge and was extremely experienced. The gray swan blood meridian was considerably pure, compared to the black swan and white swan, it was purer. And that was the reason of the Cygnus constellation civil war. 30 million star coins did not sound like much as compared to Tang Tian's 65 million star coins, but the workload compared to Tang Tian's was skies apart. To produce 5 samples, gray swan blood meridians, and to produce 30,000 wolf blood meridian samples, which one was easier? There was a definite winner. "Tian, I don't know, which is easier?" LOL. But Old Man Fei's mind was filled with the scene of the black flame swallowing the triangle energy plate. Although the triangle energy plate was not some powerful treasure, but it was still a northern sky rank silver star treasure. To destroy it would require a significantly large amount of energy. But in the black flame, it actually quietly burned down to ashes. No, not even ashes remained. The black flame was so terrifying. Old Man Fei was a blood meridian specialist, and understood blood meridians better than many people. But he had never seen such a black flame before, much less heard about it. And this entire riddle rested entirely on this person wearing a mask. What blood meridian was exactly in his body? Although the gray swan blood meridian was an ancient blood meridian, but the Cygnus constellation only belonged to the northern sky-grade constellation. But the black flame blood meridian previously was definitely more high-grade than the gray swan blood meridians. Although he did not know what exact blood meridian it was. That was what Old Man Fei was incapable of resisting. After thinking it through, Old Man Fei raised his head. "I am sorry, the gray swan blood meridian sample is too high grade, I am not worthy enough, please find another expert." The 3 people were stumped for words. They absolutely did not think that Old Man Fei would reject them. A poor and failing blood meridian specialist would actually reject a 30 million offer, an opportunity that would make him famous? Silence, the silence was oppressive. Suddenly, the lady said indifferently, unless someone is forcing you? That was the only possibility in which she saw. The muscular man beside her snorted. He suddenly took a step out, and opened his hand, which was the size of a palm leaf fan, grabbing towards Tang Tian. A cold intent flashed across Tang Tian's eyes. Young man Tang had always been a person who did not know what was fear. When the opponent raised his fist, young man Tang would not be nice. Pa! Tang Tian's palm held the muscular man's wrist. Without thinking, he twisted his waist, back facing the muscular man, and a force erupted out of his hands. The muscular man did not think that Tang Tian, with his seemingly weak body, would have such power. Caught off guard, he lost his balance. Tang Tian swung the muscular man as though he was swinging a sandbag. Bang! A loud noise boomed, causing the floor to shake. The iron tower-like muscular man was actually flung by Tang Tian down onto the stone floor. Half of his body was embedded inside the floor, and countless cracks formed around. Belle was extremely clear of her boss temperament, so in the moment Tang Tian made his move, she had pulled old man Fei to the back. Boss was such a beast. Belle mumbled to herself. The muscular man had a stature like a small mountain, but he was instantly brought down by her boss. Old man Fei watched with sparkles in his eyes. The dwarf blood meridians and angel blood meridians were absolutely not enough to allow Tang Tian to have such strength. It must definitely be that weird blood meridians in his body. That blood meridian should be able to greatly increase the strength of his physical body, and not let them expand. Old man Fei was extremely excited. His brain was filled with obtaining the secrets of the black flame and mysterious blood meridians. Belle's eyes suddenly contracted. Although the muscular man was brought down, the other two people were extremely calm, and did not panic. Unless. Before she could warn Tang Tian, another palm leaf fan-sized palm grabbed onto Tang Tian's hand. The muscular man, whose face was in the floor, let out a sinister laugh. He was actually not injured. Tang Tian was surprised. The big man was flung down, and usually after taking that, most of the martial artists would be comatose for half a day. But this muscular man was smiling at him, causing Tang Tian to be unhappy. Hey, the one taking the dominant position is me. A fierce look flashed past Tang Tian's eyes. His arms became soft like a cloth and gently swayed, allowing a wave of true power to entire the muscular man's body, causing his sinister laugh to freeze on his face. As though it was nothing, Tang Tian swung out. Bang! Swing again! Bang! Swing, swing, swing! Bang, bang, bang! Tian, scene of Hulk smashing Loki in Avengers, except it's Loki smashing Hulk. Belle and old man Fei stared in shock. Tang Tian swung the muscular man over 10 times in one breath before stopping. The entire place was in a mess. Tang Tian had smashed the place full of holes. Hey, small guy, that all you got? The muscular man suddenly propped his face out from the ground. His face was still grinning devilishly, like a cat playing with a mouse. Tang Tian was truly astonished this time. The fellow's bones are so tough, such a smashing, and he is still alright. So weird. Tang Tian went to the muscular man, and curiously patted his body. Other than having excess meat, there isn't anything different. But, there really aren't any signs of injury. So weird. Belle shook her head. So embarrassing. Boss, can you not do that? Haven't seen this before, right? The muscular man suddenly laughed. Never. Tang Tian shook his head. Then let me show it to you. The muscular man's eyes squinted. Grabbing Tang Tian's arms, he released his strength, lowered his body. His body bent back like a bow in an instant and fell. Suplex. There was no fanciful move, just the immense transfer of force. Bang. Crushed rocks flew everywhere like rain. Belle immediately protected old man Fei. But the other two people's actions caused Belle to be surprised. The Onyx Soul Horse was okay, casually shooting out little rocks, while the lady did not even move an inch of her body, but the rocks that flew towards her stopped in mid-air, as though they had struck an invisible screen, and did not move closer an inch. So strong. Seems like they have met with trouble. The muscular man relaxed and stood up, patted the dust off his hands, and sneered, comparing strength with me, you must be sick of living. He did not even look at Tang Tian's body, and turned to look at old man Fei. Old man, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. He completely disregarded Belle, who was protecting old man Fei. Big O man, you do have some strength. A voice came out from behind, causing the muscular man's expression to congeal. The lady, who was apparently emotionless throughout, suddenly had a change of face for the first time, and immediately shouted, "Watch out!" Tang Tian's figure somehow appeared behind the muscular man. The orangutan mask that was covered in dust had an unspeakable savageness. The face behind the mask was as cold as a blade. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 293, Just Know That I Gave In to You. Chapter 293, Just Know That I Gave In to You. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by XRCO and DeAndre. It was like a wind blew past. The lady only saw a figure. In the other people's eyes, Tang Tian's hands disappeared in the air. In the next moment, his hand had sliced into the muscular man's back, silver spirit spiraling energy had followed his palm and bubbled out. Chie! The sound of scratching of leather caused the muscular man to shiver. Then, as though he was pushed by a drunkard, his body stepped forward a few steps before stabilizing himself. His face was flushed red. His eyes that looked like bronze exposed fear. He formed layers upon layers of true power for defense against the wave of spiraling energy that entered his body, but to no avail. What true power was that? He did not care about anything else, and anxiously used the true power of his body to block the extremely sharp true power. You have such ruthless hands. The clear voice sounded out. The lady's figure flashed across and blocked Tang Tian's body. Killing intent surfaced up. The terrifying chi enveloped the entire place. The orangutan-masked young man did not move at all. A low and stern voice came out from behind the mask. If you want to fight, let's fight. Why talk so much nonsense? Tang Tian was actually secretly surprised. His blade hand actually only inflicted a slight injury on the other party. The huge-statured man was much stronger than what he thought. His silver spirit spiraling energy was like a high-speed revolving drill, the destructive force extremely terrifying. Although he was surprised, but that made Tang Tian's feelings to fight even more spirited. The woman in front of him was even stronger than the big-sized man. Tang Tian was not scared at all, but was even more eager. For him, to be able to exchange moves with an expert was an attractive offer. He knew his own strength. Compared to a real expert, he was still lacking. He was not afraid of others being stronger than him, and not afraid that people might beat him to a pulp. Youngsters should never have a lack of chasing for courage. Only through real fights with experts could he truly improve. He was determined to become the strongest young man. The fighting intent in Tang Tian's body soared. His eyes locked onto the lady. The lady did not expect Tang Tian to be unafraid, but even more excited to fight. Tang Tian, who was in front of her, was like a burning flame. She could feel the threat, her body slightly leaning forward, her right hand unconsciously was already on the sword hilt by her waist, the glasses hiding the face, her entire being was emitting an extremely cold aura. Tang Tian, who was behind the mask, excitedly licked his lips. So strong. But what made Tang Tian truly excited was that the opponent was releasing a special chi, like some sort of sword chi, yet like a spear chi. It was the first time Tang Tian met such a peculiar chi. He was extremely familiar with the two. Crane trained in the sword while Ling Su trained in the spear. But Tang Tian never thought that the sword and spear chi could mix together. Interesting. Tang Tian was full of anticipation. His body kept wanting to slant forward, like a cheetah in wait, ready to explode out at any second. Suddenly, the lady straightened her body. The chill aura that was releasing from her body suddenly vanished without a trace. She stopped looking at Tang Tian, her snow-white finger pushed up her glasses, and said coldly, "Mr. Fei, it was accidental, I apologize. But I believe that we will still have another opportunity to work together in the future, excuse us." Finished, the lady walked out. Seeing that, the other two men immediately followed. Why did you stop? Tang Tian immediately stood straight, his face flustered as he scratched his forehead. He did not understand the situation. It was just all swords and brawl, but the lady suddenly did not want to fight. Seeing that the other party was leaving, Tang Tian panicked and shouted to the lady, "Hey, lady, you don't want to fight?" Belle heaved a sigh of relief and rolled her eyes. She patted her face. She decided that she would never ever go out with boss again. The lady's footsteps stopped. She did not expect that she would meet upon someone like Tang Tian. Take deep breaths, don't bicker with him. Complete the mission first. Hey, lady, are you scared? Don't tell me you truly are afraid? Tang Tian's loud shouts came out from behind, and people who were passing by had weird gazes. The lady's face behind the glasses became extremely bad. She clenched her fist, her entire body releasing a cold aura. The two men beside her knew their sister was angry, so they kept quiet out of fear. Asshole, I will definitely wreck you with my own hands. The lady clenched her teeth and swore solemnly in her heart. Tang Tian completely did not understand the lady's thoughts, but only felt that the aura she released was extremely special. Tang Tian was full of anticipation as he prepared himself, but he did not expect her to not fight. Tang Tian frowned, his appetite was not satiated and it made him feel extremely unwell. He shouted to the lady's back view, hey, woman, can we just fight once? Don't be afraid, I will give in to you, why not I'll use one hand. Wah, you don't even want to do it. Give in, one hand. The lady was fuming with rage, her hand grasped the sword hilt extremely tightly. Because she used too much strength, her fingers became white. She was being looked down on. She was actually being looked down on. No one in her entire life had ever spoke to her that way. No one. A surge of strong emotions came up from the bottom of her heart, to immediately turn, beat that asshole up to a pulp, and chop him up into 8 pieces and feed them to the dogs. The 2 men beside the sister silently pulled some distance away from her. The both of them looked at each other, exposing a weird look. Hearing Tang Tian's words, they felt that he was absolutely ridiculous. The both of them had the same thought, that brat was dead. As expected, their sister's anger could be felt, her killing intent leaking out from her body. The both of them were afraid, and immediately pulled some distance from her, in case they got pulled in. Especially the muscular man, he suffered from some internal injuries, so he carefully walked behind. But, what caused the 2 of them to be taken aback, was the sister actually did not turn to go kill that brat. This. After leaving the road where Old Man Fei was, the Onyx Soul Horse could not take it and asked, Big Sister Head, why did you not? The lady gradually calmed down from her anger, tonight we are going to Lupus Constellation, this task is more important, we cannot deviate. Although the Onyx Soul Horseman felt it was weird, how could Lupus Constellation have any expert? But he did not dare argue with the lady, and said, I see. The lady could tell his unnaturalness, and said indifferently, this time our enemy is Clan Union and Honorable Martial Group. The Onyx Soul Horseman immediately jumped in fright and exclaimed, Clan Union and Honorable Martial Group? Such a big movement. Yes. The lady replied calmly, this will be a tough war, so we need to be in our best state to face it. To waste time on that brat is not worth it. The mission this time is so important? The Onyx Soul Horseman was taken aback. If we don't win, just go and die. The lady said calmly, causing the 2 of them to freeze. She turned her head and asked the muscular man, your injury? He immediately shook his head, it's not much, I'll recover by tomorrow, but... By saying the phrase if we don't win, just go and die, that kind of ultimatum, most likely they would be the first ones killed. The lady nodded her head. That's good. After we finish our task, then we will settle this. The 2 of them showed a look of approval, that was their big sister's style. After relaxing, the muscular man asked, is that old man really that powerful? The Onyx Soul Horseman was not happy hearing that, don't tell me you doubt my standards? No. The muscular man immediately waved his hands. The Onyx Soul Horseman snorted, although Old Man Fei is not well known, but he comes from a very strong history. Just that no one knows about it. I spent a great deal of time and energy to get that information. 200 years ago, there was a Grandmaster Blood Meridian Specialist, Asaiko, have you heard of him? Blood Voice User Asaiku? The muscular man was surprised, don't tell me Old Man Fei is his student. Even the lady who heard that name stopped in her tracks. No, the Onyx Soul Horseman shook his head, and when the other 2 were about to be disappointed, he revealed, he is the Grand Disciple. Old Man Fei's teacher was Asaika's youngest student. An incomprehensible look appeared on the muscular man's face, then how is he so obscure and unknown? Blood Voice User Asaiko was hailed as the 4th of the 10 strongest Blood Meridians Grandmaster in the last 1,000 years, such a prestigious name, no matter where he was, would definitely be dazzlingly celebrated. Have you forgotten how Asaiko died tragically in the disaster 200 years ago? All his students were all so far apart, even some of them did not know of it. For those who lived by a fluke, did not dare reveal themselves. The Onyx Soul Horseman said, then suddenly laughed, Old Man Fei's standard is considered powerful. Grey Swan Blood Meridians shouldn't be a problem for him, but... The muscular man nodded, to the Grand Disciple of the Blood Voice User, that's natural. The lady was hesitant, she suddenly felt, if she left just like that, she might not see Old Man Fei again. But upon thinking of her task, she had decided to throw that thought away. If she missed Old Man Fei, she could find other Blood Meridian specialists. If the task failed, there would be no chance to redeem herself. Let's go. Saying that, she flew forward. At Old Man Fei's location. They will not leave it at that. Belle reminded, those people come from a complicated background. Old Man Fei knew that Belle was experienced and knowledgeable. His gaze was cruel, but there was some worried look as well, then what do we do? Why not join our side? Belle glanced at Tang Tian and threw a suggestion. Hearing that, Tian immediately reacted, and nodded his head. That's right, that's right. Let us go together. Your safety is definitely guaranteed. Old Man Fei's heart palpitated with eagerness. To him, young and city was nothing. He would not long for it. All of his attention was completely fixated on Tang Tian's blood meridians, and he was very close to Belle, and knew she would not cheat him. Old Man Fei hesitated for a while. Your blood meridians must definitely be researched by me. No problem. Tang Tian said without hesitating. I also want to find out what blood meridians it is. This was an unexpected benefit, to be able to have a blood meridian specialist in my arms. Where could I find such a good thing? I must thank those 3 people later on, such good people. Old Man Fei immediately said, money must be considered too. With so much history with Sai Lei, Tang Tian already knew how to hook, line, and sinker these kind of people, especially Old Man Fei. I will first build for you a workplace. At least 100 million star coins. Old Man Fei had tears dropping down his face. Tyrant, we can finally be friends. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 294, Heavenly Crane Sword Principle. Chapter 294, Heavenly Crane Sword Principle. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by XRCO and DeAndre. In the dark of the night, on a sand dune about 5 kilometers away from the tribes. Crane, who was sitting cross-legged, opened his eyes. The night sky of the desert full of stars, the boundless tranquility, moved his heart. Crane slowly loosened his body with a unique rhythm. Crane's thoughts were like the sea of stars, quiet and calm. There was no excitement, the stars in his eyes reflected his mood. The boundless sky, the vast sea of stars. What was it like, 1,000,000 years ago? In front of the sky of stars, the human race was just an insignificant being. Whatever so-called great ambition in ruling the world, was nothing more than a passing cloud. What is eternal? Time was like water, the passage of time will always end anything. No matter how strong the ancestors or forefathers were, they could not escape or resist time, just like how the heavenly crane had deteriorated. The years dried up, beings rose and fell, nothing was eternal, only time, only stars. A person's life, under the heaven and skies, was a tiny and insignificant being. But life is gorgeous, yet speaks of another type of eternal. From the time everyone was born, they were slowly walking towards their death. In the few decades of their lives, compared to all living things on heaven and earth, it was considered short. Death-shrouded life, only under the brief moment of ruthlessness can life blossom to be dazzling. But it was exactly the countless gorgeous lives that formed the everlasting beauty under heaven and earth. Time is eternal, life is not humble. Crane's mind was filled with emotions, the true power in his body was stirring up and continuously flowing. Any heavenly crane disciples must not seek material desires, to not be polluted, to not harbor bad thoughts, to have a clear and clean conscience and go outside to fly to the extremes. The crane sword on Crane's waist felt his aura, and lit up dimly with a golden luster. A calm and cool energy flowed out from the sword body into Crane's body. He suddenly heard a clear crane cry, breaking through the clouds like a sword cutting through the atmosphere. It was as though Crane was standing in the clouds, a meager single back view, standing straight with a sword. Countless thoughts flooded into his mind like a tide. 10,000 changes of the sword, beginning from one, forming the principle. Crane's mind shook. Heavenly Crane Sword Principle. Heavenly Crane Sword Principle was Cranesec's true top-grade legacy, and only the patriarch of the generation could learn it. This special sword manual principle was the earliest to disappear, and the true reason why the Heavenly Crane constellation declined. Because only the Heavenly Crane Sword Principle could activate the Heavenly Crane Constellation Saint Treasure, the Crane Sword. The loss of the Heavenly Crane Sword Principle caused the Crane Sword to be left on the shelves, making it so that no one would be able to know that the Heavenly Crane Constellation's Saint Treasure was not only a gold-ranked treasure and a sword. Crane had finally realized that the Heavenly Crane Sword Principle was never lost, it had always been in the Gold Saint Sword, slumbering. There are 2 types of swords that can become saint-ranked swords. One was to be a sword of the saint-ranked treasure, another method was to be bestowed the rank by a sword saint. Crane was extremely excited, controlling his feelings, he carefully remembered every word. But he did not see that the crane sword at his waist was suddenly beaming with gold light. A golden crane suddenly came out of the golden light and flew into the sky. While the Heavenly Crane constellation suddenly lit up, as though it had restored its former power. Only by staring at the sky could someone notice it, if not, no one would have felt the movements of Heavenly Crane constellation. Just at this time, Heavenly Crane constellation was completely flaring up. All of the Heavenly Crane constellation treasures, regardless if it was bronze or silver ranked, all lit up with a faint light. It was a never-before-seen appearance on Heavenly Crane constellation. The crane elder's face was flowing with tears. Only he knew that it was the crane sword lifting its seal. Heavenly crane constellation will rise again. In one night, Crane had absorbed all of the heavenly crane sword principles. All the various crane sects' martial technique mental cultivation arts were all known to him inside out. Normally, he would have painstakingly trained hard without slacking off, which was extremely tiring. But following the sword principles, all the countless obstacles were finally resolved. The crane body in him was continuously growing and continuously being enlightened. Crane once again opened his eyes. It was near daybreak. His silver hair once again turned jet black. His silver hair was due to improper training when young, thus causing it. Now that all the blockages of his training were gone, his silver hair had once again turned black. On the distant desert horizon, a layer of gold rose, the sky turned bright. "Congratulations, young master." A young lady covered with a veil appeared, bowed to Crane and congratulated him. She had personally witnessed the transformation, and her heart was extremely excited. "Long time no see, Xiao Duer." Crane laughed upon seeing the young lady. He was not surprised. Looking at her young master, who was extremely refined and cleaned, her face behind the veil blushed and rose up straight. "Master has ordered this servant here to remind young master there is a wrestling of strength here. The situation is extremely complicated, and wishes young master to be cautious." "Thank you, Auntie. Please give my regards to Auntie." Crane had a lot of opinions on the strong auntie of his family. The matter of his mother and father that year, the aunt was involved in it, and in a way thwarted the entire matter. But just at this time, his state of mind was exceptionally level. With his growth in power, his scope and breadth of mind was even more vast than before. The grudges that year had long since passed. The young seedling that year has already grown into an adult. Yun Duo was taken aback by Crane's pleasantry. In her memories, the young master was extremely stubborn, especially towards master. He had always been cold and always alone. And for her master's personality, who was even more strong, if not for her own sister, she would have long brought Crane home. Their relationship had always been in a deadlock. Yun Duo exposed a happy expression and said, if master knows of young master's achievement, she would be extremely pleased. Crane smiled and stood up. The wind blew his black hair, his jaded face that was extremely clean, and the jet black clothes on him, made him look extremely heroic, without any blemishes or dust. Yun Duo watched in awe. She had seen young Master Crane many times. He was also confident and cultured in the past, but in the past there was always melancholy between his brows, and currently, he looked extremely peaceful, and his eyes were as deep as the night sky. Like someone who came out of a painting. That thought came into her mind, and when she reacted, her face was already blushing red. Crane did not know of Yun Duo's thoughts. For some reason, he was thinking of Tang Tian. That fellow must have ran off somewhere again. He shook his head and laughed. He finally did not have any stress. From the start, Tang Tian was an immense pressure to him. He was always growing at an astonishing rate, and caused Crane to feel the invisible pressure for the first time. In the Crane sect, Crane was the knight in shining armor, who was at the forefront of training, and was always extremely far away from the rest. Till the day he met Tang Tian, then he finally understood that there were always mountains beyond mountains, people beyond people. Crazy Ling Su was also not inferior to him, and his growth rate was also surprising. Tang Tian was a real freak. His improvements were outrageous, causing people to be stupefied. The inwardly proud Crane had placed an immense amount of stress on himself. Not until his breakthrough today did the pressure disappear. Shaking his head and laughing, a grand feeling rose in Crane's heart. He looked up to the sky, feeling the early morning, the rising sun that was about to leap up any moment, the vegetation and animals longing for the golden light to rise. The Crane sword in his hand slightly hummed, as though feeling the fighting intent in Crane's heart. It was excited for battle. He suddenly turned, smiling. Xiao Duer, you must know where Wu Taiyu is right. Yun Duo was stunned, and her expression changed. Ling Su glanced at the sand dune. He had coincidentally saw the light that flew into the sky. That fellow broke through. He retracted his gaze, and once again started training. He could not be bothered to care, as the goal of his training today had not been met. He urged Flamingo, deciding to choose a further location to practice his spear techniques. He did not know why, these few days, the ancient song and the silver image had always appeared in his dreams. All the different kinds of thrusts and pierce. The silver image in his mind seemed to be always doing drills. Every time he saw the silver image, a familiar yet foreign feeling would always surface out from Ling Su's heart. Ling Su did his best to warn himself, it was just a dream, but that feeling was always extremely clear and real. It must definitely be the bells that were doing it. In the past, the dreams never surfaced out before. Ling Su had thought of throwing away the sheep horn wind bells many times, but he had not taken action. Tian, lucky for me, Ram is a male sheep. Wonder what I would have done if it was actually a goat. I would have to change all of Ling Su's items and anything to do with him. Aries is a ram, guys, FYI. Teacher must have had his own sheep horn wind bells, right? I wonder if it was like this for him too. Thinking about his teacher, Ling Su immediately abolished that thought. 2 days ago, watching Tang's blade, Ling Su became dumbstruck. The spear, a natural weapon for war, even for his pointed sea spears, did not have a technique placing such emphasis on its huge weight. That blade made Ling Su's blood boil, and his battle intent ablaze. The silver image figure in his dreams would frequently display similar spear techniques. But, no matter how lonely the silver frostmount person was, his silver spear was unconstrained, and his imposing manner won against Tang, the wild and cold massacring chi, was unrestrained. Many times, when Ling Su was too immersed in training, he would subconsciously imitate the silver frostmount man in his dream. Until today, he could not hold back that feeling. Maybe I should try out the spear techniques of the dreams. After hesitating for a long time, Ling Su finally decided to test it out. But he did not want people to find out, so he urged Flamingo, and after walking for several kilometers, he stopped. He chose the direction opposite of Crane, and was extremely far from the village. The village had Tang who was guarding, so he was more carefree. If anything happened, judging from the distance, he believed he could see and react. Since he had decided to imitate the Silver Frost Mount, he abandoned all distracting thoughts, and focused on remembering the movements of the Silver Frost Mount in his dreams. He was familiar with some of them. But after an hour, he did not have any improvements. The spear techniques of the Silver Frost Mount, compared to his pointed sea spears, were extremely similar, with just minute differences. But these minute differences made Ling Su feel extremely awkward. There were times he knew that he needed to spin the spear slightly more, but the sword tip would always force its way back to original position. After training of pointed sea spears for a decade, it was already ingrained in his bones. To change it was extremely difficult. Seems like it really was just a dream. Ling Su tried for another hour, but could not get it, and kept shaking his head. He had planned his training extremely well, and had no more time left to waste. Suddenly, Ling Su noticed the sheep horn wind bells quietly moving, as though it was attracted by some formless energy, and quickly turned. Ling Su squinted his eyes and looked. There was someone. Ling Su carefully urged Flamingo to move. The enemy, who had heard bird movements, thought that Ling Su would just come over and thrust towards him, but noticing that he did not stop, but increased his speed, his face changed. Not good. I'm caught. Bang. The sand dune in front of him exploded. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 295, Hello Tyrant. Chapter 295, Hello Tyrant. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by XRCO and DeAndre. The sky was filled with yellow sand, and a silver tip that was extremely quiet. The figure behind the sand dune retreated, but suddenly the spear tip aura in his face exploded out. The sharp and fierce energy rushed up to his front. Astonished, he flipped the fan in his hands, bringing forth a dazzling and gorgeous fan aura that blocked his front. The spear aura crashed into the fan aura, causing his face to change, and spitting out blood. He was heavily injured, and retreated at an even faster speed. Standing on the sand dune, Ling Su watched as the figure ran about 10 kilometers away, his orange pupils giving off a dense and cold aura. Want to run? Flamingo and him lowered their body, and burst out front. Flamingo was not big or muscular, but was extremely fast. The blaze around its body trailed on, becoming like a fire tail. Ling Su, who was on its back, did not move at all. Other than the killing intent on his face, there were no other fluctuations. Only until now could Ling Su clearly see the person that was sneaking around was actually someone nearly the same age as him. The opponent's light body technique was outstanding, and although Flamingo was bursting forward, it was unable to close the gap between them. But Ling Su was not in a rush. No matter how powerful the opponent's light body technique was, his true power was not unlimited. Flamingo was also suited for long-distance running. As long as there was sufficient star rocks, it could run forever. The chase went on for 70 kilometers. The green-clothed young man was deathly pale. The spear that Ling Su struck him with had caused him a severe injury. Adding on the usage of true power spent on running, his injury became worse. The green-clothed young man who was escaping was Huai Bai Hua's disciple Hua Yang. Huai Bai Hua had the support of Onyx Soul, and thus the qualifications to fight. Hua Yang had a lot of self-confidence. Although he knew that Tang, Tian and the other two were very strong, but upon thinking that they were around the same age as him, he felt that, no matter how strong they were, even if they were stronger than him, the disparity would not be so great. He could not suppress the urge to test it. He went to scout the Lupus tribe at night, but he was not rash, and firmly held on to the idea and waited. He had a lot of confidence in his light body techniques. If he could not fight, there would be no problem escaping. He did not expect that his opponent would be so strong and in one move would be able to cause such an injury on him. Running for 70 kilometers, his internal injuries were getting more severe, and he laughed bitterly. He had played too much this time. If he could not recover in 2 months, his teacher would punish him. Never did he think that, out of the 3, Ling Su would be so strong. If not for him witnessing the speed of the spear and attempting to fight, he would already have lost his life. If that was so, then how strong was Tang Tian, who was the leader of the 3? But just then, he finally relaxed, and thought he had finally gained back his life. Summoning the remaining energy in his body, he whistled out. The sound traveled far and wide. Ling Su had traveled for a long time, and had plenty of experience such that even Tang Tian could not compete with him. Upon hearing the sound, he knew the opponent was calling for reinforcements. Chance. The opponent had arrived at his camp and was on the verge of escaping danger. His taut mind would definitely relax. That was an exceptionally good chance. But Ling Su's expression did not change, but Flamingo, who was running quietly, was increasing its speed. The opponent was on guard. He was extremely confident of the spear he released earlier, but he did not expect that the opponent could block it. Ling Su knew that this would be the best chance he would get. His attention focused onto one point. Flamingo, whose feet were disappearing due to its high speed, rushed forward. Just at this time, a whistling sound came from afar, and a figure was seen rushing towards him at an astronomical speed. Hua Yang, who was celebrating for his survival, just only realized that Ling Su was speeding towards him, and his face changed. The spear aura from behind was ripping the air, releasing a sound that was different from before, as it brought along a clear bell sound. Hua Yang clenched his teeth, seeing that Ling Su was repeating the same move, but this time, his spirit was swaying. The true power in his body seemed to be asleep, and unable to be used. The bell sound is weird. That thought surfaced, then a cold and fierce true power pierced him from behind. Pa! The sound gently resonated in his ears, piercing into the true power in his meridians. Like glass breaking, the little dots of silver aura were like stars, sprinkling in his meridians. The sprinkling silver auras were ice cold, causing Hua Yang's meridians to be momentarily frozen. He stood rigid at the same place, like an ice statue, as a strange silver started to emerge from his body, rapidly spreading throughout. Hua's eyes split open, and a brief shout came out. Ling Su, who was on Flamingo, was indifferent. When he was immersed in the spear, he had accidentally displayed the style in the dreams. The silver liquid that was produced in his body merged with the spear at the attack, and was extremely compatible. Unless all the styles in the dreams were all real? Ling Su muttered to himself. He suddenly felt a wave of dangerous qi, and without thinking, he instinctively leaned forward. The spear in his hand lit up with an aura, and he exploded out with the pointed sea spears. A hook like the waning moon pierced into the pointed sea spears. The moon-like hook in the sea of stars. Ling Su's body shivered. Flamingo retreated 7 steps before stabilizing. Ling Su was awakened from his thoughts. Seeing the incoming martial artist, he squinted his eyes and asked, "Heaven hook Hua by Hua?" Hua by Hua was already by Hua Yang's side. Upon inspecting Hua Yang, he exposed a pained look, raising his head. "You are so ruthless." But Ling Su remained indifferent, and said, "I will obtain victory on the sand, for I am just an open. If you're afraid, why have you come? You can come attack as well. Instead of wasting my time to find you, after I've settled with you, we will have one less problem." After confirming with Old Man Fei, Tang Tian still had one more matter: to buy a few usable treasures. He still had some money on hand. Other than the bleeding cat blade scythe, he didn't have many suitable treasures. Honorable Martial Group sold treasures at too high a price, and were unsuitable for him. So he had decided to take a look at Yong'an City to see whether or not he could purchase 1 or 2 treasures. Old Man Fei's triangle energy plate was also spoiled, and needed a suitable treasure, so he followed Tang Tian and Bell. The shop owner introduced, "This, seizing light mirror, is not too bad, silver ranked, although the microscopium constellation is southern sky grade, but it is quite good to use. 2 million star coins." Old Man Fei looked at Tang Tian anxiously. "I'll buy it," Tang Tian said. "This is the polar cold storage, from the Octans constellation, southern sky grade, silver ranked. Blood meridian specialists must have item, most favorable to keep all sorts of blood meridian samples. Its lowest temperature can reach up to -100 degrees Celsius. Even if you store blood meridian samples inside for 10,000 years, it will not spoil. I will give it to you at a good price, 2 million star coins." Old Man Fei looked at Tang Tian with a longing look. "I'll buy it." Tang Tian waved his hand. He was rich and overbearing. Seeing Tang Tian's attitude in purchasing, the shop owner was thinking, "What a big boss." Old Man Fei has landed himself a fat fish. He smiled widely and said, Old Fei, look at this, triangular deflection disc, most suitable to extract and separate blood meridians, from the Triangulum Australe constellation, Southern Skygrade, silver rank. Only at 5 million star coins. Tang Tian looked at Old Man Fei. Old Man Fei, who was extremely happy, nodded his head, with the air of a blood meridians grandmaster. It can shorten a lot of time for extraction. I'll take it. Tang Tian waved his hand. The shop owner was ecstatic, but also looked down on Old Man Fei. The drunkard old man was like a dog. He came here earlier to ask to buy on credit. He really had a change of fortune. With such a rich fat person next to him, it really was incomprehensible. He could spend 10 million star coins without even blinking his eyes. Such fat pockets, such spirit, oh my god, I wish I would have such customers every day. The shop owner was trembling with excitement. He gave it his all and started to push products to Old Man Fei. If he missed out this chance, he would definitely regret it. Old Man Fei reached out for a cup of tea. Upon seeing it, the shop owner noticed that it was his private collection of expensive tea leaves. He was usually unwilling to drink them, and so he anxiously went to take it. Did Old Man Fei come to drink tea last time? Oh well, I will give it to him anyways. Old Man Fei slowly drank the tea. With a satisfied look, he looked at the few silver-ranked treasures in front of him. Old Man Fei put down the teacup, and coughed lightly. Old Zhang, you only have these items? Bring out the better ones. All these here are not worthy of me, a graded blood meridian specialist. You, a graded blood meridian specialist. Boss Zhang almost spat the water in his mouth out. Before today, Old Man Fei, you were nothing. That's true. Tang Tian's face was of admiration. He pointed to the treasures on the table, and asked, you only have these? He had not even spent 10 million star coins, but Tang Tian was already unhappy. Blood meridians or mechanical weapons, he did not understand anything, but he only knew of one thing, you get what you pay for. Sai Lei's mechanical techniques, whatever she had to spend on, Tang Tian would not ask for discount. Furthermore, Old Man Fei's workshop had to do with his own blood meridians. It was highly possible that after finding out his blood meridians, his history would be revealed, then he will be able to find the asshole who forsook his wife and son. Even by splurging everything he had, Tang Tian would not frown. If he spent less, that would mean delaying the time of finding out his blood meridians, so Tang Tian would be unhappy. The shop owner sucked in a cold breath. This person is definitely a tyrant. He clenched his teeth and said, I do have some special treasures, just that their prices are slightly higher. Let's take a look at them. Tang Tian immediately called. Seeing that, the boss did not dare hesitate any further. Please hold on. After a while, he brought out a bronze box that looked ancient. He carefully placed it on the table, and even more carefully he opened it. A golden triangle plate appeared in everyone's eyes. It looked almost similar to Old Man Fei's triangle energy plate. Gold energy plate, originated from the Northern Skies Triangulum constellation, a treasure weapon, gold rank, rarely seen, 300 million star coins. Old Man Fei's nostrils flared up. He dare not look away from the golden triangle plate, a golden treasure weapon, the rarely seen golden treasure weapon. But he had brought Tang Tian specially to this shop, was because he heard that Old Zhang had a secret special treasure that he was never willing to take out. How could he have thought that Old Zhang's secret special treasure would actually be a gold-ranked treasure weapon? A treasure weapon that can use blood meridians was already very few in number, adding that it was a gold-ranked treasure weapon. Old Man Fei never thought it would be possible. He gradually cooled down, then he sighed. It was too expensive, 300 million star coins. It was actually 300 million star coins. A gold-ranked treasure weapon was out of his reach, and its price, also equally out of his reach. But, to be able to see it, was considered good already. Old Man Fei reluctantly removed his gaze. But the words that came out from beside him caused him to react as though he was struck by lightning. I'll take it. Tang Tian was the same as just now. He waved his hand, brimming with the feel of a nouveau riche. For the sake of solving the mystery of his blood meridians, what were star coins worth? Tang Tian was like a vicious gangster, finally revealing his true colors. The three of them were dumbstruck. Following that, their weakened spirits were once again struck by Tang Tian's following fierce and even explosive words, and were completely destroyed. Is one enough? Let's go find more, and see if we can buy a few more. Boss, what else do you have? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 296, The Old Man Full of Tears, Old Man Fei/B. Chapter 296, The Old Man Full of Tears, Old Man Fei/B. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by XRCO and DeAndre. Tang Tian still had some surplus. after giving Sai Lei and Bing roughly 3 billion, 2 purple gold grade spirit card, spending 500 million, and adding the star rocks required for training, Tang Tian still had a remainder of about 1.5 billion star coins. Whatever star treasure it was, he stopped thinking. All these 1.5 billion star coins was planned to invest into the Blood Meridian's laboratory. When he was out of money, he could earn it back again. But regarding the Blood Meridians, it had always been an unknown to him, and when it surfaced up, it had always been the first thing that he thought of. Seeing Tang Tian so easily dishing out 300 million card worth of star coins, old Zhang was dumbstruck. It was 300 million star coins. Even if all these treasures were worth so much, he had kept it hidden for so many years, causing so many people to drool over it, but no one was able to ever afford it. This tyrant could so easily throw 300 million star coins in a breath would have never come to his own small shop. For the people who patronized his shop would be pauper like Old Man Fei. Wrong, Old Man Fei was not a pauper anymore, he was rich. Just by listening and without blinking, he spent 300 million star coins on Old Man Fei. And he still wanted to buy even more. Didn't that mean that Old Man Fei could die happy? Recalling the saying, soldiers would die for their friends, Old Man Fei has to be totally devoted to Tang Tian. Old Man Fei admired Tang Tian's methods. If Tang Tian had previously started with bragging, Old Man Fei would think that he was just showing off, and not reliable. But saying that after spending 300 million star coins, that was really clever. That vision, that spirit, that method of doing things, the young man wearing the spectacled orangutan mask, already left a deep impression in old Zhang's heart. Even the ugly orangutan mask with the weird spectacles has already become an impressionable object. So formidable. Old Zhang looked at the mask, and the feeling of its power rose. As expected, Old Man Fei was so moved that he teared, even the white hair on his head were steaming. He was so moved that he was shaking. The heavens have taken pity on me. I, Old Fei, have finally met a bright master. Thinking about his years of being mocked and ridiculed, he was finally recognized by someone, and had seen the good in him. It was not just by words, but by investing 300 million in him. The laboratory was not constructed yet, but to be willing to invest 300 million star coins, it showed how much trust Tang Tian had in him. Old Man Fei was always mixed with the lower class people, so trembling, he spoke, "Master, that is enough. That is all enough. The trust Master has placed in Old Fei will definitely not." He was most willing to be dedicated and loyal. There was never someone who viewed him with such importance, and to suddenly receive the respect, he was already satisfied. But Tang Tian was not satisfied. Tang Tian waved his hands, and interrupted Old Man Fei, and turned to Boss Zhang. "What other grade of treasures do you have?" It was hearsay that generally, formidable people acted with standards, and was definitely of super class. And after seeing today, it definitely was so. Old Zhang was extremely respectful to Tang Tian already. His movements, his tone, his determination, was definitely worth to praise. He showed his determination, his firm determination. What did that show? It showed the importance of Old Man Fei, and the respect for Old Man Fei. It was settled that Old Man Fei was a trusted aide. When he turned his hand it meant for clouds, when he turned to the other side it meant rain, and will therefore be so. Tian, this sentence is hard to make logic of, it's a metaphor for Chinese, to say that he could do whatever he wanted. Old Zhang admired Tang Tian over and over again, and immediately said, "Master is joking, right? This type of gold-ranked treasure weapon, how can I have another one? This old Fei is so lucky, to be able to meet a master with such an eye for things." Old Man Fei nodded in agreement. He felt that Old Zhang's words were what was kept in his mind, and immediately agreed, "Master, with this gold energy plate, it is already enough." Tang Tian ignored Old Man Fei, and asked Old Zhang, "You really don't have any more?" "Faking. You're faking it again. You're faking it to the point of reality. What an actor." Old Zhang's heart rolled, but his face remained determined. He was determined, no. But he followed with a sentence, "But I have a few good assisting treasures. A laboratory can't have only one secret, right? Let's leave." Tang Tian said straightforwardly. Boss Zhang was dumbstruck. This person, you're on the wrong script, right? Bell immediately pulled Old Man Fei behind Tang Tian. Old Man Fei gave a bashful smile. Upon thinking of the gold energy plate, he was already extremely happy and satisfied. Boss Zhang looked at his empty shop, and did not react. "Formidable person, you should just drop your chin," and sigh, saying, "That's a pity, so it's like that, then I'll buy a few more." Only Belle felt that something was wrong. She could see through Boss Zhang, because she knew, for the boss intellect, he wanted to slowly entice people into buying his other items, but that was impossible. The three of them walked on the main road. Tang Tian looked ahead, and said, "What places sell all the treasures required for a graded blood meridian specialist?" Belle glanced at Old Man Fei, who was still in joy, and quickly replied, I think the Sky Treasure Room has some, but not many. Let's go there. Tang Tian said. Hearing the name Sky Treasure Room, Old Man Fei finally regained his senses, in disbelief. That, Master, we're really going to the Sky Treasure Room? That's right. Tang Tian replied. Then, Master, what are we going there for? Old Man Fei said weakly. Tang Tian was astonished, and turned his head. He did not expect Old Man Fei to ask such a stupid question, and after thinking he replied, to buy star treasures for you. With the master looking at him as though he was looking at an idiot, Old Man Fei starting to tremble, his face started becoming red. Sky Treasure Room. That was the most expensive place, he had never been there, where only high-end star treasures were sold. For him? Old Man Fei was stunned, and then his face became even redder, and his body trembled even harder. For him. For him. The strong burst of excitement attacked his heart, and he could not take it anymore, and fainted. Belle jumped in fright, and immediately went to check for breath and pulse. Before relaxing, he was overexcited and fainted. Oh. Tang Tian retracted his gaze, he was calculating where he could invest his 1.2 billion. Thinking about Sai Lei's workshop and Bing's training camp, he had spent 3 billion in a breath. Old Man Fei's Blood Meridian's laboratory, only by spending about 1.5 billion could that be roughly equal. After thinking for a while, he did not know what to spend on, and did not know how. He turned to Belle, wake him up. Belle immediately sent a burst of true power into Old Man Fei's body, causing him to wake up. The first sentence that came out was his stuttering, Master, you are really buying everything for me? Duh. Aside from fighting, Tang Tian was definitely not a patient person. Was this person more stupid than I am, Oli? Such a simple question, he had to ask so many times? Hearing his unkind tone, Old Man Fei immediately kept quiet out of fear. Tang Tian continued, you better start thinking, what kind of treasures are able to shorten the process for your Blood Meridian's research? Old Man Fei hesitated for a while, then asked, Master, how long do you think is an apt duration? Tang Tian was surprised, I can determine the time? Old Man Fei was embarrassed, no, not determine. Then he quickly explained, Master, you have to know, regardless of things you get, to unravel the Blood Meridians, no one truly knows how long. Ask me something that can be quantified. Tang Tian was pissed off, this fellow was so stupid, why was he asking senseless questions? Old Man Fei then muttered, what can be quantified, what can be quantified? After thinking, he still did not know what Tang Tian wanted to quantify. Blood Meridian's research was filled with chance and luck. What can be quantified? Old Man Fei then raised his head, Master, how much are you planning to spend? This is something quantifiable, . Finally a proper question, Tang Tian admired his thoughts, I plan to spend another 1.2 billion star coins. Ouch. Old Man Fei fainted again, and now, even Belle's hand could not stop trembling. Wake him up. Tang Tian's tone was unkind. Was this guy truly reliable or not? Old Man Fei was awoken again. Tang Tian did not care much for the 1.5 billion, but rather on whether or not he could unravel the mystery of his blood meridians. He had decided to test this unreliable blood meridian specialist. I will speak up front to you, I am going to invest 1.5 billion in you, so you have better live up to this 1.5 billion. If you are to take it slow, and not get any results after a long time, humph. The threatening words, upon entering Old Man Fei's ears, caused him to become pale white, ouch, he had fainted again. Tang Tian started to become worried, if this guy can only either faint or ask stupid questions, should he change people, Wake him up. Tang Tian clenched his teeth and said. After waking up, he spent a lot of time thinking, but felt himself crumbling. His face cringed, and asked pitifully, Master, can I reject the 1.5 billion? No. Tang Tian was clear-cut. Old Man Fei's eyes turned dim, he had almost fainted again. Tang Tian snorted, don't think you are lucky, you better start thinking well, what you need to buy with the remaining 1.2 billion. No matter what, I will spend the 1.2 billion today. Old Man Fei was crying already, tyrant, let's not be friends anymore. Tang Tian's thoughts was simple, the speed of 500 million was definitely faster than 300 million, and a 1.5 billion speed was definitely faster than the 500 million. So why hesitate? Let's spend 1.5 billion. Old Man Fei finally recovered from Tang Tian's threats. After hearing it, Tang Tian was definitely not joking. If he could not complete the task, he would end up even worse than before. But 1.5 billion star coins. How would a 1.5 billion laboratory look like? The pitiful Old Man Fei tried to use his imaginations, but could not think of how a 1.5 billion laboratory would look like. Suddenly, Old Man Fei said, Master, we will not go to Sky Treasure Room. Why? Tang Tian was taken aback. Old Man Fei had regained his calm-headedness. After pushing and pulling, he could finally see the situation, and spoke up, "Master, although the items from Sky Treasure Room are good, but they overprice things too much. We will sweep all of the small shops in Yong'an City once. Don't look down on the small shops, because every small shop will have one or two specialty items, which is worth more compared to the Sky Treasure Room." He had not said one more sentence, which was that a country bumpkin could not enter Sky Treasure Room. "Similar grade to the gold energy plate?" Tang Tian asked. "Not for sure, but similar." Old Man Fei was somewhat eager. He had been hanging out in Yong'an City for so long. Whoever was hiding something, how could he not know? 1.2 billion star coins. Old Man Fei's eyes became red, his killing intent soaring. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 297, Sky Treasure Room's Invitation. Chapter 297, Sky Treasure Room's Invitation. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by XRCO and DeAndre. Sky Treasure Room. Xia Guangzhong was Sky Treasure Room's manager, and had been in charge of Yong'an's Sky Treasure Room for over 20 years, and in the 20 years, he was cautious and conscientious. He did not dare to overlook any details. He gloomily listened to his subordinate's report. He waited for the report to be completed, then thought for a while, then said, "You said they spent 1.5 billion in a day, a. Yes." The subordinate reported respectfully, "Now the sales of star treasures in Yong'an City are going crazy. They have bought 3 sets of gold-ranked treasures, 6 sets of silver-ranked star treasures worth 50 million star coins each, 10 sets of treasures worth 20 million star coins, and about 10 other small treasures. In total, they spent 1.5 billion star coins. All of it was treasures for Blood Meridian specialists, and all the treasure shops of Yong'an City, other than ours, all of them have been swooped up." Xia Guangzhong listened sharply for the important information. "You said they spent 1.5 billion entirely on buying treasures for Blood Meridian specialists?" "Yes." The subordinate had investigated very clearly, and said, "There is an old man with them, surnamed Fei. He is infamous, and has been in Yong'an City for over 10 years, but he has always been mediocre. I do not know how he managed to sway the young Master Xing, and even have his trust." "Young Master Xing, . The subordinate immediately answered, "Young Master Xing is from a mysterious background. He wears an orangutan mask, and is quite young, so everybody calls him Young Master Xing. Tian, orangutan in Chinese is called Xing Xing, therefore Young Master Xing." Xia Guangzhong laughed out loud, "More like Xing from Star Coins." "Tian, Star Coins in Chinese is Xing Bai, therefore Xing from Star Coins." "Master is smart." The underling immediately bootlicked up. Young Master Xing also has another person by his side, called Belle. She is a silver-ranked onyx soul horse. She used to be alone, but all of a sudden, she was recruited. Can't be simple. Xia Guangzhong thought, to be able to attract a silver onyx soul horse, he must not be so simple. The surnamed Fei Blood Meridian specialist is most likely not so simple too. A Blood Meridian's laboratory worth 1.5 billion, only 3 in Yong'an City can contend with that. This young Master Xing has a wild heart. Master is right. Are there any leads on his background? Xia Guangzhong asked. No obvious leads. The subordinate was hesitant, but I can check on it. It seems that his underling, the Onyx Soul Horse, is very interested in the matters of Lupus Constellation. Lupus Constellation. Xia Guangzhong's eyes congealed. He had more inside information than other people, and he knew that there were currently many eyes on Lupus Constellation. Onyx Soul, Honorable Marshal Group, Clan Union, the 3 big powerhouses who have maintained equilibrium for so many years, would probably find a big battlefield in Lupus Constellation. And it was also the first time the Clan Union had made the first move, causing people to sense something was amiss. Onyx Soul had started to become a threat to many elders, and there were rumors spread by Onyx Soul that the legend of Southern Cross Constellation was instigated by someone secretly adding fuel to the flames. And while Honorable Marshal Group did not have any movements, but for Tang Tian to suddenly have an army from nowhere, caused the other 2 parties to be worried, now that the situation had become more confusing. Lupus Constellation was just a desolated place of Heaven Road, but it had suddenly become the center for the powerhouses. Those who were interested in Lupus Constellation were not the small fries. Only the big powerhouses and aristocratic families paid attention to the situation. Young Master Xing's background was definitely not simple. But thinking about it, for someone to spend 1.5 billion star coins in a day, in what way possible is he simple? For the disciples of the big families, to have the authority to spend 1.5 billion in a day, their position must not be low. Thinking about it again, all the big aristocratic families that Xia Guangzhong had removed from the list, there were very few of them who would venture out to purchase star treasures. They had their own ways of doing things, and would not go to the smaller shops to purchase them. Xia Guangzhong judged that young Master Xing should be someone who has robust funds yet was not a rich family that had accumulated years of wealth. Young Master Xing's display of spirit and ambitions was also similar to a new family style. They were very ambitious, but not cautious. These families were rarely seen, but on the contrary, many had appeared the past few years. All these new families were the best customers. They were extremely generous, as long as their requirements were met, whatever price were suitable for them. No business owners would dislike these types of customers. After thinking about it, Xie Guangzhong said, the following night banquet, send someone to invite young Master Xing. Remember to add in a gold card as a gift. Sky Treasure Room was a high-end line, and their methods of selling were definitely different from the lower ends. Your subordinate will immediately do it. The subordinate complied. Old Man Fei looked at the mountain of star treasures in front of him, thinking that he was in a dream. He had never thought of this day, where he would be able to use the phrase to pile up like a mountain on star treasures in his entire life. Among the small mountain of treasures, the most attractive one was beyond doubt the 3 dazzling gold treasures. Other than the gold energy plate, the other 2 treasures were the Phoenix constellations, Phoenix Beamfire, and Lyra constellations, Lyra test tube. Phoenix constellation belonged to the southern sky, but was the strongest constellation of the southern sky's 42 constellations. The Phoenix Beamfire was the size of a palm and entirely golden with a beautiful tint. The Phoenix beak could spray out a beam of Phoenix fire, but was only limited to the distance of 30 centimeters long, and was useless in battle. But it could be used for blood meridians test, which was perfect. Refining, mixing and etc., there were many uses for it in the Department of Blood Meridians Research. Lyra constellation was one of the northern sky constellation, but after the destruction of the Lyra dynasty, Lyra constellation could not recover. But there were rumors that Lyra constellation's treasures were all sealed inside the Lyra treasury. So when Old Man Fei saw the Lyra test tube, he was extremely excited. The Lyra test tube treasure wasn't comprised of just one test tube, but was a set of 24 tubes, which were placed in a Lyra constellation engraved gold box. Each of the 24 test tubes, which were quietly placed nicely in the box, released a dim light, all in different colors, with each and every one of them having different uses. 3 gold-rank star treasures, each of them were the main pillars of support for the laboratory. Looking at the other silver star treasures, all of them specifically picked by Old Man Fei were not ordinary. Old Man Fei was so happy he could not keep his mouth straight. To do a good job, an artisan needs the best tools. With all these star treasures, his Blood Meridians laboratory was immediately one of the top-end laboratories. It was like a dream. He was extremely excited, although his master threatened and warned him, but Old Man Fei was still determined. Because of the respect and trust, and the request and considerations of the master, but he was willing to spend 1.5 billion on Old Man Fei, that showed the trust in his abilities, and that was what he needed the most. No matter what, I have to unravel Master's Blood Meridian mysteries as soon as possible. Old Man Fei set that determination in his mind. Tang Tian heaved a sigh of relief. He had finally splurged out the 1.5 billion. Great, since there was nothing else left for him, although Old Man Fei did not look too reliable, but Tang Tian decided not to get involved. Suddenly someone knocked on their door. Belle suddenly appeared cautious, and walked towards the door. Who is it? I am an envoy from Sky Treasure Room. My manager has instructed me to gift young Master Xing an invitation. The voice outside spoke respectfully. Sky Treasure Room? Tang Tian was startled. Why did Sky Treasure Room give him an invitation? He did not understand the situation, so he asked Belle, let him come in. Belle obeyed and opened the door. A man looked to be around the age of 30, spoke politely. In 2 days, our Sky Treasure Room will be organizing a banquet. We have heard about young Master Xing arriving in Yong'an City, so manager has specially instructed this servant to send the invitation to young Master, hoping that young Master would show some face. He produced an invitation letter. Tang Tian accepted and opened the invitation, whereas inside it was a gold card. The man instantly explained, the gold card is the manager's kind intentions and hope young Master will kindly accept it. Tang Tian nodded his head, and said, help me thank the manager, I'll be there. The man heaved a sigh of relief. Then we will gladly welcome young Master in 2 days' time. We will send a carriage to pick up young Master. Young Master can also bring your 2 friends to join. Tang Tian and the other party spoke for a while more, before the man excused himself. What is Sky Treasure Room trying to do? Tang Tian asked. I think Master's big spending surprised them. Belle laughed. They wish to do business, and with Master's grand movements, how could they not notice? Tang Tian then realized what she meant, and laughed out loud. What a pity I've spent all of my money already. The gold card is a good item. Sky Treasure Room controls their members and haven't opened themselves to the public, where only people with cards can enter. Gold cards are much more expensive than the other cards. With other privileges, like in Yong'an City, it is a symbol for status. This card, if you sell it, I think people would buy it for 20 million star coins. That powerful? Tang Tian was startled, then instantly became happy. Not bad, not bad. The manager of Sky Treasure Room is very smart. On that day, I will bring you two to see the world. I have never been to such a powerful place before. Tang Tian did not stammer or feel awkward saying that, but was filled with happiness and confidence. Belle laughed bitterly, with Master's straight way of thinking, meeting those people who enjoy beating about the bushes, who knows what that would look like. Master, I won't be going. Old Man Fei shook his head. I need to pack my home for the next 2 days, so when it is time to go, it will be easier. I also have some thoughts that I need to sort out. Although Old Man Fei was not that reliable, but his work was still of standard. Tang Tian nodded his head. Good. Yun Duo covered his mouth with his hands. His face was extremely shocked at the sight in front of him. Wu Taiyu stared at the black-robed young man in front of him. With difficulty, he spoke. You, who exactly are you? My name is Crane, a disciple of Crane sect. Crane's calm words swayed with the wind into Wu Taiyu's ears. Crane sect. Wu Taiyu's face was full of confusion. He had heard of the sect before, which was extremely weak. But, thinking of his own ambitions, Wu Taiyu's mouth was filled with bitterness. A thick long trace of blood suddenly appeared between his eyebrows, following that, with an astonishing speed, stretched outwards along his body. His body split in half. Blood splurted out. Just at this moment, the bright red sun came out from behind a young man. Ling Su wiped the blood away from his mouth. He had suffered heavy internal injuries. Looking at Huai Bai Hua, who had become silver, he glanced at the cowering figure at the distance, and sneered. Walking to Huai Bai Hua, he adeptly peeled off his skin cleanly. He jumped up onto Flamingo, like a fierce silver wind. He disappeared into the vast land of sand. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 298, The Banquet. Chapter 298, The Banquet. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by XRCO and DeAndre. Sky Treasure Room Banquet. Belle rarely dressed in feminine clothes, but on this day, she wore a blue evening dress, drawing her body outline with great saturation. Her snow-white shoulders were revealed, her seductive collarbone clearly showing, and her face revealing a light smile, seated beside Tang Tian. Anyone who saw her current look would not be able to establish any connection between her and an onyx soul horse. Onyx soul horses were specialized in information, and many times, they had to change their image. Belle was usually carefree in how she dressed, but because she was a master of disguise, her display for the banquet could be considered perfect. The enchanting light smile, the peaceful and graceful manner, immediately made her the center of attraction. Her flawless face caused many people to drool. Everyone on scene had their eyes on her, their eyes full of praise which immediately turned to disgust. A flower stuck in cow manure. Tang Tian is cow manure. Young Master Xing, wearing the ugly orangutan mask, made everyone unable to bear it. He was just eating away. Oh my god, look at that splashing of meat oil, splashing on the pure white tablecloth, as though the place experienced a oil storm. Seeing his crude actions, the table knife stabbed into the meat, like a barbarian fighting with his food. What was more terrifying, was that the caveman had actually placed half the pork hock into his mouth, causing everyone to stare. Shoo! Shoo! Crack! Crack! The people nearby could clearly hear the bones breaking between his bones. Their faces were extremely ugly. They quietly strayed further, maintaining a distance between him and them. The knife stabbed into another portion of pork hock. The people then finally noticed. Wait a minute, where is the bone? Where is the bone in the middle of the meat? Everyone stared blankly at young Master Xing, as though they were watching a terrifying orangutan chewing, completely forgetting about their manners. In such a high-class banquet event, there was actually someone so wild and crude. And Belle, who was sitting by his side quietly smiling, she was like a goddess. Beside the oil splashing and queer man chewing on bones, she was divine. All the seniors in the crowd all sighed, such a good girl, it was a pity. She must be in the demonic palms of the barbarian. A few of the youngsters looked at each other. Tang Tian was eating happily. Going to the banquet was the right thing to do. It was practically a heaven of food, with all types and delicacies. Everything was delicious. The thing that made him sad was that every portion was too small. But amidst the sadness, upon seeing the oily pork hock, the sadness had all disappeared. This was definitely the best pork hock he had ever eaten. It made him almost swallow his own tongue as well. He wanted more after finishing. Looking around, he waited for the waiter and immediately raised his hand, asking for 10 more. 10 more. Belle, who was at the side looking really gorgeous, could take it no more. The smile on her face was frozen and the veins on her forehead were throbbing. Very quickly, she felt all the gazes around her, filled with sneers and pity. I don't see anything. I don't see anything. Belle tried to hypnotize herself. But when she saw the waiter's expression upon receiving the order of 10 portions of pork hock, she froze, then suddenly smiled again. She suddenly thought that it was very interesting. Belle turned her face, her attractive smile was caught by the waiter, who thought he saw an angel. He had a pitiful face as he looked at her pleadingly, hoping that Belle would stop the terrifying request. If the 10 portions of pork hock were served, it would become a disaster, as the pork sauce smell would drown the entire place. Eating like that is bad for your body. Belle's gentle voice caused everyone on site to become limp. The waiter heaved a sigh of relief, but after that she turned to look at the waiter, and said gently, for every pork hock portion, please add double the sauce. Thank you. The waiter was dumbstruck. Tang Tian's eyes lit up. So it was like that. Then he followed on, that's right. 10 portions, every portion should have double the sauce. Serve everything together. The 10 portions of pork elbow with sauce appeared in the banquet. The dense pork sauce smell filled every corner of the scene. There was a short silence. Guests who were happily drinking and holding their wine cups all turned in astonishment. Crack, crack. The cracking of bone sounds sent shivers down their spines, as the entire place could hear the sound loud and clear. I hate pork hock. A voice suddenly said. A young lady dressed in snow-white skirts suddenly appeared at Tang Tian's table. She pouted, obviously unhappy. Her looks were rather outstanding, her skin more firm and white than Belle. She was cute yet seductive, craftiness deep within her seemingly harmless eyes. Belle could feel the hostility from the young lady, and when she turned, she immediately understood why. The young men around had their gazes on her from the beginning, causing the young lady to be jealous. She could not help smiling. She could not care about the little girl's thoughts. Belle's laugh actually added a trace of strong spirit into her gentle demeanor. She was a lone wolf and had experienced many things, more than what the pampered and spoilt young girl. If you had to compare, Belle, who was a flower who had braved storms and winds, was sweet-tempered and gentle, making people have a tender feeling towards her. But her laugh caused them to feel, under her weakness, there was strength that caused people to respect. The young lady's face changed, her envy became stronger. She grabbed the tablecloth and was about to lift the table. A light aura flashed past. Duo! A kitchen knife stabbed in between the young lady's index and middle finger, narrowly cutting her fingers. She was stunned until the cold knife reflected the image of her perspiring in cold sweat, her face as white as paper. Did she scream, ah? The sharp scream caused people's heart to tremble. Master! A subordinate shouted, and immediately looked at Xie Guangzhong. Xie Guangzhong felt a headache coming. He did not think that young Master Xing would be so revolting. If he had known that young Master Xing would cause so many problems, he would have reconsidered inviting him to join the banquet. Don't be anxious, watch the situation. Xie Guangzhong shook his head. At this point of time, it appeared that he could not resolve the situation, and felt that he would make things worse. Tang Tian ignored the young lady, and instantly used his hand to grab another piece of the meat, and continued biting down. Many people started changing their view of Tang Tian. His knife displayed an extremely high level of precision. The young lady's hand was already small enough to be able to accurately stab the small width between her fingers, without even hurting her. That eye power and hand power was simply too astonishing. But that did not mean everyone was that calm. Xiao Shui, are you hurt? A young man's frightened voice came out. Xiao Shui started to cry out loud. Dear sir, the way you treat this little lady is too ruthless. A middle-aged man suddenly came forward, his face gloom. He was the young man's father, but both of their families were very close. Upon seeing Xiao Shui was being bullied, he naturally stood out. Tang Tian continued being immersed in his hock, completely ignoring him. Although there were people making a ruckus, but they did not affect Tang Tian's eating, as the food was still nice. Crack, crack. The biting of bones sounded like sneers, causing the middle-aged man to have a flush to his face. He was a big figure in Yong'an City. Since whenever did he receive such treatment? Since sir likes to eat, then I will let you eat. The middle-aged man said coldly, Agio, feed him. Don't think that, just by spending 1.5 billion can allow you to act like that in Yong'an City. A man stood out and said. The crowd burst into an uproar, they all started to leave. Although the middle-aged man was not the strongest of Yong'an City, but he was in the top 5. He was close to some elders of the Onyx Soul, and Agio was someone with unfathomable power. Agio slowly walked towards Tang Tian. "Young miss, please stand aside." A young man saw Belle standing next to Tang Tian and became anxious, so he immediately reminded her. Belle smiled and shook her head, her movements was graceful, provoking a burst of sighs and envy. All of the men looked at Tang Tian, all feeling unhappy, and they wanted Audiobook to teach him a lesson. Belle's smile had attracted many people, but her heart was already frozen. The boss beside her was obviously already angered. She looked at Audiobook and could not help but to pity him. At this time, Belle obviously did not dodge to one side, she just sat up even straighter. "I want to thank everybody here, for this is the best chance to prove my loyalty." Tang Tian was actually already pissed off, he did not provoke anyone and just wanted to eat in peace, but people still had to disturb him. This was his first time encountering such good pork hock, so Tang Tian was eating everything happily. But who knew things would blow up at him, causing him to be extremely angry. And for the other party to bring up his 1.5 billion, it meant that they were already eyeing him. These small cats and dogs dared to bully this big brother. Tang Tian's face darkened, and he grabbed another pork elbow. His true power was agitated, the aura around his entire body, with not the least bit of holding back, he released everything out. Bang! As though a storm had suddenly erupted, the air on scene immediately formed a ripple that could be seen with the naked eye. Audiobook could no longer maintain his cold look, and his face changed. He had plenty of experience in battle, but this was the first time he had met such a terrifying chi, and a phrase came up in his mind, Heaven Road List martial artist. No, not just some Heaven Road List martial artist. Audiobook had met many martial artists on the list, but he had never met one with such a strong and suffocating aura. Everyone's face turned white, they were big in numbers, but most of them only had ordinary strength. It was as though an invisible hand had grabbed their hearts, causing their entire body to be cold and frozen on the spot. Tang Tian continued eating his pork, the aura emitting from his body increasingly becoming stronger. Audiobook's face turned paler, fear was clearly seen in his eyes. The silver spirit spiraling energy in Tang Tian's body increased its rotating speed, the faster it spun, the more the aura of chi around his body. The higher it rose, it started to cause the surrounding air to form waves of ripples. Belle, who was sitting beside him, was extremely shocked, her skin started to have a sense of stabbing pain. The last pork elbow entered his mouth. The ripples around Tang Tian had become rays of airstreams rotating at high speeds around Tang Tian, causing chi-chi sounds to come out. Audiobook's eyes were left with despair. "I hate people who disturb me when I eat my meat." Tang Tian's voice was like a demon from a nightmare, enveloping the entire place. He slowly stood up, and walked towards the middle-aged man. He did not even look at Audiobook, for Audiobook's body was trembling from head to toe, his face pale white, and did not even dare to move. The middle-aged man, because of fear, his face had warped entirely. Tang Tian walked to the middle-aged man, and stopped in front of him. Pa! Tang Tian's steel hook-like fingers grabbed onto the middle-aged man's neck, as though he was weightless. The middle-aged man's face had become warped due to the strong grip at his neck, and it was as though if Tang Tian pinched lightly, he would have exploded. The extremely ugly orangutan mask, to the middle-aged man, looked like a demon who crawled out of hell. In the dead silence, only Tang Tian's question sounded out. "Tell me, how do you want to resolve this? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 299, Young and City Master. Chapter 299, Young and City Master. Translated by Buns. Edited by XRCO and DeAndre. Tang Tian's actions scared every single person on scene. The substantial killing intent had enveloped the entire scene. Tang Tian, who had the middle-aged man by his neck, was like a death god. Without any nonsense, without any sign, his actions, his killing personality, what did he have to go through to have all of these? Xia Guangzhong found it hard to swallow his saliva. He was one of the few who could still maintain composure under such a circumstance. He knew that he had to re-evaluate the young Master Xing. To him, the new up-and-coming families were just normal customers. New rich families who were robust in wealth were not frightening, the frightening ones are the new rich families with power and wealth, that was truly scary. And adding on a fierce and decisive character, that was not just scary, that was terrifying. Young Master Xing, where did he come from? The problem in front of him, how was he going to solve it? Xie Guangzhong had a headache, but he knew he had to show himself. It was his place, and he had invited both parties. What had happened between the two were not of his concern, but if anyone died in his place, it would harm the reputation of Sky Treasure Room. Xie Guangzhong stood out, when suddenly claps sounded out from the door. As expected of the hero that made the 6 guards of the two family withdraw. A group of people appeared at the door. The leading person was a fat and stout man. Every part of his body was round, and his face had a wide smile, an affable and harmless look. "Master! Save me!" The middle-aged man seemed to be grabbing onto his life-saving straw, and kept on shouting. When everyone saw the incoming person, they all heaved a sigh of relief. Xie Guangzhong had ran forward to the fat person. "Elder, I have not prepared for your arrival, I did not know you were coming at all." The fat man laughed out loud and waved his hand. He ignored Xie Guangzhong and the middle-aged man, and went straight to Tang Tian, his face full of admiration. He laughed. "I have not met a young man who could face against the two families' guards in so many years. The twos are my enemies, for you to have taken action against him, we are friends." Hearing that, everyone on site was shocked, and their looks to Tang Tian immediately changed. The two families' 6 guards were renowned, all of them were powerful figures. Young Master Xing dared to fight against the two families' 6 guards, and still remained strong without loss. That power. Xie Guangzhong's face changed. Young Master Xing actually fought the two families' 6 guards and came out well and alive. That was something he did not know. He was careless. He had underestimated young Master Xing. The shadow casted by the two families' 6 guards was huge. To him, Tang Tian was increasingly mysterious and unfathomable. Xie Guangzhong's mouth felt bitter. The two families' 6 guards? Tang Tian was at a loss, but the fat person in front of him seemed harmless, but the indistinct qi around his body caused Tang Tian to remain cautious. The fat man's gaze landed on the middle-aged man, the smile on his face disappeared. "Young Master Xing is my friend, and you have offended him. Tell me, what do you plan to do?" The middle-aged man knew he was at death's door. He initially thought that with Elder Li's arrival, he could be saved. But he merely held some family property, and was not strong. In the face of absolute power, he had no options to defend himself. But Elder Li's words allowed him to understand. "Elder, please spare me," he immediately begged. Elder Li spoke coldly. "Knowing your mistakes means you have to pay a price. 1.5 billion, you can't let little brother Xing run around for nothing." The middle-aged man's heart trembled. 1.5 billion was affordable to him, but still caused some pain. But he knew he could absolutely not reject, so he clenched his teeth. "Master is right. 1.5 billion. Tang Tian suddenly released a wide smile, and the grab he had on the middle-aged man's neck became a support, and helped the middle-aged man stand straight. "It really is without fighting we won't recognize each other, so I have failed to recognize you. We are all of the same people who have actually fought." Tang Tian's change of face, his rigid change, was extremely bad, but he was unaware. Everyone's look was as though they had swallowed houseflies. Fat Elderly chuckled, and waved for the middle-aged man to withdraw. "Haha, little brother Xing is right. In the future, when little brother comes to Yong'an, treat it as your own home. For the rest of you, in the future you will all know, whatever status I am, young Master Xing will be the same." "Yes, City Master." Everyone on site immediately agreed. "City Master?" Tang Tian's eyes lit up. So older brother was Yong'an City Master. Whoa, so powerful. Elderly waved his hand and laughed. A happy look flashed across his face. "Just a family thing, I play around only. Younger brother Xing is young and heroic. I wonder where did you obtain your wealth?" "Me?" Tang Tian shook his head, and said honestly, "I don't have any family estate, I just mess around." Elderly laughed out loud. "Younger brother is too modest, to be able to use 1.5 billion to create a blood meridians laboratory, and consider that messing around. How can people like us endure that? Come, let me introduce you to a friend." He turned around, and called for a middle-aged man to come up. Seeing the person, Tang Tian jumped out in fright. "This is Mr. M.O., he is the current generation's patriarch of the mechanic aristocratic M.O. family, M.O. Wei Tian." Seeing the familiar face, Tang Tian was awkward, to be able to meet a familiar friend in such a place. But could old M.O. be a god of wealth? The 5 billion he had earned the last time was from M.O. family, but now meeting old M.O. again, he had earned 1.5 billion. But, what was old M.O. doing here? Tang Tian thought for a while, but his mouth quickly greeted, "Nice to meet you, Mr. M.O." A trace of shock flashed past M.O. Wei Tian's eyes. Initially when he entered the door, he felt that Tang Tian's figure was extremely familiar, but he could not grasp it. Although he felt strange, but he maintained his smiling face, and extremely welcoming he replied, "Young Master Xing, nice to meet you." It was as though some wind and rain had swept the enormous pressure off the scene, and the banquet returned to normal. "Does little brother plan to step into the blood meridians business?" Elderly asked with concern. "Just nice this older brother has entered it before. If you have anything you need, feel free to let me know." "Thank you brother for your concern, but at this moment I do not have any plans for any blood meridians business," Tang Tian explained. Elderly's small eyes squinted. To spend 1.5 billion to create a blood meridians laboratory, yet not planning to do any business. If this information went out, people would think of it as a provocation. Seems like his background is deeper than I imagined. To spend 1.5 billion to create a blood meridians laboratory, but yet not use it for profit, no matter what his purpose is, it definitely comes from a big power's pockets, because only this powerhouse can be able to exhaust such amounts. Oh, that's right, just now elder brother mentioned something about the two family 6 guards. Who are they? Tang Tian thought of the names elderly mentioned, and immediately asked. So little brother still do not know who they are. Elderly said solemnly, the two family 6 guards are Tu Ruhai's subordinates 6 experts. Tu Ruhai is fierce, he has a thriving ambitious heart and his methods are cruel. The 6 guards are all powerful martial artists, and get off by killing. The most fierce one would be the leader of the 6 guards, Meng Wei. She is a sword god who is unpredictable, and many martial artists had died under her sword. Meng Wei, Tang Tian nodded, that lady is truly strong. He had a deep impression of the lady who used a sword, although she had not released it, but her cold sword chi was extremely sharp and pressurizing like a sword tip aura. Elderly clearly understood people's heart, hearing that Tang Tian praised Meng Wei's power, but without a tinge of fear in his voice, his heart was secretly happy. To be able to judge with such a cool mind and steadiness meant that Tang Tian's power did not lose out to Meng Wei. Little brother Xing's spirit is good, I have nothing to doubt. Fat elderly praised Tang Tian with a thumbs up, and then followed on with a bitter laugh. Although older brother did not have the chance in getting a taste of the 6 guards, the experts that I have fought are numerous, but none of them could compare to Meng Wei in battle. Older brother used to have 3 cities, but 2 of them were taken by Tu Ruhai, and this hatred and regret will never go away. Mo Wei Tian, who was at the side, immediately consoled him. The coming days are long, it was a time of difficulty, city master must not brood over it. Elderly laughed, speaking about Tu Ruhai, I have to respect him. He is overbearing and decisive, every time he makes his move, people can't help feeling fearful. What have you two heard about the war at Lupus Constellation? Mo Wei Tian nodded, I have heard whatever was on the streets. Tang Tian's heart trembled, and immediately asked, is there a link with Tu Ruhai regarding that? There is. Fat elderly said, Lupus Constellation has 3 powerhouses, Silvermoon, Heaven Hook, Feudal Marshal. Behind Feudal Marshal is the Clan Union. Silverhook was defeated by Feudal Marshal, while Heaven Hook has Tu Ruhai as his backer. Heaven Hook Why by Hua's backer is Tu Ruhai? Tang Tian gasped. If Tu Ruhai supported Huai by Hua, then that means he will have more trouble. Hearing the mild killing intent in Tang Tian's speech, Fat elderly was happy. His brain was very active and smart, and quickly calculated, and guessed that young Master Xing's power was most probably centered in the triangle of Lupus Constellation, and most probably not with Tu Ruhai. Maybe the Clan Union? Highly possible. The Clan Union's constitution was the most complicated, at the most it was those few new families, they urgently needed their own standing, but from the start they would be suppressed by the already wealthy families. The Clan Union, which was loosely organized, was the most attractive to these new families. That's right. Fat elderly's spirit was heightened. Meng Wei has crossed swords with little brother before, and had rushed straight to Lupus Constellation after that. Tu Ruhai vies for the Southern Cross Constellation's treasure greatly, and has sent the 6 guards all out this time, and planning to swoop everything up in the battle. Thank you, older brother. Tang Tian cupped his fists towards Fat elderly. This information he had acquired was extremely important. Belle, who was by Tang Tian's side, had a cold face. She actually did not hear anything about such important news. Tang Tian did not blame Belle at all, although Belle was an outstanding onyx soul horse, but her channels of obtaining news compared to the elder's means was like comparing heaven and earth. Regardless of what Fat elderly's motive was, Tang Tian owed him one. Fat elderly was extremely joyous, he had subtlety brought the two family into Tang Tian's view, and had gained a favor, so he was naturally happy. He laughed out loud and changed the topic. The matter on Lupus Constellation worries only the important people. Us small people can only play with the lower-end subjects. Patriarch Mo, today there are so many people here on site in Yong'an City. Patriarch Mo, stop hiding your precious, why not show it to the world to see, but... Mo Wei Tian laughed, then I will respectfully do so. He clapped his hands. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 300, Profiteer Old Mo. Chapter 300, Profiteer Old Mo. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by XRCO and DeAndre. The banquet was organized, leaving a blank space in the middle, where people curiously stretched their necks out to see. Especially for people like Xie Guangzhong, who had followed the city master for a very long time. He knew that the city master was very fussy, and always had meaning when organizing something huge. A set of mechanical weapons stepped in rhythm, and entered the banquet. The people watching were not taken aback, although the current generation mechanical techniques had declined, but the people knew that the Mo family was a mechanical aristocratic family. The set of bronze mechanical weapon appeared, causing many gasps. Such a beautiful mechanic weapon. It's so pretty. The azure mechanical weapon was slender and dexterous, all of its joints were made up of layers and layers of scales that looked extremely agile. The arms, calves, thighs were forged from repeated tempering of a large size of metal, forging it to appear to have a wave-like appearance. Two large showing-off tips protruded out of its back that reached to its thigh, just nice, forming an X shape. It was the first time everyone saw a beautiful mechanical weapon. Tang Tian's expression froze upon seeing the mechanical weapon. Didn't it resemble a lot like thunder snow? He almost jumped. Hey, the design plans were sold to you, at least revise it more. Hey, you are a mechanical aristocratic family, you should want some face too, right? You guys should be proud. Without changing a single thing, that's not good. This is our Mo family's latest version of mechanical weapons, called the Ink Snow. Mo Wei Tian's face was filled with self-confidence. Ink Snow. Tang Tian almost spurted out blood. Thunder Snow, you must be so sad. You people with no integrity. Silay design plans were actually completely used by you, every bit by bit. Even the name was copied. Enough. This is the latest evolution of mechanical weapons, and to differentiate it from the old mechanical weapons and martial spirits, we have called it the mechanic spirit weapon. For it, my Mo family went through generations of blood, sweat and tears, spent countless star coins, and finally it took form. Mo Wei Tian's speech was solemn, his face sincere. Behind the mask, Tang Tian's face froze. You guys still want to throw your face? What generations of blood, sweat and tears. It was like meeting Mo Wei Tian for the first time. Tang Tian felt that he was too dignified, yet so wretched to the bones. But mechanic spirit weapons? Is it related to martial spirits? Someone from the crowd asked. That's right. Mo Wei Tian praised. The biggest difference between the mechanic spirit weapons and mechanical weapons is that it has a martial spirit. Therefore, it had to become smarter, more agile, and is able to accomplish complicated work, and its might increased. Oh God! Martial spirit! That is too incomprehensible. That is definitely the work of the generation. Mo Wei Tian enjoyed the crowd's surprise and praises, causing Tang Tian to be extremely unhappy looking at him. Normally I shouldn't feel like that. Mo Wei Tian had spent a few billion buying the design, but how come I am so unhappy? Tang Tian was slightly dazed. Finally he blamed it on Mo Wei Tian being too wretched. Thunder Snow, which was in the middle, oh no, it was now called Ink Snow, was currently completing a difficult move. Its extremely high speed and nimbleness astonished everyone, causing many gasps from the crowd. Mo Wei Tian confidently laughed, although it was not loud, but everyone could hear him. It is suitable for 6th level martial artists to use, and can perfectly increase the power of all your martial techniques. It far exceeds your imagination. Look at its movements, its high mobility and nimbleness, granting it access to many types of light body techniques. You can even give them specific weapons installed, in which we are able to provide this service. Its defensive capabilities are comparable to the standards of Southern Sky Silver Grey treasures, so you do not need to worry about your safety. Mo Wei Tian had a glib tongue. Everything he said caused everyone's eyes to start shining. Other than that, it also has special equipment which exceeds current technology, which is its card slots. You can insert 3 rank 6 spirit cards. That means you can use the 3 types of martial techniques. Of course, don't assume that it will be perfect, but think about it, the number of martial techniques you have will increase by 3, and your fighting style will be extremely abundant. Everyone immediately turned into an uproar. So we can use it as long as we stick the cards in? Someone asked. That's right. As long it's rank 6, and there are no conflicts between the cards, you can completely use them. Mo Wei Tian smiled. The discussion amongst people grew to another level. Watching this, Tang Tian was convinced. Mo Wei Tian was a gifted businessman, his mouth was extremely glib. What's the price? An old and wise person asked. Such a powerful weapon, of course it is not cheap, its price is 20 million star coins. Mo Wei Tian said. Everyone was stunned, and immediately they erupted. So expensive. Oh God, is this daylight robbery? Are things this year so inflated that the starting price for mechanical weapons is already at 20 million star coins? Everyone starting condemning, but Mo Wei Tian remained calm, and not the least bit panicky. Tang Tian was completely stunned. 20 million star coins. He always thought Mo Wei Tian was a profiteer, but never did he expect him to be such a professional profiteer. No one was clearer about Ink Snow's cost than Tang Tian, for million star coins. In the blink of an eye, that guy was selling it for 20 million star coins. That was simply too crazy. After everyone stopped scolding, did Mo Tian slowly speak, 20 million star coins, that can buy a good northern sky silver rank star treasure. But, ladies and gentlemen, think about it, which star treasure can increase the power of your martial technique and give you defense worthy of another star treasure, and yet give you 3 types of martial techniques that require no training to be used? Everyone was mute. Of course, a normal northern sky silver rank star treasure cannot do all of that. Tang Tian was stunned, he could put it that way? Today was such an eye-opener for him. He now prostrated in admiration towards Mo Tian, his glib tongue could sell a dead person as though it was living. Ladies and gentlemen, what did we make the mechanic spirit weapons for? It is for the existence of armies. Think about it, completely identical mechanic spirit weapons, the parts are interchangeable, everyone would be familiar with it, united training, formulating plans would become very convenient. Can star treasures give you these advantages? Mo Tian swept his gaze across everyone. His face solemn, he said, but the ink snow does have a flaw. What flaw? Everyone could not help but ask. They were completely bought in by Mo Tian. Mo Tian acted as though he was heart-wrenching. To create ink snow, we require a certain specific special metal, and we are out of supplies for it. That also means the number of ink snow we can make can only be 1,000 sets. Tang Tian was dumbstruck. Old Mo was too good. Everyone became restless. Mo Tian's point was clear: if you dare delay, with only 1,000 sets, you would not be able to purchase any. Just at this moment, Fat Elderly sighed, and suddenly talked to Tang Tian. Little brother Xing is following the battle on Lupus constellation closely. You have to know that Tang Tian's subordinates have an army. For some reason Tang Tian thought of whenever Bing talked about them, he would like to use the word mob instead of army. He laughed. What army is that? I think it should be a mob. That mob can cause 2 Heaven Road list martial artists to be injured and dead, then I want that mob too. Fat Elderly said awkwardly, my Yong'an city is a prosperous trade route, everyone here is wealthy and loaded. But, although it is peaceful and prosperous, the matter of Lupus constellation is known to everyone. Through that, I think the coming times will be messy. Everyone's face changed. Master, there really was such news? Someone asked anxiously. The 3 powerhouses are starting to apply pressure, aren't they? Fat Elderly asked back. Onyx Soul is not our only backer. Everyone must be clear, Yong'an City is here today, due to its business. If we only did business with Onyx Soul, I think everyone's pockets would be cut by half, but... Master! Our businesses was all bestowed by you. Whatever judgment Master has, please understand, we will all follow you. Just then, the middle-aged man who tried to go against Tang Tian stood out and spoke with spirit, his face not showing any signs of decadence. Fat Elderly had a praiseful look in his eyes, and coughed slightly. I am also moved by Tang Tian's army. Even Tang Tian was able to set up an army, why can't we? Set up an army. This suggestion caused a big ripple around, everyone's faces were full of shock. We are in troubled times, without any self-protection, no matter how much money we have, we can only be like sitting ducks. Fat Elderly said indifferently, we aren't short of cash, but we still have to look at people's faces. The reason why Tu Ruhai was able to take 2 of my cities was because his fists were harder than mine. With that, I believe everyone understands my reasons. Everyone gradually calmed down. That was right, all of them were rich and loaded, but with only ordinary people going to war against experts, they could not even lift up their heads. The middle-aged man was the first to speak. Your subordinate pledges his life to follow Master. All the businessmen all looked at each other. Fat Elderly was the most authoritative figure in Yong'an City, and wielded respect and power no one can ever think of. Personally witnessing this sight, Tang Tian could not help but be moved deeply. Mo Tian quietly sat beside Tang Tian and asked, young Master Xing, why not assess ink snow? Hearing that, Tang Tian knew that Mo Tian would recognize him and said softly, Old Mo, you recognize me? He, I guessed it was you. Mo Tian laughed gently, and changed the topic. Young Master is heroic and known throughout, and has been playing people in his palms, but... How can I compare to your Mo family, who worked generations of blood, sweat, and tears? Tang Tian said sarcastically. Mo Tian was not ashamed, but was instead very happy. City Masterly has already ordered 200 sets from me. 200 sets. Tang Tian's eyes became red. That was 3.2 billion star coins profit. Mo Tian used a calm voice. City Masterly plans to take all the 1,000 sets. This way, his Yong'an army will be top-notch. Hearing that, Tang Tian was shocked. The fatty's ambitious heart was bigger than he thought. Tang Tian had calmed down. Thinking about it, the Mo family was also considered his friend. For them to earn more was also good for him. But Mo Tian did not want Tang Tian to be calm, and threw another heavy bomb at him. but I want to use the profits from the 1000 sets to do business with young master. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.